Chapter 1. I am the sustenance for demons. The system has arrived. Muddy, damp, viscous, and reeking. This is a prison, shrouded in darkness. Only a solitary candle flickers on the earthen wall outside. Wang Shouyong sat bewildered in the corner. His breath gradually becoming heavy and labored, he reached out, illuminated by the flickering candlelight outside the bars, finally discerning the viscous substance in his hand. Dark red liquid trickled down his forearm, each drop staining his garment with repulsive spots. In his grasp lay a half-eaten kidney. Upon realizing the grotesque reality before him, his stomach churned violently, and a flood of memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Under the reign of the Apocalypse Dynasty, in Shizhou, Linshui County, Sangzi Village, demons fled disaster, passing through this place, hoarding sustenance. Of the 312 villagers, most had been devoured by the demons, leaving only 32 survivors. His former self was a wild child raised in the village, a mere 16 years old, orphaned and reliant on the meager offerings from the villagers of Sangzi. Life was once free of worries and woes, yet the entire village encountered the horrors of demons. The demons broke into the dungeon, keeping the villagers confined, treating them like livestock, consuming 10 lives a day. His previous self endured for a month, witnessing the prison grow increasingly desolate, uncertain of when his turn would come, and ultimately succumbed to a frightful death in his sleep. Ugh. Wang Shouyong felt another wave of nausea. A hand reached out beside him, gently patting his back. Do not fear, do not fear. He looked up to see a pale woman speaking softly. Everything will pass, it will pass. It was unclear whether she was comforting him or persuading herself, her voice scarcely louder than a whisper. Aunt Meng, Wang Shouyong called out, then fell silent once more. Aunt Meng was the proprietress of the village's tailor shop just 2 days prior. Her husband and only son had been taken by the demons. Before the eyes of all, they were mercilessly torn apart, their flesh devoured by the demons. Since that day, Aunt Meng had remained in this state, lost in her thoughts, occasionally murmuring to herself. Wang Shouyong surveyed his surroundings. All he beheld was the viscous filth beneath him and the numbed expressions of the villagers. Familiar faces now devoid of any vitality. Almost all were like Aunt Meng, mere walking corpses in the cell. In another quarter of an hour, it will be time for the demons to choose their next victims. In the darkness, an uncertain voice whispered. After a moment of silence, soft sobs began to emerge. Wang Shouyong felt the weight of despair. Had he just been reborn only to face death once more? To be torn apart and consumed, such a tragic fate. He clutched his chest, an inexplicable heaviness lingering within him. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, as if something was about to burst forth. Ugh! Wang Shouyong retched, expelling a multitude of foul substances as a celestial sound resonated in his ears. Ding! He looked up in confusion, sensing the oppressive feeling in his chest suddenly dissipate. Before him appeared a pale blue panel. Detection of entry detected. Pillaged attributes, like a fish in water white, Herculean strength white, keen insight white, iron teeth and copper gums white, self-healing. White. Pillaging method, consumption. Were the pillaged attributes. Before Wang Shouyong could react, a figure slowly approached from the stone steps outside the prison. The figure obscured the solitary candlelight that illuminated the prison entrance. The villagers, in a state of numbness, cast their gazes toward it, some bowing their heads in fear. Yet more were so steeped in despair that they could muster no emotion. Their eyes fixated blankly upon the entity. As Wang Shouyong looked closer, he beheld a humanoid creature towering over 2 meters in height. This being had skin as black as coal, smooth as glass, with large, round eyes. It was termed a humanoid creature because it unmistakably resembled a catfish, albeit one with robust limbs. The catfish's eyes darted rapidly, saliva dribbling viscously from the corners of its mouth. You. The catfish opened the prison door and pointed its hand toward the villagers nearest to it. Each villager indicated trembled, subsequently closing their eyes in despair. The catfish took 10 individuals each day after day, until the number of prisoners dwindled. In 3 days, the prison would be empty. The catfish displayed a row of sharp, chilling teeth, directing its finger at the last 2 occupants. And you. Wang Shouyong felt his body stiffen, raising his gaze to find the catfish's finger unerringly pointing at him and Aunt Meng beside him. On the 29th day, it was his turn. Aunt Meng shuddered, rising wordlessly. The remaining villagers also stood up, numbly forming a line to follow the catfish out of the prison. During this time, there had been instances of resistance. However, the demon had torn apart those who dared to resist before their very eyes, devouring their entrails and draining their blood. They had witnessed the agonizing cries and weeping of those poor souls until their heads were severed and consumed. Thus, no one dared to rebel any longer. Since death was inevitable, they preferred a swifter end. Wang Shouyong also rose to exit the prison, yet unlike the others, he silently summoned the panel within his mind. The pale blue panel displayed the same text, but his gaze lingered on the final line. Pillaging method, consumption. This implied that he must consume it. As Wang Shouyong lifted his eyes, he saw the catfish turning to lock the prison door. A ruthless glint ignited in his gaze that, in his past life, he had been a worthless individual, so insignificant that his demise drew no attention. This rebirth granted him a chance to alter his fate. How could he forego this opportunity? If it came to it, he could die once more. With steely resolve, Wang Shouyong quickened his pace, moving to the front of the line, passing by the indifferent villagers. Eyes lifted in surprise. Some recognized the fierce expression on his face, mouths agape in fear, yet no sound emerged to halt him. Wang Shouyong's steps quickened, closing the distance to within an arm's reach of the catfish. The candlelight flickered, and the catfish seemed to sense something, abruptly turning around. Its foul mouth gaped open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Ha, you livestock-like creature, what do you intend to do?" In the blink of an eye, the catfish's arm swung like a battering ram, crashing violently against Wang Shouyong's chest and abdomen. The immense force surged forward, expelling the air from his lungs in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his very eyes might burst from their sockets. His body flew backward like a tattered sack, colliding thunderously against the stone wall of the prison. That single blow nearly cost him his life. Ugh. Upon hitting the ground, Wang Shouyong collapsed, retching once more. This time, he expelled nothing but blood, saturating the earth before him in crimson. The villagers, gripped by terror, scattered in all directions. "Erwa!" Aunt Meng suddenly shrieked, rushing towards Wang Shouyong. However, as Wang Shouyong lifted his gaze, he saw the catfish casually swat, sending Aunt Meng crashing against the prison door, falling to the ground, her fate uncertain. Insignificant creatures, it appears the lesson I imparted to you all recently was not profound enough. Perfect, I find myself quite hungry. The catfish strode towards Wang Shouyong, crouching before him. "Let's use you to satisfy my hunger." The catfish extended his palm toward Wang Shouyong. All the villagers' eyes were fixed upon him, acutely aware of the gruesome and brutal spectacle that was about to unfold. Yet, at that moment, Wang Shouyong unexpectedly chuckled, revealing a grim smile adorned with bloodied teeth. "To go ahead, eat me," he sneered. Facing off against a creature of the wild, ending up in such a dire state was entirely anticipated. However, having survived the initial blow that could have shattered his skull, he realized this was the singular opportunity of his lifetime. Seeking death. The catfish roared menacingly. At such close quarters, Wang Shouyong could almost discern the strands of pink flesh lodged between the catfish's teeth. In a desperate bid, he summoned the last remnants of his strength, lunging forward to seize the catfish's arm. Then, with ferocity, he bit down hard, as if he intended to crush all the grievances of his past and present in that one bite. With a sickening crunch, the catfish's arm broke the skin. Wang Shouyong's teeth shattered, and a few droplets of blood, mingled with flesh, found their way into his mouth. Gulping, he swallowed the mouthful of blood and shattered teeth, the heat of it scorching his throat. For a moment, he could not discern whether the blood in his mouth belonged to him or the catfish. Yet he distinctly heard a familiar celestial chime resound in his ears. Ding! Chapter 2. Devouring Demons, Plundering Attributes. A panel materialized before his eyes. Before Wang Shouyong could release his grip, he felt the catfish slam his body down onto the ground. Bang! A muffled thud echoed through the underground prison, and the villagers looked up, inexplicably not witnessing the splatter of blood. As Wang Shouyong hit the ground, he coughed up blood but managed to laugh, even as he gasped for breath. Amidst the blood and gore, his smile appeared all the more savage and frenzied. Before him was an invisible pale blue panel, displaying a few lines of text that held the key to his survival. Acquired attribute. Strength of the ox white the strength of 9 bulls. You possess a might comparable to 9 bulls. The catfish, both astonished and enraged, let out a roar that shook the mountains, as if it were undergoing an incomprehensible transformation. It raised its hand, and an unprecedented sense of weakness enveloped its body, as though all its strength was seeping into the air, utterly uncontrollable. In stark contrast, Wang Shouyong felt an overwhelming force surging through him, gradually filling his entire being. "Beast, what have you done?" The catfish screamed in madness, swinging its hand towards Wang Shouyong's forehead. Bang! Under the gaze of the villagers, Wang Shouyong raised his hand, firmly grasping the catfish's wrist. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including the catfish. Wang Shouyong lifted his head, his bloodied and battered face contorted with a frenzied smile. Ha! Now it is my turn to devour you. For reasons unknown, the catfish felt an inexplicable panic upon witnessing that smile and hearing such brazen words. It attempted to withdraw its arm, only to be horrified to discover that this insignificant creature had locked its fingers around its flesh like iron shackles. The boy's fingers, soft and contorted, were clearly broken, yet the protruding bones pierced through its flesh with a tenacity that was nearly insurmountable, leaving the catfish utterly restrained in that moment. Roar! A piercing pain radiated from its arm, yet it could not escape. The strength it had relied upon seemed to vanish in an instant. In that fleeting moment, memories of its former helplessness before awakening surged through its mind. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The catfish screamed in a frenzy, its left arm striking Wang Shouyong with the weakness of a rain-soaked cloth. Wang Shouyong grinned, swaying slightly, and once more savagely bit down on the catfish's arm. Flesh entered his mouth, and his broken teeth embedded into the catfish's skin. With a fierce bite, he tore off a chunk of flesh. With a forceful swallow, the flesh slid down his throat. Acquired skill. Iron teeth and copper fangs. Iron teeth and copper fangs. You possess teeth as formidable as iron and copper. Oh, beast! I will kill you. I will slay you. The catfish lunged at Wang Shouyong with its sharp teeth, which appeared fearsome under the flickering candlelight. Yet, it beheld the youth before it, reminiscent of a demon, lifting his head without flinching or avoiding, instead laughing maniacally. Silence, silence, silence. I told you. It is I who will devour you. Wang Shouyong seized the catfish's teeth with one hand, his muscles taut, his eyes brimming with unyielding ferocity. Crack! A healthy tooth of the catfish was forcibly snapped, Wang Shouyong's fingers digging into its mouth. Boom! A thunderous noise resonated through the dungeon, shaking the very space itself. The villagers widened their eyes, witnessing an unforgettable scene. The youth stood tall, bloodied, one hand clasped upon the catfish's arm, while the other forcefully slammed the catfish's mouth against the ground. The catfish was rendered powerless, subdued like an ordinary fish beneath him, and the next moment, Wang Shouyong opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of shattered teeth and blood, and charged directly at the catfish's head. The catfish's eyes spun wildly. No! Wang Shouyong bit down fiercely, violently shaking his head, tearing away a large chunk of the fish's head, exposing the vibrant, pulsating pink flesh within. The catfish let out a woeful wail, its entire body writhing. The villagers stood as if entranced, caught in a surreal dream. The catfish's contorted form resembled that of its companion, struggling in the clutches of a monstrous being not long ago. The two scenes gradually overlapped, and countless fragments of memories from the past month flashed before their eyes, converging into a peculiar, maddening radiance. Devour it, someone murmured softly. After a few breaths of silence, a rustling cacophony ensued, as the villagers instinctively stood and began to murmur in unison. Devour it, devour it, devour it, devour it, devour it. The voices merged, resembling a swarm of buzzing mosquitoes, repetitively uttering the same phrase, devour it. Yet Wang Shouyong could no longer comprehend any sounds. All that remained in his eyes was the catfish before him. He nearly forgot the metallic taste in his mouth, opening wide to tear off another piece of flesh, chewing and swallowing it down. Another bite, tearing off more flesh to consume. Yet another, sucking out the brain matter, swallowing it whole. One bite after another, like a ravenous beast unable to restrain its primal hunger. Wang Shouyong lowered himself, frantically tearing and devouring the catfish amidst its struggles and cries. Gradually, half of the catfish's head was gnawed away, leaving only the skull, as hard as steel. The catfish ceased to move. In fact, having succumbed to death, the demon's form reverted to its original state, becoming a lifeless catfish towering at human height. Wang Shouyong, however, resembled a famished wolf, hunched over the fish's body, consuming this carcass. Suddenly, a pair of bare feet appeared beside him. Wang Shouyong lifted his head and beheld a pale, haggard visage. Following closely were other bare feet, stained with dark red splotches, accompanied by faces still bearing traces of fear. Someone had seized the opportunity to unlock the prison door, devour it. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shouyong was thrust out by the throng of villagers. Gulp, 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 the entries plundered. Like a fish in water white, you possess the skillful aquatic grace of a fish. Perceptive insight white. All things in the world appear vivid and clear to you. Self-healing white. You possess a remarkable self-restoration ability. Moments later, gazing at the panel before him, Wang Shouyong gradually emerged from his frenzy. Everyone has gone mad. He licked his lips and spat out a piece of rotten flesh. He staggered to his feet and stumbled toward the staircase leading out of the dungeon. Though the catfish demon had bestowed upon him the strength of an ox, it had not granted him a body of iron. Relying solely on the rudimentary, self-healing ability, it was evident that he could not restore his health in a short span of time. Yet he did not forget that, at this very moment, it was not solely the catfish demon that lingered in the village of Sang's. It was merely a harbinger, a mere precursor bearing provisions in addition. A dozen other demons lay in ambush within the village, eagerly anticipating the sustenance the catfish demon would deliver to their presence. If he did not hasten his escape, these demons would grow suspicious and come to investigate, and he would no longer be so fortunate. A throng of demons converging upon him would render even his meager abilities utterly futile. The not eat flee at once, Wang Shouyong called weakly. His voice echoed within the dungeon, prompting someone to lift their head. Wang Shouyong beheld a figure with their mouth stuffed with fish, tears streaming down their face. One by one, faces were raised, each one marked by sorrowful tears. In silence, they rose and followed Wang Shouyong. With a heavy sigh, he led all the surviving villagers, along with the unconscious Aunt Meng, out of the dungeon. Beyond the dungeon, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse array of stars. The farmland undulated gently, and the distant village lay tranquil and serene. Merely witnessing this scene, Wang Shouyong found it hard to fathom that within lurked a dozen or more man-eating demons. "Hurry, we must move before they realize our presence," he urged, bearing Aunt Meng on his back. The villagers dared not utter a word. Their breaths involuntarily slowed as they followed Wang Shouyong, nearly sprinting away from Sangzi village. Once the village vanished from sight, their pace quickened, driven by desperation as they hastened onward with Wang Shouyong. Chapter 3. Damn you, perish. As time flowed and the stars shifted, they ran without knowing how long. The starlight gradually faded, and a pale dawn broke over the horizon, heralding the first light of day. At last, the villagers of Sangzi paused by a small stream. Exhausted and parched, they felt as if their very lungs might burst. They quenched their thirst and washed away the blood, their suffering from the past month visibly alleviated, their faces now adorned with a renewed spirit. They had escaped, successfully eluding the jaws of the demons. All of this was thanks to the young man ahead. "Erwa, if not for you, none of the people of Sangzi village would have survived. Thank you." A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Wang Shouyong in a hushed tone. Wang Shouyong crouched by the stream, cupping the clear water to cleanse the grime from his face. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It is merely self-preservation. No need for thanks." As his words lingered in the air, he became acutely aware of dozens of eyes fixated upon him. A middle-aged man hesitated, then softly inquired, "Erwa, I have a question that I am uncertain whether I should ask." Wang Shouyong washed away the blood from his hands, avoiding the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "I am aware of your inquiries, yet I find myself at a loss for explanations." After cleansing his palms, he rose to his feet, revealing the grotesque distortion of his right hand, which horrified the onlookers. Consequently, the middle-aged man found the words he intended to speak lodged in his throat. "Then, I shall refrain from asking," he stammered, hastily turning away. "You are a savior to us all. It is inappropriate for me to question you. My apologies." "It is of no consequence," Wang replied. Wang Shouyong shook his head, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Though we have escaped the clutches of the demons today, we cannot return to Sangzi village. Do any of you have a destination in mind?" The middle-aged man, with a bitter smile, seemed at a loss for words. At that moment, an elderly figure slowly emerged from the crowd, responding, "Sangzi village originally belonged to Linchuan County. Now that it has fallen victim to demonic calamity, we ought to report this to the county office." "Report?" Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow. "Will the county office even bother with such a calamity?" "They must take action," the elder asserted. 300 souls from Sangzi village cannot simply be disregarded. If the Linchuan County office chooses to ignore this, we shall summon the Demon Extermination Bureau to sound the peace drum. When the drum resounds, it signifies the loss of countless lives. 3 strikes of the drum denote a matter of utmost importance. As he spoke, a look of indignation crossed the elder's face. If the Demon Extermination Bureau were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly send officials to eradicate the demons, and the magistrate of Linchuan County would surely face consequences. Someone nearby interjected, "Indeed, the Linchuan County office has failed in its duty of oversight, allowing these demons to wreak havoc without detection for an entire month." It is truly at this point. The villagers began to voice their grievances in a chorus of condemnation against the Linchuan County office. their words filled with sorrow and outrage as they recounted the tragic losses of their loved ones. Wang Shouyong's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. In his memories, the Exorcism Bureau was populated by celestial beings who soared through the skies and vanquished malevolent spirits with unparalleled prowess. If he could seize this opportunity to engage with the extraordinary powers of this realm, perhaps he too could embark upon the path of immortality. With this thought, Wang Shouyong was reminded of another significant matter. He silently summoned the interface. It displayed the following attributes: fish and water, white; Herculean strength, white; keen insight, white; iron teeth and copper teeth, white; self-healing, white. He had perused these attributes countless times during his journey. Yet, the interface contained another statement: possessing 5 white attributes enables the synthesis of 1 green attribute. It was evident that attributes were categorized by rank, with white being the most basic and green being the next tier. One could easily surmise that there would be even higher-ranked attributes, though he was uncertain about the disparities between attributes of different colors. Unfortunately, the number of his attributes was limited, and after much deliberation, he hesitated to synthesize them. Should he seek out solitary demons instead? Wang Shouyong found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just as he contemplated this, the interface before him suddenly flickered, and a familiar sound resonated in his ears. Ding! Attribute proximity detected. Wang Shouyong was taken aback, glancing towards the villagers at the back. Yet, the plundering entries were trace-seeking, white; copper skin and iron bones, white; wind listening ears, white; intimidation, white; self-healing, white. A formidable demon, adorned with a dog's head, emerged from the thicket, brandishing a bone club and forcefully striking it against the ground. Who permitted you to flee, you wretches? Wang Shouyong hesitated for a moment, an inexplicable and absurd thought suddenly arising in his mind. The flesh of a dog is certainly unpalatable. Demons, fiends. We have clearly fled for a day and a night. How could this be so? The villagers turned back, their hearts nearly shattering, plunging into despair in an instant. Emerging from the thicket were creatures whose limbs bore a human form, yet their heads were grotesquely adorned with the massive head of a black-skinned dog, its glossy fur accentuated by a pair of enormous, bell-like eyes. Furthermore, the dog demon clutched a human bone in its hand, which could vaguely be discerned as a thigh bone. The creature, unhurried, retrieved a severed head from its lower back and began to gnaw at it with meticulous fervor. A foul stench permeated the air, and large droplets of blood dripped from the head, its eyes reduced to 2 dark, hollow voids after being licked by the demon's tongue. Run! Why do you not continue to flee? The demon had initially grinned, yet its gaze suddenly turned malicious. Could it be that you can no longer run? Its sinister laughter echoed like the wails of a malevolent spirit, causing the villagers to tremble in terror, nearly unable to take a step forward. What a pity! Had you waited just 3 more days, you would have found liberation. Why flee now? I assure you, upon your return, I shall devour each and every one of you, leaving not a single soul behind. Each word, each step, the demon heavily pressed its foot upon the ground, relishing the atmosphere of despair. It was unfathomable to imagine the cries of this wretched group as they were torn apart. How melodious they would be. Some wished to take a step, yet for reasons unknown, their legs quaked, rendering them immobile, as though a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed down upon them. The most terrifying thing in the world is to witness danger approaching yet be unable to resist it. The dog demon, seeing this, discarded the head it had been gnawing on, extending its hand, which instantaneously transformed into a colossal paw, beckoning to the nearest villager with its claw. Come forth. Tell your canine master in detail how you escaped from that dungeon. As it spoke, the demon licked its lips, greedily surveying the crowd. With a swift motion, it seized the neck of one unfortunate soul, lifting him effortlessly. Ah! A tremendous force gripped the flesh, nearly severing the spine of the unfortunate individual, who was thrashing his legs in a futile attempt to resist. The demon twisted its head with excitement, eager to witness the despair etched upon the faces of the manskin. However, upon turning, it beheld a scene utterly beyond its comprehension. A multitude of villagers, paralyzed by terror, their legs trembling and faces ashen, nonetheless directed their gazes towards the center of the crowd. Following their line of sight, one could discern a youth clad in a coarse linen tunic. The boy's expression remained serene, despite being smeared with blood, and his right fingers were mangled beyond use. Yet, astonishingly, the boy took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The canine demon, perplexed, bared its fangs and sniffed the air. Oddly, there was no trace of the warrior's scent, only the foul stench of a foolish fish. The demon casually discarded the villager and pressed onward, thinking, "You mere insect. Do you believe you can release everyone?" This situation was indeed peculiar, piquing even its curiosity. However, Wang Shouyong remained silent, gathering his breath and composure as he steadily approached the demon. The canine demon, its teeth chattering, slightly lowered its stance. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Speak." As it spoke, the demon suddenly lunged forward, its body propelling like a cannonball aimed directly at Wang Shouyong. The primary distinction between demons and humans lay in the former's formidable and resilient physique. If this blow landed, it would likely shatter half of Wang Shouyong's body. In that critical moment, Wang Shouyong gritted his teeth, a flicker of madness igniting across his face. Just like that. "You must die." With those words, he rooted himself in a horse stance, lowering his waist, and, instead of evading, sought to embrace the demon within his grasp. Seeking death, the demon's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, consumed by a singular impulse, to crush this man, to rupture his organs and consume him raw. In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided with the force of boulders crashing together. A splatter of blood erupted forth, despite Wang Shouyong possessing superhuman strength. He remained woefully vulnerable against this demon. Yet, after enduring the pain, a grin crept upon his face, one that seemed destined to manifest, lacking any martial arts prowess. Fighting a demon was akin to a child wrestling a bull. His only chance of victory lay in firmly restraining the demon. In the next instant, the two figures rolled like stones, stirring up a cloud of dust that rose for several meters, before plunging into the shallow stream. Splash! Water sprayed in all directions. After they fell into the water, before the demon could raise its head, it was met with a wide maw, still dripping with blood, charging towards its face. Unaware of its impending doom, the canine demon displayed no sign of panic. Rather, a ferocious smile crept across its visage. This formidable body, honed through countless trials, was suddenly confronted by a mere mortal's audacity. In the next instant, an unprecedented agony surged through its face. The sound of leather tearing resonated in its keen ears, and the world before it was instantly suffused with crimson. The iron teeth and adamantine strength transformed Wang Shouyong's mouth into the sharpest weapon of the moment. The canine demon let out a harrowing wail, straining its arms in a futile attempt to break free from the boy's grasp, intent on delivering a crushing blow. However, it soon encountered a revelation that filled it with dread. The young lad's arms were like steel clamps, inexorably constricting its form. The overwhelming force akin to the embrace of Mount Tai, rendering it utterly immobile. It was not merely unable to extricate itself. It felt as though its bones were being crushed under the pressure. Amid such colossal strength, it could clearly see the boy's face reddening and heard the ominous cracking of bones from within his chest. Yet, undeterred, he refused to relent. "How, mortal? What have you done?" In the blood-tinged haze of its vision, all that remained was the sight of the boy voraciously chewing. With each great gulp, the canine demon inexplicably sensed a terrifying change unfolding within its own body. Acquired skill, dread, white, your presence will disrupt your enemies, bestowing you with the ability to instill fear. Wang Shouyong, his face smeared with blood, lifted his head, licking his crimson lips, and sneered, "How utterly distasteful. Cursed be it." For the first time, the beastly creature felt an unfamiliar emotion, the fear of a mortal. It was as though the power he once wielded to intimidate humans had now backfired, rendering him motionless before the youth. But I still possess my demonic form. Transforming into it would render this mortal, no matter how strong, powerless against me. Rip. Another chunk of flesh was violently torn away. The youth before him gasped for breath, barely glancing at the carnage. He chewed mindlessly for a moment before swallowing the gruesome morsel along with a thick, viscous stream of blood. Acquired ability: copper skin, iron bone, white, copper skin. Iron bone, white. You possess a physique as resilient as copper and iron. At the instant Wang Shouyong comprehended the message displayed before him, a thrill surged through him, revealing a smile of exhilaration. A new strength seemed to well up from his very bones, reshaping his body in a tingling sensation of renewal. He leaned close to the beast's ear and whispered with a sinister glee, "You are finished." In that moment, the dog demon, overwhelmed with dread, raised its canine head, unable to maintain its monstrous form. With a resounding thud, it morphed back into a black dog, standing as tall as a man. The black dog shrieked in despair. What kind of monster are you?" "Of course I am." Wang Shouyong effortlessly lifted the black dog, licking his lips before opening his maw to deliver a vicious bite, seizing a chunk of flesh. He chewed, crushed, and swallowed. Gulp. It was only at this moment that the latter part of the phrase followed. A creature that devours demons. With that, Wang Shouyong, with his remaining intact hand, forcefully hurled the black dog into the depths of the stream, producing a thunderous splash that scattered countless droplets. Immediately after, he submerged his head beneath the water, akin to a piranha, relentlessly tearing into the delicate flesh of the black dog. Thus, the stream radiated outward in a vast expanse of crimson, with entrails, fur, and fat mingling with the blood, all splattering in the wake of the commotion. Gulp. On the bank, the villagers, observing this spectacle, felt an inexplicable lack of fear. Instead, some found themselves rubbing their emaciated bellies, swallowing hard. Someone murmured, "Delicious indeed." Another echoed the sentiment. Time passed, and the black dog demon lay motionless. The stream within a 5-zhang radius transformed into a vivid red. Wang Shouyong lifted his head, his long hair, damp and disheveled, cascading down and dripping with crimson droplets. "Would you care for a taste?" Wang Shouyong raised the remaining half of the black dog in his hand, gesturing at the villagers who stood there, frozen in shock. Vivid crimson innards dropped from the gaping belly of the dog, plunging once more into the water. After a considerable pause, as they beheld this scene, infused with an aura of menace yet strangely not repulsive, one villager finally mustered the courage to speak. He hesitantly remarked, "My stomach isn't well. Can't we avoid eating it raw?" Meanwhile, in Shizhou, Lin County, at the demon exorcism office, a voice thundered with righteous indignation, shattering a red stone table into fragments. An irate figure burst through the doors of the office, declaring to the heavens, "How absurd! Is the demon exorcism office of Jishan County merely a den of incompetence? Allowing a horde of newly awakened demons to slip into my county? Truly laughable." His words reverberated, unabashedly resonating with fury. The streets outside the Lin County government echoed with his vehement outcry. "Incompetence, a bunch of useless gluttons. What have the innocent villagers done to deserve this? Hundreds of lives extinguished amid such filth. A whole month, an entire month, before those gluttons even reported this. Ah, how I loathe them. Once I reclaim my position, I shall cleanse the demon exorcism office of Jishan County of these drunken layabouts." His voice boomed, ringing through the air. Curious townsfolk peered from both sides of the street, whispering amongst themselves, "It's Lord Liao Yuanqing. What is he ranting about regarding reclaiming his position now?" Almost simultaneously, the crimson doors of the Lin County office swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in dark blue official robes rushed out, adjusting his official hat while grimacing as he struggled with his belt. Observant onlookers recognized him as Gu Yinfu, the county magistrate. "My lord, Lord Liao, quiet down. There are too many eyes and ears here. You must not speak so loudly." Liao Yuanqing coldly pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Yinfu, reprimanding him. "You too are but a useless glutton. Once I reclaim my position, Lord Liao, please cease your words. If you continue, all those hundreds of lives will be lost." It seemed this statement struck a chord with Liao Yuanqing, finally prompting him to suppress his fury momentarily. He turned to the demon exorcism office and bellowed, "All those at the foundation stage and above, below the profound realm, heed my command. Proceed to Sangzi village." As soon as his words fell, over a dozen figures surged out from the office, their expressions grim, trailing closely behind Liao Yuanqing. Gu Yinfu's face twisted in despair as he muttered, "What need is there for concern over a few newly awakened demons? Silence. This is how I, Liao Yuanqing, manage affairs. I intend to make it abundantly clear to Jishan County the extent of the havoc caused by the demons they cannot contain." Upon finishing his words, Liao Yuanqing soared into the air, followed closely by more than 10 companions, who transformed into vibrant rainbows. Vanishing in the blink of an eye at the end of Chongqing Street in front of the Ling Shui County Yamen, Gu Yinfu adjusted his official hat, his previously troubled expression deepening with despair. "Master Liao, you possess knowledge of slaying demons, yet you lack understanding of the intricacies of the bureaucratic realm." A sigh of resignation faded into the wind. Chapter 5. Synthesis of terms, detecting a plethora of entries. In Shizhou, Sangzi village, as several rainbows streaked across the sky, a multitude of figures descended at the village entrance. Among them were Liao Yuanqing and others from the Demon Extermination Department of Ling Shui County. Upon landing, Liao Yuanqing's countenance shifted dramatically. A strong scent of blood permeated the air. Observing the village, eerily silent in broad daylight, devoid of even the crowing of a rooster, his subordinates clad in the black uniforms of the Demon Extermination Department displayed grim expressions. The village was suffused with a chilling aura. One individual could not restrain their curiosity. The demons have been here for over a month, and with merely 300 villagers in Sangzi village. Before the thought could be completed, Liao Yuanqing drew his sword. Suppressing the fury that surged within him, he pointed his sword towards Sangzi village, declaring, Demon Extermination Department. Heed my command. The crowd, filled with solemnity, responded in unison, yes. Liao Yuanqing enunciated each word with gravity. Search Sangzi village, capture all demons alive. Understood. With the collective affirmation from the officers, figures darted into Sangzi village like bolts of lightning. Everyone understood that the intent to capture the demons alive stemmed from Master Liao's intense anger. He wished for the demons to face a fate far worse than a swift death. After all, how could they justify the loss of over 300 lives in Sangzi village? Soon, the sounds of battle erupted within the village, reverberating violently as houses crumbled amidst the chaos. Yet, Liao Yuanqing paid no heed. Instead, he drew a line across his fingertip with the sword, blood dripping forth. He pressed his finger to his forehead, etching a blood mark, channeling his power. Upon opening his eyes, a golden glow enveloped his pupils. Gazing northeast towards Sangzi village, Liao Yuanqing beheld a towering aura of blood coalescing into a crimson mist that shrouded the village. The oppressive malevolence was palpable. Liao Yuanqing's breath caught in his throat. He then surveyed his surroundings, discovering another area outside the village pulsating with a vivid, dripping red energy. With a burgeoning sense of foreboding, Liao Yuanqing dared not linger. In an instant, he vanished like a wisp of smoke. The next moment, he found himself at the entrance of a cellar, evidently the dungeon where the demons had imprisoned the villagers. Almost as soon as he stabilized, the overwhelming stench of blood mingled with a foul odor assaulted his senses, rendering the air nearly unbearable. Demons, I shall ensure that your suffering is beyond imagination. Liao Yuanqing's eyes were a vivid crimson, and he could nearly envision the gruesome and bloody scene that lay within the cellar. Trembling, he descended the stairs, greeted by the sight of the floor almost entirely drenched in a deep scarlet hue, his feet even becoming ensnared in the viscous strands of blood. Blood, an overwhelming abundance of it. But what of the villagers? Slowly, Liao Yuanqing shifted his gaze, reluctant to look, fearing he might encounter images he could scarcely endure. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted, a wave of astonishment flooding his heart. For he beheld a scene utterly beyond his expectations. Swish, swish, swish. Sounds emerged from behind Liao Yuanqing as a cadre of young lieutenants silently approached him. One young lieutenant bent in respect and spoke, My Lord Liao, the demons have all been captured, and no surviving villagers have been found. Shall we return to the Demon Extermination Office and await further orders? Liao Yuanqing offered no reply. The young lieutenant, perplexed, inquired, My Lord Liao? Quickly regaining his composure, Liao Yuanqing ascended the stairs and commanded loudly, Bring forth the demons. I have questions to interrogate. As he brushed past the young lieutenant, the latter was finally granted a view of the dungeon's interior, an image that rendered even Liao Yuanqing nearly unable to contain himself. A similar expression of shock crept upon the young lieutenant's heart. The dungeon floor was a morass of blood, with stains marring the walls, tables, and benches. Indescribable entrails lay strewn haphazardly across the ground. At the center of the dungeon, amidst the pools of blood, lay a lamentable sight, a grotesque dead fish. The lifeless catfish, approximately the height of a person, had evidently been an enlightened demon in life, its true form now revealed in death. Yet, inexplicably, its body was riddled with bite marks, flesh torn asunder. At this young lieutenant's level of cultivation, his vision was sharp, and he quickly discerned the source of these bite marks. They were human. A person had vivisected this demon, devouring it piece by piece. What sort of individual possessed such ferocity? Such a jarring scene sent chills racing down the young lieutenant's spine. Suddenly recalling Liao Yuanqing's intention to interrogate the demons, the lieutenant's spirit surged, and he hurriedly turned to ascend the stairs. In the jungle, by the brook, moist firewood crackled, releasing wisps of gray smoke as droplets of oil sizzled upon the flames. As Wang Shouyong perceived the opportune moment, he tore off a piece of dog meat, skewered it with a twig, and handed it to the villagers nearby, who were already salivating. The villagers expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Irwa, before eagerly devouring the meat. However, Wang Shouyong sighed as he surveyed the scene. All around him, the villagers relished the black dog meat, lacking any seasoning. The essence inherent in the demon's flesh proved to be the finest accompaniment, rendering the meat exquisitely tender and delectably crispy, a true delicacy. Yet, despite the culinary delight before him, Wang Shouyong found no joy, for on the pale blue panel visible only to his eyes was an alarming message. Current method of consumption cannot extract entries. This meant that only by consuming the raw flesh and blood of the demons could he seize the entries from their beings. Once the demon's flesh was cooked, the opportunity to claim those entries vanished. Damn it! Must he resort to eating demon sashimi from now on? Wang Shouyong gently rubbed his temples, seeking to calm his emotions, and redirected his gaze to another section of the panel. He possessed entries such as fish in water, white, enormous strength, white, keen insight, white, iron teeth and copper fangs, white, self-healing, white, 2, tracking, white, bronze skin and iron bones, white, eagle-eared, white, intimidation, white, and had a total of 10, white, entries, with the potential to synthesize 2, green, entries. Among these were 2 self-healing entries, significantly accelerating the recovery of his injuries. Wang Shouyong gently touched his chest. During his fierce battle with the dog demon, he had exerted himself so vigorously that several of his ribs had fractured. However, to his astonishment, he now felt no pain at all, a phenomenon he attributed to 2 entries of self-healing. Should he retain the self-healing or synthesize it into a green entry? Wang Shouyong pondered deeply. Without overthinking, he resolved to attempt synthesis first, for he had always been rather carefree, believing that one should try things out before coming to conclusions. Thus, with a mere thought, a prompt materialized before him. Synthesize the following entries: self-healing, white, Herculean strength, white, keen insight, white, tracking, white, acute hearing, white. Please choose the synthesis direction. Reinforced entries generate random entries. Upon seeing such a prompt, Wang Shouyong's eyes lit up. The possibility of reinforcing entries meant that he need not worry about losing useful ones. After some contemplation, he decided to replace Herculean strength with self-healing and opted for reinforcement. Reinforcing entry, self-healing, white. Reinforcement in progress. Ding. The reinforcement was successful, granting him a new entry, self-healing green. His current entries now included self-healing green, as if in water, white, Herculean strength, white, iron teeth and copper gums, white, copper skin and iron bones, white, and intimidation, white. As the prompt appeared on the panel, an extraordinarily refreshing energy surged forth from his lower abdomen, circulating throughout his limbs and bones. This cool energy enveloped the injured areas, and the once piercing pain miraculously diminished significantly. Wang Shouyong raised his right hand, and to his astonishment, he observed that the severed finger was returning to its original position at a visibly rapid pace. The sight of the severed finger tingled pleasantly, accompanied by a comforting sensation. Furthermore, various internal injuries were enveloped and mended by a refreshing energy. If the previous white self-healing attribute was merely of a somewhat miraculous nature, the current green self-healing attribute had ascended to the level of a superhuman from a past life. Self-healing, immense strength, and a body as resilient as bronze and iron. Wasn't this the very essence of a superhero? With this thought, Wang Shouyong felt invigorated. Eating raw food was no longer a concern. At worst, it could be treated as seafood sashimi. A bit of grit would see him through, even if more were to come. Just then, a panel suddenly appeared again, inundating Wang Shouyong's vision with a cascade of attributes. It detected a multitude of attributes approaching, and the plunderable attributes were as follows. White, attribute 60. Wang Shouyong's eyelids fluttered. Chapter 6, Transformation of Demons? In the sky, a crimson radiance blazed like a shooting star in broad daylight, descending amidst the villagers' cries of astonishment. It was the esteemed officials of the Exorcism Bureau. Esteemed ones, we are the villagers of Sangxi. How splendid! Esteemed ones, our village has been overrun by demons. As the villagers discerned the attire of the descending figures, their eyes sparkled with hope, and they rushed forward in unison to recount the harrowing experiences they had endured over the past month. Although Wang Shouyong was filled with curiosity, he maintained a sense of restraint within. He soon discerned that the numerous entries nearby were, in fact, the 12 demons held captive by the officers. These demons had been sealed and transformed into their original forms, all crammed into a colossal cage carried by several officers. Liao Yuanqing used his magical power to separate the villagers, quickly directing his gaze towards Wang Shouyong. The reason was simple. Among the throng of villagers, only Wang Shouyong appeared remarkably calm and composed, a stark contrast that stood out like a drop of ink on a blank sheet of paper. Liao Yuanqing inquired, Are you the villagers of Sangzi village? Indeed, my lord. You must take charge for us. An elderly man rushed from the crowd and clutched Liao Yuanqing's leg. Do not fret. I am already aware. The demons are to be transported back to the Demon Extermination Division in Lin County, and your grievances will be addressed there in detail. However, there is an urgent matter at hand. I need to interrogate the demons, as I have heard that a dog demon has been tracking you. Have you seen it? As he spoke, Liao Yuanqing's expression suddenly sharpened, and he halted mid-sentence. With a flick of his magical prowess, he drew a piece of meat from a villager's hands into his palm, disregarding the scalding oil that coated his hands, and examined it closely. Moments later, his breath quickened. Is this the flesh of an awakened demon? The time of death cannot exceed 1 hour. It has now become part of this group of villagers' feast. His gaze shifted, and he spotted a dog head by the stream, its eyes wide open, seemingly filled with terror, as if it had witnessed something truly horrific in its final moments. Strangely, Liao Yuanqing's eyes fell upon Wang Shouyong, standing quietly at the periphery of the crowd, noting the copious bloodstains on his garments, while chilling images from the dungeon of Sangzi village flashed through his mind. A flurry of thoughts raced through Liao Yuanqing's mind. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he continued. Very well. All questions shall be addressed upon our return to the Demon Extermination Division. I have numerous uncertainties that require your thorough explanations. He then turned to the officers and commanded, collect the dog meat as well, and bring it back to the Demon Extermination Division. Understood. In the town of Linshui, on Chongqing Street, figures flitted by, each bearing 2 ragged villagers. Passers-by swiftly sidestepped, their curiosity piqued by this extraordinary spectacle. Linshui, a small town, had Chongqing Street as its bustling epicenter, where news traveled swiftly. This morning, the ire of Lord Liao had already reverberated through the streets, and it was common knowledge that Sangzi village had suffered a calamity, nearly annihilated in a massacre. The presence of survivors was truly astonishing. On this day, the villagers of Sangzi were temporarily housed in the servant quarters of the county office, awaiting their interrogation the following day. The quarters were filled with large communal bunks and hard wooden beds. After registering their names, they proceeded to the backyard to cleanse themselves of the grime, changing into fresh garments, ready to rest for the night. As dusk fell, the weary villagers from Sangzi sank into slumber as soon as their heads touched the pillows. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of snoring, Wang Shouyong, for once, found himself dreaming. In his dream, a dish of braised fish and a platter of smoked dog meat lay before him. Yet, no matter how he reached out, he could not grasp them. Instead, the dishes sprouted legs and scampered further away. On the following morning, amidst the melodious calls of the oriole, a demon extermination officer strode through the gates of the county office, making his way directly to the servant quarters. With an impassive expression, Officer Zhang Tiniu called out 10 names in succession. Hututi, Zhang Shidan. Those whose names I have called, follow me. Lord Liao wishes to inquire. With that, the officer led the 10 villagers who had risen to their feet out of the county office and towards the adjoining demon extermination office. The remaining villagers exchanged glances, their anxiety mounting. An hour later, the officer returned to the county office, once again announcing 10 names. Li Hu, Qian Lai Qing, Meng Yu, those 10, follow me. Wang Shouyong observed Aunt Meng beside him, her expression vacant as she rose silently to follow the villagers and the constable out of the county office. Half an hour later, the same constable, his visage inscrutable, re-entered the office and once again announced 9 names. Zhou Kong, Li Area, Zhao Pingyan, and the others, 9 individuals, accompany me. As the villagers rose in unison, the once crowded room for miscellaneous duties was soon left with Wang Shouyong seated alone upon his bed. What set this occasion apart was the peculiar demeanor of the young constable, who, before departing, cast a fleeting glance at the solitary figure of Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong exclaimed in astonishment, "My lord, why am I the only one left?" The young lieutenant, initially reluctant to engage, paused momentarily, and for reasons unknown. His tone softened considerably as he inquired gently, "Are you Wang Erwa?" Wang Shouyong nodded affirmatively. The young lieutenant shook his head and said, "Lord Liao will come personally to inquire about you shortly. Do not be anxious. Simply respond truthfully to all questions. Remember, it is imperative that you answer honestly." After this, the young lieutenant led the 9 others out of the county office, leaving Wang Shouyong alone in the vast servant quarters, lost in contemplation. What Wang Shouyong was unaware of was that, as numerous villagers were summoned for questioning, an unprecedented wave of tumult was surging within the Demon Extermination Department. fueled by the fervent whispers among the many officers. Quickly to the main hall. In the training ground, a dozen officers were ushered outside by a young man's call. The practicing officers paused, filled with confusion. What is happening? One inquired, gripping the arm of an officer. Do you not know? We must hasten to the main hall. Lord Liao is interrogating matters regarding the calamity in Sangzi village. What is so extraordinary about a calamity? Such occurrences happen every year. If it were merely a calamity, it would be one thing, but this time, there is an unprecedented bizarre incident. What incident? The crowd gathered, abandoning their practice, drawn by curiosity. The man, with shifty eyes and a gleeful demeanor, exclaimed, "The entire Sangzi village has been ensnared by demons. In the past month, 14 demons have consumed 300 villagers, leaving only 32 alive. Lord Liao has led a team to encircle Sangzi village, yet they have captured only 12 demons. Do you know why? It's simple arithmetic. There are clearly 14 demons, yet only 12 were captured." A voice from the crowd expressed astonishment. Could it be that 2 demons, foreseeing their impending doom, fled? Or perhaps, during the capture, someone mistakenly killed 2 of them? Wrong. The officer with shifty eyes exclaimed excitedly. Before the demon extermination department arrived, 2 of those demons had already been dealt with. What is so surprising about that? Hold on, let me finish. The officer swallowed hard, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Not only were the demons dealt with, but the individual also extracted their innards, gnawed on their flesh, drank their blood, and consumed their meat, torturing them to death in the process. Bite by bite, while the demons still drew breath, they were devoured alive. A wave of astonishment swept through the training ground. The officer's strange expression remained, yet he continued with enthusiasm. And this individual is among the villagers of Sangzi. Now, many officers began to suspect that this villager had transformed into a demon, and Lord Liao was set to verify this with the demon suppression stone. Chapter 7. Severed Steel Boom. As the officer's words echoed, the training ground erupted once more into a cacophony of noise. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. The story unfolds with unexpected twists and turns, presenting an extraordinary occurrence that has not been witnessed in decades, igniting excitement among the crowd as they rush towards the main hall. Just as a group of officers emerges from the training grounds, they spot a throng approaching from the direction of the main hall, at the center of which strides the esteemed Master Liao Yuanqing of the Demon Extermination Division. With a brisk gait, he carries a luminescent stone the size of a man's chest. Beside him stands a middle-aged officer, Hu Qingping, whose countenance is marked by a stern frown, his hand resting on the hilt of his long sword, revealing his unwavering vigilance even within the confines of the division. Recognizing Hu Qingping, a few among the onlookers sneer, speculating that his identification of Liao prompted this demonstration. As they catch sight of Hu, the officers who had just exited the training grounds fall silent, casting amused glances in his direction. As Hu passes, he casts a cool glance at the crowd, prompting them to avert their eyes. What arrogance, destined to remain a mere officer for life, someone whispers with a chuckle. Hu remains silent, maintaining his position by Liao's side, though his grip on his sword tightens unconsciously. The figures of Liao and his entourage soon vanish through the entrance of the training grounds, heading towards the servant quarters, while all the officers follow suit, forming a rare tide of bodies. Moments later, the small courtyard that typically belongs to the servants appears before them. Liao nods, prompting a young officer to stride forward and reach for the courtyard door. However, in the next instant, the door swings open on its own from within. The officer is momentarily taken aback, only to find a composed young man standing silently inside the courtyard, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. So many? Wang Shouyong is equally surprised. He had indeed sensed commotion outside, but he did not anticipate the sight of dozens of strangers upon opening the door. The young officer retracts his hand and clears his throat, addressing Liao. Master Liao, this is our esteemed leader from the Demon Extermination Division, who has come to inquire about you. Wang Shouyong nodded, and soon saw the elder at the forefront approaching him, cradling a stone in his hands. Liao Yuanqing scrutinized the young man before him and gently inquired, "Are you the one who rescued the villagers from the clutches of the demons?" Though framed as a question, the tone was resolute, emanating an inexplicable authority that weighed heavily in the air. Wang Shouyong unconsciously tensed his entire being and replied, "Indeed. How can a mere mortal like you be of any assistance?" Liao Yuanqing continued to inquire. Wang Shouyong stood with arms at his sides and replied, "I, a mere commoner, possess strength akin to that of an ox, and in a moment of unguardedness, the demon fell prey to my ambush." As his words echoed, A ripple of laughter surged through the crowd. Wang Shouyong surveyed the assembly, noting the air of flippant mockery etched upon the faces of the officers. Throughout their extensive training, they had never encountered a demon susceptible to the stealth of a mortal. Thus, his proclamation sounded to them no different than a jest. One officer, brandishing a steel staff, stepped forward and boisterously exclaimed, "Young man, do you comprehend that once a demon attains enlightenment, its strength can cleave mountains and shatter stones? Its body is resilient as bronze or iron. Yet you, a mere mortal, regardless of your ox-like might." His words trailed off, laden with skepticism. The newcomer was no friend. A thought suddenly emerged in Wang Shouyong's mind. Before he could respond, he observed the young lieutenant approaching with a grin, bypassing Liao Yuanxing to extend a steel rod towards him. "Young man, engage in a contest of strength with me. If you can wrest this rod from my grasp, I shall concede that you possess true innate strength. Otherwise, you are merely fabricating lies." Before his words had fully settled, the lieutenant noticed Wang Shouyong cast a glance at the silent Liao Yuanxing, and then, with remarkable nonchalance, he reached out to seize the opposite end of the rod. In the next instant, a powerful surge of force, akin to a tidal wave, surged from Wang Shouyong's end to that of the lieutenant. The lieutenant's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he prepared to exert his strength, he realized that the force was multiplying exponentially in an instant. With a swift motion, the steel rod traced an arc through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was seized by Wang Shouyong, who effortlessly drew it in a semicircle through the empty space. The turn of events transpired so rapidly that the onlooking lieutenants were momentarily rendered speechless. So fast. The lieutenant's countenance darkened as he forced himself to declare, "I was not yet ready. Your actions lack martial ethics. This is nothing short of a sneak attack." Wang Shouyong nodded thoughtfully and cast a fleeting glance at Liao Yuanxing, responding, "Indeed, it was a surprise attack. The demons, much like yourself, fell victim to my stealthy strike." As his words lingered in the air, the captain was rendered speechless. Nevertheless, Wang Shouyong did not cease his actions. He suddenly inhaled deeply, his arms swelling with strength, and his fingers, like iron, clenched firmly around the sides of the steel rod, causing veins to bulge prominently. "Ha!" Wang Shouyong let out a deep growl, his arms bending powerfully as the steel rod unexpectedly twisted and coiled, forming an exaggerated arc thud. In the next moment, the steel rod could no longer withstand the tremendous force and shattered into two pieces. The numerous officers displayed expressions of astonishment, a wave of murmurs erupting before quickly fading into silence, leaving the scene eerily quiet, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. Just moments ago, they spoke of demons awakening with strength to shatter mountains and split stones, yet the performance of this mere mortal now bore striking resemblance to that of an awakened demon. Clang! Wang Shouyong cast aside the steel rod, his flushed complexion gradually returning to normal as he breathed heavily. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon Liao Yuanxing. He was no fool. He did not believe that the actions of this young officer were merely impulsive. Behind the clumsy provocation, there must surely be the influence of the esteemed Liao. Thus, he observed Liao Yuanxing's profound eyes scrutinizing him for a while, before the latter shook his head and remarked, "Indeed, you possess remarkable strength. Let us then presume you ambushed the demons. However, the villagers claim that after subduing the fiends, you consumed them raw. Is there any truth to this assertion?" As Wang Shouyong's eyelid twitched, a sudden inspiration struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he was reminded of the 12 demons that the Demon Extermination Department had brought back from Sangzi village. In the blink of an eye, he formulated the response he deemed appropriate. Holding his breath, he bowed his head and softly replied, "Indeed, it is true. Not only am I as strong as an ox, but I also take delight in consuming demons." A gasp of astonishment arose from the watchful officers nearby, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Officer Hu Qingping, upon hearing these words, stepped forward, hand resting on his sword, positioning himself alongside another officer in a defensive stance beside Liao Yuanxing. No need to rush," Liao Yuanxing said nonchalantly, raising a hand to halt Hu Qingping. He then presented a glowing stone to Wang Shouyong. This artifact, known as the Demon Restraining Stone, possesses the ability to discern demons from the world. Place your hand upon the stone. Should it emit a green light, this official shall grant you an opportunity. However, if it glows red, his words trailed off, yet a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air. Wang Shouyong took a deep breath, calming himself. He was undeniably a man of integrity, and there was no need for concern. After a moment of contemplation, he softly inquired, "What opportunity do you refer to, my lord?" However, Liao Yuanqing chose not to respond, instead extending the demon-subduing stone towards him, implying that they would discuss matters further once everything had settled. Wang Shouyong pressed his lips together, and a bold conjecture arose from the depths of his heart. He extended his palm and placed it upon the demon suppression stone. The group of military officers leaned in, while some on the periphery quickly ascended the courtyard wall to observe. In the next instant, a clear emerald light emanated from the stone, illuminating the entrance of the servants' courtyard. Hu Qingping's gaze flickered as he, for the first time, withdrew his hand from the long sword at his side. The officers atop the courtyard wall exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. "Ha, splendid. How intriguing." Liao Yuanqing laughed heartily, unexpectedly turning to depart, casually pocketing the demon suppression stone as he leisurely made his exit. Wang Shouyong stood in a daze, watching Liao Yuanqing depart. His gaze inexplicably fixated on the glowing demon suppression stone. His mouth slightly agape. It seemed as though he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. It was not until Liao Yuanqing's figure vanished at the end of the road that a voice resonated clearly. "Report to the registry hall tomorrow to register. You will serve as an official attendant in the exorcism department. Hu Qingping, this lad is now under your supervision." Chapter 8. Joining the exorcism department and exploring the demon prison. Outside the servant quarters, a group of officers whispered among themselves. Wang Shouyong's intuition proved correct. The so-called opportunity lay in joining the demon exorcism division, from which one could soar to great heights. As he regained his composure, he noticed several officers shaking their heads as they departed, having enjoyed the spectacle to their satisfaction. Ultimately, only the stern-faced officer Hu Qingping remained before him. The demon-subduing stone, capable of discerning both the essence of demons and the innate qualities of mortals, had just emitted a brilliant emerald light, indicative of your exceptional aptitude, reaching the highest rank. If you are reluctant to join the demon exorcism division, I can certainly escort you back to your village. How do you wish to proceed? Wang Shouyong took a deep breath and stated, "Naturally, I am here to join the demon exorcism department." Hu Qingping nodded, albeit somewhat stiffly, and replied, "I am Hu Qingping, and starting tomorrow, I shall be your superior. After the registration is completed, I will take you out to exorcise demons. As for today, you are free to explore the premises of the demon exorcism department at your leisure." Wang Shouyong's heart was tumultuous, surrounded by a cacophony of disordered sounds. He raised his palm, sensing the lingering warmth of the demon-suppressing stone between his fingers. He tremulously inquired, "Is that demon-suppressing stone derived from the body of a demon?" Hu Qingping arched an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by the peculiar focus of the youth. In truth, all demon-suppressing stones in the world originated from a singular demon. A century ago, human masters besieged the thousand-faced mirage and extracted hundreds of fragments from its form, which became the very source of the demon-suppressing stones. Wang Shouyong's eyes flickered. The thousand-faced mirage should still be alive? Indeed, it has not perished, yet since that battle, it has not appeared in the world. It must have concealed itself within the abyss of no return. Pausing briefly, Hu Qingping, with a stern countenance, remarked, "Lord Liao has traveled from Yuanjing. The demon-subduing stone is his personal possession, and I advise you against harboring any improper intentions." Wang Shouyong swallowed hard and replied, "All right." Unbeknownst to Hu Qingping, at the very moment Wang Shouyong's palm approached the demon suppression stone, an inaudible sound resonated. Ding! The lines of text on the panel made Wang Shouyong's mouth water. Detected proximity to a keyword, plunderable keyword, illusory deity, gold. With a stern expression, Hu Qingping was about to turn away when he suddenly noticed Wang Shouyong licking his lips. "By the way, my lord, I would like to inquire about the 12 demons from Sangzi village. What will be their fate?" Hu Qingping, somewhat impatient, turned on his heel and stated plainly, "They are currently confined in the demon prison, where my colleagues in the civil service will interrogate them. They shall be executed 3 days hence at Chaqing Street." As he spoke, Hu Qingping conjured his magical energy and floated away, oblivious to the spark of excitement that lit up in the youth's eyes behind him. Wang Shouyong swallowed again. The demon suppression stone. The treasures of the Demon Extermination Division's prison. There was so much to behold. On the following day, the villagers of Sangzi received their compensation from the Linshui County office. And after being treated by the county's physician, they were gradually sent back to their village. After all, life must go on. Thus, only Wang Shouyong remained at the Demon Extermination Division, bidding farewell to the villagers of Sangzi. Meanwhile, Wang Shouyong asked for directions and arrived early at the registry hall to await his registration. The interior of the Demon Extermination Division was vast and labyrinthine. It took him considerable effort to locate the registry hall. In the early morning, there were few people in the division, with only a handful of attendants bustling about. Among them, several cast curious glances at the solitary figure of Wang Shouyong standing at the entrance of the hall. Soon, someone approached and inquired, "Brother, are you new here?" The newcomer, clad in the garb of an attendant and appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, carried a water bucket. Wang Shouyong nodded. Yet his mind remained preoccupied with the events of the previous day, particularly the demon-suppressing stone adorned with golden inscriptions and the demon prison filled with white inscriptions. While the demon-suppressing stone might be a treasure belonging to Liao Yuanqing, currently beyond his reach, the demon prison harbored numerous sentient demons awaiting execution. Since their fate was already sealed, he mused, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to extract a few inscriptions for himself. With this thought, Wang Shouyong unconsciously licked his lips. The attendant, witnessing Wang Shouyong's peculiar demeanor, was puzzled by his thoughts and shook his head, remarking, "The Hall of Records does not open until the afternoon. Your early presence here is of no use." Wang Shouyong regained his senses and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is the demon exorcism department truly so idle?" "Hush!" The attendant's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly replied, "How dare you speak ill of the demon exorcism department? Lower your voice. If the captain hears, we shall be in grave trouble." Wang Shouyong chuckled softly, embracing the flow of conversation, and inquired, "How should I address you?" "I am Li Gui," he replied, "considered your senior, having served as a menial worker in the demon extermination department for 3 years." After speaking, Li Gui turned his head slightly and whispered, "As for your earlier question, the demon extermination department does not recruit personnel every day. The clerical positions in the registry hall are, in fact, the most leisurely tasks within the entire department, which explains the tardiness in my arrival at noon." Understanding dawned upon Wang Shouyong, who nodded in realization. Li Gui continued with a smile, "There are still 2 hours until noon. If you find yourself with nothing to occupy your time, you might as well accompany me and familiarize yourself with the duties of a menial worker in advance. However, not everyone is afforded the opportunity to follow my lead. A certain prerequisite is required." With a triumphant grin, Li Gui rubbed his fingers together, clearly indicating his desire for some form of advantage. Wang Shouyong chuckled softly, clearly aware that Li Gui perceived him as a mere apprentice. He shrugged his shoulders with a smile and replied, "Dear brother Li Gui, I have just recently joined the demon extermination department and am utterly without funds. You have mistaken the person." To his surprise, Li Gui generously waved his hand and said, "Ah, what does it matter? By next month, you shall receive your salary. Once that is settled, I will ensure your protection within the ranks of the demon extermination department." Wang Shouyong chuckled lightly, nodding with amusement as he casually took the water bucket from Li Gui's hands. "It seems I shall be relying on you more in the future, my dear Li Gui. Where are we headed?" Seeing Wang Shouyong's agreeable demeanor, Li Gui nodded in satisfaction and picked up another bucket of water, leading Wang Shouyong onward. As they walked, he explained, "A few days ago, the officers captured more than a dozen demons. Yesterday, they spent the entire day interrogating them in the demon prison. We are going to rouse them from their stupor and clean the prison a bit. Later, when the officers return, they will continue their interrogations." Wang Shouyong's expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Are we to venture into the demon prison? Even before my official induction, fortune has smiled upon me." Indeed, Li Gui, misinterpreting Wang Shouyong's enthusiasm, offered reassurance, saying, "Do not fret. The demons within are stripped of their powers and bound by soul nails, rendering them weaker than mere mortals." Wang Shouyong nodded repeatedly and said, "That is excellent. May I approach them closely?" Li Gui blinked and whispered, "I understand your curiosity. I was once like you. In principle, contact with demons is prohibited, yet with the absence of the captain, who can say for certain?" Wang Shouyong revealed a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The two engaged in conversation as they swiftly approached the entrance of the demon prison. Standing guard were 2 officers clad in dark uniforms, lazily yawning while holding their long spears. Upon noticing the pair, they instantly perked up. "Halt! What is your business?" As the 2 were about to enter the prison, a spear was thrust out to block their path. Li Gui bent slightly and replied with a smile, "Yesterday, the esteemed official instructed us to clean the prison, so we arrived early today." "Ah," responded the officer, retracting his spear and waving them through. His inquiry was merely routine, and upon observing no signs of unusual behavior, he relaxed his stance. Wang Shouyong remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he followed Li Gui into the prison. The officers of the Demon Extermination Department possessed cultivation levels ranging from the Qi transformation stage to the profound perception stage, with our esteemed director, Lord Liao, being a formidable presence at the profound realm. Therefore, I urge you to exercise utmost caution and discretion within the confines of the Demon Extermination Department, ensuring that you do not provoke the esteemed officers. Wang Shouyong, ever receptive to kindness, responded softly. Upon entering the prison, he was immediately assaulted by a putrid stench that permeated the air. Li Gui skillfully retrieved a towel from his pocket, dampening it with water from a bucket, fashioning it into a makeshift mask. The oppressive atmosphere of the prison was formidable, yet the most unbearable aspect was undeniably the foul odor. Next time you visit, remember to bring a cloth to cover your mouth and nose, he advised. Li Gui cast a sly glance at Wang Shouyong, seemingly eager to observe his reaction. He recalled his initial visit to the prison, when the overwhelming stench had caused his stomach to churn, resulting in an embarrassing bout of retching. However, to his surprise, Wang Shouyong appeared unfazed, his expression steady, with only a glint of excitement in his eyes as he hurriedly descended the prison steps. Hey, what's the rush? Li Gui asked, bewildered, before quickly racing to catch up with him. Wait for me. Wang Shouyong remained oblivious, for his ears were inundated with an incessant cacophony of notifications. Ding. Proximity to entry detected. Ding. Proximity to entry detected. Ding. Proximity to entry detected. Plunderable entry. White. Entry 100. Chapter 9. A bounty of entries. Before him lay a prison that was not merely a den of demons, but rather a veritable paradise for Wang Shouyong. Descending the steps, his gaze fell upon a dozen dimly lit cells, each barred door stained with blood. In the flickering candlelight of the corridor, the crimson stains appeared as a deep maroon. Without exception, the prison housed a multitude of demons in their original forms: cat demons, leopard demons, raccoon demons, and wolf demons. These creatures languidly lay upon the ground, skewered by massive nails driven into their spines, seemingly resigned to their fate. This level contained only the awakened demons, while the next tier housed those in transformation. And the subterranean third layer was reserved for the profound demons. Recently, over 10 awakened demons had been captured and would require interrogation in the coming days. Thus, we must cleanse the prison of its foul stench. However, our movements were restricted to this level, as the next was shielded by a magical barrier that necessitated the authority of a commanding officer for passage. Li Gui elaborated incessantly. Wang Shouyong's breath gradually became more rapid, the light in his eyes increasingly bright, and his heartbeat quickened. Li Gui, I inquire of you, can the prison door here be opened? Wang Shouyong turned his head to ask. It can indeed be opened. The key hangs on the wall at the end of the corridor. After all, we must enter to clean up. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Gui sensed something amiss, staring blankly as he asked, What do you intend to do? Wang Shouyong set down the water bucket and hastened towards the end of the corridor. Indeed, a large ring of keys hung upon the weathered stone wall, each key marked with the number of a cell door. Hey, don't act recklessly. Just take a look, Li Gui exclaimed in alarm, also placing his water bucket down and pursuing Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong removed the key from the wall and promptly unlocked the nearest cell door, advancing directly towards a wolf demon within. Li Gui crouched before the cell, utterly at a loss. What are you planning to do, my friend? I brought you here with good intentions. Brotherly, have you heard of the tragedy that befell Sangzi village? Wang Shouyong's voice echoed in the darkness, haunting and reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. A shiver coursed through Li Gui. Inexplicably, he felt the temperature within the prison drop several degrees, and even the foul stench in the air became somewhat more bearable. Sangzi village, he recalled, that was just a few days ago. Indeed, I am one of the few survivors of Sangzi village. Out of more than 300 souls, scarcely a tenth remain, as demons ravaged the villagers, leaving behind nothing but horror, Wang Shouyong stated coldly. Li Gui struggled to swallow, his voice trembling as he asked, and then what? Wang Shouyong crouched before the wolf demon, his gaze fixed intently on the creature's lacerated flesh. I wish for the demon to experience a taste of this torment. Li Gui, nearly paralyzed with fear, implored, Brother Wang, let us speak calmly. Please, come out, if you would. Wang Shouyong, however, remained silent. Any pretense he could conjure was merely a facade, unnecessary to elucidate to Li Gui. Thus, he opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the wolf demon's lacerated back. How? The wolf demon, previously in a state of unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the sharp pain of the bite. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld a human figure atop its body, tearing away a piece of flesh. Terror-stricken, it let out a howl, though the sound was muffled and contained by the soundproofing array. Ding. Acquired entry. Howl of the Moon, White. Howl of the Moon, White. Your roar possesses a faint psychic attack capability. Another bite. Howl. Acquired entry. Bloodthirst, White. Bloodthirst, White. Consuming flesh and blood enhances your recovery speed. Yet another bite. Brother Wang, please stop eating, I'm frightened. Acquired entry. Wolf's Endurance, White. Wolf's Endurance, White. While running, you shall possess ample stamina. Wang Shouyong devoured his meal with a ferocity akin to that of a ravenous wolf. The sound of his voracious appetite echoed through the air. Moments later, as he emerged from the confines of the prison, crimson droplets cascaded from the corners of his mouth. The sight of his bloodied visage, coupled with his lingering expression of satisfaction, painted a haunting portrait as he stepped from the shadows. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow, rendering him a figure reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Li Gui stood frozen in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Shouyong, licking his lips, advanced toward him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Li Gui's fear reached a crescendo. Brother Li Gui, Wang Shouyong intoned softly. Upon seeing him approach, Li Gui's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Wang Shouyong paused, initially intending to ask Brother Li Gui to keep it a secret. But he never anticipated that Li would be so timid as to faint from fear. In a way, this was fortuitous, sparing him from a difficult situation. Contemplating this, Wang Shouyong dragged Li Gui to a corner of the prison cell and set him down before proceeding towards the next cell door. As time passed, the anguished cries of demons were muffled by the prison's magical array. 1 cell, 5 cells, 10 cells, 19 cells. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Shouyong, belching heavily, laboriously made his way to the final cell on this level. This cell was adjacent to a staircase leading downwards, however, lacking the necessary orders. He was unable to proceed below for the time being. The last one must be secured. Wang Shouyong wiped his mouth and opened the cell door, revealing a boneless leech pinned to the ground. Through its translucent body, he could discern the stains of blood and filth on the floor. Wang Shouyong stepped forward and was unexpectedly met with the question, "Are you human or demon?" Wang Shouyong was momentarily taken aback, glancing around before finally realizing that the voice originated from the leech in front of him. "Guess what?" he mused, crouching down and wishing to dispense with superfluous words. He leaned in to bite. "Wait, I possess a secret that can lead you directly to the realm of perception." The leech cried out in panic. Clearly, despite the soundproof barrier surrounding them, it had still detected various disturbances. Realm of perception? Wang Shouyong paused in astonishment. Indeed, once you grasp this secret, you shall attain the realm of perception. Wang Shouyong took a decisive bite, tearing off a piece of translucent flesh and swallowing it whole, while murmuring, "What on earth is this sensation?" The acquired ability read, Digestive Mastery, White. Digestive Mastery, White. You possess formidable digestive capabilities. The moment the ability was obtained, Wang Shouyong felt the demon flesh in his stomach vanishing at an unprecedented pace, simultaneously transforming into a refreshing energy that surged through his limbs and bones. In the blink of an eye, he discovered that all his injuries had completely healed. The flesh within him continued to be digested, alleviating even the fatigue nestled within his muscles, as he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his entire being. The leech, still writhing in agony, exclaimed in indignation, "You have not trained. How could you be unaware of what this sensation is?" Wang Shouyong excitedly wiped his mouth, completely indifferent to the surrounding chaos. Just a few days prior, he was an ordinary individual, entirely oblivious to the convoluted realms of cultivation. The alluring words of the leech were akin to casting flirtatious glances at a blind man. For him, it was far more prudent to ponder the extraordinary transformations occurring within himself. Soon, his gaze became fixated on 2 entries, Bloodthirsty, White, and Digestive Enhancement, White. The former, derived from a wolf demon, allowed for accelerated recovery through the consumption of flesh and blood, while the latter, originating from the leech before him, significantly enhanced digestive speed. It became evident that the synergy between the entries yielded remarkable effects. Wang Shouyong suddenly felt as though he had discovered a new continent. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, he turned his attention to the leech, eagerly bending down. He bit down and swallowed. Acquired entry, Bone-like Flexibility, White. Bone-like Flexibility, White. Your physique possesses extraordinary pliability. Wang Shouyong flicked his hand and attempted a few moves, only to shake his head in disappointment. Alas, he could neither transform into the long-nosed king nor become the straw hat boy. He bent down and took 3 bites in quick succession, leaving the leech's body in a state of utter disarray. "Ah, how dare you! A mere mortal, I shall consume you." The leech writhed in a frenzy, yet inexplicably. It felt an unprecedented rigidity in its form, losing its usual suppleness. Nevertheless, it turned its head towards Wang Shouyong, attaching itself to him with a firm grip. Wang Shouyong swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth, casually swatting away the leech. Acquired abilities: blood-sucking, white; immune to all poisons, white; unstoppable momentum, white. Wang Shouyong rose to his feet, finding the leech before him in a state of near demise, its curses barely audible. A fleeting glance at the panel revealed that the blood-sucking ability enhanced his capacity to seize blood, while the phrase invulnerable to all poisons was quite literal. However, the most crucial and intriguing aspect lay within the final entry, as unstoppable as a bamboo shoot, white, which allowed one to transcend the bottleneck of the perception realm. Once again, it pertained to the perception realm. Chapter 10, The 6 Realms of Cultivation. Current entries: green, entry 1, white, entries 105. Wang Shouyong nodded with satisfaction, clenching his fist as he felt an unprecedented explosive power surging within him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the panel displayed an impressive 6 entries labeled bull strength. Additionally, attributes such as steel body and copper skin, iron bones boasted a remarkable 12 entries. At this moment, he was akin to a superhero, save for the inability to fly. Should he face that demon once more, he could likely shatter its skull with a single strike. After leaving the prison cell and securing the door, he seized a bucket of water and tidied up each cell while Li Gui remained asleep. Having completed this task, he made his way down the corridor to the stone wall, where he carefully hung a large set of keys back in their rightful place. "Brotherly, awaken." Wang Shouyong gently patted Li Gui's face, softly calling his name. With a sharp sound, he had not yet mastered the appropriate force and inadvertently struck too hard, causing Li Gui's cheek to swell visibly. "Wake up." After a moment, Li Gui groggily regained consciousness, and as his awareness fully returned, he found himself staring at Wang Shouyong's visage. Do not scream, dear brotherly, it is I, Wang Shouyong." Li Gui exclaimed in terror. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Wang Shouyong sighed and remarked, "Brotherly, there are no ghosts in this world, only demons." After a brief moment, under Wang Shouyong's earnest reassurances, Li Gui finally regained his composure. However, the calm that enveloped Li Gui was overshadowed by immense despair and trepidation. "Brother Wang, we are doomed. We are strangers to each other. Why have you brought this upon me?" Li Gui lamented, covering his face in dismay. "And why is my face swollen?" Wang Shouyong remarked. "The swelling of your face is of no concern to me. Perhaps Brother Li accidentally fell. Rest assured, I have spared the demon's life. It is merely a matter of a little flesh and blood. If you do not speak of it, neither shall I, and no one will be the wiser." Li Gui's complexion remained pale. Although he doubted the longevity of Wang Shouyong's concealment, he had no choice but to comfort himself with such reasoning at this juncture. Moreover, he had merely been negligent, not complicit. The image of Wang Shouyong feasting upon the wolf demon flashed in his mind, causing Li Gui to feel a wave of nausea. "Alas, given the circumstances, let us tidy up swiftly and depart from this place," he said, trembling as he rose to his feet. Wang Shouyong kindly reminded, "I have already conducted a thorough cleaning. There should be no traces left behind." Li Gui's lips twitched involuntarily as he replied stiffly, "That is indeed a relief." With that, Wang Shouyong assisted Li Gui towards the prison door. Li Gui swore that if time could be reversed to that morning, he would have certainly refrained from conversing with the young man before him, and would have kept a safe distance. However, as they stepped outside and were about to head back in the direction they came, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. His expression was cold and severe, exuding an extraordinary presence, and the chilling aura emanating from him sent shivers down one's spine from a distance. Upon seeing this individual, Li Gui's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Brotherly, what is the matter?" Wang Shouyong inquired in surprise, following his gaze to the approaching figure. It was the stern officer who— "We are doomed," Li Gui thought in panic. "We are finished." Officer who is known for his merciless demeanor, and he must be here to hold us accountable. In a state of disarray, Li Gui lost all composure, entirely forgetting the events that had transpired moments ago and how others might be aware of them. The newcomer, with a hand resting on his long knife, had a face as chiseled as if sculpted from stone, his tall frame betraying no emotion. His steps were precise, as if he had measured the distance. And an aura of icy menace seemed to envelop him. It was none other than Hu Qingping, whom they had encountered the previous day. Wang Shouyong smiled, while Li Gui wept. In a matter of moments, Hu Qingping approached the two, casting a frigid glance upon them. Li Gui, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground, feeling as though the heavens were about to fall, his mind swirling with thoughts of calamity. Yet, in the next instant, he heard the stern voice of Lieutenant Hu Qingping. "Today, you were summoned to register your name. Where have you been?" Wang Shouyong replied with a respectful gesture. "As the registration hall has yet to open this morning, I thought I would stroll through the demon prison." Hu Qingping furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Li Gui, inquiring, "Have you stirred up any trouble?" Li Gui, panic-stricken and dazed, appeared pale and utterly terrified. Wang Shouyong smiled widely and replied, "No." Hu Qingping nodded, extending his hand to present a completely black plaque adorned with intricate golden patterns, with an ancient character for sway engraved at its center. With a swift motion, Hu Qingping retrieved a stack of garments from his storage pouch. These too were entirely black, yet embellished with silvery designs. The texture was unknown, but felt soft and gentle against the skin. Li Gui looked up, the black and gold plaque glistening under the sun, his mouth gradually parting in astonishment. "This is your plaque and clothing. Keep them safe. Today, accompany me to vanquish demons, and we shall return later to register in the roster." Wang Shouyong, without hesitation, donned the attire provided, which fit him perfectly. He deftly fastened the black gold insignia at his waist, and as he lifted his head, a palpable aura of authority enveloped him. "Brotherly, I kindly ask you to take care of my old garments. I shall return to retrieve them later." "Thank you very much." Wang Shouyong extended a bundle of old garments, and Li Gui, in a state of bewilderment, accepted them with a vacant gaze. It was not until Wang Shouyong and Hu Qingping vanished at the end of the road that Li Gui, trembling, managed to rise, his pallor evident, murmuring to himself. He was, after all, a personal attendant to an official of the military rank. The gravity of this realization darkened Li Gui's countenance, nearly bringing him to tears. It was over. He had audaciously solicited a favor from him. The term personal attendant to an official of the military rank referred to one who served under the command of a captain in the exorcism department, assisting in his duties. A captain could have up to 5 attendants, but as I prefer tranquility over commotion, I have only you as my sole attendant. The two swiftly navigated through the thicket. As Hu Qingping explained matter-of-factly, Wang Shouyong cast a suspicious glance at Hu Qingping, his intuition suggesting that Hu was merely putting on a brave front. Yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his doubts. Cold in demeanor yet warm at heart, he was not well liked among his peers. It seemed that fortune was not in his favor, being assigned under such a person. "Where are we headed?" Wang Shouyong inquired. "Today, 3 officers from the Ganxian realm are embarking on a mission to hunt down demons, each accompanied by their own retinue. Your duty is to intercept any minor demons that might escape, ensuring that no elusive creature slips through the cracks." It became clear that while the other officers had their companions, officer who was venturing forth alone, a predicament that could prove unfavorable. Wang Shouyong, a man of keen intellect, quickly discerned Hu Qingping's intentions, eliciting a quiet chuckle within him. Although this individual appeared stern, he was, in fact, quite concerned with maintaining his image. The remaining attendants, all of whom were body refinement practitioners, possessed bodies with fully connected meridians, exuding a robust strength. However, your innate divine power renders you their equal. After a brief pause, Hu Qingping elucidated. "Upon our return and the registration of names, the Demon Subjugation Bureau will bestow upon you the methods of cultivation, guiding you into the realm of practice. The body refinement stage, the initial phase of cultivation, involves the infusion of precious elixirs to open the 72 major acupoints of the human body. Once this stage is perfected, one gains the ability to cleave mountains and lift heavy vessels with ease." Wang Shouyong was momentarily taken aback as he felt the unyielding strength of his iron-like palms and the immense power coursing through him, remaining silent. The second realm, known as the transformation of qi, involves drawing power from the heavens and the earth, transforming it into one's own essence until the vital energy fills the grand orifice, flowing ceaselessly. When this realm is perfected, one can stand effortlessly in midair. As he spoke, Hu Qingping demonstrated by leaping into the sky, his body soaring forward. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Wang Shouyong shattered the earth beneath him, propelling himself forward with the force of a cannonball, barely keeping pace with Hu Qingping's speed. Hu Chengping cast a surprised glance at Wang Shouyong and remarked, "Your footwork is commendable, yet in the realm of energy transformation, one can draw strength from the heavens and the earth, traversing 1,000 miles in a single day. Ultimately, when it comes to long-distance pursuits, the mastery of energy transformation prevails." Wang Shouyong cast a glance at the inscription on the panel, "Wolf travels 1,000 miles," and smiled without uttering a word. Upon reaching the Qi transformation realm, one may ascend to the rank of a lieutenant through the accumulation of merits. Within the demon exorcism division, most lieutenants belong to the perception of profoundness realm, but there are also a few at the Qi transformation stage. The perception of profoundness realm is a level above Qi transformation, wherein one's magical energy is condensed into droplets and stored within the limbs and bones. At this stage, distinctions between major orifices cease to exist. The skin itself becomes a natural orifice, connecting one to the heavens and earth. This culminates in a state of completeness, allowing for the comprehension of the profound mysteries of the universe, whereby one's every movement possesses strength 100-fold greater than that of the Qi transformation realm. Wang Shouyong nodded, a tentative understanding of his own capabilities dawning upon him. With over 100 entries to his name, he found himself approximately at the cusp of the transformation realm. However, the transformation realm, with its ability to soar through the skies, placed him at a disadvantage in comparison. Beyond that lies the Taotian realm, the comprehension realm, and the universe realm, yet these levels remain distant aspirations, warranting no further contemplation at this juncture. Wang Shouyong nodded, recalling a matter. He inquired, "What realm do we confront the demons in this expedition?" The realms of the demons commence with the awakening realm and the transformation realm, with the third realm aligning with that of the human race. In this venture, there exist 2 formidable great demons in the perception realm and more than 10 lesser demons in the awakening realm. Remember to cooperate closely with your comrades and prioritize safety. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at their destination. Chapter 11. The perception realm demonic trap. Before them stood a dilapidated Taoist temple, surrounded by crumbling walls, with withered vines and ancient trees, while crows perched ominously upon the branches. It was clearly a bright day, yet an unsettling chill permeated the air. Blood was used to inscribe a multitude of words for kill at the temple's entrance, a sight both startling and ghastly. Surrounding the temple were 10 brawny men, clad similarly to Wang Shouyong, yet their physiques were rugged and robust, resembling iron towers, each vigilantly stationed at their respective posts. Leading them were 2 dark-clad lieutenants, their sleeves embellished with golden patterns, soaring high above, swords poised in anticipation. Upon the arrival of Hu Chengping, both lieutenants let out disdainful snorts. The one to the east, with a sharp face, was named Sun Jiming, while the bald figure to the west went by Tang Ying. Both were the lowest-ranking lieutenants from last year's demon extermination examination. Hu Chengping's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it bore no disguise. As his words fell, the expressions of the 2 lieutenants darkened. Sun Jiming scoffed, "Hu Chengping, what do you think you are? If you were truly so formidable, why have you not ascended to the rank of demon extermination officer?" Tang Ying chimed in with a mocking tone. "Is it not because of your cowardice 3 years ago, which led to the tragic demise of dozens of brothers?" Before he could finish, a flash of blade light soared skyward, barely grazing the tip of Tang Ying's nose as it shot into the heavens. A lock of hair fluttered down from Tang Ying's forehead, and Wang Shouyong turned in astonishment to see Hu Chengping slowly sheathing his sword. "Another word, and you shall return to the demon extermination office in a state of repose." "You." Tang Ying's eyes widened in fury, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Wang Shouyong, observing from a distance, felt a chill run down his spine. Had that blade been aimed at him, he feared he would have lost his head before he even realized what was happening. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the mention of the 3-year-old incident of retreating in the face of danger by Tang Ying. Was it possible that lieutenant who bore such a dark history? As if he sensed Wang Shouyong's thoughts, Hu Cheng cast a fleeting glance in his direction and coldly instructed, "Focus on the task at hand and concentrate on vanquishing the demon." Without further warning, Hu Cheng stepped forward, his form slowly rising above the dilapidated Taoist temple, an aura of power surging forth as he struck down towards the temple's roof. The momentum of the blade erupted in the air, rapidly manifesting as a blinding light that obscured the heavens. In the next instant, a shroud of grayish hue enveloped the temple, colliding fiercely with the radiant blade. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying's expressions shifted dramatically as they both shouted in unison, "No." At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from within the temple. "You worthless demon exterminators. Cease disturbing my tranquil slumber. After a brief pause, the grayish light barrier atop the temple vibrated violently, astonishingly swallowing the blade's brilliance. The barrier trembled intensely, rippling outwards like the layers of fat on a swine. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying hastily retreated, simultaneously unleashing their powers, causing the 10 attendants stationed before the temple to be swept away, suddenly transported several dozen yards away. In that instant, only Hu Cheng and Wang Shouyong remained outside the temple. Fools! This demon excels in counterattacks. Should you act recklessly, you will only serve to empower it. Sun Jiming admonished as he fell back. Tang Ying echoed his sentiments. To act so rashly is to court death for yourself, but do not endanger us. As if to confirm their warnings, the gray light barrier abruptly contracted, followed by a piercing shriek as it surged outward. Boom! The once mighty blade of light was now coalesced into a single mass, expelled from the barrier and hurtling towards Hu Cheng. Simultaneously, the residual shockwave radiated outward, causing the dry trees within a tinjong radius of the temple to snap at the waist, splintering wood flying in all directions. A sudden foreboding arose within Wang Shouyong, prompting him to instinctively shield his forehead with his arms. It is of no consequence. A calm voice resonated in his ear, immediately followed by a resounding clash of metal, which erupted violently before him. As he lifted his gaze, Wang Shouyong beheld Hu Chengping drawing his sword from its sheath. Instantly, dozens of gleaming blades illuminated the air, forming a meticulous protective net. The surrounding earth and stone were shattered, and clouds of dust billowed forth, resembling the aftermath of a cataclysmic explosion. After a few breaths, Wang Shouyong raised his head, only to discover that, apart from his own position, the vicinity had been blasted into a massive pit over 3 meters high and spanning several meters wide, courtesy of the flashing blades and the onslaught of demonic entities. Only the ground beneath him and the young officer who remained untouched. With a mere strike, he wielded the might of a missile. Is this the essence of perception? Wang Shouyong muttered in a daze. Hu Chengping turned his head and calmly remarked, "You are mistaken. It is the pinnacle of perception." Suddenly, a chime sounded, indicating the proximity of a keyword, allowing for the potential to seize the term. Suddenly, a panel appeared before Wang Shouyong, leaving him no time to discern the words inscribed upon it before he cried out loudly, "It's here." Hu Chengping cast a surprised glance at Wang Shouyong before swiftly drawing his blade. In an instant, a dazzling arc of light erupted from the sword, engulfing the surroundings in a blinding white haze. Immediately thereafter, a piercing and anguished scream erupted. Ah! Wang Shouyong lifted his gaze, only to behold a cascade of bright crimson blood gushing from a distance of 10 zhang. A creature, clad in impenetrable armor and adorned with a mottled white hue, was hastily retreating while clutching its face. Strangely, upon its back lay a woman, her complexion ashen and seemingly long deceased. Her tattered garments offered little protection, her arms rigidly entwined around the creature's neck, grotesquely twisted into a fatal knot, while her legs dangled limply behind it. The demonic entity bore the corpse, a ghastly mockery of a nuptial arrangement for the dead. Hu Chengping immediately discerned the grim truth. This was a clam demon that had vivisected a beautiful mortal woman, extracting her vital organs to fill with spiritual herbs, while bearing the vengeful remains upon its back. Should it find a location steeped in the essence of the nine yin, the clam demon could merge its energies with the corpse, supplemented by a profusion of blood vitality, to forge a formidable corpse puppet. The woman would be resurrected, eternally bound to serve the demon that awakened her. This method was perilous in the extreme, yet if successful, the puppet would stand as an equal ally to the demon. Demon Slaying Bureau, you shall pay dearly. The clam demon howled in anguish, discarding the corpse as it transformed into a shroud of gray light, fleeing swiftly into the heavens. The lifeless body thudded heavily to the ground, its distorted limbs utterly limp, the abdomen rent open to reveal a void devoid of organs, filled only with spiritual herbs stained with dark crimson. Lying supine, the expression on her face was one of sorrowful lamentation. You have thwarted my grand design today. I shall surely have my vengeance. The venomous voice of the clam demon swiftly faded into the horizon. Do not flee, Sun Jiming shouted as he sprang forward, transforming into a vibrant arc as he pursued the demon with his blade drawn. Tang Ying's countenance shifted dramatically, and without a word, he invoked his escape technique to follow suit. Soon, the two became streaks of brilliant light in pursuit of the retreating demon. Hu Chengping furrowed his brow, hesitating for a rare moment. Within the temple, there are still 10 awakened demons. You and your comrades must collaborate and eradicate them all. After a brief pause, he added, "I shall return shortly." With that, without waiting for Wang Shouyong's response, he unleashed his formidable powers, transforming into a crimson streak akin to the two officers. Racing toward the direction the demon had fled, Wang Shouyong opened his mouth, suddenly feeling an odd sensation stir within him. Yet, at that moment, he could not recall the source of this peculiarity and could only watch helplessly as Hu Qingping flew away at great speed. Moments later, when the crimson glow belonging to the school officer vanished from the horizon, only Wang Shouyong and 10 other body-refining realm attendants remained outside the Taoist temple. A chilling wind howled. Although it was a clear and sunny day, Wang Shouyong felt an inexplicable chill penetrate to his very bones. Something was amiss, something was amiss. Wang Shouyong muttered to himself. At that moment, the 10 attendants behind him seemed to have also come to the realization, collectively exclaiming in alarm. There are still demons within the temple. 10 of them are in the enlightenment realm. We must hurry. As the words left their lips, they rushed towards the temple in a frenzy. As they passed by Wang Shouyong, one of them, irritated by his presence, roughly shoved him aside with a sneer before dashing forward. Within the Demon Extermination Division, the attendants aiming for promotion had only 2 paths. The first was to break through to the Qi transformation realm, allowing them to undergo assessments and accumulate merits to ascend to the martial officer rank. The second was to amass an overwhelming amount of merits, forcibly elevating themselves to the civil officer rank through sheer accumulation, thus facing the demons of the enlightenment realm. All attendants were filled with a valiant fervor, with no thought of yielding. After a few leaps, several of them surged through the crumbling gates of the temple, their forms vanishing within. Wang Shouyong instinctively leaped several feet, emerging from the deep pit, and sprinted a few steps towards the Taoist temple. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Ding. Proximity of entry detected. Plunderable entry. White. Entry 50. It was only at that moment that he gradually came to a halt. The pale blue panel floating before him, the discomfort in his heart reaching a crescendo. He stared blankly at the panel. The sounds of shouts and battles echoing from within the temple. The conflict had already commenced. After taking 2 more bewildered steps forward, the text on the panel became increasingly glaring, flashing vividly before his eyes, and that peculiar sensation tightened its grip on his heart. What was amiss? He fixed his gaze on the panel, the words becoming ever more pronounced, a vague intuition bubbling to the surface. Suddenly, Wang Shouyong noticed the notification on the panel regarding the proximity of an entry, and a bolt of lightning surged through his mind, instantly dispelling all gloom. He suddenly recalled the panel prompt that appeared when the demons manifested. He understood now. He comprehended the true source of his discomfort. Wang Shouyong turned his head, fixating intently on the lifeless female form sprawled upon the ground. A chilling sensation began to emanate from the soles of his feet, coursing up along his spine until it erupted in a cacophony at the crown of his head. Instinctively, he took 2 steps toward the corpse, prompting the interface to refresh its text. Ding. Proximity to entries detected. Plunderable entries. Heavenly Scourge, purple. Yin-Yang Infinity, purple. Falling Earth, purple. Body of 9 Yin, purple. Messenger of the Netherworld, purple. There is also a mysterious demon present. Chapter 12. Fortify, fortify, fortify. Who could have anticipated that, after the departure of the Centurion, another demon of the mysterious realm lay concealed upon the ground? This was no mere corpse-bearer. It was a ruse orchestrated by 2 demons of the mysterious realm, one employing a stratagem to divert 3 centurions with ease. Now, only 10 martial artists of the body refinement realm remained, alongside himself, an utterly untrained mortal. Wang Shouyong shivered involuntarily, his mind drifting to the formidable prowess displayed by Hu Qingping moments ago, as he wielded his blade with effortless grace. The glint of the sword obscured the heavens and eclipsed the sun, cleaving mountains and shattering stones, swift as lightning and fierce as a barrage of missiles. How could he possibly contend with the malevolent beings of the same realm as Hu Qingping? With this thought weighing heavily upon him, Wang Shouyong felt not a flicker of hesitation. He swiftly turned and darted into the depths of the nearby woods. As he summoned his strength, the ground beneath him could scarcely bear the pressure, fracturing underfoot, propelling him forward like a bullet. Should the creatures lurking below remain inactive, he would surely escape unscathed. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a voice echoed closely behind him, as if it were a shadow. You mere mortal, how did you come to perceive my presence? It was a feminine voice, seemingly of tender youth, melodious and enchanting, akin to celestial music, imbued with an air of profound curiosity. Wang Shouyong turned his head, his gaze not capturing the fleeting scenery around him, but rather fixated on a grayish-white visage that had drawn near. The obsidian pupils filled the entirety of the eye sockets, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Who could this be if not the seemingly lifeless demon of perception? Wang Shouyong was utterly petrified, his hair standing on end, as he retreated in haste, attempting to distance himself from the female corpse. Yet, mere moments later, a hand reached out from behind him, unexpectedly arriving first, and gently rested upon his shoulder. Boom! Wang Shouyong felt as though a towering mountain had descended from the heavens, a colossal force akin to a meteorite crashing to the earth, rendering his mind momentarily blank and causing his blood to surge backward. A sharp crack echoed from his shoulder. The ground fissured and debris scattered. With that single blow, Wang Shouyong was compelled to halt his swift flight, being forcefully driven into the earth. His left shoulder shattered beyond repair. The impact was so profound that it seemed to split the very heavens and earth apart. Ah? The female corpse murmured in quiet perplexity. In the next breath, she grasped Wang Shouyong's arm and effortlessly yanked him from the ground, as though plucking a radish with ease and delight. The fact that he could withstand my strike without succumbing is peculiar indeed. As she spoke, the corpse tightened her grip around Wang Shouyong's neck, leaning in closely, her nose nearly brushing against his skin, taking delicate sniffs. Yet, Wang Shouyong felt no hint of allure or seduction. The immense pressure on his neck rendered him nearly breathless. Clearly a mere mortal, devoid of any magical essence, and far from being a spiritual entity, how had he managed to survive? Truly strange, indeed. The female corpse, lost in contemplation, furrowed her brow, her grip tightening further as if she were testing the limits of how much force it would take to crush this mortal's neck. Wang Shouyong's eyes bulged, veins protruding as a faint blue panel materialized before him. Currently, he possessed entries: green, entry 1, white, entries 105, capable of synthesizing green, entries 21. Would he like to proceed with the synthesis? Under immense pressure, Wang Shouyong refrained from struggling and decisively summoned the panel. If there were but one means to rescue him, it would undoubtedly be the system panel. Synthesize the following entries. A long string of entries swept across Wang Shouyong's vision, all of which he had previously examined, none of which bore particularly promising special entries. The demonic force was overwhelming, blood constricting his head, and within mere breaths, his head took on a terrifying purplish hue. Synthesis. Reinforcement entry: copper skin and iron bones. White. Reinforcement in progress. Ding. Reinforcement successful. New entry acquired. Steel bones, green. The moment the words of success materialized, Wang Shouyong felt an exhilarating surge of power sweeping through him, fortifying his skin and solidifying his flesh. The once fragile meridians now resembled a dragon trapped within, coiling like steel reinforcements. Copper skin and iron bones evolved into steel bones. The tremendous transformation allowed Wang Shouyong's flesh and skin to withstand much of the overwhelming force from the demon. The purplish hue rapidly dissipated. The female corpse demon sensed the anomaly, tilting her head in confusion, momentarily distracted. In a flash, Wang Shouyong did not hesitate and immediately opted to reinforce the entry once more. Reinforcement entry: strength of 9 oxen, white. Reinforcement in progress. Ding. Reinforcement successful. New entry acquired: strength of 10 tigers, green. The strength of 9 oxen evolved into the strength of 10 tigers. His energy surged immensely, and he instantly felt his power multiply several times, his vital essence coursing through him like a raging river. Remaining entries: 95 white entries. Boom. Wang Shouyong delivered a resounding blow between the elbows of the female corpse demon with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. Caught entirely off guard, the immense force compelled her to instinctively release her grip, causing Wang Shouyong to land amidst a cloud of dust. Before he could contemplate his next move, an unparalleled surge of power coursed through his legs, propelling him beyond his previous speed limit and allowing him to retreat several dozen paces in the blink of an eye. The demon, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, gazed bewilderedly at her own palm. The absence of any magical fluctuations left her questioning the nature of this technique. There was still a chance to reinforce. The inscriptions on the panel cascaded down like a waterfall. Reinforcement entries: howling moon, white. Bloodthirst, white. Digestion, white. Reinforcement in progress. Ding. Reinforcement successful. Acquired, green. Entries 19. Current possession, green. Entries 22. In that fleeting moment, Wang Shouyong hesitated not a fraction, opting for further reinforcement. Reinforcement entry: strength of 10 tigers, green. Reinforcement in progress. Ding. Reinforcement successful. Acquired new entry: Strength of 100 bears, blue. At that instant, the female corpse seemed to regain her composure, her form flickering in the air before she materialized right before Wang Shouyong. Her hand appeared to transcend the limits of speed, moving toward him with a deceptive swiftness. There was no escape. Synthesize. Wang Shouyong's muscles swelled with power as he roared in defiance. The Howling Moon entry activated at that moment, unleashing a faint psychic assault upon the demon's mind, momentarily disorienting her. Wang Shouyong's eyes were red-rimmed, his thoughts entirely absorbed in the panel before him. The enhancement chimed, indicating success, and he obtained blue attributes for currently possessed: Bear's Might, blue; Howl of the Moon, blue; Bloodthirst, blue; Digestive Power, blue; Iron and Steel Constitution, green; and Unstoppable Force, green. The original solitary green attribute, along with 105 white attributes, had now been wholly condensed. Ultimately, he was left with 4 blue attributes and 2 green attributes. Wang Shouyong bellowed with fervor, "Demon, fiend, perish, come." Each word resonated with the profound impact of the blue-worded skill, Howling Moon. The female corpse stood momentarily dazed, frozen in place. In a heartbeat, Wang Shouyong lunged forward. His arms spread wide like a soaring goose, enveloping the female corpse with a fierce embrace. His grip tightened, empowered by the blue strength of the 100 bears, making his force unprecedentedly formidable. Soon, the female corpse regained her senses, and upon feeling Wang Shouyong's body pressed against hers, as though in a fervent embrace, her pupils instantly flared crimson. "You mere mortal beast. What do you intend?" "Silence, you banquet upon my plate." Wang Shouyong, once again engulfed in a surge of madness, opened his mouth wide like a bloodthirsty beast and sank his teeth into the neck of the female corpse. A thick plume of smoke rose as the corpse's blood, frigid to the touch, caused his lips to pale upon contact. Yet, Wang Shouyong was undeterred. He swallowed the blood and a morsel of flesh without hesitation. The insatiable thirst for blood and the primal urge to consume surged within him as the demon's blood and flesh transformed into a vital essence, swiftly flowing through his limbs and bones, mending his wounded form. His left shoulder healed completely. Acquired attribute: Body of the 9 purple. You are 1 in a million, possessing the rare body of the 9. By harnessing the ethereal energy of the universe, you may cultivate your powers. At night, you will experience a doubling of your strength, while during the day, you will suffer from a debilitating weakness. Chapter 13. The Thrill of Combat. Seize the purple attribute. "Ah, I shall slay you." The female corpse shrieked in agony, thrashing about in a frenzy of pain and rage. She had always regarded mortals as mere sustenance, yet now, she found herself ambushed by one, having a portion of her flesh and blood devoured. How dare this mere mortal? However, she soon realized that despite her desperate struggles, she could only slowly and laboriously break free from the mortal's grasp. Their strengths were surprisingly matched. Simultaneously, she felt an inexplicable heat rising within her body. The surroundings, once bearable, now felt like molten lava scorching her very flesh. Wang Shouyong exhaled heavily, causing a layer of frost to swiftly form upon the countenance of the female corpse. "You are the embodiment of the 9. The corpse shrieked with a piercing voice. Yet, in an instant, realization dawned upon her, and she screamed in disbelief and terror. "No, you have stolen my 9. How is that possible?" All her fears stemmed from the unknown, and at that moment, Wang Shouyong was an enigma, a riddle yet to be unraveled in her eyes. Wang Shouyong, however, had no time to heed her words. He tightened his embrace once more, their bodies drawing together like lovers in a fervent hug, and he opened his mouth to bite down upon her neck. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the intimate kiss shared between lovers. For him, this moment represented the sole opportunity to turn the tide. The demon bore 4 purple attributes, like the sword of Damocles hanging ominously above his head, compelling him to remain vigilant. Flesh tore, and he swallowed. Acquired attributes: Yin-Yang Boundless, purple. Yin-Yang Boundless, purple, possessing the body of 9. You simultaneously wield a heart of utmost Yang, granting you extraordinary efficacy when cultivating Yang techniques. A howl erupted from the female corpse, her fury causing her strength to surge exponentially, a shrill scream reverberating in Wang Shouyong's ears. "You shall perish." In the next instant, the female corpse locked her arms around Wang Shouyong's shoulder blades, her fingers digging fiercely into his flesh. Her corporeal form, transcending the limits of mere steel and bone, pierced into Wang Shouyong's shoulder with the ease of a meteorite descending from the heavens. As agony surged through him, Wang Shouyong clutched the female corpse even more tightly. He understood that in a life-and-death struggle against such a formidable demon, victory or defeat hinged upon a fleeting moment. Having previously gained the upper hand through her ignorance of his capabilities, he knew he must resolve this swiftly. Without hesitation, Wang Shouyong lunged once more towards her neck. Yet, before he could bite down, a sudden wave of dizziness surged through him. The world spun, and reality crumbled. Everything around him seemed to shrink into a miniature landscape, and he felt himself rising higher, distanced from the ground below. In a breath, he realized that the entwined bodies with the female corpse now lay beneath him. While his perspective floated in the air, the female corpse lifted her head, revealing a sinister smile directed at him. It was the messenger of the underworld. Having ensnared his very soul, Wang Shouyong was gripped by a chilling terror, and in the next moment, he beheld the female corpse open her blood-stained maw. Her lips stretching into a grotesque rictus, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs that emerged like a flower in full bloom. This monstrous bloom surged towards Wang Shouyong's body, as if intent on severing half of his head. In this critical moment, Wang Shouyong let out a thunderous roar, "Dare you, demon!" Almost as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a powerful force of attraction emanating from below. The sensation of vertigo returned, and to his astonishment, his soul, which had been forcibly drawn away, swiftly returned to his corporeal form in response to his fierce shout. Conversely, the female corpse momentarily faltered, caught off guard by his exclamation. At that instant, the howling moon achieved a remarkable feat. "Die!" Wang Shouyong called out wildly, as the soul bestowed upon him by the moon's elegy violently clashed with that of the female corpse. Seizing the moment during her disorientation, he took another bite. He had seized the following attribute: Celestial Isolated Star, Purple. Celestial Isolated Star, Purple, your fate bears the mark of great misfortune. This is a fatal destiny. And misfortune shall envelop all that is near you, with those closest to you being more susceptible to backlash. Strangely, Wang Shouyong felt as if something from the heavens had descended upon him, akin to a heavy shackle. In contrast, as he swallowed, the female corpse suddenly felt invigorated. It was as if her body had become lighter, and her previously tumultuous emotions swiftly calmed. The world around her transformed into an exquisite spectacle. "Damnable mortal," she instinctively cursed, though her gaze betrayed an utter bewilderment. Wang Shouyong had no time to ponder further, and he continued to shout furiously, "Beast!" The female corpse once again fell into a daze, her hands that clutched Wang Shouyong's shoulders loosening slightly. Seizing the moment of her vulnerability, Wang Shouyong took another bite, violently tearing into the flesh of the lifeless woman. He then raised his gaze, swallowing the raw meat, and met the corpse's stare with an unsettling calmness, akin to observing a lamb awaiting slaughter. The plundered attributes included: Meteoric Fall, Purple, your flesh conceals a force akin to that of a meteor, which shall be unleashed at the brink of death. With this, all 5 purple attributes have been successfully acquired. In this scenario, the female corpse had, in his eyes, lost all semblance of threat. It was over. Wang Shouyong swallowed the last morsel of flesh and blood, releasing a heavy sigh. His voice was soft, akin to a whisper, yet it resonated in the ears of the female corpse like a thunderclap. The corpse quickly regained her senses, her fingers still gripping Wang Shouyong's shoulder, attempting to extract the very essence of this youth before her. However, after a few breaths, she fell into a daze, halting her movements as she met Wang Shouyong's enigmatic gaze, which bore a semblance of a smile. In that instant, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. The once invincible methods she wielded had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. "What have you done?" The female corpse's voice trembled as she became acutely aware of the pervasive weakness enveloping her. This frailty emanated from the depths of her being, as if all her anchors had vanished in that moment. Her resilient body remained intact, the force that surpassed the corporeal realm still present. Yet it felt as though she had lost everything of significance, leaving her entire being suffused with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. This sensation harkened back to her inception, a time when she too was pitiably feeble. Wang Shouyong grasped her neck, just as she had initially seized his. "Thank you for nature's bounty," he murmured. He methodically pried apart the fingers of the deceased that clutched his shoulder, his right hand tightening around her throat with increasing ferocity. "Perish!" Wang Shouyong suddenly exerted his strength, brutally crushing the neck of the female corpse. A spray of blood erupted, and her head fell heavily to the ground. The demon, sensing the realm of ethereal perception, was thus severed from its head and body. With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded the demon's lifeless form as if it were mere refuse. Wang Shouyong shook his aching arm and exhaled heavily, allowing his entire body to relax. His spirit, which had been tightly wounded in a fleeting moment, longed to collapse onto the ground for a respite. Undoubtedly, Xiaoye was a pivotal contributor to his resounding victory in this battle, yet it appeared that there were corresponding drawbacks. The more he employed his spiritual impact, the more fatigued his mind became. Thus, as soon as he allowed himself to unwind, he was immediately beset by dizziness, feeling as if he were in a haze. Coupled with the excruciating pain coursing through his body, it was akin to enduring torture. Nevertheless, he summoned his resolve and activated the panel, revealing a dense array of text before his eyes. Despite the brutal nature of the battle, the rewards were abundant. He possessed the following attributes: Celestial Solitary Star, purple; Yin-Yang Limitlessness, purple; Earthfall, purple; Body of 9 Yin, purple; Messenger of the Netherworld, purple; Power of the 100 Bears, blue; Xiaoye, blue; Bloodthirsty, blue; Digestion, blue; Steel and Iron Bones, green; and Unstoppable Momentum, green. Upon recovery, he would emerge as a formidable humanoid demon. After a brief glance at the attributes displayed on the panel, Wang Shouyong struggled to rise, closing the panel as he staggered toward the dilapidated temple. He had not forgotten that within the temple lurked 10 awakened demons. Though small, even mosquitoes are flesh. However, before he could take 2 steps, a sharp sound of slicing air erupted from the direction of the temple, swiftly hurtling toward his head. Wang Shouyong lifted his gaze, his hand deftly grasping the incoming projectile with unwavering steadiness. An arrow quivered rapidly within the confines of his palm, its sharp tip a mere finger's breadth from his brow, while the fletching danced sporadically under his control, remaining steadfastly anchored in place. With a cold glint in his eyes, he met the astonished stares of several attendants at the entrance of the temple. Remarkably swift to react, one attendant sheathed his longbow and drew forth a gleaming sword, approaching him with a mocking smile alongside his companions. Alas, you have yet to cultivate your skills. The merits of sensing the demonic entities in the realm of comprehension elude you. Perhaps it would be prudent to relinquish her to us? Chapter 14. Slaying the body refinement realm is one with a chicken. Meritorious deeds are reserved for the virtuous. My young brother, having just entered the demon extermination division, is still unfamiliar with its customs. Therefore, the 10 demonic entities of the enlightened realm within the temple shall be yours, while the remains of this demon will be entrusted to us as a gesture of goodwill. What say you? As he spoke, the group of attendants positioned themselves near Wang Shouyong, subtly encircling him and seemingly sealing off any potential escape routes. Precisely 10 attendants stood before him. Wang Shouyong's expression darkened, yet he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment within. Are you practitioners of the body refinement realm? After a moment of silence, he suddenly inquired. The 10 attendants exchanged glances, and laughter erupted among them. Indeed, we are of the body refinement realm. I have heard tales of your immense strength. Do you truly believe that your innate power can rival the cultivation realms? It was said that prior to your enlistment in the demon extermination division, you had fought against a demon of the enlightenment realm and emerged victorious, truly courageous. Yet, alas, the demons of the enlightenment realm in our grasp could not endure more than a few exchanges. You have not cultivated, and thus remain unaware of the might of cultivation. We do not hold it against you, but soon enough, you may witness it for yourself. As these words fell, many could not suppress their laughter, seemingly envisioning some amusing scenario. The atmosphere became jubilant, with the 10 captains and their attendants wielding sharp blades, engaging in light-hearted banter. This environment rendered Wang Shouyong's expression peculiar. Could it be that these individuals were oblivious to his prowess? As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze turned icy. He then posed a question. Do you not fear the demon extermination division discovering your intentions to harm a colleague? Is there no relevant punishment within the division? Upon uttering this inquiry, Wang Shouyong distinctly perceived that several of the captains appeared momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of discomfort. It seemed there was indeed something to uncover. Wang Shouyong's expression remained impassive. However, the officer's aide who had initially shot an arrow at him maintained an air of composure, instead busily polishing the long knife in his hand. Today, the Taoist temple sought to exorcise demons. The 3 officers had pursued the elusive Ganxian demon across 1,000 miles, while Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, accompanied by their 10 loyal aides, valiantly battled the remaining remnants of the demonic forces. There was a brief pause in his speech as the aide twirled his knife, the blade glinting ominously in the sunlight, before he slowly continued with the latter part of his tale. Regrettably, The aides under Officer Hu Chimping had fallen victim to a surprise attack by the demons and had been taken hostage. To avoid being hindered by the demons, the remaining aides had no choice but to eliminate both the hostage and the demons, a truly lamentable necessity. Fortunately, they had managed to locate the dying Gongxian demon, and together they exerted their utmost to slay it. Upon finishing his account, the aide's lips curled into a smile as he gently inquired, "Are you satisfied with this explanation?" At this juncture, Wang Shouyong noticed several aides of the officers, their expressions wavering, their eyes suddenly alight with a glimmer of hope. Wang Shouyong lowered his head, a wave of absurdity and amusement bubbling within him. "The demon exorcism division is indeed overrun with pests," he murmured softly. "What did you say?" One of the officers, a personal attendant, frowned. Wang Shouyong raised his head and grinned, "A bunch of worthless worms, inferior even to insects." As soon as these words escaped his lips, an icy silence enveloped the scene. The gazes of the 10 officers turned toward him as though he were a corpse. "You seek death." The expression of the attendant turned cold as he swung his long blade, charging forth like a wild horse unleashed, the ground trembling beneath him. Stones and dust flying in his wake, exuding an overwhelming presence. The remaining officers merely observed with cold indifference, their faces adorned with cynical smirks, as though the unfolding drama was nothing out of the ordinary. In mere moments, the distance between Wang Shouyong and this attendant closed to a hair's breadth. The blade glimmered in the air, resembling a shooting star, its edge exceptionally sharp, yet it fluttered unpredictably like leaves in the wind. In an instant, the blade wove a tight net in the air, descending fiercely upon Wang Shouyong. Contrarily, Wang Shouyong stood motionless, fists clenched, resembling a wooden figure rooted in place, giving the impression that he would be shredded to pieces by the blade's light at any moment. Su's swordsmanship has grown increasingly fierce. It is truly a sight to behold. Someone chuckled softly from the side. "I thought he possessed some skill, but it appears he has simply been frightened into a daze," another mocked. However, in the next moment, they witnessed Wang Shouyong settle into a horse stance, stamping heavily with his feet. Boom. In that instant, the earth beneath him erupted, and his clenched fist finally surged forward with great force. There was no technique involved, merely a straightforward lunge aimed at the figure behind the blade's light. As the punch was unleashed, a deafening sound erupted in the air. It was the sound of air being violently compressed, creating a sonic boom due to the sheer velocity. The attendant wielding the blade changed countenance, the figure before him suddenly materializing, a fist approaching rapidly, expanding in his vision until it filled his entire field of sight in the blink of an eye. In the next second, his blade seemed to strike something. Yet it shattered like gold and iron, the blade's brilliance fracturing inch by inch. "You," he exclaimed in terror. His words cut short as a thunderous explosion erupted in that confined space. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a spray of blood mist burst forth in all directions. Scattered shards of blade light flew out like broken meteors, accompanied by piercing shrieks. A headless corpse collapsed to the ground with a soft thud. Before this lifeless body, Wang Shouyong gradually retracted his fist, casually wiping it on his clothing. The remaining 9 officers had no time to react. By the time they regained their senses, they were confronted with this explosive scene, their expressions frozen in shock. A few attendants still bore the remnants of their smiles, only to feel the warmth of blood upon their faces. With a single punch, he had annihilated an attendant at the body refinement stage. Captain Sun Jiming and Captain Tang Ying, along with 10 of their loyal followers, were captured by malevolent demons and tragically perished at their hands. "Is there any dissent?" Wang Shouyong coldly surveyed the room. As his words echoed in the air, the remaining 9 followers were enveloped in a chilling silence. The atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Clang. The long knife of one follower clattered to the ground. This sound seemed to serve as a rallying cry, jolting everyone back to reality. "This person is no match for them. Flee quickly," someone shouted. In the next moment, the followers of each captain reacted swiftly, their expression shifting dramatically as they channeled their magical energies into their legs, preparing to escape the scene. Wang Shouyong, with a countenance devoid of expression, crushed the earth beneath his foot, and in that instant, he surged forward like a bullet propelled from a cannon towards the east. That direction held the most fleeing individuals, numbering at least 3. The killer inevitably pursues his prey. Since his rebirth, this marked his inaugural act of murder. Yet, surprisingly, his heart remained tranquil, as undisturbed as if he had just slain a mere chicken. Having taken their lives, how would he account to the demon exorcism department? What if they weren't all exterminated, and a few managed to escape? As he navigated through the chaos, Wang Shouyong found himself racing alongside one of them. In the fleeting moment before their fists collided, a thought flickered through his mind. Surely, he could not place all the blame on the demons? Never mind. There was no time for contemplation. He would deal with it after the deed was done. In the next heartbeat, as he observed the terror etched upon his opponent's face, Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow and unleashed his fist without hesitation. To the eyes of the attendant, it appeared as though a towering mountain was descending upon him. The force akin to a thunderous storm. "Save me!" The attendant cried out in panic, his vision consumed solely by the expressionless visage of the humanoid beast, coupled with the bloodied fist tightly clenched in Wang Shouyong's grip. If given another chance, he would never dare provoke this monstrous figure. Who would have imagined that someone yet to enter the realm of cultivation could strike down a hardened body as easily as one slaughters a chicken? As Wang Shouyong's fist loomed larger in his field of vision, within a mere breath, he felt a powerful gust of wind rush past his forehead, causing his skin to ripple and contort, instinctively prompting him to shut his eyes. My life is forfeit. However, after a few breaths had passed, the wind ceased. Yet nothing transpired. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that one could hear a pin drop, as if the earlier display of power had been but an illusion. "Release me." The attendant heard the emotionless voice of the humanoid beast. Strangely, within that tone, he detected a hint of frustration and regret. Cautiously, he opened his eyes, only to behold a dark-clad lieutenant standing behind Wang Shouyong, one hand resting on his sword, while the other lightly grasped Wang Shouyong's elbow. This single motion was enough to nullify the force of Wang Shouyong's strike. It was Hu Chengping. "Lieutenant Hu," the attendant exclaimed with joy, his voice echoing the emotion felt upon reuniting with a long-lost parent. It was as though he had encountered the dawn amidst darkness, and all his fears evaporated upon seeing this figure. "Why did you strike at a colleague?" Hu Chengping inquired earnestly. Wang Shouyong lowered his head. The tightly clenched fist at this moment relaxed, and he parted his lips. Yet, Hu Chengping shook his head, raising his other hand to point the sword, sheath included, at the officer's attendant. "I did not inquire of you. My question is directed at him." Hu Chengping's gaze, cold and indifferent, bore into the attendant, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes as he queried, "Why do you assault a fellow colleague?" Chapter 15. Thus, become a talented practitioner. As Hu Chengping's words fell, the attendant's countenance instantly turned ashen. I did not," he stammered, his defense pathetically feeble. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sounds of slicing air echoed from behind Hu Chengping as Sun Jiming and Tang Ying landed in unison, accompanied by Sun Jiming's furious shout. "Hu Chengping, do you dare lay a hand on my people?" Hu Chengping turned his head, casting a cold glance at Sun Jiming, his sword sheath descending with the weight of a mountain. The attendant's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively raising his arms to shield his head. In the next breath, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone shattering, his arms were brutally crushed beneath the force of the sword sheath, hanging limply before him. The attendant, overwhelmed by the immense force, knelt on the ground, wailing in agony. "Hu Chengping." Sun Jiming's eyes widened in fury, drawing his sword from its sheath. Hu Chengping retracted his sword sheath, placing a reassuring hand on Wang Shouyong's shoulder, and stated, "This matter is settled. Let us depart." Wang Shouyong was momentarily taken aback. Yet he followed Hu Chengping's lead, and the two made their way back in the direction from whence they came. He refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of the clam demon, but observing Hu Chengping's nonchalant demeanor, he already gleaned the outcome. Behind them, Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, hands poised on their blades, were restless yet ultimately refrained from making a move until the pair vanished into the thicket. "Useless," Tang Ying snorted coldly, gesturing with her hands as her magical energy coalesced into several strands that swiftly spread out in all directions, soon recapturing the fleeing disciples of the body refinement stage. "Why did you act against him?" The lieutenant was wronged. "We did not." The disciples instinctively began to defend themselves, but under Tang Ying's icy gaze, their resolve waned. "Speak, why?" "Because, after the master departed, a demon of the perception realm was left behind here, and we, blinded by greed, thus committed a grave error. Master, we have recognized our wrongdoing, and we beseech you to show us mercy." At this, the others hastily knelt, their faces ashen. Tang Ying and Sun Jiming exchanged a concerned glance. "Where is the perception realm demon?" A disciple quickly pointed towards the west, not far from the Taoist temple. "Over there." Sun Jiming and Tang Ying turned their gaze and once again beheld the figures of Hu Chengping and Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong gestured animatedly towards a female corpse on the ground, while Hu Chengping shook his head and stored the body in a pouch. The two of them then turned away from the onlookers and departed without a backward glance. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying were left with ashen faces. You 10 practitioners of the body refinement realm cannot possibly contend with a mere mortal who has never trained. Sun Jiming's voice dripped with fury, his turbulent mana swirling around him. Yet, as he spoke, he sensed something amiss. A sudden chill crossed Sun Jiming's face as he blurted out, "Why are there only 9 of you, Su Lin?" Upon hearing this, the entourage fell silent, their expressions pale and uncertain. After a prolonged silence, one of the followers finally responded. He was killed by the attendants of Hu Xiaowei. Following their gaze, Sun Jiming and Tang Ying beheld a headless corpse sprawled on the ground, the scene of death gruesome yet devoid of visible wounds. A single, decisive strike had rendered the victim lifeless. Their pupils constricted as they exchanged glances. On the journey back to the Demon Elimination Division, the urgency that had marked their earlier path had dissipated. Hu Chengping and Wang Shouyong navigated through the forest, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves around them. Hu Chengping administered a medicinal pill to Wang Shouyong, swiftly alleviating his injuries. Though unspoken, Wang Shouyong understood the considerable value of the pill. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why Hu Xiaowei was treating him with such kindness. As they walked, Hu Chengping suddenly inquired, "Do you have a fondness for consuming demons?" Wang Shouyong paused for a moment, then turned his head and replied, "Indeed." He understood that the wounds on the female corpse could not be concealed from Hu Chengping. Moreover, crafting such a persona would facilitate his subsequent acquisition of information, so he chose to acknowledge it outright. Hu Chengping then said, "Please recount in detail the events that transpired after my departure, leaving nothing unmentioned." Wang Shouyong's heart skipped a beat. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to embellish the truth, omitting most of the details concerning the fierce battle with the enigmatic demon. He recounted the events in a flowing narrative. According to his tale, after Hu Chengping and the others departed, he discovered a dying enigmatic demon lying on the ground, its strength utterly depleted, barely clinging to life, while its remaining companions had entered the temple to eradicate the demon. After all, even a malnourished camel is larger than a horse. Following a desperate struggle, he managed to vanquish the enigmatic demon. At that moment, the temple's companions emerged, attempting to slay him and claim the credit. What followed was precisely what Hu Chengping had witnessed. The situation was rather straightforward. Merely a quarter of an hour had passed since the departure of Hu Chengping and his companions, with no convoluted tale to tell. After a brief moment of reflection, Hu Chengping posed the most critical question: "How did you manage to defeat that body-refining realm companion without having undergone any cultivation yourself?" Wang Shouyong opened his mouth, yet could not utter a lie. This was the most undeniable truth of the tale when it came to matters of the supernatural. He could attribute the demon's demise to their lack of resistance. However, the act of violently shattering a skull had numerous witnesses, surpassing the limits of an ordinary martial artist. His physical body, forged through rigorous training, possessed an extraordinary strength, with 72 major orifices activated, and at least half of his companions had transcended the capabilities of mere mortals. Coupled with the enhancement of profound martial techniques, his prowess had transcended the ordinary. Yet, before he could respond, he observed Hu Chengping shaking his head and saying, "Thus, it is impossible for you to be an untrained mortal warrior. You have indeed entered the realm of cultivation, achieving perfection in body refinement." Wang Shouyong was taken aback and asked, "Is that so?" Hu Chengping continued, "It must be the case. Otherwise, how would you account for the fact that a single punch was sufficient to slay one of your own followers?" Wang Shouyong inquired, "What are your thoughts, Colonel Hu?" Hu Chengping cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coldly, "I am indifferent to your affairs. You undoubtedly harbor secrets. However, since you are willing to vanquish demons, that secret holds no consequence for me. I regard you as an extraordinary talent in cultivation. Moreover, you are under my command." Though his tone was frigid, Wang Shouyong detected a hint of warmth beneath it. Despite Hu's icy demeanor, there resided a subtle warmth within that few could perceive. Hu Chengping's discourse was not yet concluded. He continued, "Nevertheless, one cannot conceal their cultivation level from others. The two colonels, Sun and Tang, need only to report upwards, and they will inevitably draw Lord Lao's attention. At that juncture, it may become necessary to ascertain whether you have achieved perfection in body refinement. Unless you can deceive the scrutiny of the Jinchuan realm, your cultivation level will undoubtedly be revealed, and consequently, your secrets will also be laid bare. Can you truly conceal them?" Wang Shouyong scratched his head and admitted candidly, "I cannot conceal it." He then inquired, "Am I not a genius? Is that reason insufficient? Hu Chengping replied in a calm manner. There is not a single genius in this world who can achieve a body as resilient as steel or possess the strength to move mountains without diligent cultivation. Should this matter come to light, every prominent family and noble lineage would go into a frenzy, and they would undoubtedly resort to extreme measures to extract your secrets. The ability to elevate a mere mortal beyond the realms of cultivation is an extraordinary phenomenon, and the consequences are all too evident. A chill coursed through Wang Shouyong's heart as he came to the realization that the world was not as radiant as he had once believed. Even within the ranks of the Demon Suppression Office, there existed unspeakable filth, and the entire Apocalypse dynasty was undoubtedly rife with shadows. What should I do? Wang Shouyong hesitantly inquired. Hu Chengping gazed deeply into his eyes before averting his gaze, responding with a measured tone. Then you must truly cultivate to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm and ensure this matter is set in motion. You must understand that there are disparities even among realms. You are a prodigy of the body refinement realm, while he is a waste of the same realm, thus rendering this situation considerably more plausible. The chasm between genius and mediocrity is far greater than you can fathom. You need only to become a genius, not an extraordinary anomaly. I will buy you some time, perhaps 3 days, or possibly even less. During this interval, strive to break through, aiming to open at least 60 of the 72 major meridians in your body, so that this endeavor appears credible to outsiders. Wang Shouyong exclaimed, how is it possible to reach the perfection of the body refinement realm in just 3 days? As his words echoed, he heard Hu Chengping respond earnestly, I have witnessed it myself. It is indeed possible. Wang Shouyong was taken aback, halting his steps, and instinctively inquired, who is it? Hu Chengping paused momentarily, advancing forward. Yet the silhouette he left behind for Wang Shouyong appeared undeniably proud and upright. It is I. Wang Shouyong stood in stunned silence. Chapter 16. The Sun-Eater Sutra and the 9 Manual. Upon returning to the Demon Extermination Bureau, Wang Shouyong first took a night to recuperate at Hu Chengping's residence. The following day, Hu Chengping escorted the nearly recovered Wang Shouyong to the registry hall to register his name. The registration was conducted by a young clerical lieutenant who initially paid little heed to this new martial official accompanying Hu Chengping. However, upon realizing that it was who brought him in, the lieutenant's demeanor subtly shifted. Name, Wang Shouyong. Place of origin, Sangzi Village, Linshui County, Shizhou. The young lieutenant proceeded to inquire further, maintaining a businesslike tone, yet displaying a noticeable indifference that even Wang Shouyong could easily perceive. Lieutenant, who has already collected your clothing and insignia. Remember to visit the techniques hall to claim your foundational methods using the insignia, and then proceed to the training field to select a martial skill, the young lieutenant remarked coolly. If there is nothing else, I bid you farewell. Once outside the registry hall, Wang Shouyong could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly inquired, it seems that lieutenant who is not well liked within the Demon Extermination Bureau. Hu Chengping halted, casting an expressionless glance at him. I prefer solitude. The path of cultivation is fraught with numerous distractions. It is not conducive to my progress. Low emotional intelligence, difficulty in making friends. High emotional intelligence, an affinity for solitude. Wang Shouyong cast a sympathetic glance at Hu Chengping, and, feeling a deep resonance, he fell silent. Hu Chengping's countenance was grim, and he shifted the topic. You are pressed for time. Do not squander too much energy on trivial matters. I will exchange that elusive demon for the appropriate medicinal elixirs, which will greatly facilitate the opening of the major meridians. As they turned to serious matters, Wang Shouyong also adopted a more earnest demeanor. He inquired, you previously mentioned that entering the realm of cultivation requires the assimilation of medicinal elixirs. How does one go about this? There is no need for concern, Hu Chengping replied. When you receive the elixirs, there will be corresponding methods for their preparation. Simply brew the elixirs into a soup and consume it, then circulate your cultivation techniques, and you will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Should you select a method that suits you well, your progress in cultivation may indeed accelerate significantly. As Wang Shouyong's expression shifted, a panel appeared before him. 9 body. Purple, you possess the rare 9 body, allowing you to cultivate through the earthly Yin energy. During the night, you shall receive a twofold enhancement, while the daylight will render you somewhat weakened. Yin and Yang without limits, purple with the 9 body, you simultaneously possess the heart of absolute Yang, enabling you to achieve remarkable efficiency in your cultivation of Yang spells. According to these descriptors, it seems that either Yin or Yang attributes would be more suitable for him. Moreover, unyielding momentum, green in the realm of perception, you may disregard bottlenecks. Digestive mastery. Blue, you possess a formidable capacity for digestion. With the aid of precious elixirs, it is conceivable that his cultivation speed could surpass everyone's expectations. As the two conversed, they arrived at the Hall of Techniques, where an elderly staff officer sat at the entrance. His hair and beard were already grizzled, and his face was etched with deep lines. "Mr. Shang, I wish to select a cultivation technique," Hu Chunping said, unusually softening his demeanor as he clasped his hands. Shang Yongyan opened his murky eyes, appraising Wang Shouyong from head to toe, then nodded and said, "Hand me your waist token." Wang Shouyong presented his waist token, and Shang Yongyan traced his fingers over it for a moment before inquiring, "Was the registration of names conducted today?" Wang Shouyong nodded in affirmation. Shang Yongyan returned the waist token to Wang Shouyong and gently remarked, "On the first floor of the martial arts hall, there are a total of 8,773 martial techniques, with a time limit of 1 hour for selection. According to Elder Shang's guidance, you may choose freely from the techniques available on the first floor, as they are not particularly exceptional." After a brief pause, Hu Chunping added, "Given your robust physique, you may opt for techniques that are balanced and harmonious. While such techniques may require considerable effort for others to master, I observe that your innate vitality is abundant, allowing you to bypass most obstacles with ease." Wang Shouyong, with a semblance of understanding, nodded slightly as he stepped through the grand entrance of the scripture hall under the watchful gaze of Shang Yongyan and Hu Chunping. A dazzling white light flashed before his eyes, enveloping his vision in a blinding haze. After a full 3 breaths, the whiteness began to dissipate, revealing a multitude of towering bookshelves, each standing thrice the height of a person, arranged in steadfast formation like disciplined soldiers. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed exquisite glass lamps adorning the walls, each embedded with luminous stones that radiated a gentle glow. The ground beneath him was paved with rock tiles that extended towards the various bookshelves, fitting together seamlessly, while iron hooks and silver markings indicated the sequence of each shelf. Just as Wang Shouyong had begun to comprehend his environment, an ancient voice resonated in his ears. "The second shelf of the 20th row on your left holds the teachings of balanced and harmonious cultivation." With that, silence fell once more. Wang Shouyong discerned that the voice belonged to the gatekeeper, Shang Yongyan, who was evidently speaking out of friendship with Hu Chunping. Otherwise, with so many bookshelves, each laden with nearly 1,000 volumes of martial arts techniques, how could one possibly make selections within the span of an hour? Wang Shouyong did not hesitate. He advanced with swift determination, following the guidance of the esteemed merchant, and made his way to the 3rd row of the 20th shelf. Upon raising his gaze, he was immediately captivated by a tome entitled The Technique of Springwood amidst the dazzling array of books. Beside it, neatly arranged, were a dozen or so volumes bearing titles such as Detailed Exegesis of Springwood, Annotations on the Technique of Springwood, and In-Depth Analysis of Springwood. It became apparent why there was such an abundance of literature. These works were not solely instructional in nature, but also included interpretations and analyses by later scholars. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Shouyong experienced a sudden enlightenment. He reached for the Technique of Springwood and intended to peruse its contents. However, upon opening the first page, he encountered the preface, which stated, "This method is rooted in the wood element. The initiation of practice is akin to the nourishing essence of springwood, cultivating both body and spirit." Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow, closed the Chuanmuju, and surveyed his surroundings. He then retrieved a volume titled The Art of Free Body Refinement from the bookshelf. Upon opening the preface, he encountered a familiar phrase, prompting him to close the book once more. This technique, belonging to the wood attribute, focuses on refining the 72 major orifices of the body, allowing for a weightless form and the fluidity of magical energy in complete freedom. He selected several more volumes from the shelf, only to find the same phrase upon perusing their prefaces. This technique is also associated with the wood attribute. Wang Shouyong, lost in contemplation, gently returned the book to its place and stepped back from the shelf. It appeared that the so-called method of balance and harmony was predominantly aligned with the wood element. However, alas, the wood-based techniques were ill-suited to my nature. According to my own understanding, I ought to pursue either the extremes of yang or yin. After all, the body of 9 yin is inherently predisposed to yin techniques, while the principle of yin and yang without limits grants me a profound insight into yang methodologies as well. Wang Shouyong pondered as he strolled to the foremost bookshelf on the first floor of the Hall of Techniques. He casually withdrew a tome on martial arts, perused its preface, and then returned it to its place. Proceeding to the next shelf, he repeated the action, extracting another volume, skimming its introduction, and placing it back. This process continued. And after traversing through 12 bookshelves, he finally paused at the 12th shelf, where he examined dozens of martial arts manuals before coming to a halt. The Sun Eater Sutra, belonging to the realm of Yang, is a formidable and intense method. Mastery of this technique cultivates a potent power for offense, advancing through the consumption of precious elixirs. However, practitioners of this path must exercise restraint and avoid indulgence in desires. Those who are restless and impulsive risk damaging their meridians while attempting to cultivate this technique. Wang Shouyong's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Instead of returning the book to its original place, he proceeded deeper into the labyrinth of shelves, clutching it tightly. He picked it up, set it down, leafed through its pages, and perused the preface. After traversing through a dozen shelves and examining no fewer than 100 tomes on martial arts, he halted once more. The pages fluttered in his hands, emitting a distinctive aroma of aged paper intertwined with the faintest hint of ink, which lingered at the tip of his nose. Upon discerning the preface, a satisfied smile graced his lips. The 9-yin manual, a technique belonging to the realm of darkness, warned that those not of an extreme yin constitution should practice it with caution. By harnessing the yin energy of heaven and earth, one could achieve remarkable progress. However, one must be wary of the sun, for the meridians were frigid as ice, cutting like a knife. Only those of immense willpower could undertake such a practice. Surely, one could not truly master the 9-yin white bone claw, Wang Shouyong mused, recalling the 9-yin manual from another world, and tucked the technique close to his chest. Chapter 17. This person must possess a demonic artifact. Meanwhile, within the Demon Exorcism Bureau, Tang Ying and Sun Jiming sat in a secluded courtyard, their rocking chairs positioned askew. Before them stood 9 individuals, the sole survivors of the Taoist temple incident. Are you implying that with a single punch, he shattered that person's skull? Tang Ying's countenance darkened ominously, akin to a storm about to unleash its fury, as he wiped his long knife with a cloth. The deceased was Su Lin, my trusted companion, Sun Jiming quietly clarified. Tang Ying, agitated, waved his hand dismissively. He could hardly recall the name of the deceased. Yet the manner of his death weighed heavily on his mind. According to the words of these incompetent practitioners of body refinement, that uninitiated mortal had obliterated his opponent with overwhelming force. How could this be possible? Tang Ying scoffed. A mere mortal annihilating a practitioner of body refinement? Do you take me for a fool? As he spoke, an aura unique to the realm of perception surged forth from him, crashing down upon the 9 body refinement warriors like a tidal wave. The 9 men immediately buckled under the pressure, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, trembling like leaves in a storm. Lord Tang, we speak only the truth. Why would we risk so much to lie? If that man were not insurmountable, would we have allowed the merits of a perception realm demon to slip through our fingers? The individual kneeling at the center, named Li Ping, one of Tang Ying's subordinates, trembled as he prostrated himself, crying out loudly. Truly, that man is no ordinary mortal. He is as formidable as a demon. No sooner had he uttered these words than a tremendous force struck his left cheek, sending him tumbling through the air for several revolutions before crashing to the ground at a distance. Tang Ying's voice dripped with disdain. What a farce. If you had been even slightly astute, you would not have allowed that perception demon to remain unchecked, which has now led to its capture by Hu Shaxing. And now you stand here spouting nonsense. Tell me, how could a mere mortal shatter your skulls? As the conversation progressed, Tang Ying's anger became increasingly uncontrollable, and he attempted to raise his sword sheath to strike at someone. Just then, Sun Jiming gracefully waved his long sleeves and pressed down on Tang Ying's sword sheath. Brother Tang, while you may harbor doubts, I have faith in this matter, Sun Jiming remarked, a subtle smile gracing his face, as if he had grasped the essence of the situation. Tang Ying, looking at him with a gaze of disbelief, retorted, how could such an extraordinary occurrence exist in this world? Sun Jiming shook his head gently, responding, it is indeed impossible for mere mortals to achieve this. However, with the aid of extraordinary artifacts, what remains unattainable? Tang Ying paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you mean? Sun Jiming elaborated. Perhaps you are unaware that a few days ago, Lord Liao led a group to a village outside the county, returning with over a dozen demons and 30 surviving villagers. According to these villagers, it was indeed a mortal, with no extraordinary abilities, who vanquished 2 demons of the enlightened realm, thus granting liberation to the villagers. This individual was subsequently recruited by Lord Liao into the Demon Extermination Department. Do you perceive any peculiarities in this matter, Brother Tang? Sun Jiming sipped from his cup of tea, posing the question with an air of casualness. Tang Ying frowned. pondering for a moment, but found himself at a loss. He finally said, "I cannot deduce this. Please speak plainly." A flicker of disdain crossed Sun Jiming's eyes as he clarified. The peculiarity lies in the fact that if this person truly possessed the strength to slay demons, why did he wait until so few villagers remained before acting? Over the span of a month, could it be that the demon's confinement was so stringent that he could only risk combat when faced with the imminent demise of his fellow villagers? Just this alone assures me that this individual must possess a demonic artifact, one that empowers him to combat formidable foes while still in a mortal form, Sun Jiming declared with unwavering conviction. Furthermore, it is likely that this artifact requires nourishment from flesh and blood to function. I recall that this person, in the presence of Lord Liao, openly admitted to having a penchant for consuming demons. How could there possibly be someone who relishes demons, especially a mere mortal? Sun Jiming disdainfully set down his teacup, convinced that his analysis encapsulated the crux of the matter, perfectly elucidating Wang Shouyong's various anomalies. A mortal, having acquired a demonic artifact, found himself beset by a calamity of demons. The villager's blood and flesh awakened the artifact, enabling the mortal to escape the clutches of the demons. Likewise, it was through the flesh of the enlightened realm demons that he attained the prowess to combat formidable warriors. This deduction could not be more flawless. Sun Jiming thought with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the 9 individuals kneeling on the ground suddenly brightened, with one exclaiming, "Indeed, when we left the Taoist temple, it seemed that this person was engaged in something with the corpse of the enlightened realm demon. Considering we merely shot an arrow at him, why would he respond so dramatically? It appears he feared the exposure of the artifact in his possession. I mentioned that there were no traces of techniques in his movements. I initially thought he relied on brute strength over skill, but now it seems he likely possesses no martial techniques at all. Everything aligns perfectly." Someone has lost their composure and mumbles to themselves. In brief exchanges, the crowd seems to collectively clarify various doubts, swiftly completing Sun Jiming's conjecture. Even if it is not entirely accurate, for the 9 individuals, Sun Jiming's theory could spare them considerable suffering. Thus, even in the absence of concrete evidence, they feel compelled to present this matter for consideration. Tang Ing is taken aback. At first glance, Sun Jiming's hypothesis seems implausible, yet upon further reflection, it appears to elucidate numerous ambiguities. Could it be that this individual truly possesses a magical entity that enhances their power? Tang Ing murmurs to himself. At this moment, Sun Jiming rises, confidently asserting, "It is quite simple to verify this matter. We need only seek the corpse of that enigmatic demon. If it lacks flesh and blood, it will be immediately apparent." Tang Ying's eyes sparkle with realization as he also stands, promptly declaring, "Indeed, I am well acquainted with the officer of the Shanggong Hall. Examining the corpse will not pose a challenge." As he prepares to follow Sun Jiming out of the courtyard, he suddenly recalls something. He turns to the 9 individuals kneeling on the ground and instructs, "You must seek out Lord Liao and inform him that I have matters to discuss with Officer Hu. Pertaining to the enigmatic demon, it is imperative that Lord Liao summons Officer Hu to confront us." "Understood." The crowd responds in unison. With that, Tang Ing hastily follows Sun Jiming out of the courtyard. Outside the Hall of Techniques, Hu Chengping stands tall. Shang Yongyan raises an eyebrow and nods at Hu Chengping, then shakes his head. Before Hu Chengping can react, he speaks directly. He has made his selection, choosing 2 volumes of techniques. Hu Chengping bows and inquires. As for the other volume, it can be offset by merit, but it seems old Shang has something to convey. Shang Yongyan continues to shake his head. And at that moment, a flash of white light appears as Wang Shouyong steps forth, producing 2 volumes of techniques from his robes and handing them to Shang Yongyan. After confirming their accuracy, Shang Yongyan records the 2 volumes and casually gestures to Hu Chengping before sighing, "This is the reason I hesitated to speak." The perception within the realm of the enigmatic demon is indeed formidable. Before Shang Yongyan even begins to articulate his thoughts, Hu Chengping has already discerned the titles on the spines of the 2 volumes, causing a heavy feeling to settle in his heart. Chapter 18. Troubles and Cultivation. The Sun Devouring Scripture, the 9 True Scripture, the Methods of Extreme Yang and Extreme Yin. Why have you chosen these 2 volumes? Hu Chengping inquires. Wang Shouyong initially intended to utter a casual lie, but upon meeting Hu Chengping's inquisitive gaze, he swallowed the falsehood that lingered on his lips. "I have experimented within, and these 2 martial arts texts are indeed suitable for my advancement." Wang Shouyong spoke no falsehoods during this brief interlude. He had perused 2 volumes of techniques, which, though once inscrutable to him, now revealed their meanings with remarkable clarity in his mind. This was a testament to the profound application of two contrasting principles, the extremes of yin and yang, as well as the concept of unstoppable momentum. Hu Qingping remained silent for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Wang's assertion. Eventually, he opened his mouth, uttering but a single phrase, "As you wish. Today, I shall deliver the medicinal elixir earned from your merits to your residence, after which your fate shall be your own." In truth, Wang Shouyong had little connection to him. His willingness to conceal certain secrets was a generous act, and whether Wang could master the 72 major acupoints before the situation escalated was solely dependent on his own fortune. If success were to be his, it would be most splendid. If not, he would merely return to his former solitary existence. It was simply a pity to lose such a promising talent. Hu Qingping's gaze grew more subdued, as certain hopes within him seemed to dissipate and collapse the instant Wang Shouyong unveiled the techniques. With that, Hu Qingping turned and departed. Wang Shouyong did not encounter the meticulous interrogation he had anticipated, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to depart with Hu Qingping, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure peering curiously from a distance. Hu Qingping also came to a halt. It was Li Gui. At the sound of Wang Shouyong's call, Li Gui was startled and hurriedly emerged from around the corner. "Captain Hu, this is Wang's attendant," Li Gui greeted in a hushed tone. Wang Shouyong inquired with a smile. "What is the matter?" Li Gui, whose swelling had subsided, still appeared uneasy in their presence. Upon hearing Wang Shouyong's question, he hastily responded, "Lord Liao has a matter to discuss with Captain Hu and has specifically sent someone to summon him." As these words fell, Hu Qingping raised an eyebrow, and after a moment's contemplation, grasped the crux of the situation. He addressed Wang Shouyong, saying, "You should return to your residence. Regardless of who seeks you, it is best to remain unperturbed and focus on your cultivation." With that, Hu Qingping strode away confidently. Observing Hu Qingping's departure, Li Gui let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Captain Hu is likely to encounter some trouble." Wang Shouyong inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Li Gui responded, "Before seeking out Colonel Hu, I heard from other colonels that he acts with autocracy, misappropriating the merits of others' contributions. There seems to be some underlying secrecy, prompting multiple colonels to jointly confront him, which ultimately escalated the matter to Lord Liao." Wang Shouyong, with a shift in his thoughts, comprehended the unfolding of events. It was likely that Sun Jiming and Tang Ying had intervened, the new grievances intertwined with the old resentments, compounded by his apparent lack of rapport within the Demon Extermination Division. It seemed that Colonel Hu had been under considerable pressure in recent days. Contemplating this, Wang Shouyong felt a growing sense of urgency. "Brother Li Gui, might I inquire where the residence of the Colonel's attendants is? Would you kindly lead me there?" Wang Shouyong inquired, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Upon hearing this, Li Gui hastily avoided Wang Shouyong's formal greeting and promptly replied, "Just call me Li Gui. I shall escort you there at once, Lord Wang." With that, Li Gui took the lead, navigating through the intricate pathways of the Demon Extermination Division. In a short while, they arrived at a cluster of courtyards. The houses stood in close proximity, varying in height and arrangement, each adorned with a number, designated using a combination of the Chinese characters for A, B, C, D, E, and so forth. Wang Shouyong's thoughts stirred as he produced his waist badge, which indeed bore a number, 23 of the dog. Li Gui cast a glance and elucidated, "The numerous residences here are the quarters for attendants." He then skillfully guided Wang Shouyong to a modest abode. The dwelling was not large, resembling the quaint rural cottages commonly seen in a previous life. Upon opening the door, the interior revealed a simple arrangement: a bed, 2 tables of varying heights, a cooking stove adorned with pots and dishes, and in a corner, an antiquated wooden chest. Even within these walls, sunlight flooded abundantly. The wooden windows stood ajar, allowing the exterior light to permeate the entire room, creating an atmosphere of brightness and spaciousness. "This shall be your brother Wang's residence," Li Gui murmured. "Should you require anything, feel free to seek me in the servants' quarters at any time." Wang Shouyong patted Li Gui on the shoulder and expressed his gratitude. Li Gui glanced at the large box in the corner, his face betraying a look of confusion. Wang Shouyong followed his gaze and noticed a piece of rice paper affixed to the wooden box, the reverse side seemingly bearing faint ink traces. Li Gui merely cast a brief glance, refraining from uttering a word, and promptly averted his eyes. "I shall take my leave now. Indeed, until we meet again." Wang Shouyong waved his hand. Li Gui departed on his own accord, casually closing the door behind him. Wang Shouyong then approached the wooden chest nestled in the corner. lifting the rice paper that covered it. Upon discerning the contents inscribed upon the paper, he couldn't help but be taken aback. The characters elegantly flowed across the surface, revealing just two grand words: precious medicine. There was no signature, yet Wang was acutely aware that the only individual who could have left this chest was Hu Chengping. This implied that within the brief interlude of his departure, Hu had procured the precious medicine on his behalf and even made a detour to his abode. Could it be that the realm of transcendence had elevated efficiency to such heights? Wang Shouyong couldn't suppress a sardonic remark. As he opened the wooden box, he discovered it brimming with an array of unfamiliar spiritual herbs, haphazardly crammed within. Atop the herbs lay a small booklet, no larger than the palm of his hand. Upon flipping through its pages, he found it filled with detailed descriptions of various herbs, their effects, methods of combination, and preparation, all meticulously documented. A single dose of medicine required an entire hour to brew? Wang furrowed his brow at this realization. Where would he find the time to meticulously concoct medicine? Further inspection revealed a final note at the end of the booklet. Natural precious medicine, when brewed, retains 8 parts of efficacy as superior quality, 5 parts as medium quality, and 3 parts as inferior quality. The method of assessment is detailed in the appendix. Wang Shouyong closed the booklet and casually placed it beneath the leg of the table in the room. The thought that improper brewing could lead to the loss of medicinal efficacy struck him as sheer wastefulness. With a spark of inspiration, Wang Shouyong summoned the panel. Digestive ability. Blue, you possess formidable digestive capabilities. Perhaps he could attempt to consume the herbs directly without brewing, he mused. He moved the box to the bedside and retrieved 2 volumes of techniques he had selected from the Hall of Techniques. Without hesitation, he settled cross-legged on the hard bed and positioned the 2 books on either side of his hands. After calming his mind and achieving a state of tranquility, he turned to the volume on his left, the Sun-Swallowing Sutra. In ancient times, practitioners were like furnaces, harboring the great sun within their chests. I, having devoted my entire life to the creation of this technique, seek to revive the path of ancient cultivation and attain the supreme way. With one's body as the furnace, one refines endless elixirs. When cultivated to the depths, nothing is unconsumed, nothing is unassimilated. The elixirs are ceaseless, and the cultivation never ceases. This is the essence of swallowing the sun. Wang Shouyong felt a twitch in his eyelid. For the first time harboring doubts about the correctness of his choice in this particular cultivation technique. If the sun-swallowing scripture truly possessed such extraordinary power, how could it be gathering dust on the first floor of the cultivation hall? The creator of this technique must also be a master of exaggeration. Exercising patience. Wang Shouyong pressed on, flipping directly to the section detailing the technique, which included a diagram illustrating the locations of the body's meridians, along with a comprehensive description of how to absorb the essence of heaven and earth into one's being. Chapter 19. In the breath. The force breaks through like a raging tide. To put it succinctly, the human body contains 362 meridians, of which 72 major ones are capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, while the remaining meridians are unable to retain this vital energy. When the essence of heaven and earth enters these ineffective meridians, it flows through like a draft, entering and exiting without pause. Only the 72 major meridians can store the essence of heaven and earth, with the first and most crucial of them located in the lower dantian of the body. In this world, it is referred to as the return to unity meridian. The foremost task for a novice practitioner is to sense the essence of heaven and earth, and then guide this energy into the return to unity meridian. This marks the true beginning of their cultivation journey. The vastness of the universe allows even the most ordinary of mortals to transcend the mundane by harnessing its infinitesimal essence. Wang Shouyong sat cross-legged, assuming an exceedingly peculiar posture as depicted in the illustrations of the Tsunami Sutra. He resembled one prostrating on the ground, head bowed and eyes lowered, with his thumbs pinching his middle fingers, lifting them upwards as if to invite the benevolence of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, his heart remained tranquil and composed, casting aside all extraneous thoughts. According to the text, a practitioner of superior aptitude could draw the essence of the universe into their being within a single hour each day. Those of moderate talent would require 7 days, while those of inferior capability would take 3 months. Those devoid of any aptitude would be entirely oblivious to the presence of the celestial energy. Wang Shouyong closed his eyes, drawing in his thoughts, and began to meditate, attuning himself to the energies of the universe. As he breathed, the surroundings seemed to quiet down, and in the span of a single breath, he sensed an unusual phenomenon. A multitude of cool energies enveloped his body, flowing like an invisible liquid, eagerly traversing every pore of his being. His physique resembled a parched land rejoicing at the arrival of nourishing rain. Every crack and crevice welcomed the celestial droplets descending from above. These raindrops, silently nourishing yet abundant, resembled countless sprites, dancing, shrieking, and exulting as they swiftly penetrated every vital point within his form. Thud. Wang Shouyong seemed to hear the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. And in the next moment, his body trembled heavily, as if struck by some unseen force. With his next breath, he opened his eyes and sat up. He gently touched his lower abdomen, where he felt a blazing warmth, yet it brought a refreshing comfort to his body. As he lifted his gaze, he could see nothing around him, yet he distinctly sensed the presence of the energies of heaven and earth. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to being immersed in an endless ocean, where he could grasp the very essence of the universe with a mere reach. Am I entering the realm? Wang Shouyong felt a bit dazed. He hurriedly opened the Sun-Eating Sutra, searching for descriptions regarding aptitude. However, after perusing it 4 or 5 times, he could not find any mention of entering the realm in a single breath. Calming his mind, Wang Shouyong opened his status panel. He observed, Celestial Star of Misfortune, purple. Yin-Yang Limitlessness, purple. Earthfall, purple. Body of 9 Eons, purple. Spectral Messenger, purple. Power of the 100 Bears, blue. Howl of the Moon, blue. Bloodthirst, blue. Digestion, blue. Steel like bones, green. Momentum like a sledgehammer, green. His gaze fixed upon the last entry, momentum like a sledgehammer. This entry, consisting of merely 8 words, delivered the most profound shock to Wang Shouyong. So this is what it feels like to disregard limitations, he murmured. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze toward the wooden box filled with precious medicines. The elixirs exchanged for the energies of the mystic realm should surely suffice to refine the 72 major apertures of the body refinement realm, he contemplated. With this in mind, he casually seized an unfamiliar medicinal herb, plucked a leaf, and carefully placed it in his mouth, chewing it before swallowing. On the panel, another entry began to shimmer. Digestion, blue. You possess a formidable digestive capability. In the next instant, a fervent and dominating energy surged like a torrent, transforming into liquid as it traveled down his throat, exploding within his stomach. This energy, in contrast to the gentle essence of heaven and earth akin to a docile hound, resembled a wild lion, rampaging through his meridians after its transformation into liquid. Wang Shouyong, in a flurry of activity, seated himself in a cross-legged position, mimicking the meditative stance as described in the Sun-Rising Sutra. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, the first major aperture revealed a narrow opening, allowing the influx of the cosmic energies to expand this singular channel. The subsequent task was to guide the celestial energies to thoroughly unseal the singular aperture, followed by the unlocking of the second, third, and eventually all 72 major apertures. With each aperture that was unsealed, his physical constitution would strengthen by a third, and upon the completion of all 72, he would attain the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Each technique within the body refinement realm directs the flow of energy in distinct manners, leading to varying degrees of advancement. The Sun-Rising Sutra excels in breaking through barriers, guiding energy with an overwhelming and fierce trajectory, imposing significant pressure on the meridians. Fortunately, Wang Shouyong's constitution, bolstered by the attributes of his heritage, was no ordinary one. In terms of innate physique, perhaps only the demons could rival him. Once he steadied his mind, Wang Shouyong began to channel the celestial energies towards the precious elixir, gradually gathering it from his meridians towards the singular aperture in his dantian. Thud. Wang Shouyong felt a jolt throughout his body once more. The energy from the precious elixir dissipated, and his chi passage seemed to widen slightly, expanding from the size of half a fingernail to that of an entire nail. Concurrently, a faintly foul sweat began to trickle from his skin, a sign that the impurities within his body were being expelled. Wang Shouyong's gaze was intense. Finding the energy from a single leaf insufficient, he resolutely consumed an entire medicinal plant, swallowing it whole. Boom! An explosion of energy, immeasurably more potent than before, erupted within him. A searing mass of herbal essence swiftly transformed under the process of digestion into a gentle, navigable energy that coursed through his limbs and body. Wang Shouyong's countenance flushed with a deep crimson as the exhalations from his mouth and nose carried the fragrant essence of herbs. A surge of energy was guided towards his dantian, violently expanding the entire cavity with unrestrained force. Boom, 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 thud, thud, thud. This sound echoed not only within his body but resonated outward, producing a series of muffled thunderclaps that grew progressively louder, akin to the beating of drums and the rumbling of storms, ultimately reverberating beyond the confines of the small room. After a brief moment, Wang Shouyong opened his eyes, his lips lingering with an insatiable taste. Not yet sufficient, he craved more. He seized another herb, consuming it entirely. Boom, boom, boom. Still not enough, he yearned for more. Thud, thud, thud. Countless energies within him surged violently like tempestuous winds and thundering storms. As the dantian expanded at an almost perceptible pace under the relentless assault of these energies. Inch by inch, it gradually became round and translucent, allowing the essence of heaven and earth to flow unobstructed within. At last, upon consuming the third precious herb, the dantian was completely unblocked. Reaching a size comparable to that of an entire fist, Wang Shouyong appeared as though he had been dredged from a ditch, his entire being tainted by the impurities expelled from within, exuding a repugnant odor. For me, the most arduous aspect of cultivating the body would be enduring these foul impurities. Wang Shouyong shook his head, his expression unchanged. Those destined for greatness are not deterred by trifles. If it is a bit odorous, so be it. There are still 71 more impurities to cleanse. One cannot bathe 71 times. Therefore, it is best to resolve it all at once. With a determined gaze, Wang Shouyong once again seized a handful of herbs from the box. Chapter 20. What gives him the power to slay those in the body refinement realm? Meanwhile, in the Bureau of Demon Extermination, Liao Yuanqing was engrossed in his duties at the desk, while 3 individuals stood quietly awaiting his attention. After perusing a document densely scribbled with minute characters, Liao Yuanqing elegantly inscribed his decision at the end and set the document aside, lifting his gaze to regard the trio before him. Sun Jiming, Tang Ying, and Hu Qingping. How could a mere demon calamity from the Baiyun Taoist temple incite such a multitude of issues? Liao Yuanqing spoke coolly. Sun Jiming's eyes flickered as he clasped his hands in salute, stating, "There are 3 matters that require your intervention, my lord." Liao Yuanqing nodded for him to continue. Sun Jiming articulated, "Firstly, Wang Qinsui, under Hu Shaowei's command, has harmed his colleague, resulting in a gruesome fate. He must be punished. Secondly, Hu Shaowei has selfishly appropriated the merits of the Ganxian mission. Thirdly, Wang Qinsui, a mere mortal, was able to slay someone in the body refinement realm, raising suspicions of him harboring demonic powers. This must be investigated thoroughly." Each point Sun Jiming made was precise and pointed, revealing a clear adversarial stance. After finishing, he did not even glance at Hu Qingping, maintaining a serene demeanor with his hands at his sides. Hu Qingping frowned, yet before he could respond, Tang Ying interjected, "Furthermore, let us not forget Hu Shaowei's assault upon me and the severing of the arms of Sun Shaowei's trusted aides." Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanqing's brow twitched, and he inquired, "Qingping, do you have any objections to what they have stated?" Hu Qingping replied coldly, "Firstly, the 10 aides of the Shaowei were coveting the merits of my subordinates, and it was they who struck first, resulting in one being killed in retaliation. Secondly, the Ganxian demon was left barely alive, slain by Wang Qinsui in a desperate struggle. How can one claim he appropriated the merits? Thirdly, Wang Qinsui is exceptionally gifted, while Su Qinsui is merely at the mid-stage of body refinement, naturally at a disadvantage." After a pause, Hu Qingping then turned to Tang Ying, his expression calm. "Regarding the 2 matters mentioned by Shaowei Tang, I have no objections." Tang Ying's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "The right and wrong have been twisted. I implore you, my lord, to discern the truth." Liao Yuanqing pondered deeply for a moment before expressing his confusion. "I recall that Wang Qinsui has only recently joined the Bureau of Demon Extermination?" Hu Qingping inwardly sighed, initially believing he could buy some time, yet he was still summoned to confront the 2, and now this unavoidable question had arisen. Thus, he replied, "Indeed." Liao Yuanqing pressed further. "Then he is not yet cultivated. How could he have slain a colleague in the body refinement realm?" As his words fell, Sun Jiming's eyes sharpened, stepping forward to assert, "My lord, this is precisely why I believe he harbors demonic powers." "Oh." Liao Yuanqing cast a glance at Sun Jiming, who continued, "I had the opportunity to examine the corpse of the Ganxian demon alongside Captain Tang. Its surface was marred by numerous bite marks, all inflicted by a single individual. This suggests that the skirmish mentioned by Captain Hu was, in fact, a grotesque act of devouring the demon's remains. Akin to a beast indulging in its prey, a sight both horrific and unsettling. Why would an ordinary mortal, unsated, resort to consuming demonic carcasses? This notion is not only repulsive but perplexing to me. As for how a mere mortal could slay someone at the refinement stage, I find it difficult to dismiss the possibility that perhaps the creature he wields craves flesh and blood for sustenance. As he concluded, Sun Jiming raised his head, filled with righteous indignation. These malevolent beings can easily disrupt one's sanity. Their malevolent aura may have influenced Wang Qinsui to turn against his colleagues. Upon hearing this, Hu Chengping's expression shifted, and he retorted coldly, "Captain Sun, your eloquence is remarkable. You conjure a creature from thin air, should your claims prove unfounded after investigation. How will you account for this?" Yet, Sun Jiming averted his gaze from Hu Chengping and respectfully addressed Liao Yuanqing. "I merely present a hypothesis, not a certainty. However, the fact remains that Wang Qinsui has harmed his comrades and has not undergone any training. If he is not possessed by a malevolent entity, how then does Captain Hu explain this anomaly?" The exchange grew increasingly heated, their expressions fierce, almost on the verge of an argument before Liao Yuanqing. Meanwhile, Tang Ying stood by, coldly amused, intensifying the tension in the room. Hu Chiping realized that avoiding this confrontation was no longer an option. Through gritted teeth, he reluctantly uttered, "I have previously imparted secret cultivation methods. He may have indeed refined his body." As soon as these words escaped his lips, he noticed a glimmer of excitement in Sun Jiming's eyes, and even Tang Ying regarded him with peculiar intrigue, filling Hu Qingping with a sense of regret. Wang Shouyong had only just acquired the cultivation technique at noon, and less than half a day had passed since then, even with exceptional talent. He could barely be considered a novice. Such words ought not to be uttered. Hu Changping gritted his teeth, only to hear Sun Jiming sneer. Did Lord Liao hear that? Let us set aside the matter of Hu Changping secretly transmitting cultivation techniques for now. He even dares to claim that this individual relied solely on his physical cultivation to slay his peers. Tang Ying feigned confusion and inquired, "When did Wang Qinsui join the Demon Suppression Division?" Sun Jiming pretended to clarify, "Was it yesterday or the day before?" "Alas, I cannot recall. It seems that Wang Qinsui possesses not only innate strength but may also be a once-in-a-millennium genius." He added, "If I remember correctly, Hu Shaowei achieved perfect mastery of physical cultivation 3 days ago. Yet what a pity it is that a talent like Hu Shaowei has been stuck at the profound realm for 3 years. It is wise not to harbor excessive expectations for so-called geniuses." In the exchange of a few words, Hu Chengping's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. Known for his lack of eloquence, he realized that should he continue, he might have to summon Wang Shouyong to validate his cultivation on the spot. Thus he remained silent, trembling with rage yet voiceless. Liao Yuanqing, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his brow and spoke, "You each hold your own opinions, and I cannot determine the truth. Therefore, let us summon Wang Qinsui for questioning. Only then can we discern right from wrong." "Your wisdom is commendable, my lord." Sun Jiming bowed slightly, a smile hidden within his sleeves. Hu Chengping, his breath erratic, awkwardly interjected, "Wang Qinsui is gravely injured and cannot walk. He must recuperate at home. We should wait a few more days." Tang Ying shook his head. "That is not advisable. What if Hu Shaowei alerts him, and he flees in fear of punishment? Let us seek out Wang Qinsui together. The truth will surely come to light." Hu Chengping wished to protest further, but saw Liao Yuanqing rising from his seat. "That settles it. We shall go together to find Wang Qinsui," he declared. Hearing this, Hu Chengping's expression darkened, his heart sinking like lead. Meanwhile, in the 22nd room of the dog hour, Kai Hong sat cross-legged in meditation, the energies of heaven and earth within him tranquil and harmonious. Suddenly, a sound akin to drumming echoed beside his ear, causing the energies within him to become chaotic and dissipate into nothingness. Furrowing his brows, Kai Hong opened his eyes, and upon seeing Chiofeng Fa beside him, his heart regained its calm, devoid of sorrow or joy. With a deep breath, he steadied his thoughts, inviting the energies of heaven and earth as one would welcome the autumn breeze, thus paving the way to the great Tao, tranquility, tranquility. Silently reciting these thoughts, Kai Hong descended once more into meditation. The thin, gentle energies of heaven and earth surrounding him were harmless, and he once again drew them into his body, guiding them through his meridians to his dantian. Bang! A dull thunderclap resonated near Kai Hong's ear, startling him instinctively. The vital essence of heaven and earth dissipated once more into the intangible. To make matters worse, outside the house, not only was there the ominous thunder, but also a cacophony of irritating sounds that stirred a sense of unease and restlessness within him. Breathing deeply, he sought tranquility, striving to harmonize with the essence of heaven and earth as if welcoming the autumn breeze. With great resolve, Kai Hong endeavored to dismiss the external clamor, sinking into meditation. However, the already elusive essence proved even more intangible this time, and it took him a full quarter of an hour to successfully channel the vital energy into his body. As the essence coursed through his meridians, Kai Hong carefully guided this hard-won energy. Suddenly, a resounding thud. The essence vanished. The noise outside intensified. Damn it, this is intolerable. Who could it be? Kai Hong's eyes widened in fury as he abruptly stood, grasping a broom from within and storming outside. Chapter 21. Breaking through. As Kai Hong flung open the door, that familiar sound echoed once more. Simultaneously, he was met with the furious gazes of a dozen pairs of eyes fixed upon him. His posture, broom in hand, froze instantly, and the flames of his anger were swiftly doused. Hesitantly, he stammered, "What is going on, everyone?" No one replied. They merely averted their gazes and resumed their hushed conversations. Kai Hong keenly observed that many among them, like himself, were also clutching brooms. Among the crowd, he spotted his familiar friend, Zhuang, and hurriedly approached him. "Brother Zhuang, what is happening? Why is everyone gathered here?" These faces seem familiar. They appear to be residents of the Su district. Zhuang silently planted his broom to the ground and muttered angrily, "Brother Kai, did you not hear the booming sounds like drums and thunder?" Kai Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. "You heard it too? The noise is unbearable, making it impossible to cultivate in peace." Zhuang nodded vehemently. "Indeed, Brother Kai. We are all gathered here because of that disturbance. We discovered that the source of the sound is from room 23 of the Su district, where the noise is the loudest." As soon as he finished speaking, another thud resonated from room 23, remembering the many times he had been disrupted, causing the vital essence to dissipate. Kai Hong clenched the broom tightly and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us go knock on the door." Just as Kai Hong was about to advance, Zhuang tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Brother Kai, shouldn't you take a moment to sniff the air?" At his words, Kai Hong noticed that everyone was standing at a distance of 10 paces from the house, not approaching. As he inhaled, an unbearable stench assaulted his nostrils, nearly inducing him to retch. "What is that smell?" Kai Hong's complexion changed drastically, struggling to suppress his gag reflex. Zhuang's expression mirrored his own discomfort as he spoke. "This is precisely why no one has dared to knock on the door. We all suspect that someone inside room 23 is, well, engaging in unspeakable acts." The broom in Kai Hong's hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He twitched at the corner of his mouth, forcing himself to appear composed. "Are you suggesting that the incessant drumming is a result of extraction?" Zhuang retorted angrily. "If not, then what is that sound? And from whence does this foul odor emanate?" Kai Hong fell silent, feeling increasingly nauseated by the subject. At that moment, a towering figure could no longer contain himself and stepped forward from the crowd, brandishing a wooden stick and wearing an expression of fury. "Damn it! Regardless of what this person is doing inside, I intend to drag that little brat out and teach him a lesson." With that declaration, he held his breath and approached the door of the wooden house, preparing to kick it in. However, before he could make contact, an overwhelming force enveloped his legs, rendering him immobile. "What is your purpose in gathering here?" A voice resonated, growing nearer. The crowd turned to see Liao Yuanqing and the 3 school captains, Sun, Tang, and Hu, approaching together. "It is Lord Liao, and Captains Sun, Tang, and Hu." Liao Yuanqing furrowed his brow, yet before he could speak, Sun Jiming boldly stepped ahead of the trio and inquired, "What has transpired here?" As the 4 approached, they noticed the crowd encircling the entrance of the wooden house. Thud! Before they could steady themselves, their expressions shifted drastically as an unbearable stench wafted from the house, hitting them full force. Among the crowd, someone daringly advanced and clasped his hands in salute. "Esteemed lords, we have been disturbed by the sounds emanating from within this house, making it impossible for us to meditate in peace. Thus, we gathered to investigate." Another voice called out, "The person inside is unresponsive to our calls and knocks, and the odor only intensifies, causing great outrage. Please, lords, take action on our behalf." Upon hearing this, the crowd's emotions surged, and they began to vocally condemn the occupant of the house, expressing their grievances in a cacophony of voices. Sun Jiming was about to respond when he suddenly sensed something amiss. His nostrils flared slightly. At the same time, Hu Qingping's expression shifted, and a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. Liao Yuanqing waved his hand, capturing a hint of the scent and drawing it into his nostrils. Alongside the foul odor, He detected a trace of herbal fragrance, leading to a dawning comprehension. Meanwhile, Tang Ying stood by, relishing the crowd's outcry, seemingly lost in thought. Hu Qingping approached Liao Yuanqing and whispered, "Lord Liao, this house is the residence of Prince Wang." His demeanor was calm, as if a weight had been lifted. Liao Yuanqing regarded Hu Qingping with a penetrating gaze before turning to summon Sun Jiming. "Captain Sun, what is your perspective on this matter?" As his words fell, the previously raucous crowd fell into silence, their eyes converging on Sun Jiming. His expression darkened, revealing reluctance, yet he felt compelled to respond. The individual within possesses a vitality akin to thunder, and the odor, when examined, carries a hint of medicinal fragrance. It is likely that he is undergoing a process of unblocking his meridians. The so-called foul stench is merely the impurities expelled during this process. Upon the utterance of these words, the onlookers were taken aback in astonishment. How could this be possible? Merely possessing a modicum of insight, we too have experienced this. Yet the commotion is so profound, so frequent, and so foul. Whispers spread among the crowd. Hu Qingping, standing aside, let out a cold laugh. Mediocre individuals, possessing merely one or two insights, would not cause such a stir. However, the room is filled with an overwhelming surge of vitality, the pulse resounding like a drum, indicating a continuous unlocking of insights, with formidable physical refinement and commendable aptitude. After a brief pause, Hu Qingping casually seized an individual and inquired, "Do you know how many times it has sounded within?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a thunderous bang reverberated from within the room, akin to a pounding. The man seized appeared anxious, his mind blank, and could only stammer, "I do not know. I only know that since the noon, it has been incessantly ringing." Initially, the sounds were slow, occurring once every quarter hour, but it has since quickened, hence the disturbance among us. Hu Qingping cast a cold glance at Sun Jiming, who was visibly flushed, resembling his earlier demeanor in the affairs hall. Indeed, the royal Wang Qinsui within is undeniably of the physical refinement realm. Contrary to your claims of him being untrained. Sun Jiming clenched his fists tightly, and Tang Ying, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Even if he is trained, can he possibly compare to Su Lin's years of honing? He is likely merely at the initial stage of physical refinement." Hu Qingping, upon hearing this, remained silent with a smile. Liao Yuanqing, intrigued, chuckled, and answered on Hu Qingping's behalf. Such a display of vitality, even at the initial stage of physical refinement, is surely enough to astound. Did you experience such commotion when you broke through to perfection in physical refinement? Tang Ying and Sun Jiming were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. The gathered crowd, upon hearing this, was filled with shock and disbelief. Someone suddenly recalled a matter and whispered, "I once read in ancient texts that ancient cultivators, when their vitality surged, would break through as if the heavens and earth were collapsing." Hu Qingping, witnessing Sun Jiming's grim countenance, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, almost bursting into laughter but suppressing it. He coldly remarked, "It seems that Sun Jiming is no different from a frog at the bottom of a well." Having placed last in last year's examination, he assumes that others are equally mediocre as himself, unaware that even among those of the same realm, distinctions exist. Even I, at the time of unlocking insights, did not create as much of a stir as Wang Qinsui. His aptitude is thus evident. As he spoke, Hu Qingping lightly tapped his hand upon the long knife at his side, each tap akin to a slap upon Sun Jiming's face. Sun Jiming, forcing himself to respond, stated, "Very well. Even if he is a prodigy capable of crossing realms in battle, how do you explain his consumption of demons?" Consumption of demons? The onlookers found the term utterly foreign, and the mere mention sent shivers down their spines. The implication was that the individual within was indeed a ruthless one capable of devouring demons. Many trembled at the thought, casting wary glances at the few involved. At this moment, Liao Yuanqing furrowed his brow slightly, recalling a statement. "I remember Wang Qinsui once mentioned that he relishes consuming demons." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The atmosphere in the space suddenly grew tense. The attendant standing before Wang Shouyong's door shuddered and hastily distanced himself from the house. "Do they truly relish demons?" inquired a voice from the throng. At that moment, another individual recalled a dreadful incident. "Have you all heard of the tragic event in Sangzi village a few days ago?" As the words fell, expressions shifted dramatically, as more people recalled the rumors of a person who, in an attempt to save the villagers, had fought against two demons and consumed them raw. So, it was indeed the individual within that house, who was currently breaking through a barrier. The shock spread through the crowd like wildfire. whispers and murmurs rapidly disseminating the tale of events. With a rustle, the onlookers instinctively recoiled several steps, clearing a substantial space around the small house at the hour of the dog. Chapter 22. Visitors from the capital inside the house. Wang Shouyong was not oblivious to the commotion outside. However, he was engrossed in the swift enhancement of his abilities and paid it no mind. He had consumed more than half of the precious medicinal herbs from the wooden box, each portion unboiled, conserving a third of their potency, which cumulatively equated to an astonishing amount of herbal essence. Although half a box remained, Wang Shouyong had his eyes tightly shut, yet his brow furrowed involuntarily. He had encountered a dilemma, not a cultivation bottleneck, but rather an outrageous perplexity. Within his body, the energies of heaven and earth circulated through numerous major acupoints. The potency of the herbs immense, surging towards the final major acupoint, the 72nd acupoint, the heart spring acupoint. As the medicinal energy surged forth, thunderous sounds erupted, causing Wang Shouyong's complexion to flush crimson. Boom! The heart spring acupoint was breached by the final remnant of medicinal energy, becoming thoroughly rounded and transparent, expelling all impurities from the 72 acupoints, leaving his body resplendent and clear. Wang Shouyong opened his eyes, and a cacophony akin to the crackling of firecrackers erupted from his entire body. Amidst the sound of his joints cracking, he felt a surge of power, reminiscent of his pre-enlightenment days, coursing through him. Clenching his fists, Wang Shouyong rose unsteadily from his bed and began to pace back and forth. At that moment, both his strength and physical prowess seemed to be nearly doubled compared to before. However, he required some time to acclimatize to this newfound vigor. Yet, despite his remarkable transformation, a frown lingered on Wang Shouyong's soiled visage, revealing a look of confusion. Why did he sense that the path to enlightenment remained unfulfilled? Both the Tuning the Sun Sutra and the Nine In True Classic clearly stated that the human body possesses 362 acupoints, of which only 72 could truly channel the essence of heaven and earth, while the remaining points could not retain such energy. Yet, after opening these 72 acupoints, Wang Shouyong distinctly felt that the journey was far from over. The lesser acupoints seemed to be awaiting the impact of some potent elixir. Was this merely an illusion? Wang Shouyong pondered uncertainly. The dim light filtering through the window cast shadows upon the ground. And with more than half a day having elapsed since the commencement of his enlightenment, he found himself mentally exhausted. Ultimately, he resolved to set aside his doubts and pause his progress. After all, straying from the correct path could adversely affect the course of his cultivation for the rest of his life. He would seek out Hu Chengping and inquire further in person. Wang Shouyong carefully closed the wooden box and placed it in the corner of the room, before deciding to push open the door to ascertain the cause of the commotion. The clamor outside had persisted almost uninterrupted since noon, piquing his curiosity about the unfolding events. As he opened the door, dozens of gazes converged upon him in unison. Wang Shouyong looked around in confusion and soon spotted Hu Chengping standing not far away, a grim smile contorting his cold visage. "You have finally emerged. We have been waiting for you here for nearly half a day." It seemed he had not smiled in a long time, and this expression appeared increasingly grotesque. "Hu Xiaowei, please cease your smiling. It is unappealing," Wang Shouyong remarked, scratching his head. The smile on Hu Chengping's face froze, and he clenched his fists, quickly reverting to the aloof demeanor that Wang Shouyong was all too familiar with. Wang Shouyong turned his head once more and beheld Liao Yuanqing smiling beside him, accompanied by the two bothersome individuals, Sun Jiming and Tang Ying. Even if Wang Shouyong were somewhat naive, connecting the words previously spoken by Hu Chengping and Li Gui, he would have discerned the unfolding events. Thus, with a raised brow, he approached the group. "Hold on. Just remain where you are and engage in a casual conversation with us," Liao Yuanqing interjected, swiftly using his magical prowess to prevent Wang Shouyong from advancing. Wang Shouyong lowered his gaze to examine the filth that almost covered his body, nodding awkwardly. "All right." Liao Yuanqing consciously softened his tone and gently inquired, "Did you accompany Captain Hu to the Bayan Taoist temple to exorcise demons?" "Indeed." "Then why did you turn against your colleagues?" "They sought to kill me and seize my achievements. I was compelled to act in self-defense." "Do you know the cultivation level of those who attacked you?" "I do not know, nor do I care." "What is your current level of cultivation?" "I have just achieved the consummation of the body refinement stage, with all 72 major acupoints fully connected." As these words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their faces reflecting a mix of disbelief and shock. During the nearly half-day wait, they had learned that this individual had only entered the exorcism department the day before. Even if Captain Hu had provided him with special training, he had only recently acquired his techniques. "The consummation of body refinement," someone murmured. feeling as though their worldview was collapsing. Hearing this, Liao Yuanqing turned to Sun Jimin beside him and said, "Captain Sun, Captain Tang, did you hear that?" Both men appeared pale and distressed, and after a prolonged silence, Sun Jimin finally uttered, "I heard it. Perhaps I have misjudged." Any doubts vanished in the moment Wang Shouyong reached the consummation of the body refinement stage. No one could fault a genius who had ascended from a mere mortal to such a level in merely 2 days. Such an individual would shine brilliantly, no matter where they were placed. Liao Yuanqing smiled kindly at Wang Shouyong. "Do take a good rest. I understand you are injured. Please recuperate at your residence for these few days." With that, Liao Yuanqing turned to leave, with Sun Jimin and Tang Ying hastily following. "My lord, regarding the matter of slaying colleagues, there will be a judgment in a few days. Are you anxious?" The voices gradually faded away once the group departed. Hu Changping cast a cold glance, causing the onlookers, despite their desire to continue observing this living legend, to shiver and disperse. "Your cultivation speed surpasses my expectations." Hu Changping approached Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong smiled gently, expressing his gratitude for the precious medicine. Hu Changping initially intended to pat Wang Shouyong on the shoulder but ultimately refrained, leaving behind only a few words. "Focus on your recovery. The trouble has been resolved, and the coming days will be relatively peaceful. I shall return to visit you after some time." After a brief pause, Hu Changping added, "After all, having taken the life of a colleague, there may be repercussions to consider, so do not harbor any resentment." With that, Hu Changping departed swiftly. Wang Shouyong exhaled deeply, returning indoors to boil some water and indulge in a refreshing hot bath, washing away the grime from his body. 3 days later, news of a prodigious talent emerging from the Demon Exorcism Division spread throughout the entire Linshui County. The source of this information remains uncertain. Yet it is known that a relative of a local family, serving in the division, had the fortuitous opportunity to witness the legendary moment of a breakthrough. The news reverberated like a stone cast into a placid pond, creating countless ripples. In a humble eatery within Linshui County, a young couple engaged in quiet conversation. On their table sat a pot of aged wine accompanied by plates of pork, beef, and vegetables. Though modest, they savored their meal with great delight. It was midday, and the establishment was bustling, filled with patrons who mostly bowed their heads to eat and drink, while a few others chatted softly. How old could this remarkable talent be? Was it true that he achieved a perfect physical refinement in just 1 day? Rumor had it he was 16, perhaps 17 or 18, unclear. It had been many years since Linshui County had seen such an exceptional individual. I wonder how long he will remain in the Qi transformation stage," mused one of the diners. Upon hearing this, the young woman among the couple chuckled softly, drawing the attention of several nearby patrons who had been engaged in their own conversations. What could have elicited such laughter from her? Before she could respond, the young man opposite her cleared his throat. "Apologies, we found something amusing, not your conversation," he interjected. The girl nodded repeatedly, yet the smile on her face lingered. Noticing this, the young man lost his appetite, shaking his head as he retrieved his belongings. "Waiter, the bill, please." Once outside the eatery, Situ Wenfeng playfully rapped Situ Yiyun on the forehead, exclaiming in irritation, "What's so funny? Is it truly that amusing? Do you not understand that eavesdropping while traversing the martial world is highly frowned upon?" Situ Yiyun stuck out her tongue and grinned, "But it is genuinely amusing. In this remote place, a mere day's achievement in physical refinement has turned someone into a genius." Hearing this, Situ Wenfeng intended to scold her, but, recalling the earlier conversation, could not help but smile in understanding. Shaking his head, he replied, "You know this is a backwater. Here, a single day to achieve physical perfection is quite rare. Do not forget the purpose of our journey. We must remain low-key and discreet." Understood. Let us hurry to find, what was his name again? Situ Yiyun pondered. "Liao Yuanqing. Remember to address him as Lord Liao and keep it subtle. We only need to be assigned to the least sought-after subordinates," she continued. Situ Wenfeng tapped her head again, emphasizing, "Remember to be discreet." Got it. Enough already." Their figures gradually faded into the distance at the end of Chongqing Street. Chapter 23, Mountain Opening Fist versus. Mountain Opening Fist at the Demon Exorcism Division. In the training arena, a resounding crash echoed as wooden splinters flew, and the steel wooden dummy shattered into countless pieces. Wang Shouyong gradually retracted his fist, inhaling deeply as the essence of the world dissipated from his hands. Surrounding him were resounding cheers of admiration. "Bravo, Brother Wang. Your martial prowess is extraordinary. A fundamental foundational fist technique has manifested such formidable power. Truly commendable." As expected of a prodigy who has transcended the physical realm in a single day, Your progress in martial arts is astonishingly swift. Witnessing your return to the essence of the foundational fist fills us with genuine humility. With a grim expression, Wang Shouyong surveyed his surroundings and helplessly shook his head. Ever since that day when he closed himself off to break through, drawing a crowd of onlookers, he found that whenever he ventured outside, colleagues would eagerly approach him. And the training grounds were always teeming with spectators. He was not a complete novice, and he understood the nuances of social interactions. These individuals, perhaps aware of their slim chances for advancement, resorted to flattery and kind words in hopes of ingratiating themselves. Once he ascended to the position of a lieutenant, it would be these very people who would possess scarce connections. There was no need for any investment. Simply maintaining good relations through casual exchanges was a venture that anyone would be inclined to pursue. However, despite his understanding, Wang Shouyong had no desire to emulate Hu Jinping and become a figure of menace. The adage "one does not strike a smiling face" resonated with him. As long as their presence did not hinder his training, he would let them be, just like at this moment. Although he had yet to fully grasp the foundational principles of the mountain opening fist, these individuals exalted it as a technique of returning to one's roots. Wang Shouyong's composure eventually faltered. Upon hearing the accolades from the crowd, he could only manage an awkward smile. "You flatter me. I have yet to grasp the fundamentals of the mountain-splitting fist, relying solely on brute force to strike the target. Nay, my friend, do you not realize that this tempered steel would possesses remarkable resilience? It cannot be easily shattered. I perceive a hint of modesty in your words. But I happen to have conducted some research on the mountain-splitting fist. Perhaps after my shift, we could engage in a friendly exchange?" One individual suggested. "Coincidentally, I too have dabbled in this art and likely possess greater proficiency than you," another chimed in. What do you imply? If you doubt my capabilities, shall we test our skills with the mountain-splitting fist? In mere moments, Wang Shouyong found himself witnessing a heated dispute between the two. Just then, a distant figure shattered a piece of tempered steelwood, sending debris flying, fortuitously striking both disputants on the head. The force of the blow was significant, toppling the unsuspecting pair to the ground. Who did that? As they scrambled to their feet, a figure approached, their face a mask of apology, repeatedly expressing regret. "I cannot fathom why my powers suddenly spiraled out of control, leading to this unfortunate incident. My sincerest apologies." How unfortunate. The speaker's words were innocuous. Yet Wang Shouyong couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Over the past few days, similar incidents had transpired. Anyone attempting to draw near him invariably encountered various misfortunes, ranging from errant magical surges to unexpected calamities, much like what had just occurred. A notification flickered on his panel. An entry glaringly evident. Heavenly calamity star. Purple, your fate embodies an ominous portent, a harbinger of misfortune. Ill fate shall envelop all around you, with those closest to you more susceptible to backlash. Wang Shouyong silently mused that he needed to find an opportunity to synthesize this entry. Otherwise, he might be doomed to a lifetime as a harbinger of ill luck. Regrettably, the other purple entries were exceedingly rare and of considerable utility to him, making him hesitant to synthesize them just yet. Shaking his head, he intended to quietly exit the training ground while the others were distracted, only to be interrupted by a derisive laugh emanating from the entrance. "Some flatterers among you, unable to master such a rudimentary technique as the mountain-splitting fist. Yet you still elevate it to the status of a genius martial art. How laughable." The crowd's expressions froze, turning in unison toward the entrance where a young woman in a flowing light green dress strolled in gracefully. It was Situ Yiyun. At that moment, her brother, Situ Wenfeng, was engaged in conversation with Liao Yuanqing, and she had discreetly slipped away. While meandering through the Demon Extermination Division, she recalled the rumors of a prodigy capable of breaking through in a day, and on a whim, decided to witness this individual for herself. However, upon entering, she was greeted with the scene of sycophancy, a mere name-dropper. At that moment, Situ Yiyun made a swift judgment in her heart. She was clear-cut in her affections and aversions, always audacious, and with a mere shift in thought, she spoke boldly. In this remote and desolate place, the consequences were hardly a matter to be pondered. At that instant, all eyes were fixed upon her, yet she remained unfazed. Her demeanor composed as she stepped forward to address the crowd. "Why do you all gaze at me so? Am I not speaking the truth?" Situ Yiyun tilted her head slightly. With a sardonic smile, Kai Hong stepped forward, his expression lacking genuine warmth. "Perhaps the young lady is someone as kin. In this training ground for exorcists, there are many practitioners. Should one's powers spiral out of control, it would be unfortunate for the young lady. It would be wise for you to leave." Situ Yiyun furrowed her brow slightly, surveying the assembly. After a brief silence, she broke into laughter. Have I struck a nerve? Making you feel uneasy? As for the notion of being harmed, I believe none of you possess such capability. The expressions of the crowd shifted subtly. Though they had indeed been sycophantic, the explicit confrontation stripped them of their dignity, especially with this impudent girl so openly disregarding them. Situ Yun then turned her gaze directly to Wang Shouyong and unabashedly remarked, Your foundational fist technique is so abysmal. Yet you can still accept praise from others with such nonchalance. It seems you are merely a vain individual. Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow and clarified. I never claimed to excel at the open mountain fist. Just as Situ Yun was about to respond, an individual stepped forward beside Wang Shouyong. Hee. Since the young lady holds such disdain for Brother Wang's open mountain fist, you must possess considerable expertise in it. Shall we engage in a friendly sparring session? Situ Yun's eyes sparkled with interest as she assessed the man before her. What is your realm? She inquired. I possess the strength of 65 meridians, he replied. A tad lacking, but nonetheless, I would like to see the quality of your skills. With that, Situ Yun took her stance at the center of the martial arts arena. The man wasted no time. With a flick of his sleeve, he leaped to stand opposite her. Please enlighten me. In the next instant, the practitioner of body refinement propelled himself forward, bending his form and launching a punch that summoned the energy of heaven and earth, his internal power surging through his meridians. This punch can truly be called the open mountain, he declared as his fist surged powerfully towards the young girl. Yet, she remained unfazed, calmly critiquing, Your foundation is weak. And your punch lacks strength, it's inadequate. In the next breath, a delicate hand, as pristine as jade, gently pressed against the open mountain fist, unleashing a tempestuous gale. A thunderous roar echoed as the punch abruptly halted, suspended within her palm. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, for none could discern the technique employed by the girl. They merely witnessed the pure essence of the open mountain fist being subdued. It transpired in the blink of an eye. Among the crowd, only Wang Shouyong's eyes gleamed with realization. This punch does not merit the name open mountain. You may as well try my open mountain fist. Situ Yun clenched her other hand, mimicking the posture of the previous man, and with a step, she launched her own punch. However, as her fist struck forth, it seemed to draw upon the very essence of the surrounding world, erupting with a ferocity that overshadowed the previous attack 100-fold. The girl uttered a deep cry. Her punch unleashed like the collapse of the heavens. The man staggered, already shaken by having his own attack halted, and now faced with this overwhelming force. Terror seized him. This is not the open mountain fist. Yet, the girl paid him no heed, her fist ascending with the weight of inevitability, poised to strike his head. The crowd was aghast. This punch seemed nearly tangible, surpassing even the might of the techniques found on the second floor of the martial arts hall. Should it land, it would surely inflict grave injury upon the practitioner. Just as the spectators were at a loss, a figure suddenly appeared in the arena, tall and imposing. One hand grasping the practitioner and retreating, while the other executed a rudimentary punch, directly meeting the girl's open mountain fist. That is enough. Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow, his body coiling like a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing all his might through his fist, which surged forward with reckless abandon. Chapter 24, Concerning My Sister's Loss of Pride. Excellent. Situ Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Initially, she intended to dissipate her fist's momentum to avoid causing genuine harm to her opponent. Yet before she could do so, Wang Shouyong leaped forth. Consequently, she held nothing back. As her fist's power coalesced, its potency intensified by an additional third. Wang Shouyong's gaze sharpened, and he immediately unleashed all his might. While he was not versed in the art of mountain-splitting strikes, he was supremely confident in matching brute force with brute force. This punch was not merely a mountain-splitting blow. It surpassed it. With a thunderous roar, the martial arts arena erupted in a deafening sound, as dust and debris exploded from the point where the two stood, sweeping across a Tinjiang radius. Crack, crack. The spectators could even hear the sound of the tiles beneath their feet shattering, leaving them utterly astonished. What monstrous beings were these two, that a single punch could wield such devastating power? As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the figures of the two combatants. Wang Shouyong stood gripping the unconscious form of his attendant with his left hand, his right fist hanging limply at his side. The sleeve of his right arm completely torn apart, his muscles twitching in a pitiful display. In stark contrast, the young woman opposite him remained unfazed. Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, her garments entirely unscathed, Wang Shouyong also noticed this stark contrast, and with a resigned smile, he laid down his hands and cupped them respectfully, saying, "You must not be at the body refinement stage, for your skills are indeed superior. I am truly impressed." Upon hearing this, The crowd instantly sensed something unusual. The fluctuations of the natural energies could not possibly be summoned by one at the body refinement stage. Clearly, she had already transcended to the chi transformation realm. In light of this, although Wang Shouyong had suffered a narrow defeat, managing to evade a strike from someone of the chi transformation stage was no small feat. The crowd sighed in disappointment, lamenting the outcome. However, they observed the young woman's cold and haughty demeanor. She remained silent, merely nodding slightly before turning away, her hands still arrogantly positioned behind her back. Before long, she had exited the training grounds. The onlookers exchanged glances and hurriedly gathered around Wang Shouyong to assess his condition. She is rather too proud, using her superior cultivation to bully others, provoking Brother Wang for no reason. Even after Brother Wang graciously admitted defeat, she didn't utter a single word, truly baffling. Such an arrogant individual, one wonders to whom she belongs. It seems the Demon Extermination Department has no female officials of her caliber. Unfamiliar with her, they noted her striking beauty. If she were employed by the Demon Extermination Department, she would not be so obscure, suggesting she must be an outsider. As the crowd discussed, Wang Shouyong discreetly shook his hand, his heart tumultuous. With the strength of 100 bears, blue, the resilience of steel green, and having attained perfection in the body refinement stage, he found himself evenly matched with the young woman. He had believed that with such formidable attributes, he could rival those in the chi transformation realm. However, it seemed that even a casual practitioner of chi transformation could easily best him. He would have to exercise more caution in the future. Outside the training ground, Situ Iyun paced out. Once she turned a corner, effectively severing the line of sight behind her, her expression abruptly shifted, and she hastened her steps. Yet, before she could take 10 steps, she crouched down, hiding against the wall. If anyone had been nearby, they would have seen her clutching her chest with her right hand. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Tears streamed down her cheeks, large droplets falling onto her dress. Her eyes reddened as she buried her head, sobbing quietly, her right hand visibly swollen. In truth, it was not a mere stalemate. Wang Shouyong, while appearing to have torn his sleeves, had actually absorbed the impact with his formidable physique, whereas her frail body bore the brunt of the force. Unbeknownst to her, her struggle to depart quickly gave off an impression of aloofness to those around her. Having been pampered since childhood, although she possessed notable talent, she rarely engaged in combat. This visit to Linshui County marked her first foray into battle. Little did she anticipate that her inaugural confrontation would be against a formidable opponent, whose seemingly crude mountain-splitting fist technique surpassed even her mid-level chi transformation prowess. It is well understood that the realm of physical cultivation is utterly incomparable to the strength and prowess of the chi transformation stage. Moreover, she is a genuine prodigy hailing from the capital. Under any circumstance, it would be unfathomable for her to be bested by a talent from the remote corners of Linshui County. Yet, the individual encountered earlier evidently defied all norms. What manner of creature is Wang Shouyong? After enduring considerable anguish, Situ Iyun gingerly retrieved a small porcelain vial from her bosom, trembling as she extracted a plump pill and ingested it. Remarkably, with the pill's descent, the swelling in her right hand began to abate swiftly. In the span of nearly 15 minutes, the bruising had entirely subsided, leaving only a slight soreness in her wrist, devoid of any further pain. Situ Iyun resolutely wiped away her tears, her eyes slightly reddened. After tidying her appearance, she resumed her haughty demeanor, casting a glance around her, and subsequently felt a wave of relief wash over her. Luckily, she had not been seen in such a disheveled state. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been immense. Just as she was beginning to relax, a voice of inquiry broke the silence from behind her. Iyun, what brings you here? Situ Iyun's mind momentarily blanked as she turned to see two figures approaching, a young man and an elder, walking leisurely toward her. The speaker was none other than Situ Wenfeng, accompanied by Liao Yuanqing, who had been exiled from the capital to Linshui County. A look of confusion adorned Situ Wenfeng's face as he asked, "Did I not instruct you to wait outside? Why have you come to the martial arena?" Flustered, Situ Iyun waved her hands in a panic, at a loss as to whether her brother had witnessed her in tears on the ground. I was merely taking a stroll." "A stroll? How did you end up at the martial arena?" Situ Wenfeng remained perplexed. Then, as if struck by a realization, his eyes widened. "You aren't here to seek out that Wang Shouyong, are you? Did I not emphasize the need for discretion on this journey?" Caught in the act of her intentions, Situ Iyun became increasingly flustered, rendered speechless. Fortunately, at that moment, Liao Yuanqing interjected. "No matter, both of you possess remarkable talents in your cultivation. It would be beneficial for you to engage with one another. Furthermore, You will soon be colleagues. Upon hearing this, Situ Yun lifted her head in astonishment. Why is that? Liao Yuanqing regarded Situ Wenfeng with a puzzled expression. Are you not here for that matter? If so, it seems most reasonable to assign you both under Chimping as command. Situ Wenfeng promptly cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, Of course, thank you, Lord Liao. It happens that my younger sister's intellect is still maturing. She will surely benefit from further interactions with the talented demon slayers of Lin Shui. Speaking of that young man, he is indeed intriguing. His demeanor and capabilities resemble those of Qingping. However, given his talents, he would likely not stand out in the capital. Liao Yuanqing chuckled lightly. At this juncture, Situ Wanfeng proudly straightened his chest, a faint smile gracing his face, yet he did not deny his modesty. The talents of the capital, naturally, could not be compared to the likes of Lin Shui County, not to mention himself, having indulged in feasting and merriment. He had attained the pinnacle of qi transformation at a tender age. Even his younger sister, who was less inclined towards cultivation, had reached the intermediate stage of qi transformation. Such prowess was beyond the reach of local prodigies. Not at all, not at all, Liao Yuanqing interjected with a laugh. I must say, Wang Shouyong is indeed extraordinarily gifted. A remarkable talent. If he were in the capital, Situ Yun instinctively began to retort, but halfway through her words, she caught a glimpse of the peculiar gaze with which Situ Wanfeng regarded her, as though she were a curiosity. Liao Yuanqing, taken aback, remarked with a smile. I did not expect the young lady of the Situ family to be so humble. Yes. Situ Yun felt the weight of her elder brother's silent skepticism and chose to lower her head, remaining silent. It is still early, if you have the time. Why not accompany me to meet Qingping and that lad, to become better acquainted? Upon hearing this, Situ Yun hastily shook her head, saying, Let us postpone it for today. Tomorrow will do. Yes, we need to prepare a bit. Liao Yuanqing stroked his beard, acquiescing. Very well, then let us rest well today, and first thing tomorrow, I shall introduce you. After a few more casual exchanges, Liao Yuanqing excused himself to attend to official matters, leaving Situ Wanfeng and Situ Yun exchanging glances in silence. Situ Wanfeng scrutinized Situ Yun with suspicion. After a long moment, he finally managed to utter, Something is amiss with you. That single statement prompted Situ Yun to turn on her heel and depart, exclaiming, What nonsense. I am tired today. Let us return and rest early. Chapter 25. A New Mission. Proceed to Jishan County the following day, at the Exorcism Affairs Office. It's you. Wang Shouyong gazed in astonishment at the young maiden before him. Just yesterday, they had crossed paths at the training grounds. And now he was informed that she would henceforth be his colleague. Lord Liao, what is the meaning of this? Liao Yuanqing stroked his beard. Perceiving no offense from the boy's inquiry, on the contrary, he found the youth's candid nature quite to his liking. As you can see, starting today, there will be more than just you as captain who's subordinate. Wang Shouyong scrutinized the pair of young individuals before him with a sense of suspicion, his mind rife with doubts. In this day and age, it was rather astonishing that connections and relationships could still wield such influence. As Wang Shouyong assessed the duo, Situ Wenfeng was equally engaged in observing Wang Shouyong and Situ Yun. Clearly, there had transpired some event between these two. Wang Shouyong had indeed encountered Situ Yun before, which likely explained her peculiar behavior the day prior. Contemplating this, Situ Wenfeng courteously inclined his head, introducing himself. I am Situ Wenfeng, and this is my younger sister, Situ Yun. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Very well, I too look forward to your guidance, Wang Shouyong replied nonchalantly. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Situ Yun. Ahem, esteemed Wang, my sister possesses a naturally shy disposition, so I kindly ask that you refrain from staring so intently. Situ Wenfeng interjected, stepping forward to gently obscure Wang Shouyong's line of sight. Wang Shouyong suddenly realized that his gaze, in this era marked by stringent feudal propriety, was somewhat intrusive. With an air of apology, he nodded slightly and averted his eyes. Liao Yuanqing, observing that the group was acquainted, began to speak. Today, in addition to facilitating your introductions, there is another matter that requires your attention. At this, Wang Shouyong noticed Liao Yuanqing's gaze fixated upon him, prompting him to lift his head in confusion. Recently, over a dozen demons fled from Jishan County to our Lin Shui County, committing numerous atrocities. Liao Yuanqing recounted in a gentle tone, yet Wang Shouyong was taken aback. These demons have claimed the lives of over 300 individuals in Sangzi village and were executed on Chaqing Street a few days ago. However, we have obtained crucial intelligence from this incident. Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow and inquired softly, What news? Recently, during the purging of demons in Jishan County, these creatures had fled from a place known as the Blood Evil Mountain. In addition to the more than 10 demons that had escaped together, there were also 3 metamorphic demons that had arrived in Linshui County, though they had yet to reveal their whereabouts. Liao Yuanqing's implication was clear. Their lack of visibility indicated no significant casualties had occurred, thus making it difficult to trace these 3 demons. However, it would be too late once they made their presence known. Wang Shouyong calmly remarked that they could not afford to wait for another tragedy like the one in Sangzi village to unfold. Indeed, that is why this task has been entrusted to you. We have already ascertained the location of the lair of these 3 demons in the Blood Evil Mountain. All that is required of you is to retrieve an item imbued with the essence of the demons from their lair, allowing us to employ a tracking spell to locate them. The more potent the essence, the greater our chances of finding them, enabling us to eliminate them before they commit further atrocities. As Liao Yuanqing spoke, he observed Wang Shouyong's demeanor, noting his serene expression, deep in contemplation, devoid of any trace of resentment or pity. A peculiar sensation began to stir within Liao Yuanqing's heart. Wang Shouyong nodded and said, "With a location, it becomes manageable. I shall take my orders." Beside him, Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yiyun exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they clasped their hands and declared, "Such a trivial matter is naturally within our capabilities. We shall obey your command." This was their first opportunity to earn merits since joining the Demon Extermination Department, and they were determined to execute it flawlessly. After a brief pause, Situ Wenfeng inquired, "What about Colonel Hu? Will he join us?" Liao Yuanqing shook his head, saying, "I have other tasks for Colonel Hu. Thus, this matter must be undertaken by you. However, rest assured, as the demons in Jishan County have been eradicated, this venture should bear little danger. The only concern is that the Demon Extermination Department may have already cleared the demon lairs, leaving you with empty hands." At this point, the group had no further doubts. After receiving the map and contact information prepared by Liao Yuanqing, they exited the affairs hall. Once the 3 departed, only Liao Yuanqing remained. Yet he seemed lost in thought, furrowing his brow without action. After a considerable time, he finally spoke softly, "Chenping." At the sound of his voice, from the shadows emerged a figure, cold and chiseled, none other than Colonel Hu Chenping. Liao Yuanqing carefully chose his words and quietly asked, "What do you think of the Situ siblings?" Hu Chenping shook his head, responding, "Talents from the capital, proud and somewhat capable, yet they may stumble when faced with challenges." Liao Yuanqing nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I observe that while they possess the potential of soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes, they seem to be beset by tribulations. I suspect they will encounter many setbacks before they reach the transcendent realm." Hu Chenping fell silent, aware that Liao Yuanqing did not wish to dwell on this matter. As anticipated, after a moment of silence, Liao Yuanqing continued, "What is your opinion of this young man?" Hu Chenping furrowed his brow slightly and decisively replied, "His aptitude and disposition are commendable. Compared to the Situ siblings, he is more decisive and experienced in handling affairs, yet he exhibits a somewhat violent temperament. However, I perceive that he appears rather indifferent." Liao Yuanqing paused in his grooming of his beard, exhaling softly, "Precisely, I previously mentioned the matter of Sangzi village. While the Situ siblings displayed compassion and chivalry, he remained unmoved. It is evident not merely in his expression. I can sense that his heart is as tranquil as a still lake, as if the tragedy of Sangzi village were a distant occurrence, unrelated to him." Hu Chenping remained contemplative, quietly stating, "I was once like that too, yet my resolve in vanquishing demons has not waned in the slightest." Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanqing seemed to recall something, a smile forming on his face. "That is why I find this young man so reminiscent of you. I thought perhaps I could lend him a hand." After a brief pause, Liao Yuanqing's smile faded, and a serious expression took its place. "However, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention." His demeanor was indifferent, devoid of any chivalrous spirit. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. Instead, upon examining his fate through my art, I discerned an ominous aura surrounding his destiny, obscured and unclear. Hu Chenping was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Like myself?" Liao Yuanqing shook his head and replied, "This is distinctly different from you. Such a fate possesses a vast configuration, shrouded in a haze akin to distant mountains cloaked in thick mist, rendering even the clarity of fortune or misfortune elusive. Occasionally, a faint breath emerges. Yet it is fraught with malevolence. Hence, I suspect it to be a fate of great calamity." Observing his indifferent words and actions, I fear this individual may tread a nefarious path in the future. Before he could finish, Liao Yuanxing noticed Hu Changping advancing towards the door with a blade in hand. Attempting to depart, Hu Changping remarked coolly, "This is of no concern to me. I only know that he currently possesses considerable talent and is willing to vanquish demons and monsters. That is sufficient." Liao Yuanxing opened his mouth, then added, "I am merely concerned he may influence you after 3 months. Let us discuss it then, for I must certainly go to the capital in 3 months," Hu Changping replied, pushing the door open and leaving Liao Yuanxing in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 26. The county lieutenant of Jishan. Although the distance from Linshui County to Jishan County was not great, the trio, at their swiftest, could only traverse at the pace of those in the Qi transformation stage. Their journey was punctuated by pauses, following the official road and occasionally straying onto wild paths, requiring a full day and night to reach their destination. As night fell, they encountered a temple and decided to rest for the night, planning to enter Jishan County at dawn. Within the temple, the flickering campfire cast shadows, while a half-broken clay statue of the Taoist ancestor gazed down from the altar. Wang Shouyong and the Sidhu siblings each settled into a corner of the temple to rest. Wang Shouyong sat in place, adopting the meditative posture described in the 9E manual, yet his brow was furrowed, indicating he was grappling with some perplexity. Meanwhile, Sidhu Wenfeng appeared to be completely engrossed in tending to the campfire. As he poked at the wood, it crackled and sparked, sending embers flying. Through the rising sparks, he seemingly cast a casual glance toward Wang Shouyong, who was not far away. "How do you perceive this individual?" Sidhu Wenfeng inquired, stroking the bracelet on his right hand, which emanated a mysterious vibration. He then lowered his voice, for the bracelet was inscribed with a soundproofing array, capable of isolating sounds within a radius of 3 zhang, thereby preventing outsiders from overhearing their conversation. Sidhu Yun was taken aback for a moment, recalling the scene in the martial arts arena, and then slightly furrowed her brow, saying, "His talent is acceptable, yet his temperament seems rather ordinary." Upon hearing this, Sidhu Wenfeng let out a sigh of relief and chuckled softly. "I thought that after your prior encounters, you would have a more favorable impression of him." Sidhu Yun, upon reflection, considered her own cultivation in the Qi transformation realm, which was still inferior to Wang Shouyong's perfect physical refinement, causing a slight blush to rise to her cheeks as she fell silent. After his laughter subsided, Sidhu Wenfeng turned serious. "Sister, while I will not dwell on your initial impression of him, I must share one crucial piece of information that should inform your judgment regarding his character." "What is it?" Sidhu Ian asked, momentarily startled. Sidhu Wenfeng replied in a hushed tone, "Earlier, I had a casual conversation with Lord Liao, during which we discussed this individual's background. It turns out he is a direct witness to the recent tragedy in Sangzi Village in Lin County." Upon hearing the name of Sangzi Village, Sidhu Yun involuntarily widened her eyes. "He is a witness to the Sangzi Village incident?" "I could hardly discern it." Sidhu Wenfeng nodded. "This is precisely my point. The villagers who raised him perished tragically, yet he shows no sign of emotional turmoil when the matter is mentioned. This indicates either a profound depth of character or an inherently cold nature. We must tread carefully and avoid forming deep connections with him." Sidhu Yun frowned slightly. "His affairs are of no concern to me. You are overly worried. It is good that you can think this way. Just remember our purpose in this journey. We shall not linger in Lin County for long, and it is imperative to avoid entanglements." "All right, I understand. You truly are a chatterbox." Although Sidhu Yun said this, Sidhu Wenfeng could discern that she had taken it to heart, prompting him to smile faintly and refrain from further comment. A peaceful night passed, and the following day, the three of them hastened their journey, entering the territory of Jishan County. As they traversed the villages, they could see the villagers diligently toiling in the fields from afar, with wisps of smoke occasionally rising from the cottages, creating a picturesque scene of pastoral tranquility. They did not linger long and continued on their way to the Blood Evil Mountain. The villages grew increasingly sparse, and eventually they found themselves in an expansive, desolate mountain region. The endless plains were overgrown with weeds, and while they hurried along, they caught sight of the distant, dark red mountain range. After another hour of travel, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Looking up, they beheld a dense forest, resembling a sinister beast with its maw agape, awaiting the arrival of intruders. This was indeed the Blood Evil Mountain, its entire being tinged with a hue reminiscent of blood, explaining its ominous name. Sidhu Wenfeng remarked, "It is no wonder that idle demons gather in the Blood Evil Mountain. The heavy aura of malevolence here must be a favored realm for them." Sidhu Yun added, "After a day's and night's journey, we have finally arrived at our destination." The Sidhu siblings, invigorated, began to converse more freely. Sidhu Wenfeng chuckled, "However, throughout our travels, I must say that the governance of Jishan County appears quite commendable. The villagers' labor is orderly and harmonious. It seems that in the upcoming assessment 3 months hence, Jishan County should receive a favorable rating. Assessment? Wang Shouyong felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing the keyword. Just as he was about to inquire further, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure emerging from the dense forest, drawing the attention of the Situ siblings as well. The individual bore a square visage, with a sword hung at his waist, adorned in a dark purple uniform. Upon encountering the trio, he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively placing a hand upon his blade. The dark purple attire, the standardized longsword, and the insignia bearing a golden stripe indicated that this man was a lieutenant from the Exorcism Bureau of Jishan County. With a wary expression, the lieutenant rested his hand on his sword, yet remained silent. Situ Wenfeng discerned the stranger's garb and, before the man could speak, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "We pay our respects, esteemed sir. We are sent by the Exorcism Bureau of Linshui County." However, before he could finish, the young lieutenant, hand still on his long sword, unsheathed it and unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy. Boom! Clouds of dust erupted as Situ Wenfeng stumbled out of the haze. His right sleeve shredded, though miraculously unharmed. He appeared quite disheveled. The scene transformed dramatically. "Cough, cough, esteemed lieutenant. Why do you turn your blade upon us?" Situ Wenfeng asked in astonishment while hastily retreating. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, a flicker of regret crossed the young lieutenant's eyes as he slowly approached the group. "You claim to be from the Exorcism Bureau of Linshui County and possess the Qi transformation realm. Are you indeed a lieutenant?" Taken aback, Situ Wenfeng, who had intended to strike back, paused his movement and replied, "In response to your inquiry, we are indeed attendants of a lieutenant. Here is our identification insignia." Yet, before he could finish his explanation, another wave of sword energy erupted from the young lieutenant's hand, this strike even more ferocious than the last. "Nonsense. Qi transformation realm. And you are attendants of a lieutenant? I suspect you are demons in disguise." As he spoke, the young lieutenant leaped forth, his form shooting like an arrow, his long sword sweeping through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped both Situ Iyin and Wang Shouyong within its lethal range. Wang Shouyong raised his hand to deflect a surge of blade energy, his long-sleeved arm shattering in the process, leaving him utterly astonished. Situ Iyin called out with urgency, "My lord, could there be some misunderstanding?" The young lieutenant cast a nonchalant glance at the two, remaining silent as he unleashed his long knife in a sweeping motion. A deep blue phantom emerging beneath its arc, resembling a roaring behemoth with claws poised to strike. A martial technique of the transformation realm. The trio's expression sharpened. Upon witnessing the overwhelming might of the blade, Situ Wenfeng and Situ Iyin instinctively brushed their left hands against the bracelets on their right wrists, summoning a faint green magical array before them. Wang Shouyong stumbled, his figure retreating violently. In the next instant, the formidable momentum of martial prowess surged forth, uprooting earth and stone, and directly confronting the trio. Boom! The ground fractured, and a storm of dust erupted into the air. The very spot where the three stood was marred by deep, menacing ravines, stripped of vegetation, revealing dark red stones beneath. Such was the terrifying might of a single strike from the essence transformation technique. Chapter 27. Braving the essence transformation, even a master is merely at the pinnacle of the essence transformation realm. Do not force my hand. Amidst the dust, the shattered formation echoed with the furious voice of Situ Wenfeng. What of it? The young lieutenant sneered, relentless in his approach, as he unleashed his martial technique once more with his longsword. The essence of heaven and earth clung to the blade, and a deep blue phantom roared forth anew. On the other side, Situ Wenfeng took a deep breath, his gaze turning icy. He patted his waist, and a longsword appeared in his hand. A storage pouch? The young lieutenant's eyes brightened, a flicker of greed crossing his features, intensifying the ferocity of his martial technique. I had hoped for a civil discourse. But since you refuse and choose to strike with lethal intent, do not blame me for the consequences. Situ Wenfeng's voice was cold, and his form suddenly became ethereal, moving with ghostly unpredictability. The young lieutenant was momentarily taken aback, sensing his longsword had lost its target. The pinnacle of essence transformation? His pupils constricted as he perceived the essence around him being consumed, converging into the longsword wielded by Situ Wenfeng. Prepare to meet your end. With a voice laden with murderous intent, Situ Wenfeng unleashed a sword force that swept through the essence of heaven and earth, materializing a vague silhouette of an elder standing with a sword. This figure seemed devoid of emotion, as tranquil as water, and it swung forth a blade of energy. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy silently arrived before the young lieutenant. His pupils shrank as he barely managed to raise his longsword in defense, channeling all his power to activate his protective technique just in time to intercept the impending sword energy. Crack! The young lieutenant's expression shifted dramatically in the next moment. The sword force surged forth unrelentingly, shattering his longsword and obliterating his defensive formation, striking him with devastating force. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the lieutenant's chest garments were torn apart, revealing a gilded soft armor beneath. The sword energy collided with the armor, breaking through both his longsword and defensive technique until its power was finally exhausted. Blood spewed from the lieutenant's mouth as he staggered backward, his eyes now ablaze with uncontainable fury. "You seek death." As the words fell, the officer stepped forward and soared into the sky, a deep blue illusory figure manifesting behind him, resembling endless waves. With the long blade in hand, he unleashed a torrent of magical power. The howling wind roared, and before the might of the sword, Situ Wenfeng's pupils constricted. He exerted all his strength to deliver this strike. Caught in the liminal space between waning old power and the birth of new strength, kneeling on one knee, he attempted to raise his long sword in defense, yet inexplicably, his internal magic suddenly fell into disarray. As his magical energy faltered, his strength ebbed away like the retreating tide, rendering him momentarily unable to act. In that instant, Situ Wenfeng could only watch helplessly as the sword's momentum drew near, unable to resist. "Ian, flee quickly!" Situ Wenfeng shouted in desperation, his eyes wide with fear. However, before he could finish his sentence, darkness suddenly enveloped him as a shadow appeared before him, accompanied by a voice tinged with apparent distress. "Why is this martial skill so formidable? Why can I not master it?" Situ Wenfeng turned in astonishment to see a tall figure clenching his fist, boldly stepping forward to confront the oncoming blade. It was none other than Wang Shouyong, who had perfected his physical cultivation. "You've lost your mind. How can a body forged in training withstand such a formidable martial technique?" In the urgency of the moment, Situ Wenfeng could only exclaim this. In the next breath, the overwhelming momentum of the blade descended upon the two, as if the heavens were collapsing upon them, intent on cleaving them from head to toe. In the blink of an eye, the sword's force reached Wang Shouyong, who raised his fist and struck forward with all his might. Boom! The sound resounded like a thunderous drumbeat, akin to a dragon crashing to the ground, accompanied by a deafening explosion that sent dust swirling in all directions. As the debris flew, Situ Wenfeng could only squint against the chaos, the sharp stones grazing his face, while everything around him was veiled in dust, causing his form to sway precariously. The might of this blade was a testament to the wielder's extraordinary martial prowess. The culmination of mastery in the transformation of energy and decades of dedication to martial arts was far beyond what a mere perfected physical cultivator could withstand. It was likely that Wang Shouyong, brother. A heart-wrenching cry echoed from a distance. Moments later, Situ Iyun dashed through the swirling dust and swiftly reached Situ Wenfeng's side. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but Wang..." Before Situ Wenfeng could finish his sentence, a faint voice interrupted. "I'm fine too, but if you have any teleportation treasures, use them quickly, or I won't be able to withstand the next strike." Upon hearing this, the Situ siblings turned in shock to the side, where Wang Shouyong's tall figure gradually emerged from the dust. "Hurry! Why are you still dawdling?" Wang Shouyong clutched his right arm, his brow furrowed as he urged, "Come on! Come on!" At that moment, Situ Iyun regained her composure and quickly pulled the two others closer, her hand sweeping rhythmically across the bracelet on her right wrist 3 times in swift succession. In the blink of an eye, a faint yellow magical array materialized beneath their feet, and soon, the trio vanished from their original location. Time passed unmeasured, and as the dust began to settle, the county captain of Jishan, panting heavily, executed 3 downward slashes with his blade, the force of which swiftly cleared the remaining debris from the ground. The spot where the 3 had stood was now utterly devoid of any presence. The wind howled around them, and the scenery shifted in an instant, as if they had traversed through realms unknown. In mere breaths, they found themselves within a dense thicket, coughing as soon as they landed. Wang Shouyong noticed Situ Wenfeng leaning precariously against a tree, utterly spent as he slumped down. Situ Iyun, her brow tightly knit, released her grip on Wang Shouyong. With a face full of concern, she hurried to Situ Wenfeng's side, retrieving an exquisite porcelain vial from her storage pouch. She poured a pill from the vial and fed it to him. After ensuring Situ Wenfeng had taken the medicine, she tossed the vial to Wang Shouyong. The Situ siblings regarded him with a complex expression, silent yet conveying a tumult of emotions that churned within them. Wang Shouyong took the porcelain bottle, which bore no label, and discovered only a perfectly round elixir within. Imitating what he had seen, he poured the elixir into his mouth. As soon as the concoction entered his body, it transformed into a refreshing stream, flowing through his meridians towards his immobile right arm. Within moments, the once numb appendage regained sensation, and after a brief wait, he could move it again, though some stiffness lingered at the joints. What kind of miraculous elixir is this? Wang Shouyong thought in disbelief as he flexed his fingers without difficulty. Hearing this, Situ Ian's emotions grew more complex, and he explained, "This is the Wuwan pill, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in healing internal injuries. However, its effects typically take at least half an hour to manifest." Before he could finish his thought, Wang Shouyong suddenly recalled his own attribute, digestive power. Blue, you possess formidable digestive capabilities. It dawned on him that this attribute also had a remarkable impact on the absorption of elixirs. Yet, wishing to keep the secret of his attribute concealed, he deftly changed the subject. "That captain seems to harbor considerable hostility towards us. I wonder what prompted his aggression." Situ Wenfeng paused to regain his composure before replying. "This matter is indeed peculiar. In recent days, Jishan County should have exercised caution and restraint, avoiding any disturbances. However, that wretched captain seemed to act without hesitation upon learning we were from the Ling Shui Demon Exorcism Division. There may be some hidden circumstances at play. Indeed, the entire affair reeked of oddity. They were no fools. The captain, upon discovering their affiliation with the Ling Shui Demon Exorcism Division, had struck without reservations, revealing that his malice was clearly directed at them." Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow in contemplation, noting the choice of words from Situ Wenfeng, and inquired, "I was just about to ask, what do you mean by assessment? Could the anomalies in Jishan County be related to this matter?" Chapter 28. The grim situation. Upon hearing this, the Situ siblings were momentarily taken aback. Situ Wenfeng slightly furrowed his brow and spoke, "In 3 months, the triennial demon exorcism examination will take place. The capital will dispatch imperial inspectors to various locales in Jishan County, along with Linshui County, is among the stops in Shizhou. If this is indeed the case, that esteemed captain would not dare to act against us, for we are under the jurisdiction of Linshui County. Lord Liao merely needs to communicate upwards, and Jishan County will undoubtedly face repercussions." Upon hearing these words, Wang Shouyong recalled the matter concerning Sangzi village and inquired, "What if one county is inferior compared to the other?" Situ Wanfeng responded, "Naturally, this will be accurately recorded by the imperial inspector. When he returns to the capital, he will commend the meritorious and penalize the negligent, resulting in promotions and demotions for officials of all ranks after each evaluation." As soon as he finished speaking, Situ Wanfeng noticed Wang Shouyong's countenance darkening. The Situ siblings were not foolish. They had privately discussed the issue of Sangzi village just the day before. Observing Wang Shouyong's expression, they immediately made the connection. Situ Wanfeng and Situ Iyun exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. With the assessment of the two counties approaching, if the incident at Sangzi village was indeed orchestrated by Jishan County to create a favorable impression in the eyes of the imperial inspector, then the matter would be quite grave. However, Situ Wanfeng realized that this was merely speculation without any evidence. So he offered some consolation. Jishan County should not be so reckless as to sacrifice lives for the sake of merit. "Let us hope so," Wang Shouyong replied noncommittally. He had witnessed far more than the Situ siblings could imagine. Even in the previous life, in a society governed by law, numerous dark deeds persisted. In this world, where martial prowess was rampant and regulations were lax, the number of malevolent schemes lurking in the shadows was indeed alarming. "Once we complete our task, we shall swiftly return to report to Lord Liao. I believe he will seek justice for us," Situ Iyun remarked. The group rested for a moment, their injuries mending considerably with the aid of elixirs, before deciding to continue their journey into Evil Blood Mountain. This time, however, all three quickened their pace and exercised greater caution. The peak lieutenant from the transformation realm had just emerged from Evil Blood Mountain, and it was possible he might pursue them, necessitating their increased vigilance. Their immediate objective was to locate the lair of the 3 transformation-level demons, retrieve anything that bore their aura, and depart swiftly. The trio, with utmost care, followed the map's guidance, traversing countless small hills, navigating through thickets, and crossing brambles. Along the way, they encountered several small demon nests, which were devoid of any demonic presence, leaving only remnants of sinister energy. It appeared that Jishan County had thoroughly cleansed Evil Blood Mountain, though they remained uncertain if the lair of the 3 transformation-level demons had been discovered. While on the move, Situ Wanfeng commented, "If we cannot find it, there is little we can do." I suspect Lord Liao harbors no great expectations, otherwise he would not have dispatched us 3 lieutenants to handle this matter. Situ Iyun's thoughts were clear and perceptive, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, as he spoke, Situ Wenfeng took the lead, parting a thicket of grass, revealing a broad expanse ahead. Lowering his gaze to scrutinize the pattern depicted on the map, he recognized it in stark contrast to the actual landscape before him, which unmistakably resembled the lair of the demonic beast. A smile crept across his face. Situ Wenfeng chuckled. This is indeed the place. The first location is this blood ox demon's lair, and it is even easier to locate than I had anticipated. Wang Shouyong and Situ Iyun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, preparing to follow closely behind Situ Wenfeng towards the lair. However, they suddenly noticed Situ Wenfeng coming to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, he turned around, grasped their arms, and swiftly pulled them back into the thicket. Simultaneously, with a swift motion across the bracelet on his right hand, a magical formation enveloped the 3 of them. Gradually, their presence and appearance began to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering them nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Wang Shouyong exclaimed in astonishment. What happened? Shu. Lower your voice, Situ Wenfeng replied, his tone subdued. This formation possesses some soundproofing qualities, yet it cannot completely eliminate sound. Hence, we must speak softly. After a brief pause, he gestured towards the edge of the grass thicket. Look closely. There are traces of a campfire outside the nest. Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong and Situ Iyun shifted their gazes, observing the scene beyond the thicket. Although separated by the underbrush, they easily discerned the remnants of an extinguished campfire. The area surrounding the nest had been cleared of dry twigs and leaves, creating a space of approximately 2 zhang in diameter. 2 stones, hewn into rectangular shapes, lay on either side of the fire. Did someone spend the night here? Situ Iyun furrowed his brow. This is Evil Blood Mountain. Even though the demons have been eradicated, who would dare to rest in this place? Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow and speculated, could it be that officer we encountered earlier? As his words fell, an oppressive weight seemed to settle upon the hearts of the 3, akin to a heavy stone. Let us hope not. If that were the case, we would indeed be most unfortunate, Situ Wenfeng remarked pensively. Although the officer's realm was on par with his own, both having achieved the consummation of the transformation realm. The officer was clad in remarkably protective soft armor and possessed a significantly higher martial prowess, making it doubtful whether he could stand against such an adversary in a life-and-death struggle. Regardless, we must proceed and investigate. I trust the officer has not returned so swiftly, Wang Shouyong stated resolutely. After a moment of internal conflict, Situ Wenfeng nodded in agreement. Let us make haste while ensuring the formation remains intact for our safety. Thus, the trio began to cautiously approach the lair of the Blood Bowl demon, shrouded in the protective formation like a veil, rendering them nearly invisible to any keen observer. Upon entering the cave, their expressions abruptly shifted. They exchanged glances, each recognizing a shared gravity in the other's eyes. What a strong scent of blood, Situ Wenfeng whispered. The 3 quickened their pace, delving deeper into the cavern. The cave was shrouded in darkness, branching out into numerous passages, and every 10 paces revealed a luminous stone embedded in the walls. Illuminated by this ethereal glow, they noted the stone walls were tinged a dark crimson, winding deeper into the abyss, with the metallic tang of blood intensifying around them. After traversing merely a few dozen paces, the scent clung to them like a persistent shadow. Simultaneously, they began to discern faint, sorrowful sounds emanating from the depths of the cave, resembling the quiet sobs of a multitude. Before long, the trio followed the sounds to the innermost recess of the cave, where the terrain dipped into a low basin, akin to the edge of a vast pit. As they advanced, they stood on the brink, peering down into the abyss. The walls sparkled with dozens of luminous stones, casting light upon the horrors below. And as they gazed downward, the 3 were momentarily frozen in shock. Wang Shouyong's mouth hung slightly ajar, his mind overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. Situ Wenfeng, too, found his breath disrupted, his pupils constricting sharply. Situ Iyun's eyes widened in horror, nearly plunging into the pit, yet he was firmly grasped by Situ Wenfeng's arm. Before the trio lay a harrowing sight, 12 children, their limbs brutally severed, their white bones exposed, each arranged meticulously on the ground, faces turned upwards to the heavens. The visage of each child appeared to be no older than 6 or 7, the eldest barely reaching 10, yet all were uniformly deprived of their limbs. These 12 innocents, bewildered yet tormented, opened their mouths in silent screams and sobs, their mouths filled with a chaotic mass, while droplets of dew occasionally dripped from the cave ceiling. It was evident that someone had captured these children, yet wished for their prolonged suffering. Witnessing such a tragic scene, the trio's breaths grew noticeably heavier. Adjacent to the children, at the very edge of the pit, lay a blood pool, filled with a dark gray liquid, tranquil as a lake yet thick like rice porridge. Chapter 29, The Value of Life. Let go of me, Situ Iyun said, enunciating each word through clenched teeth at Situ Wenfeng. Yet, Situ Wenfeng remained silent, his palm trembling, yet gripping Situ Iyun's arm as if it were a vice. He took a deep breath and softly urged, "Look closely at your surroundings." At his words, Situ Iyun struggled to shift his gaze from the children, directing it instead to the stone walls surrounding the pit, where several cryptic arrays were etched. Although I do not comprehend these formations, I am certain that their creator would not have carelessly placed them here. Your impulsiveness will only endanger us, Situ Wenfeng said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Situ Iyun trembled but came to a halt, his eyes reddening. Then tell me, what should we do? As his words lingered in the air, Situ Wenfeng fell silent, his chest swelling with anger. Rationality urged him to return swiftly to report to Lord Liao. Yet gazing at the children, he could not ascertain whether they would endure the night. Having ventured out of the capital without encountering much peril, Situ Wenfeng's tumultuous emotions mirrored those of Situ Iyun. Just then, they heard Wang Shouyong's calm voice. Someone is coming. The Situ siblings were taken aback and turned to gaze at Wang Shouyong, who wore an expressionless countenance as he fixated on the direction from which they had come. Faintly, from outside the cavern, a voice could be heard, filled with jovial banter, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps drawing nearer. Situ Wenfeng grasped the arms of his companions, cautiously retreating into the passageway, where the three stood pressed against the stone wall, blending seamlessly into their surroundings without revealing a trace of their presence. After a moment, a sycophantic voice, growing ever closer with each footfall, allowed them to discern the conversation more clearly. Your Excellency, the fresh offerings from the previous day are nearly complete. The Insha pool only lacks a touch more of resentment to brim over. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few more days, surely. This brief interlude would not be of much consequence to you. Of course, if impatience prevails, these dozen or so young boys and girls can serve as a modest repast for you. Tomorrow, we can procure another batch for you. No trouble at all. Haha. It matters not, for such lowly folk, one can have as many as desired. There are indeed young maidens as well, but alas, my brothers often end up inadvertently dispatching them. Thud, thud, thud. As the sound reverberated, two figures gradually emerged from the mouth of the cavern. One was a youthful and striking individual, dressed in the purple and black garb of a G County officer, a long knife sheathed at his waist. His demeanor excessively obsequious and deferential. The other figure, however, was a grotesque sight, a corpulent creature towering twice the height of an average man, its weight likely in the hundreds. A mane of black bristles adorned its face, and layers of flesh cascaded over its waist, leaving deep impressions in the soft earth with each ponderous step. Its arms were remarkably robust, covered in bristle-like hair that stood erect, while its pitch-black eyes looked down, revealing a prominent, dark-red pig snout. Most alarming were the two dark crimson tusks flanking the snout, stained with the blood of countless mortals. It was unmistakably a transformed wild boar demon. Upon sighting this monstrous entity, the Situ siblings instinctively held their breath, especially Situ Iyun, who clamped a hand over her mouth, terrified of inadvertently crying out. Wang Shouyong observed the officer and the demon with a calm demeanor, yet a tumultuous emotion surged within him, causing a profound sense of nausea. Since arriving in this world, he had regarded everything around him with the detached gaze of an observer. Whether it was the tragedy of Sangzi village or the malevolence of demons, he always felt that these occurrences had no bearing on him. Even though he was an orphan raised in Sangzi village and had recently become a member of the Demon Exorcism Division, he still perceived these matters as unrelated to his existence. The chaos wrought by demons would inevitably result in casualties. This was his original thought, a mantra he repeated to himself. Yet, inexplicably, he now felt a tightness in his chest, as if a fire was being suppressed, pushing and roaring, lodged in his throat, compelling him to grind his teeth together in fear that this inexplicable emotion might erupt from his lips. Two figures passed by the trio's location, oblivious to their presence, heading directly towards the great pit. Throughout their journey, it was only the young, handsome officer who engaged in flattery, while the corpulent demon remained silent, its expression apathetic, yet seemingly harboring insatiable greed in its eyes. You mention young women? The demon's deep voice rumbled like grinding stone. The young officer lowered his body slightly and replied with a grin, "Whatever you desire, it is at your disposal." The demon lazily reached into its trousers and remarked, "I need to relieve my urges. Is there anything available? Currently, only some children remain. The officer responded dismissively. Well then, I suppose I can make do with that. The demon chuckled. The pair's figures receded into the distance, soon vanishing from the trio's sight, their voices fading into indistinctness. By the stone wall, after a considerable pause, Situ Wanfeng finally managed to utter 2 words through clenched teeth. Beasts. Situ Yun's eyes were likewise ablaze with fury, his fists tightly clenched, as if his nails would embed themselves into his flesh. Could it be that all officers in Jishan County were such scum? At that moment, they recalled the officer who had ambushed them at the foot of Evil Blood Mountain. It was evident that the purpose behind that attack had now been revealed. These 2 officers from Jishan County were colluding with demons. After a moment of silence, as anger surged within Situ Wanfeng, he restrained himself and said to the others, "This matter is beyond our intervention. At this juncture, we must return and convey the message to expose the atrocities of Jishan County." With that, he attempted to lead the 2 out of the cave. Situ Yun remained motionless, his eyes red with rage as he questioned, "If we were to fight, do we stand a chance?" After a moment of contemplation, Situ Wanfeng replied, "Against one who has fully transformed and another who has perfected their energy, we possess no hope of victory, not to mention the formidable sergeant at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation stage. Even that demon possesses a physical strength unparalleled within the same realm, far surpassing that of any practitioner, let alone the challenge of confronting both the demon and the sergeant simultaneously. Should a true life-and-death battle ensue, Situ Wenfeng harbors no confidence in safeguarding the 2. Contemplating this, he noticed the expressionless Wang Shouyong, causing his heart to sink. "Wang Shouyong, do not act rashly. I acknowledge your impressive physical prowess. Yet even if you can withstand a strike from someone in the Qi transformation realm, can you endure 10 or 100 blows? Our immediate course of action should be to hasten back to Linshui County and seek Lord Liao's judgment on this matter." With that, Situ Wenfeng disregarded their reactions and forcibly lifted both individuals with the strength of a perfected Qi transformation, making his way out of the cave. Upon emerging into the fresh air outside the cavern, seeing that neither of them resisted, the heavy burden on Situ Wenfeng's heart was finally lifted, and he exhaled deeply. It is best if you can comprehend reason. Recklessness may very well cost you your lives. Now, we must return to Linshui County with utmost haste and summon reinforcements to eradicate the demon. After a pause, Situ Wenfeng turned his head slightly and whispered, "Perhaps we still have time." Saying this, he rhythmically brushed his right wrist 3 times, causing a teleportation array of a 10-foot radius to materialize beneath their feet. It was the same teleportation array they had used to escape at the foot of the Blood Evil Mountain. Situ Yun's face turned ashen, and he fell silent. In truth, they all understood that Situ Wenfeng's assertion of returning to Linshui County for assistance, no matter how swift, would still require several hours. "We still have time" was merely a comforting lie to themselves. The array began to circulate with the energy of heaven and earth, gradually filling up and on the verge of activation within mere moments. However, at that instant, the previously silent Wang Shouyong unexpectedly stepped back 2 paces, exiting the range of the array. Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun stared at Wang Shouyong in astonishment. There he stood, his expression as calm as a placid lake, unruffled yet with eyes so deep and haunting, as if harboring a myriad of inexplicable emotions that left both Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun bewildered. Situ Wenfeng trembled, his voice low but urgent. "What do you intend to do?" Wang Shouyong gazed calmly at the 2 individuals, yet he found himself retreating step by step, distancing himself further from the magical formation. "Initially, all I desired was merely to survive," he whispered. "In this world, the death of individuals has become quite commonplace. I constantly remind myself that since I have arrived, I should live well, vanquish demons, and level up. Perhaps I could even attain a status akin to that of a prominent figure. Then, inexplicably, I became a member of the Demon Extermination Division. To be honest, I still do not comprehend why certain officers fare so poorly despite their amiable dispositions, while others, with their nefarious natures, face no repercussions. I truly do not understand. I remain perplexed as to why some regard human life as inconsequential. I cannot fathom why there are those who collude with demons. I am bewildered as to how that grotesque pig demon stands upright like a human. I am at a loss as to why some stand tall yet bend their waists like dogs." The magical formation beneath the feet of the Situ siblings shimmered with light, enveloping them and casting a reflection in Wang Shouyong's eyes, as if a fire were raging within. "Yet, there is one thing of which I am certain." Wang Shouyong turned back towards the cave, uttering his final words. "Life is something I cannot simply turn a blind eye to. As his voice faded, his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness of the cave. Chapter 30. A Stab and a Bite. The ambush succeeds. The encounter with the gas transformation realm lieutenant at the foot of the evil blood mountain imparted a crucial realization to Wang Shouyong. Even within the same gas transformation realm, distinctions in martial prowess existed. Situ Wenfeng's martial capabilities were feeble, which allowed the lieutenant to easily subdue him. This did not surprise Wang, for the lieutenant of Jishan County likely emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, forged in the crucible of battle. In contrast, Situ Wenfeng was merely a favored individual, perhaps devoid of substantial combat experience. However, demons differ fundamentally from practitioners. They may lack the ability to fly even at the transformation stage, and possess no martial skills, yet they wield an array of devious tactics that are difficult to anticipate, rendering martial prowess inconsequential in their presence. It is precisely for this reason that during each confrontation with demons, he capitalized on their moments of complacency to launch surprise attacks, seizing the coveted attributes they held dear. This was also the driving force behind his resolute decision to remain. He had executed ambushes numerous times, and the ability to commandeer attributes constituted the greatest information disparity between himself and the demons. If he could devour a sense-connecting demon, there was no reason he couldn't overpower a transformation stage pig demon. With this thought in mind, Wang Shouyong slowed his pace within the cave, allowing his breath to settle, a chilling sensation gradually enveloping his nostrils and mouth. The nine-in body rendered his presence nearly imperceptible, akin to that of a corpse. It was this unique constitution that had once allowed him to elude 3 sense-connecting lieutenants, just as the demon at the entrance of the Taoist temple had done. With utmost caution, Wang Shouyong traversed the cave passage, returning to the edge of the vast pit. He once again heard that nauseatingly sycophantic voice. The Insha pool was on the verge of overflowing, requiring merely a dozen more grievances to suffice. Initially, the intention was to summon you to arrive in a couple of days. By then, the Insha pool would undoubtedly aid your breakthrough to the sense-connecting realm. Did you think my timing was inappropriate? The pig demon's coarse voice reverberated within the cave. Not at all, not at all, the young lieutenant hastily replied. Wang Shouyong concealed himself within the shadows, his breath barely perceptible. Pressing against the stone wall, he gazed down into the pit from his elevated position, where he beheld a man and a demon, their backs turned towards him. The stout neck of the pig demon, along with the unguarded back of the young lieutenant, was laid bare before Wang Shouyong's keen eyes. Wang Shouyong resolutely suppressed the impulse to launch a surprise attack, instead lowering his body to render himself inconspicuous within the shadows. He held no expectation of achieving complete success with a single strike, yet if he were afforded but one opportunity to act, it would undoubtedly be the first blow. Thus, he remained patient, awaiting the most opportune moment. In the darkness, Wang Shouyong crouched in the corner like a coiled viper. The conversation below persisted, but this time, the pig demon had seized a young girl, reaching into his trousers. Why are you so devoid of hands and feet? It is rather dull without any movement. The young lieutenant paused, responding, because they always resist and struggle. The little ones become bothersome, and I fear disturbing your esteemed presence. Enough, enough. Bring me a few complete ones tomorrow. Let today suffice. As he spoke, the pig demon waved his hand dismissively, revealing a glint of malice in his eyes, eagerly unfastening his trousers. At that moment, the pig demon was wholly fixated on the prey before him. The young lieutenant, upon witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief while averting his gaze. Although he had personally captured these several young boys and girls, even going so far as to sever their limbs, it was best to avoid such a grotesque scene if possible. However, before he could fully turn away, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A gentle breeze wafted from above. This was a confined cave. Where could the wind possibly originate? Instinctively, he turned his head back, only to find a figure before him. 2 fingers resembling swords swiftly magnifying before his eyes. Who goes there? In the next breath, a sound akin to a ruptured sack echoed sharply. As the young lieutenant clutched his eyes in agony, stumbling back several paces, simultaneously, he drew his long knife and slashed forward with ferocity. Who are you? Yet, before his blade could descend, he was met with the heart-wrenching scream of the pig demon beside him. Aya! Before him, the world was awash in a crimson hue. The young lieutenant struggled to open his eyes, and through his blurred vision, he discerned a figure clinging to the shoulder of the pig demon, akin to a leech, fiercely gnawing at its flesh. It was only at this moment that the blade's energy struck the location where the figure had previously been, carving deep furrows into the ground as it swept through the air. The pig demon let out a heart-wrenching roar, discarding the maiden it had held in its grasp. and swung a fist towards the figure on its shoulder. Yet, as the blow was delivered, the figure had already severed a piece of flesh and nimbly landed on the ground. A resounding whoosh echoed within the cave as the pig demon's forceful punch crashed into the air, compressing it, yet ultimately finding nothing. Gulp. The viscous blood, mingled with the stench of flesh, was swallowed by Wang Shouyong, who, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled towards the pit's edge, his feet kicking up earth and stone as he shot forth like a cannonball. Acquired attribute, buffering, green. Buffering, green. Your flesh is resilient, possessing a formidable capacity to absorb heavy impacts, strike, and swiftly retreat. Damn it, do not let him escape. The young lieutenant's eyes blazed crimson, one bloodied while the other was merely swollen. During the ambush, he instinctively tilted his head, narrowly avoiding a fate of losing both eyes. Yet he had also gauged the assailant's realm, merely at the body refinement stage. If it were at the chi transformation stage, the initial ambush would have penetrated his very marrow, sealing his doom. Thus, this individual's cultivation must surely be confined to body refinement. The pig demon, equally enraged, was not accustomed to such affronts. After him, it bellowed, its foot crashing down with tremendous force, shattering the rocks beneath it. In the blink of an eye, its form transformed into a blur of flesh, charging towards the cave's exit, with the demon and the man in pursuit of Wang Shouyong. Barely having returned to the cave's passage, Wang Shouyong sensed the sound of slicing air behind him. Before he could react, a tremendous force struck his back. Cough. Wang Shouyong exhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with an alarming intensity. Though the force was formidable, he discerned that as the fist approached, it was gradually dissipated by the layers of his flesh, rendering it trivial by the time it reached his internal organs. Clearly, this was the remarkable utility of the cushioning attribute acquired from the pig demon. Without pausing, Wang Shouyong utilized this momentum to propel himself several paces forward. Turning back, the grotesque visage of the pig demon materialized behind him. Beast, come chase me. Wang Shouyong let out a hearty laugh. Yet his gaze remained composed as he cast a glance behind the pig demon. There, he beheld a young lieutenant, his face smeared with blood. Yet he channeled his magical energy, soaring towards them with astonishing speed, almost skimming the ground due to the low ceiling of the cave. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Shouyong felt an unsettling heaviness in his heart. As he turned to flee, his mind raced with potential strategies. The practitioners of the transformation realm could soar through the skies, while the demons of the shape-shifting realm were bound to the ground. This distinction epitomized the fundamental disparity between the two. Within the confines of the cave, he felt somewhat secure. However, should he venture outside, restraining the young lieutenant would become a formidable challenge. In a flash of inspiration, Wang Shouyong propelled a stone from beneath his feet, sending it hurtling towards the lieutenant like a cannonball. The lieutenant effortlessly sliced through the stone with a single stroke of his blade, shattering it into countless fragments. You little brat, you can't escape. The young lieutenant yelled in pursuit, though his words belied the growing trepidation he felt, not to mention the physical training realm. Even in the transformation realm, such speed seemed extraordinary, especially considering this individual had previously sustained an attack from a pig demon. Who on earth is this person? Chapter 31. What manner of technique is this? As Wang Shouyong fled ahead, the pig demon transformed into a mass of flesh, its fists erupting with a sonic boom as they struck heavily against his back. Thud! It felt as if his internal organs were about to be displaced. The air in his lungs forcefully expelled, yet strangely, he emerged unscathed. The combination of resilience and an iron constitution rendered him akin to an exceptionally sturdy punching bag at that moment. Ha ha, haven't you eaten? Put in more effort. In the midst of his laughter, Wang Shouyong's gaze shifted towards the upper part of the cave passage, where he noticed the walls riddled with cracks. And his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Eureka! The pig demon, in furious pursuit behind him, was equally incensed and astonished. Though brutish, it was aware of the weight of its own punches. Just consider the officer trailing behind. He would undoubtedly be unable to endure 2 of its blows without injury. The audacity of this man, who had launched a sneak attack yet could withstand its strikes unharmed, was utterly incomprehensible. However, Wang Shouyong's taunts ignited a fiery rage within the demon's eyes. Howl, howl, howl. I shall undoubtedly flay your flesh and scatter your bones to the winds. Come on, beast. Wang Shouyong, though vociferously boasting, maintained an unyielding calm within, fleeing with swift strides that gradually diminished. Was he unable to escape? In the fleeting moment his pace faltered. A grotesque and formidable pig demon manifested beside him, its voice dripping with malevolence. The fetid stench emanating from the creature assaulted Wang Shouyong's senses, prompting him to take a deep breath as he resolutely raised his palm in defense. In the next instant, a fist the size of a frying pan surged upward like a meteor, aiming a devastating blow at Wang Shouyong's abdomen. Yet, this strike was met with a steadfast barrier formed by his hand. The impact of the pig demon's attack caused Wang Shouyong's body to curl instinctively, his form bending like a comet colliding with the earth as he hurtled towards the cavernous ceiling. Behind him, the young lieutenant's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "No!" With a thunderous roar, it seemed as though the very mountains trembled. Within the cavern, chaos reigned as the earth split and the stone walls crumbled. Boulders above the pig demon rained down like a tempest, both large and small, shattering upon impact. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged, darting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Blood gushed from Wang Shouyong's mouth, yet his heart felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Turning to glance back, he beheld the disheveled figure of the pig demon racing toward him beneath the cascade of falling rocks. However, behind the debris lay the collapsed passageway, a barrier of immense stones that effectively severed the pig demon from the county lieutenant of Jixian. The demon's strike, indeed, had the power to rend the heavens and shatter the earth, yet such a brutish creature knew nothing of strategy. Though this blow could not slay the lieutenant, it was sufficient to confine him within the cave for a fleeting moment, granting Wang Shouyong a brief opportunity to confront the pig demon alone. With a meaningless roar, the pig demon surged forward with renewed vigor, its entire form radiating a crimson bloodlust, rising like a crimson cloud. Wang Shouyong charged forth with unwavering determination. Swiftly darting out of the cave, with a casual swipe of his hand, he sent the remnants of the campfire scattering towards the swine demon. Though this act was of little consequence, the demon merely exhaled, causing the debris to explode outward in all directions. Nevertheless, the ashes that enveloped the air rendered the demon's visage obscured and grimy. "I shall end your life," it bellowed. In a fit of rage, the demon planted its fist firmly on the ground, and its form suddenly swelled. The fabric of its trousers and garments tore apart inch by inch, as the muscles across its body appeared to inflate, shrouded in a rising crimson mist. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal wild boar, towering at an imposing height of 10 meters. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Shouyong's eyes sharpened. It was indeed his inaugural encounter with a demon reverting to its original form. The colossal figure, with a single stride, shattered the earth within a 10-zhang radius. Almost immediately, the wild boar's tusks lunged towards Wang Shouyong's side, aiming directly at his waist. Had any martial officer of the Qi transformation realm been present, they would have effortlessly activated their techniques to either defend or evade, thus countering the impending blow. Yet, Wang Shouyong possessed no defensive arts. He could only brace himself against the tusk, which towered as high as a man. "Die!" the boar demon roared, charging forward and propelling Wang Shouyong towards a cluster of towering trees. Thunderous crashes echoed as tree after tree fell, easily crushed by the boar's relentless momentum. Covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, Wang Shouyong, locked in a grip with the tusk, felt every muscle taut as his back shattered countless branches, a rising tide of murderous intent swelling within him. In a confrontation with a martial officer, he would have to contemplate evasion against diverse techniques, but against such a beast, his course of action was starkly simplified. With his legs bulging with muscle, Wang propelled himself backward, unleashing the full force of 100 bears from his limbs, veins bulging ominously on his forehead. A guttural cry escaped his lips as his feet, akin to stone pillars, carved deep furrows into the ground. An immense strength surged forth from his arms, bewilderment flickering in the boar demon's fierce gaze. Moments later, the two came to a halt at the edge of a cliff. Wang's face flushed crimson as he clasped the tusk, suddenly unleashing a force reminiscent of a mountain's collapse. "Lift," he commanded, each word punctuated, as his sleeves burst apart. Grasping the boar demon's tusk, he arched his body backward. The creature's massive form suddenly lifted. In the next instant, Wang grounded himself firmly, twisting his waist like a dragon, and forcefully hurled the demon. Boom! The air seemed to explode as the boar demon's enormous body was propelled as if struck by a meteor, spiraling towards the nearby cliff. The earth trembled violently, and a cascade of soil and stone tumbled down from the precipice. Wang Shouyong, undeterred and unbriefless, maintained a visage as crimson as a freshly drawn bowstring, cutting through the air with a visible plume of dust, racing towards the disoriented pig demon. "Die!" The howl of the moon erupted, striking the pig demon's mind like a thunderclap. leaving its thoughts in disarray. Immediately thereafter, its left shoulder, once bereft of flesh, was suddenly beset by a dull ache. The pig demon turned its head and beheld Wang Shouyong clinging to its form, sinking his teeth into its arm. "How dare you?" The pig demon roared, its body rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon, as it simultaneously launched a fist towards Wang Shouyong. Before Wang Shouyong could even take a bite, he was heavily struck by the fist of the pig demon, causing him to unconsciously loosen his grip. With a resounding crash, he became embedded in the rocky cliffside. "A mere mortal, with flesh as fragile as sustenance, dares to consume me." Amidst the swirling dust, the pig demon shook off the debris clinging to its form, revealing a grotesque visage that was part human, part beast. With heavy footsteps, it advanced towards Wang Shouyong, each thud echoing ominously. Thud, thud, thud. The pig demon halted, gazing down at Wang Shouyong, who was struggling against the cliff, and a malevolent grin spread across its face. "Since you relish in consuming me, why not indulge to your heart's content within my belly?" As these words left its lips, a colossal shadow loomed over Wang Shouyong, as the pig demon extended its hand towards him. However, unbeknownst to the pig demon, Wang Shouyong, who had kept his head bowed, revealed a smile tinged with a hint of bloodlust at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, thud, thud. The pig demon's heart felt as though it were gripped by an immense hand, experiencing a violent tremor. Its outstretched palm came to an abrupt halt, as if a clockwork mechanism had jammed. The demon's eyes glazed over, and its body became rigid, caught in a moment of frozen dread. Wang Shouyong struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily as he approached the pig demon. Upon reaching its side, he bit into a piece of raw flesh, instantly swallowing it down, aided by the digestive blue attribute. Acquired attribute, gluttony, green. Gluttony, green. When you are in a state of hunger, your bodily functions are significantly enhanced. He tore off another piece of flesh to consume. But before he could even place it in his mouth, Wang Shouyong suddenly recoiled several paces. Moments later, a piercing sound sliced through the air as the pig demon's fist crashed down heavily at the spot where Wang had previously stood. What manner of technique is this? The pig demon's visage twisted in fury, its entire form suffused with a menacing crimson aura that spread like wildfire. Everything that came into contact with this malevolent energy emitted a hissing sound. Upon closer inspection, the flora and stones were rendered utterly corroded. Wang Shouyong felt dizzy, as if the world before him was slowly spinning. Even the massive form of the pig demon appeared to have multiple shadows. His brow furrowed deeply as a panel materialized before him. Under the title Imminent Envoy, purple, it stated, "You possess the means to communicate with the netherworld, allowing you to temporarily extract the enemy's soul." The explanation on the panel was succinct, yet it failed to mention the dire state of mind one would endure after invoking the Imminent Envoy. Chapter 32, Slaying the Pig Demon. Staggering. Wang Shouyong forced the flesh he had torn from the pig demon into his mouth and swallowed hard. The foul, bloody meat transformed into a refreshing energy that coursed through his meridians. This invigorating energy reached his mind, clearing the fog of confusion. Acquired trait, lustful, green. Lustful, green. When in a state of abstinence, your bodily functions are significantly enhanced. I fail to comprehend the significance of consuming my flesh. The pig demon hissed, its malevolent aura radiating as it swiftly approached Wang Shouyong, witnessing the surrounding environment being corroded. Does emulating the beasts and consuming flesh bring you solace? In the midst of its words, the pig demon seized Wang Shouyong by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. The crimson malevolence crackled ominously, its inherent demonic power eroding Wang Shouyong's flesh. Strangely, as the demonic energy invaded Wang Shouyong's body, it seemed to dissolve as if encountering a kindred essence. The pig demon's brow twitched, suddenly hearing a muffled sound. Boom. The sound resonated like distant thunder, emanating from Wang Shouyong's very being. Subsequently, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of black orbs filled with complex emotions. So that is how it is. A sense of foreboding surged within the pig demon. It swung its arm towards the cliff, intending to toss Wang Shouyong away, but was taken aback as it felt Wang Shouyong clutching its wrist with a grip as firm as iron, his fingers piercing deeply into its flesh. Unlike before, this strength seemed even greater. Moreover, the malevolent energy enveloping the pig demon appeared to be drawn towards Wang Shouyong, flowing into him as if under an irresistible pull. More bizarrely, the dissipating malevolent aura was beyond the pig demon's control, akin to water slipping through clenched fingers. Simultaneously, with the loss of the malevolent energy, booming sounds akin to thunder began resonating from within Wang Shouyong. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding echo, Wang Shouyong's grip intensified, causing the surrounding energies to surge wildly. After a series of thunderous sounds, his strength surpassed the pig demon's expectations, pressing down upon its wrist with an unyielding force, as steady as Mount Tai itself. Wang Shouyong's expression remained tranquil, while the pig demon was engulfed in astonishment. You have broken through? How is that possible? An inexplicable sense of dread began to take root within the pig demon, and its countenance finally revealed a hint of flustered bewilderment. How could anyone achieve a breakthrough at such a moment? How could one do so with such ease, as if merely sipping water? No. This is still the realm of body refinement. What manner of creature are you? Yet, Wang Shouyong paid no heed to its futile ramblings. Instead, he reached out and yanked the pig demon toward him with an immense, unparalleled force, causing the demon to stagger forward. What do you intend to do? Puff. Wang Shouyong wielded his palm as a blade, thrusting forward with precision. Without the protective veil of dark energy, the pig demon's belly, cloaked in black fur, was effortlessly pierced. The alluring force emanating from Wang Shouyong caused the dark energy within the pig demon to drain away rapidly like a flowing stream. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the pig demon trembled in fear and cried out, "Spare me." Wang Shouyong remained silent, his brow slightly raised as he extracted a pulsating heart from the body of the pig demon. Thump, thump. Wang Shouyong suppressed his revulsion and took a decisive bite. Gulp. He then swallowed the flesh and blood. Gulp. Another bite followed. Acquired trait. Frenzy Green. Frenzy Green. When engulfed in extreme rage, your physical capabilities are significantly enhanced. Acquired trait. Insha Body Green. Insha Body Green. You possess the rare Insha Body, enabling you to harness the powers of Insha. A mist of blood rose, and the pig demon emitted a bewildered grunt, the strength contained within its form rapidly dissipating, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Wang Shouyong discarded the half-eaten heart and turned back towards the direction he had come from, his stature still upright. With a thud, the corpse of the pig demon fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. On the winding path of Evil Blood Mountain, Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun hid within the protective formation while swiftly ascending the mountain, their bodies moving like drifting clouds as countless sights rushed past them. Ultimately, they did not return to the Demon Extermination Division. Even though Situ Wenfeng was aware that seeking assistance from the division at this moment might have been the prudent choice. The horrifying scene within the cave haunted his thoughts. The figure who had stepped out of the formation without hesitation, with resolute determination, seemed utterly unreachable now. How could one simply turn a blind eye to such matters? As Situ Wenfeng hurried along, he voiced his frustration. Are we truly the hypocritical sort? When we return, should we manage to save that person, I shall certainly mock him thoroughly. However, Situ Yun, though also on the move, remained silent, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Yet, he was not a person of a cold heart. In contrast, they spoke of righteousness, but their actions reflected a desire for self-preservation. Guilt weighed heavily on Situ Wenfeng. Upon hearing his companion's words, he too fell into silence. Just the day before, he had warned Situ Yun against forming close ties with Wang Shouyong, deeming him aloof and untrustworthy. Yet, within a mere day, he found himself proven wrong. Wang Shouyong was a mere body cultivator. Yet he had stepped out in the face of certain death against a fully realized lieutenant and a shape-shifting demon. Did he truly fear nothing? Situ Wenfeng reflected on his own actions. Despite being at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation stage, he had hidden like a quail. After a brief pause, he murmured, I misjudged yesterday. Perhaps he does not care for our estrangement, but after this ordeal, I shall apologize. Situ Wenfeng was inherently proud, and despite harboring some malicious speculation about Wang Shouyong, the fact that he had protected him from a lethal strike during their battle at the foot of Evil Blood Mountain was already a significant act of kindness. Though he remained silent, the deed was etched in his memory. Situ Yun, hearing this, softly replied, After this, let us hope we can indeed emerge unscathed. As his words fell, a heavy silence enveloped them once more. After running for a while, the sibling duo suddenly heard distant sounds akin to thunderous explosions. Exchanging a glance, they instinctively dispelled their concealment formation, fully unleashing their internal powers to fly at low altitude with all speed. Along the way, the ominous rumblings weighed heavily on their hearts. They could only hope to endure. As Situ Wenfeng pondered in his heart, the two swiftly returned to the cave. However, upon witnessing the scene within, a chill enveloped their hearts. The surroundings were in utter disarray. Earth and stones lay shattered, countless plants lay uprooted, as if trampled by some formidable force. The passage within the cave had been completely buried beneath colossal rocks. It was evident to any discerning observer that this was a stark aftermath of a fierce battle. Now, a profound silence reigned, clearly indicating that the conflict had come to a close. The siblings dared not contemplate the grim conclusion of the battle. Situ Iyun clenched her fists tightly, biting her lip, while Situ Wenfeng sighed in silence. It seemed they would indeed have to return to the Exorcism Guild. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a series of sounds suddenly emanated from within the cave. Startled, the siblings quickly harnessed their magical energies and approached the entrance, where the noises grew increasingly distinct. From behind the obstructing boulder, it seemed as though someone was striking with force, producing thunderous echoes. As the sound drew nearer, dust began to fall from the ceiling of the cave. Could it be that Wang Shouyong was trapped inside and attempting to free himself? Upon realizing this, Situ Wenfeng felt a surge of hope. However, Situ Iyun, cautious by nature, urged her brother to be wary. Before long, a slight fissure appeared in the outermost boulder blocking the passage. The two siblings crouched against the stone wall, their hands firmly gripping their swords, their expressions resolute. Their magical energies poised to unleash. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the massive stone was shattered, sending debris flying. A figure emerged from the cave, covered in dirt and blood. One eye tightly shut, his visage grim. It was him. Situ Iyun almost cried out in surprise but managed to restrain herself. She exchanged a glance with Situ Wenfeng, confirming their shared thoughts, and their magical energy surged in unison. If the one buried within the cave was indeed Wang Shouyong, then he must have engaged in a fierce struggle with that demon outside. A flicker of concern passed through Situ Iyun's eyes. How could a body refinement practitioner contend with a transformation realm demon? Situ Wenfeng gently patted his sister's arm, his hand resting on his sword. Understanding his intent, Situ Iyun steadied her focus, remaining vigilant of the young officer's movements. The two were aided by magical wristbands that concealed their presence, rendering them undetectable within the Qi transformation realm. Situ Iyun comprehended her brother's strategy. Their current objective was to wait for the officer to let his guard down before launching a surprise attack. Step by step, the captain emerged from the cave. His hand pressed against his eyes, a grim expression marring his features. After advancing a dozen paces, he suddenly halted about 3 yards before the two siblings. Seemingly lost in contemplation, the hearts of the Situ siblings raced. Despite the aid of the concealment array, they had never engaged in such a clandestine ambush, rendering them exceedingly tense. Suddenly, the captain appeared to recollect something. He retrieved a small porcelain vial from his bosom, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. Next, he produced a small cloth pouch, pouring the powder within onto the blade of his long knife, meticulously spreading it evenly. Having completed these actions, he shook his head and resumed his exit from the cave. The Situ siblings breathed a sigh of relief, their focus unwavering as they awaited the moment when the captain would brush past them, allowing them to strike from behind. However, mere moments later, as the captain drew closer, just as he was about to pass them, they heard him chuckle softly. The laughter, though faint, reverberated in their ears like thunder, shocking them to the core. Before they could fully grasp the absurdity of the situation, a flash of the blade illuminated their vision as the captain leapt, his knife aimed directly at Situ Wenfeng. In a state of panic, Wenfeng hastily raised his long sword to defend himself. Yet, in such haste, how could he withstand the captain's full-force strike? The blade sliced through the air, and blood erupted like a geyser. Wenfeng let out a cry, staggering backward as a gruesome wound stretched from his left shoulder to his right flank. "Elder brother," Situ Iyun exclaimed in alarm. "Do not panic, there is still you," he retorted. In that moment, the captain had swiftly closed the distance to Iyun, his right fist suddenly enveloped in a dark crimson mist, which swirled around him and struck forcefully at Iyun's abdomen. It was only then that the siblings heard the captain's voice, laced with confusion. "Why is it just a little girl?" Boom. The punch, imbued with an unknown technique, caused Iyun's internal energy to dissipate as if ice met fire, rendering her incapable of summoning it. Observing this, Wenfeng's eyes widened in horror. His long sword still poised to strike, he felt a chaotic surge within him, as his energy inexplicably wandered to various points, retreating entirely. "You poisoned me." Wenfeng's pupils constricted, his body involuntarily kneeling as he spewed forth large amounts of dark crimson blood. "Indeed, did you not witness me applying poison to my blade?" The captain of the guard scoffed, wiping the blood that streamed from his eyes, and reached out to seize the neck of Situ Iyun. With deliberate slowness, he traced the edge of his long blade across Situ Iyun's arm. A sharp sound pierced the air as the fabric of his sleeve tore, blood gushing forth, and he carelessly tossed Situ Iyun aside, leaving him beside Situ Wenfeng. Coughing, Situ Wenfeng, engulfed in despair, struggled to prop himself up with one hand on his sword, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength, unable to rise after much effort. "Huh?" The captain erupted in laughter. as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, pointing at the ground nearby with a derisive grin. Are you referring to those footprints? Taken aback, Situ Wenfeng glanced in the direction indicated by the captain's finger, and indeed, he spotted two chaotic trails of footprints that vanished beside the stone wall where they stood. A wave of despair washed over him, causing his body to tremble as he grappled with the incredulity of such a simple blunder. How could he have made such a fundamental mistake, one that would seal the fate of the Situ siblings? Clearly, had they engaged directly, they might not have succumbed to this captain of the guards. Now that you are aware, it is time to answer my question. The captain approached them, his long blade resting lightly against Situ Wenfeng's neck. He then leaned closer, his voice chillingly cold. Where is that little brat? At these words, Situ Wenfeng froze. Beside him, Situ Yun, sprawled on the ground, suddenly halted in pain, lifting his gaze to the captain. Noticing this, the captain frowned, and the blade in his hand sliced through Situ Wenfeng's skin, blood trickling down the weapon. Refusing to speak? Unexpectedly, as the captain's words fell, Situ Wenfeng's trembling form stilled. And when he raised his head, the captain beheld a countenance of relief. Is that person you seek the one who left your eyes in such disarray? Situ Wenfeng's face paled, a grim smile emerging. You have yet to find him. The captain paused, seemingly incited by Situ Wenfeng's words, his fury erupting. You seek death. He then raised the long blade, thrusting it fiercely towards Situ Wenfeng's chest. Do not. Situ Yun cried out beside him. Situ Wanfeng, his face ashen and filled with despair, closed his eyes, resigned to the impending embrace of death. It is perhaps for the best. Although they meet their end here, at least Wang Shouyong has managed to escape. Fortunately, he has fled. Perhaps he will return to the demon extermination office and seek vengeance on their behalf. If the Situ family were to learn of their demise alongside his younger sister in this forsaken place, the entire demon extermination office of Jishan County would surely be drenched in blood. Yet, one wonders if he has managed to rescue the innocent souls trapped within this den of demons. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts surged within Situ Wanfeng's mind. As time seemed to stretch infinitely, a question arose. Had he not uttered that fateful sentence, would he have returned? Suddenly, this inquiry ignited within him. Recalling Wang Shouyong's resolute words, the value of human life, it seems, cannot simply be ignored. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, and Situ Wanfeng opened his eyes in confusion. A figure passed by him, their hand gently pressing against the long blade thrust forth by the Jishan County military officer, rendering it immovable. Wang Shouyong tilted his head, observing the grotesque wound on Situ Wenfeng's chest and the pained yet dazed expression on Situ Yun's face, his brow furrowing slightly. How had he come to such a state? Chapter 34. The rescue of the Situ siblings. Sometimes, surprises arrive with such abruptness that they leave one utterly unprepared. The instant they beheld that familiar visage, a profound sense of relief washed over Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun. However, upon noticing Wang Shouyong's tattered, blood-stained garments, their hearts constricted once more. Quickly flee. He is at the transformation stage. Situ Wenfeng shouted in a panic, struggling to rise, yet his limbs betrayed him, causing him to collapse helplessly onto the ground. Situ Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In that fleeting moment, she had nearly believed her elder brother would perish at the hands of that young officer. Now, with Wang Shouyong's appearance, it seemed unlikely he could escape the clutches of danger. In their tumultuous thoughts, they failed to consider that if he had revealed himself, then where could that shape-shifting demon have gone? Wang Shouyong raised an eyebrow, disregarding Situ Wenfeng's words, and turned his gaze towards the captain of Jishan County before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Why would a captain at the transformation of chi level serve as a mere hound for a demon at the transformation of form level? As the words fell, a chilling aura enveloped the captain, who attempted to draw his long knife, only to find it utterly immovable in Wang Shouyong's grasp. The captain's expression shifted, and before he could react, a sharp, piercing sound echoed. Bang! With a swift motion of his long arm, Wang Shouyong unleashed a force that seemed to emanate from his very garments, surging like tumultuous waves along the blade, causing it to bend into a horrifying arc. In a mere breath, the blade shattered into countless fragments. Immediately, every ear was assaulted by a cataclysmic roar, and before their eyes, the earth and stones beneath Wang Shouyong's feet cracked and splintered, leaving no trace of his presence. A formidable fist intent, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood, surged towards the captain of Jishan County. Situ Yun's pupils reflected the oncoming force, her mind shaken, as she involuntarily exclaimed, "Mountain-splitting fist." However, the might of this mountain-splitting fist was leagues beyond what she had witnessed earlier in the training grounds. Even the gust it raised stung her cheeks painfully. Was this still the body refinement stage? Was this still the mountain-splitting fist? In truth, had Situ Ian possessed keener insight, she would have discerned that while the punch exuded tremendous force, its martial prowess was woefully inadequate. Such power was born almost entirely from Wang Shouyong's raw strength. As the fist wind approached, the captain was gripped by an unprecedented sense of dread, retreating in panic as he exclaimed, "What manner of monster are you?" Wang Shouyong, however, did not respond. With a single breath, he closed the distance to the officer, channeling power from his waist, twisting like a dragon. His fist surged forth with devastating force. In an instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated within the cavern, causing the very ground to tremble. Amidst the swirling dust, a vast torrent of blood mist suddenly erupted, splattering flesh and gore in all directions, instantly staining the stone walls with crimson, ivory, and yellow hues. Resembling a grotesque blossom of carnage unfolding against the rock, the entire sequence transpired with the swiftness of a lightning strike. And the pungent scent of blood quickly pervaded the air of the cave. The fierce winds generated by the force of the punch whipped the dust into a frenzy. Before long, the haze began to dissipate, allowing the Situ siblings to discern the scene before them. There stood Wang Shouyong, one hand gripping the officer's arm, his right fist thrusting directly into the officer's abdomen, emerging from his back, while a gaping hole had inexplicably appeared between the officer's chest and belly. Through this broad cavity, the view of the stone wall behind could still be seen. The officer's mouth trembled slightly, as if he wished to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips. And the last glimmer of life in his eyes faded away. Wang Shouyong released his left hand, allowing the body of the captain to collapse helplessly to the ground. He slowly retracted his right fist, shaking it lightly, leaving behind a trail of bloodstains on the earth. Only at that moment did Wang Shouyong softly utter, "A chi transformation realm that cannot take flight is no different from a body refinement realm." The Situ siblings stood there, their mouths slightly agape, entranced by the surreal spectacle unfolding before them, their minds in disarray. With a single punch, Wang Shouyong had slain the captain on the spot. The slaughter of a chi transformation realm by a body refinement realm was akin to butchering a dog or slaughtering a chicken. Who would believe such a tale? Situ Wenfeng felt as though the knowledge he had amassed over the past decade had been shattered and ruthlessly trampled underfoot. Where in the world could such a phenomenon exist? Even in the capital city, a place teeming with prodigies, such a horrifying event had never been witnessed. The Situ siblings were lost in a daze, and even the pain and weakness they felt seemed trivial in light of the shocking scene before them. Wang Shouyong paid no heed to the daft expressions of the two, but instead crouched down to retrieve a storage pouch from the waist of the military officer. Channeling his magical energy, he meticulously examined its contents before extracting a small porcelain vial. Approaching the siblings, Wang Shouyong extended the two porcelain vials towards them. "Which of these contains the antidote?" Situ Wenfeng inquired, taking hold of one of the vials yet remaining in a state of bewilderment, motionless. Upon witnessing this, Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Could this poison possibly affect one's intellect?" As his words lingered in the air, Situ Wenfeng appeared to regain his composure, struggling to swallow as his vacant gaze shifted from Wang Shouyong's face to the two small porcelain vials. In silence, Situ Wenfeng uncorked the vials, inhaling their contents before extracting two pills from one of them. He consumed one himself and extended the other towards Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong, without hesitation, approached Situ Ian and placed the elixir into her mouth. Having completed this act, the siblings, Situ, sat cross-legged, channeling their mystical energy to awaken the essence of the potion within their bodies. In an instant, the cave was enveloped in profound silence, although their eyes were closed. Visions of Wang Shouyong vanquishing the military officer surged uncontrollably within their minds, stirring tumultuous waves of emotion in their hearts. Wang Shouyong paid no heed to the dazed expressions of the two individuals. Instead, seizing the opportunity while they tended to their injuries, he discreetly unfastened the storage pouch of the school officer. Given the officer's rank, it was certain that the pouch contained valuable items. Earlier, he had been preoccupied with searching for an antidote and had not examined it closely. Now, however, he could meticulously sift through its contents. With a surge of magical energy, Wang Shouyong swiftly emptied the pouch, revealing a collection of garments and everyday necessities. Wang Shouyong's gaze swept over the useless debris, honing in on a long blade. He picked up the sword and lightly flicked it with his finger, causing the blade to vibrate in response. With a slight furrow of his brow, Wang Shouyong cautiously glided the edge of the blade across his skin. The blade passed over, leaving only a faint white mark, failing to penetrate flesh and blood. Wang Shouyong despondently set down the long blade. Indeed, The weapon wielded by a captain of the transformation realm was not necessarily superior. He recalled the overwhelming momentum of Hu Qingping's sword, which boldly clashed against the sinister forces of the otherworldly, that could truly be described as a treasured blade. As he relinquished the long knife, Wang Shouyong's gaze shifted to a collection of over a dozen books, which he began to peruse one by one, revealing a satisfied smile. Each of these small tomes bore the names of martial arts techniques, encompassing everything from agility to swordsmanship, as well as fist techniques and body refinement methods, truly an extensive array. Among them were the wind-treading cloud step, the 13 waves of the blade, the demon's subduing fist, the spirit of flora and fauna technique, and a collection titled Twin Stars Flying Together, comprising no fewer than 13 volumes of martial arts literature. Wang Shouyong, with a resolute gaze and an aura of righteousness, tucked the collection of paired flight illustrations into his bosom. Such a perilous item must not be allowed to circulate. It is best to keep it securely hidden. Aside from this particular tome, the 12 volumes of the transformation cultivation methods could be regarded as a considerable bounty, worth an immeasurable amount of merit if exchanged at the Demon Subjugation Department of Linshui County. It is no wonder that it is said that murder and plunder are the surest paths to wealth. This modest storage pouch contains the entirety of a transformation realm officer's possessions. In addition to the cultivation methods, there were 9 small porcelain vials, each labeled with the names of elixirs, which Wang Shouyong did not comprehend and thus chose to overlook. Furthermore, there were 22 spirit stones and 5 demon cores. Beyond this, there was little of interest to behold. Ahem! A soft cough sounded from behind him, and upon turning, Wang Shouyong beheld Situ Wenfeng, who had just awakened. Their eyes met, and Situ Wenfeng's gaze was filled with a myriad of complex emotions. After a moment of silence, he ultimately could not voice his myriad of questions, instead softly uttering, "I apologize. We have returned, almost causing you trouble." Wang Shouyong carefully returned the items to his storage pouch and casually hung it at his waist, shaking his head and saying, "It's nothing. Without your restraint on this officer, I would not have succeeded so easily." Upon hearing this, Situ Wenfeng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Clearly, they were the ones in the transformation realm. Yet they had fallen into a position where they became bait to distract the enemy. If it weren't for our poisoning, this officer might not have been our match at all. "I see," Wang Shouyong replied dismissively, choosing not to confront Situ Wenfeng's lingering stubbornness. At that moment, Situ Ian also opened her eyes, and, upon seeing the two, the last thread of her composure finally snapped, tears streaming down her cheeks. While crying, she rummaged through her storage pouch to retrieve a medicinal pill, swallowing it down. Situ Wenfeng sighed. His younger sister, having been pampered in the capital, had never encountered such perilous situations, and it was already quite remarkable that she had managed to endure until now. The two refrained from interrupting Situ Ian as she released her emotions. Shaking his head, Situ Wenfeng shifted the topic, inquiring, "What about that demon?" Wang Shouyong casually remarked, "He is dead. How did he die?" Situ asked, opening his mouth, only to find a bitter taste in it. The questions he wished to voice swallowed back into silence. How else could he have perished? Given that the person before him had returned, how could the fiendish creature have met its end? A practitioner of the body refinement realm could certainly slay a captain of the chi transformation realm, and thus could vanquish the demons of the form transformation realm. This individual was undoubtedly a veritable monster. Chapter 35, The Clerk of Jishan County, the beginning of a new calamity. As the sun dipped low in the west, a solitary figure made his way along the winding path of the Blood Evil Mountain, clad in dark purple attire adorned with faint golden patterns. He bore a badge at his waist, inscribed with similar golden lines, its markings flickering in and out of visibility with each step. This was Ji Chang'an, the captain of Jishan County, the very purple-clad officer who had crossed paths with Wang Shouyong and his companions in the Blood Evil Mountains. In his left hand, he carried a jar of yellow wine, and in his right, 2 roasted chickens. He ambled leisurely along the mountain trail, yet with each upward step, an air of unease began to cloud his expression. As time passed, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. The yellow wine and chickens were stowed away in his storage bag, replaced by a long blade that now rested in his grasp. In the forest, nightfall arrived earlier than expected. The world around him had dimmed, with only sparse orange sunlight filtering through the layers of fallen leaves. Ji Chang'an meticulously scanned his surroundings, pausing occasionally to observe the broken twigs and withered leaves beneath his feet. There were not many, perhaps 2 or 3 individuals, he concluded silently. Parting the underbrush, Ji Chang'an proceeded towards the encampment, delving deeper into the mountain, cautiously brushing aside the layers of vegetation. Before long, he arrived at the mouth of a cave. Upon discerning the scene before him, he instinctively tightened his grip on the long blade. It appeared as though both the interior and exterior of the cave had been trampled by a colossal beast. Vegetation lay crushed, stones were strewn about, and the occasional glance to the side revealed collapsed rocks and earth. A scene of utter devastation unfolded before him. Ji Changwen's heart raced violently, a dreadful suspicion surfacing in his mind. Channeling his spiritual energy, he concealed himself within the shadows, moving swiftly into the cave, wary of making the slightest sound. Upon entering, Ji Changwen's expression shifted dramatically. The source of his alarm was the overwhelming stench of blood that permeated the air, and the cave's stone walls were smeared with the grim remains of viscera, yet there were no signs of human presence. Damn it! Ji Changwen's countenance darkened. He could no longer afford to remain hidden. With a surge of energy, he dashed deeper into the cave, hastening towards its innermost depths. Soon, he reached the edge of a deep pit, peering down into its abyss, his head spinning and his complexion paling. Where are they? Where are they? Ji Changwen murmured to himself. In the following quarter of an hour, he searched frantically, turning the entire cave upside down, yet he found not a single soul. Not only were the 12 young boys and girls missing, but also his colleague had vanished without a trace. As he recalled the gruesome traces of blood and flesh at the cave's entrance, his complexion grew even paler. The Yin pool, devoid of new negative energy, slowly dissipated its thick aura over time. Ordinarily, this would have left Ji Changwen in a state of utter disarray, but at this moment, it hardly occupied his thoughts. His mind was consumed by a singular question. Who had come here? Suddenly struck by a thought, Ji Changwen dashed out of the cave, scrutinizing his surroundings before following the signs of a struggle. However, the further he descended, the colder his heart became. Upon reaching the point where the signs of conflict ceased, he looked up, his pupils constricting. Embedded in the rocky cliff was a wild boar, towering at least 2 men high, quietly kneeling on the ground, while a dozen wild mice gnawed at its motionless form, emitting high-pitched squeaks. Ji Changwen's pallor deepened as he hurried to the side of the wild boar, causing the mice to scatter. Just a glance caused his stomach to churn violently. He beheld the massive chunks of flesh missing from the boar's shoulder and abdomen, particularly at the chest where the space for the heart was now eerily vacant. Beside it lay a half-eaten heart, marred by blood. As Ji Changwen bent down, a hand silently appeared on his back, gently patting him. Simultaneously, a familiar voice, one that filled him with dread, whispered in his ear. It was a human bite. In shock, Ji Changwen turned his gaze to the side, where, unbeknownst to him, a gaunt old man clad in a black robe had appeared. His long face, framed by white hair, bore a gentle expression. However, upon recognizing the man's features, Ji Changwen fell to his knees in terror, prostrating himself on the ground. My lord, this matter has nothing to do with me. It is Su Yuansong who oversees this place. Please, forgive me. He repeated the motion of bowing his head to the ground, not daring to resist with his powers, his forehead becoming a bloody mess. Yet the old man paid him no heed, instead taking a keen interest in circling the long-dead wild boar's carcass. As he examined it, he muttered to himself, humans consuming demons. This is indeed a curious sight. The transformation does not seem right. It resembles body refinement. Since it could force out this beast's protective malevolent energy, what could mere body refinement accomplish? Strange. The corpse exudes no negative energy. Could it be that this person has cultivated demonic arts? No, the force exuded is grand. Yet why devour flesh? Curious, truly curious. The elder, stroking his beard incessantly, furrowed his brow, yet remained perplexed by certain critical aspects of the situation. There were numerous questions, but the most evident conundrum was how this individual, presumably at the body refinement stage, could have slain a peak transformation realm demon. After a moment of contemplation, the elder was unable to arrive at an answer. Since clarity eluded him, he decided to cast aside his thoughts. Shaking his head, he collected the carcass of the wild boar and strolled away, each step spanning several yards, his lean figure swiftly vanishing into the dense forest. Throughout the encounter, he did not cast a single glance at the kneeling Ji Changwen. Once the elder departed, a faint, emotionless voice drifted through the air. Gluttony has thwarted significant matters, resulting in self-inflicted harm. You shall report to the Demon Extermination Office for punishment tomorrow. Ji Changwen's body tensed, trembling as if shaken by a tempest. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a response. Your humble servant acknowledges the command. As dusk descended upon Linshui County, the city gates bustled with vendors and passers-by. The dinner hour drawing patrons into the taverns, where diners engaged in lively discussions or focused intently on their meals. The soft golden sunlight bathed the entirety of Evergreen Street, presenting a scene of serene tranquility. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks clattered to the ground within the tavern. The porcelain bowl shattered into countless fragments. The patrons turned their gaze to discover a young waiter, perhaps lost in thought, staring blankly out of the tavern. Consequently, the diners found themselves instinctively glancing outside. A foul stench wafted along Evergreen Street as three figures trudged heavily along the cobblestone path. At their waists, they were each tethered to a series of wooden boards. And atop these boards lay 12 children, all limbs severed and faces ashen. A closer inspection revealed exposed bones where their limbs should have been, their clothing insufficient to cover their frail bodies. The sight of their darkened lips and vacant eyes spoke volumes of the unspeakable torment these children had endured. The nauseating odor emanated from them, evoking a visceral reaction among the patrons inside the tavern and the soldiers, merchants, and pedestrians outside, who instinctively held their breath upon witnessing the horrific scene. Evergreen Street fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the harsh scraping of the wooden boards. Simultaneously, the onlookers turned their attention to the three individuals dragging the children along. Their expressions were resolute and somber, yet their youthful faces betrayed their age. Appearing to be merely 16 or 17, they were officials of the Demon Extermination Office. Some recognized the tattered garments of the trio and discerned their identities, though the circumstances remained a mystery. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, as a contingent of county officials armed with long spears arrived at the scene. "Are you from the Demon Extermination Office?" The official nearly immediately identified the three as he drew near. Wang Shouyong nodded and clasped his hands, imploring, "Please, do not obstruct us. The lives of these 12 children hang by a thread. We cannot afford to delay." The officer, casting a furtive glance at the dark red stains covering Wang Shouyong, felt a surge of fear and quickly gestured for his comrades to clear the path, repeatedly saying, "We would not dare, my lord, please proceed." Another casual glance revealed the ghastly knife wound on Situ Wenfeng's chest, a sight most horrific. Meanwhile, Situ Iyun remained silent. Her eyes reddened, seemingly harboring an ocean of fury. What had transpired? Under the gaze of the three, the officers fell into a flurry, and Chaqing Street was swiftly cleared. The officers led the way, and the figures of Wang Shouyong and his companions gradually vanished at the end of the street. Once they departed, the street erupted into commotion. As night turned to dawn, the following morning, Wang Shouyong and his companions encountered the hurriedly groomed Liao Yuanqing. They brought the 12 children to the medical hall, standing vigil throughout the night while tending to their own injuries. Only when the children had safely evaded the clutches of death and all was in order did the three finally relax, exhausted, as they met with Liao Yuanqing. Within the Bureau of Demon Extermination, Liao Yuanqing's expression fluctuated between skepticism and astonishment as he listened to their account. Before him, Wang Shouyong and his companions were swathed in layers of bandages. Among them, Situ Wenfeng bore the most grievous injuries, his upper body resembling that of a mummy due to the near-fatal wound. Yet, despite this, it was not pain that marked his face but a smoldering anger. "Are you saying that the county lieutenant of Jishan colluded with demons? You three, working in concert, eliminated the shape-shifting demon and the corrupt lieutenant while rescuing 12 survivors." Liao Yuanqing's beard trembled, and his hand resting on the table quaked as well. If what they said were true, it was an earth-shattering revelation. Under the rule of the Tianqi dynasty, any collusion with demons was utterly intolerable. Such incidents invariably led to heads rolling, let alone within the esteemed Bureau of Demon Extermination. "What we say is without exaggeration," Wang Shouyong asserted, his brow furrowed as he clasped his hands in respect. The Situ siblings mirrored his gesture, affirming their stance. Witnessing their unwavering conviction, Liao Yuanqing finally began to digest the gravity of the situation. However, he soon noticed a look of uncertainty flickering across Situ Wenfeng's face. Liao Yuanqing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Situ Wenfeng, do you have something to add?" After a moment of hesitation, Situ Wenfeng gritted his teeth and replied, "My lord, there is a slight inaccuracy in what we previously stated." Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanqing instinctively relaxed, thinking that perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. There might have been embellishments in their narration. Yet, to his surprise, Situ Wenfeng continued, "As you mentioned, my lord, we did not single-handedly eliminate the demon and the lieutenant. In truth, it was Wang who devised a cunning ambush to slay the demon and subsequently returned to save my sister and me, taking down the lieutenant in the process." As the conversation progressed, Situ Wenfeng's face displayed a hint of guilt. "My sister and I possess limited combat experience and fell prey to the enemy's insidious poison. In truth, we have not contributed much, and it is solely the merit of Wang Qinsui." Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanqing, who had been nodding in agreement, nearly pulled out his own beard in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. "Surely, you jest?" Liao Yuanqing exclaimed incredulously. "That was a peak transformation demon, accompanied by a Qi realm lieutenant." "Indeed," Situ Wenfeng affirmed. "Yet Wang Shouyong is merely at the body refinement realm." Liao Yuanqing rose from his seat, leaning over the table, his tone laced with absurdity. How could someone in the body refinement stage possibly ambush and kill those at higher realms? In response, both Situ Wenfeng and Situ Iyun exchanged glances, revealing an expression of strange resignation. Situ Iyun interjected, "Had we not witnessed it with our own eyes, we would also find it hard to believe. If you wish to know the specifics, you may directly inquire of Wang Qinwei." With that, the trio turned their gazes towards Wang Shouyong, who remained composed and nodded with unruffled ease. "Perhaps it is we who lack the necessary skill." Lack of skill? The three reacted as if they had just heard the most ludicrous statement of their lives, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Could anyone's lack of skill compare to yours? Having barely joined the Demon Extermination Division for less than half a month? However, after a moment's contemplation, they chose not to confront this absurdity directly, instead opting for resigned smiles as they diverted from the topic. Situ Wenfeng shook his head and redirected the conversation. "Lord Liao, is there any way for us in Linshui County to intervene in this matter?" Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanqing began pacing, his aura unconsciously brimming with power as he wore a thoughtful expression. This matter must be reported upwards or await the arrival of the Imperial Inspector in March before it can be divulged. "Why is that?" Situ Iyun pressed anxiously. "By March, all evidence may well be obliterated, and Ji County could easily deny any collusion with demons." After a brief silence, Liao Yuanqing explained, "The Imperial Inspector possesses means to investigate, and once we report, he will not overlook the issue. However, if Linshui County were to recklessly intervene in Ji County's affairs, it would be deemed overstepping, and we might face impeachment from Ji County." Situ Wenfeng gasped in astonishment. "Is there truly such a predicament?" Liao Yuanqing wore a sardonic smile, his voice laced with self-deprecation. "The reason I have exercised such caution since arriving in Linshui County is precisely due to the prevalence of such matters within the Empire. If one does not guard against the scheming of others, one is always liable to be ambushed from behind." Chapter 37. How to break the deadlock. Is there truly no way to punish these despicable beings? A method? Liao Yuanqing replied gravely. "The only course of action is to report first, and then await the Imperial Inspector's arrival in March to oversee the evaluations of both counties. After all, we do not know whether the collusion with demons was the act of individual lieutenants or the Ji County Demon Extermination Division. Should we act rashly, it is likely that the Ji County Demon Extermination Division would cut ties to save themselves, casting a scapegoat to resolve the matter." Situ Wenfeng clenched his fists tightly and exclaimed with anger, "Will they not resort to desperate measures 3 months from now? By then, all evidence will be obliterated, and they will merely speak recklessly. The desperate measures taken 3 months hence will differ significantly from those taken at this moment." Liao Yuanqing's expression remained calm. Situ Wenfeng was momentarily taken aback. In Wang Shouyong's mind, a fleeting thought seemed to emerge, hinting at deeper contemplation. During the assessment between the two counties, would this matter be given greater weight? Liao Yuanqing nodded and remarked, "Indeed. The Imperial Inspector presiding over the evaluation of the two counties will render this issue an undeniable blemish on Jishan County. Subsequently, the Inspector will undoubtedly hold the entire Demon Extermination Department of Jishan accountable. However, if we now corner the Demon Extermination Department of Jishan, severing ties prematurely, they could easily gloss over this affair at a minimal cost, leading to tranquility by March. Which scenario do you deem preferable?" Situ Wenfeng fell silent. Liao Yuanqing turned to face the plaque hanging on the wall of the affairs hall, inscribed with the words "Eradicate all demons," and softly stated, "Thus, our course of action must be to endure in silence, feigning ignorance of this matter, and only act after March. Wouldn't Jishan County then prepare adequately for the impending scrutiny? Regardless, they will falter in their preparations, for we still possess the testimonies of 12 witnesses." Liao Yuanqing replied quietly. Situ Wenfeng hesitated, choosing to remain silent. Liao Yuanqing, as the head of the Demon Extermination Department, contemplated matters with far greater caution than Situ Wenfeng. Yet, there was one thought he withheld. During these 3 months, no matter what atrocious acts Jishan County might commit, they would likely be beyond intervention. This also implied that countless unseen shadows would continue to replay in these 3 months, with no figures like them to intervene and halt the chaos. Very well. You have just endured a significant event, and it is only natural for your spirits to be unsettled. However, remember, this matter is beyond your purview. I have my own plans. Lao Yuanqing exhaled heavily, turning to them. You may leave for now. I will seek you out later for further details. Situ Wenfeng wished to voice something further, but was restrained by Situ Yun's grip on his sleeve. Turning his head, he noticed the subtle glint in Situ Yun's eyes as she signaled discreetly. After a moment's hesitation, Situ Wenfeng gritted his teeth and replied, I take my leave. As the three exited the affairs hall, Situ Wenfeng remained agitated but refrained from speaking. Only after bidding a thoughtful farewell to Wang Shouyong did he furrow his brows and address Situ Yun. Why did you pull me? Situ Yun's eyes sparkled with a certain intensity as she whispered, I was just about to say, what if someone in the capital intervened in this matter? Could they expedite the scrutiny of Jishan County? Situ Wenfeng paused, frowning slightly as he hesitated. You mean? Precisely, we could write a letter home to the capital, requesting our family to send someone to Linshui County to assist us, Situ Yun responded. Situ Wenfeng initially nodded in agreement, but soon shook his head. I know what you're thinking, but our family will not intervene. It's merely the lives of a dozen or so rural children. The lives of a dozen rural children pale in comparison to the vast future envisioned for the siblings of the Situ family. It is undoubtedly the perspective of the Situ household. What Situ Yun articulated was merely a request for the Situ family to intervene, wielding their influence to suppress the demon-slaying efforts in Jishan County. However, the siblings had covertly ventured into Linshui County with the intention of maintaining a low profile. Should the political adversaries of the Situ family in the capital seize upon any evidence of abuse of power, the ensuing scandal would far exceed the mere loss of a few lives. Thus, Situ Wenfeng's eyes, which had just begun to glimmer with light, now dulled once more. Yet Situ Yun, with a cunning smile, clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, Brother, how could you act so foolishly at such a critical moment? The visitors from the capital are not here for the matter of Jishan County, but rather to express gratitude for the life-saving favor. Upon uttering this, Situ Yun turned to face the direction in which Wang Shouyong had departed, his expression brimming with mirth. Situ Wenfeng was momentarily taken aback. Our Situ family has come to Linshui County to express our gratitude to Wang Shouyong for his life-saving assistance, and incidentally, we have uncovered the situation in Jishan County. Thus, it becomes a merit rather than a liability. As he spoke, Situ Yun's eyes sparkled like the first light of dawn breaking upon the horizon. Brother, you nearly lost your life in Jishan County. If we aim to act discreetly, we may choose to overlook this for the time being. However, expressing gratitude for a life saved is always a noble endeavor. Moreover, Wang Shouyong is a rare talent, capable of battling across an entire realm. With this alone, the proud elites of the capital will surely bow their heads before him. It is only natural for our Situ family to seek his favor in advance. As he spoke, a flush of excitement crept across Situ Yun's face, as if he eagerly anticipated the astonished expressions of his family upon meeting Wang Shouyong. Situ Wenfeng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement as well. What a brilliant idea! There exists such a method. He quickly urged Situ Yun towards their residence. I shall write a letter to our family back in the capital at once. Within half a month, they will surely send someone, and they will be utterly awed by Wang Shouyong's talent. Meanwhile, Wang Shouyong returned to his modest abode. Despite having endured an entire night without rest, he found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. Instead, he lay in bed, unperturbed by the aches and pains in his body, his eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. This was due to the wondrous changes occurring within him. Wang Shouyong extended his palm, gesturing in the air to summon a panel. The words displayed were gluttony, green, lust, green, frenzy, green, insha, body, green. These 5 entries represented the new attributes he had acquired from the pig demon. However, after merely glancing at them, he closed the panel. The significance of these attributes was secondary. The most profound gain stemmed from the transformations occurring within his own body. Wang Shouyong closed his eyes, immersing his spirit within, swiftly descending into a state of meditation. The congested essence of the universe flowed into his meridians, traversing through the channels and entering the acupoints, wandering through the gooey acupoint, vanishing within the heart spring acupoint, and circulating throughout the 72 major acupoints within his body, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. According to conventional wisdom, at this juncture, with all 72 major acupoints fully connected, one would have achieved the pinnacle of the body refining realm. However, at this moment, a subtle smile graced the corners of Wang Shouyong's lips. Unbeknownst to others, within him, beyond the already interconnected 72 major acupoints. A faint gray aura materialized out of thin air, meandering through the meridians. This ethereal gray essence circumvented the 72 major acupoints and discovered yet another series of minor acupoints. Having successfully opened a total of 30, Wang Shouyong opened his eyes, finally convinced of this truth. It turns out that the human body is not limited to the 72 major orifices. There are an additional 290 hidden orifices. Although these lesser orifices are not as expansive and complete as the major ones, they too can be unlocked and utilized. The pig demon surely did not anticipate that its sinister aura could be harnessed by me. And it is thanks to this creature that I was able to uncover this secret. Chapter 38. The completion of 362 orifices. The most powerful body refinement in history. It is commonly acknowledged that the human body contains 362 acupoints, of which only 72 are accessible to practitioners. These 72 acupoints constitute the foundation of body refinement and serve as the reservoir for storing the energy of heaven and earth, facilitating the attainment of the chi transformation realm. The remaining 290 acupoints resemble the chambers of a beehive, wherein the energy of heaven and earth can only flow in and out in a limited manner. This has become an almost universal understanding within the cultivation community. However, in a certain sense, Wang Shouyong is indeed a creature that defies conventional wisdom. His nine body, a trait derived from the demonic realm, allows him not only to draw close to the energy of heaven and earth, but also to resonate with the sinister energies of demons. The energy of heaven and earth channels through the 72 yang orifices, while the sinister energy flows through the 290 yin orifices, creating a harmonious balance that constitutes the entirety of the 362 orifices in the human body. This, perhaps, is a secret that has yet to be recorded in this world. Currently, all practitioners only access the 72 yang orifices, while the yin orifices remain completely untapped due to the limitations of human physiology. I fear I may not be the only one in the world who has unlocked 30 of the yin orifices. Wang Shouyong contemplated silently, extending his hand to pat the storage pouch at his waist, and 5 ethereal orbs materialized upon the bed. These 5 orbs were plump and lustrous, their hues of red, orange, and green resembling the enticing allure of rainbow candies. Wang Shouyong extended his finger to gently touch the demon core, and at that moment, every pore on his body seemed to yearn for breath, as if the stifled yin orifices were stirring with anticipation. Within each demon core resided a dense aura of sinister energy. Regrettably, he had overlooked the presence of a demon core while slaying the pig demon. Shaking his head, Wang Shouyong grasped the demon core in the palm of his hand, then closed his eyes and descended into meditation. Simultaneously, a panel quietly materialized before him. In Sha body, green, you possess an exceptionally rare in Sha body, capable of harnessing the malevolent energy. With a mere thought, the sinister aura within the demon core surged and roiled, akin to boiling water, and with a resounding rush, it flowed into Wang Shouyong's body. Wang Shouyong furrowed his brows as an unexpected surge of sinister energy coursed through his meridians, accompanied by a faint sting. However, he soon relaxed his expression. The frigid malevolent essence flowed into his body with the obedience of a child, navigating swiftly and orderly through his channels. With a soft pop, his body trembled. The 31st yin orifice opened. The aura within the demon pill slightly weakened, evidently diminishing as it exerted force against the yin orifice. Yet, at that moment, Wang Shouyong paid little heed to the loss, guiding the sinister energy through his meridians toward the next obstructed acupoint. Pop. The 32nd yin orifice opened. Pop. The 33rd yin orifice. Pop. The 34th yin orifice. One after another, a series of delicate sounds emanated from Wang Shouyong, akin to water flowing effortlessly, as he naturally unlocked several orifices in succession. On the panel, the segment representing an unstoppable momentum glimmered with a ghostly green light. The realm of perception transcended any bottleneck. The 50th, 60th, 70 orifices until the 75th orifice, when the sinister essence in Wang Shouyong's palm abruptly severed. As Wang Shouyong opened his eyes, he beheld the demon core in his palm gradually shattering, its once luminous and smooth surface now resembling broken grayish-white stones, quietly resting in his hand. A single demon core possesses the potential to unlock 45 apertures. Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow slightly. If this were the case, 5 demon cores would not suffice to fully open his 290 apertures. Shaking his head, he promptly grasped the second fiery red demon core, feeling a slight warmth emanating from it. In an instant, as he delved into meditation, he sensed the malevolent aura within the demon core, surging with a fiery intensity. Yet, no matter how ferocious the malevolent energy may be, before the Yin Sha body and the Nine Yin body, it would merely behave like a docile little lamb. Wang Shouyong effortlessly summoned the ominous energy into his meridians, causing his entire body to soften. Pop, 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 pop. A series of sounds erupted like popcorn bursting as a profound transformation unfolded within him. The flesh and blood, nourished by the malevolent essence, swiftly dissipated and reformed, reminiscent of the moment he first opened the 72 acupoints. An overwhelming force surged and grew like an advancing tide. The 80th acupoint, the 90th acupoint, the 100th acupoint. It was only upon reaching the 110th acupoint that this demonic core finally dissipated all traces of the sinister energy. Wang Shouyong licked his lips and, without a moment's pause, seized the next blue demon pill. With a soft pop, the essence of the pill infused his body, akin to the gentle flow of warm water or the caress of a light breeze in subtle rain, nourishing and traversing through his meridians, bestowing a touch of coolness. Yet, this gentle aura did not hinder its ability to open the acupoints. 120, 140, 165. Ultimately, it came to rest at the 165th acupoint. Wang Shouyong exhaled deeply, casting his gaze upon the remaining 2 demon orbs. Resolutely, he grasped them both, one green orb in his left hand and one black orb in his right. In an instant, the malevolent energy contained within the orbs surged forth like an inexhaustible river, flowing from his hands to fill every inch of his meridians, akin to soldiers poised and ready to heed the command of their general. As Wang Shouyong focused his intent, the dark energy surged towards the remaining blocked acupoints. Perhaps it was the simultaneous invocation of both orbs, but this time the release was even more effortless than before. The rhythmic sounds echoed within him, reminiscent of flowing water, producing a crisp and resonant melody beneath his flesh. The 200th acupoint, the 230th acupoint, the 260th acupoint. Upon reaching the 280th acupoint, the sinister energy emanating from his palms abruptly ceased. Wang Shouyong, without even opening his eyes, discerned that the 2 demonic cores had already been reduced to mere powder. Yet he did not pause. Although the source of the sinister energy in his hands had been depleted, the lingering malevolence within his body could still be summoned. Break for me. Wang Shouyong gritted his teeth as the malevolent energy pierced through each of his acupoints. The 285th, 286th, and 287th points were breached. The sinister energy had become a mere flicker of its former potency, having penetrated the 289th acupoint and was on the verge of being utterly depleted. Wang Shouyong opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with intensity, his teeth clenched tightly. Open. Each word was pronounced with deliberate force, his muscles swelling with the effort, as he summoned forth a stream of sinister energy that surged like a small river through his meridians. This final surge of malevolent essence coalesced into a sharp spearhead, aimed directly at the blockage of his 290th acupoint, the last remaining obstruction. Open. In an instant, the dark energy surged forth like a bolt of lightning, crashing ahead, with a familiar sound echoing in his ears. Wang Shouyong felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He collapsed heavily onto the bed, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Yet a smile of ease finally graced his features. With the completion of the 290th Yin acupoint, coupled with the 72 Yang acupoints, all 362 acupoints throughout his body were now fully connected. In his eyes, it was as if a brilliant star had taken residence. From this moment onward, he stood as the most formidable figure in the realm of cultivation, unparalleled in history, an invincible body-refining stage adept with 362 acupoints. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought struck Wang Shouyong. What magnificent vistas lay before a transformation realm practitioner endowed with 362 acupoints. Chapter 39, The Letter from the Situ Family in the Stillness of the Night. A small courtyard within the demon exorcism office remained aglow with light. Through the faintly yellowed paper of the window, one could discern a youthful figure hunched over a desk, diligently writing. Inside, Situ Wenfeng carefully spread out a piece of silk paper, grasped a fine brush, and after taking a deep breath, inscribed the first line, To my esteemed father, Situ. My younger sister and I have safely arrived in Lin County, all is well, and we encountered no mishaps on our journey, so there is no need for concern. Furthermore, we have met with Lord Liao, smoothly joined the demon exorcism office in Lin County, and have been assigned as aides to a certain lieutenant. Everything unfolding just as you envisioned. With fervent strokes, Situ Wenfeng detailed the recent circumstances of himself and his sister, exchanging pleasantries in a few hundred words. However, at the urging of Situ Iyun beside him, he felt compelled to swiftly delve into the crux of the matter. In accordance with your directives, my sister and I have begun our duties in the Demon Exorcism Office, starting from the role of minor aides, barring any unforeseen events. We anticipate amassing considerable merits before the upcoming assessments and the arrival of the Imperial Inspector. Yet, as you read this, you may surmise that an unexpected twist has indeed arisen. Not long ago, Lord Liao assigned my sister and me, along with another aide, to execute a task. During our journey, we encountered a lieutenant from Jixin County at the level of Qi transformation. Situ Wenfeng proceeded to recount the tale of their harrowing expedition to Evil Blood Mountain, narrating the events with clarity and sincerity from the fierce battle at the mountain's base to the moment of hesitation before the cave, where Wang Shouyong resolutely activated the teleportation array, determined to rescue others, and finally, their return to the cave. Despite his straightforward narration, the perilous nature of the events inevitably resonated with an air of danger. The lieutenant from Jixin County saw through the disguises of my sister and me, employing treacherous means that rendered us powerless to resist. In a moment of shame, I intercepted his lethal strike, narrowly escaping a grievous fate, and it is from this bed that I write to you now. Fortunately, just as the lieutenant was poised to deliver a fatal blow, our companion, Wang, intervened with a thunderous display of skill, vanquishing the Qi transformation lieutenant. It is crucial to inform you that this aide, though merely at the perfected stage of body refinement, had previously been suspected of achieving full mastery in a single day. In the capital, I have not encountered such extraordinary talent, thus I am compelled to share this revelation with you. To return to the matter at hand, Wang not only saved my sister and me, but also procured the antidote. Once the situation stabilized, we learned that Wang had already eradicated the pig demon. Just as you had anticipated, crossing borders in battle and showing no signs of disarray. Remarkably, he, a mere body refinement practitioner, single-handedly vanquished the transformed pig demon and slew the Qi transformation lieutenant, proving to be our savior. His character is pure and virtuous, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards malevolence. I am convinced he is no ordinary individual. Therefore, I hope someone from home will arrive swiftly. Firstly, to repay our life-saving grace, and secondly, to cultivate goodwill, with the intention of inviting him into the Situ family fold in the future. As for the incident in Jixin County, that matter is secondary and can be left to your judgment. The ink flowed freely, as each piece of silk paper was replaced one after another. Situ Wenfeng finally penned the last line and paused. Aside from this matter, all is well. Do not worry. Beside him, Situ Iyun nodded slightly, tending to the candlewick. When the emissaries from the capital arrive and see your injuries, they will undoubtedly be enraged. Brother, I urge you to refrain from consuming any medicinal pills in the coming days to aid your recovery. Otherwise, you will lack credibility. I understand. Situ Wenfeng nodded, arranging the sheets of silk paper neatly before placing them into an envelope. He then raised 2 fingers to his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Shortly after, a flurry of wings could be heard outside the window. Situ Wenfeng opened the window, and a bird resembling a hawk swooped in, adorned with red feathers on its brow and bright, plump plumage. This was the unique spiritual pet of the Situ family, known as the broken swan hawk, which, while on the verge of enlightenment, would never truly attain it. The journey from Linchuan County to the capital would take no more than 2 days, making it ideal for delivering messages. Situ Wenfeng secured the letter to the hawk's back with several wraps of string, ensuring it was tightly fastened before gently patting its head. With a swift flurry, the broken swan hawk shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. May someone from home arrive swiftly. Both contemplated silently by the window. 2 days later, in the capital, at the Situ residence of General Situ, the grandeur of the estate was beyond mere description. With its high walls and red-tiled roofs, the architecture was staggered and built against the mountains with countless pathways branching out. And even the courtyard inscribed with magical arrays was innumerable. A popular jest circulated in the capital. If a passerby were to carelessly pick up any object they spotted in front of the Situ residence, they would be assured a lifetime of comfort and prosperity. Although exaggerated, it was a testament to the Situ family's prominent status in the capital. On this day at noon, a shadow swept across the sky and landed directly on the wall of the Situ estate. Indeed, it was the broken swan hawk that Situ Wenfeng had released. The hawk alighted on the courtyard wall, remaining silent and still, resembling a perfectly poised sculpture, its sharp eyes glistening, seemingly awaiting something. Within a hall of the estate, Situ Ruiz and Situ Tian Yuan sat across from each other at a table, flanked by a chess set. Between the 2 young men, the black and white pieces intricately intertwined. each move imbued with a palpable sense of tension. Brother, are you still unwilling to concede? I have calculated this match and emerged victorious by 1¼ pieces. I implore you not to linger on it. Oh, yet I distinctly calculate that the game concludes with me trailing by half a piece. What is the meaning of this? Ha ha ha, dear brother, you remain as hopeless at chess as ever. Ha ha ha, Tian Yuan, I see you are not without your faults either. The two individuals wore amiable smiles, yet their fingers clutched the chess pieces tightly, their eyes fixed intently on the board, neither willing to concede defeat. The game had reached a peak of fierce competition, with a labyrinth of black and white pieces intertwining, amounting to no less than 8 intricate formations. In such a complex state, they found it impossible to calculate the final outcome following the endgame. However, Situ Tian Yuan smirked and urged, "Second brother, why the delay? Are you perhaps calculating the dismal conclusion of your impending loss?" Situ Rui's replied, "One should observe chess in silence. Tian Yuan, you are far too impatient." As he spoke, Situ Rui's finger tapped against the board, his mind racing. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, he finally realized that the one trailing was indeed himself. Lifting his gaze, he met the sly smirk in Situ Tian Yuan's eyes. "Have you calculated the outcome, second brother?" Situ Rui's feigned disdain, but his heart sank. Was he to suffer defeat once more? Just then, a faint yet piercing cry echoed through the air. It was the messenger hawk. What had transpired? A flicker of joy crossed Situ Rui's face as he immediately rose to leave, his hand lingering momentarily on the chessboard. "Tian Yuan, continue the game. I shall return shortly." With that, he hurriedly exited the hall. Situ Tian Yuan shook his head derisively, his gaze returning to the chessboard, his expression suddenly stiffening. In one corner of the board, a large handprint marred the surface, disrupting the lines and reducing the pieces to mere dust. Moments later, a furious shout resonated from within the hall. "Cowardly wretch! Do not flee." Chapter 40, Malice from the Capital. In an instant, half of the Situ residents echoed with Situ Tian Yuan's roar. Some of the accustomed servants continued their tasks without interruption, shaking their heads and murmuring that the third young master was once again bickering with the second young master. However, when Situ Tian Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Situ estate, he found Situ Rui's holding a letter with a contemplative expression, a messenger hawk perched on his left hand. "Cowardly wretch, you..." Before he could finish, Situ Rui's raised a finger to his lips. "Shuh, it is a letter from Situ Wenfeng. The messenger hawk has just landed." As he spoke, Situ Rui's lifted the letter, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Situ Tian Yuan paused, the anger on his face dissipating entirely, replaced by a peculiar expression. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching and approached Situ Rui's. "Isn't that scoundrel supposed to be in Lin County earning merits? What could prompt him to write? What does the letter say?" "It is Lin County. I do not yet know the contents of the letter. Let us keep this under wraps for now and examine it in detail back at the estate." Having spoken, the two men silently returned to Situ Rui's residence and closed the door behind them, only then unfolding a thick stack of silk paper. After a prolonged moment, they finished reading the contents of the letter and exchanged glances, each discerning a hint of irony in the other's eyes. It seemed that Situ Wenfeng had lost his mind. Accustomed to arrogance and self-proclaimed genius, he still resorted to boasting and deceit upon arriving in Linchuan County. The concept of refining the body to slay and transform energy was indeed absurd for him to utter. Situ Tian Yuan scoffed, remarking, "I perceive that this so-called life-saving grace and unparalleled talent are mere fabrications. The true intent is to seek assistance from the capital and procure some usable manpower." Everyone was aware that they had gone to Linchuan County to serve as aides to the insignificant demon-slaying officer, and while they were revered in the capital, in this small county they would likely be summoned like errand boys, unable to endure such indignity, thus fabricating a lie. Situ Rui's chuckled derisively, crumpling the stack of silk paper in his hands and throwing it to the ground, firmly stepping on it as he declared, "This letter must not fall into the hands of others, otherwise, given the temperament of our venerable ancestor, he would undoubtedly be unable to bear the sight of the two wretches suffering outside." Situ Tian Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "But what if those two wretches return and question the whereabouts of the letter?" Situ Rui smirked. "That's quite simple. The distance between the capital and Linchuan County is more than 1,000 miles. Any unforeseen event could befall the messenger along the way. Even if we were to consume this very hawk, leaving not a bone behind, how would he know whether the letter reached the capital or the Situ residence?" At this moment, the hawk, which had been perched in his hand, seemed to comprehend his words, suddenly flapping its wings and preparing to emit a sharp cry. However, a glint of coldness flashed in Situ Rui's eyes as he channeled his power, freezing the hawk mid-air, an inexplicable force seemingly restraining all its movements. In the next breath, the hawk's head was crushed as if by an enormous hand, while beneath Situ Ruai's feet, a magical array illuminated, silencing all sounds within, akin to a tranquil execution ground. Casually, Situ Ruai discarded the hawk to the ground, as if to suggest that it had never existed. Witnessing this, Situ Tianyuan doubled over in laughter, pointing at Situ Ruai with mirth. "Brother, do you know what I admire most about you? It is precisely this, your willingness to spare even your own kin." Situ Ruai smiled in response. "The feeling is mutual." Situ Tianyuan shook his head, saying, "Yet this alone is far from sufficient." "Oh? Then what do you propose we should do?" Situ Tianyuan, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "Brother, do you recall the child beggar under my command in the capital, possessing considerable talent, yet coming from a wretched background and exhibiting ruthless methods?" Situ Ruai raised an eyebrow in jest. "Are you referring to that child who, unaware of his sister's fate, regards you as his savior?" "Indeed, that is him," came the affirmation. With a smile, Situ Tianyuan suggested, "Why don't we secretly dispatch him to Linshui County, thereby undermining all of Situ Wenfeng's intentions? While we may not be able to bring about the demise of both Situ Wenfeng and Situ Iyan, it would be exceedingly simple to deal with the confidant he mentioned in his correspondence. Even if that rustic youth possesses some talent, by then he would have already met his end. When Situ Wenfeng returns to the capital, it would be rather difficult to claim that the Situ family failed to recruit a prodigy when faced with a corpse." Situ Ruai narrowed his eyes into a slit and replied with a gentle smile, "I recall that little beggar is also at the culmination of the Qi transformation stage." "Tianyuan, are you not concerned that this rustic youth might truly be a once-in-a-lifetime genius?" In response, Situ Tianyuan countered, "Oh, does my second brother truly believe that there exists anyone capable of slaying those at the Qi transformation stage through mere physical cultivation? I certainly do not." "Haha. Then it is settled. I too harbor no such belief." On that day, a figure burdened with a satchel, head bowed and eyes downcast, hurriedly departed from the capital as the sun set. Meanwhile, just a few days after the beggar's departure to Linshui County, Wang Shouyong finally realized that the life of an exorcist in Linshui County was far more monotonous than he had anticipated. Since returning from the Blood Evil Mountain, his existence seemed to have been muted, devoid of the adventures with Hu Chenping or any further developments regarding the Blood Evil Mountain incident. What Wang Shouyong engaged in, apart from daily searches for Li Gui within the demon exorcism department and indulging the Situ siblings, was recuperating in the modest confines of the 23rd chamber. According to the orders conveyed by Liao Yuanqing, the three were required to remain within the demon exorcism department to recover, venturing outside only when absolutely necessary. Wang Shouyong speculated that Liao Yuanqing remained somewhat apprehensive about them, fearing they might once again venture into the Bloodshed Mountain to uphold justice. Consequently, Wang Shouyong's existence within the exorcism department began to take on a monotonous and repetitive nature. He practiced martial arts, sought out Li Gui for indulgent feasts, practiced martial arts, sought the Situ siblings for convivial gatherings, practiced martial arts, sought Hu Chenping, who was elusive, and then sought Li Gui for more revelries. Practicing martial arts and pursuing the Situ siblings for merriment became a routine. However, after several consecutive days of indulgence, aside from gaining 5 or 6 pounds, Wang Shouyong ultimately recognized a matter he had long overlooked, albeit vaguely. His aptitude for martial arts was exceedingly poor. Within the training arena, Wang Shouyong tucked a martial arts manual back into his bosom, took a deep breath, rested his hand on the long knife at his side, and with his feet slightly apart, focused intently on the dummy inscribed with a magical array before him. In that fleeting moment, his heart became tranquil. From the few characters visible on his chest, it was evident that the martial arts manual he had tucked away was none other than the 13th blade of Kai Lang, which he had procured from the Bloodshed Mountain. Wang Shouyong slightly lowered his brow, his fingers subtly twitching. The air around him seemed to grow colder. An icy killing intent emanating from his feet, rapidly spreading through the space of several meters. A breath of foul air escaped him as he lifted his gaze, all emotions vanishing from his pupils. To him, the effigy appeared transformed into the visage of a wretched captain from the Blood Mountain. Vivid scenes of brutality flashed through his mind, particularly the haunting faces of the children within the cave, their expressions steeped in despair yet yearning for a glimmer of hope. Their pallid eyes wide open, striving to catch the dew dripping from above with their cracked lips. All of this coalesced into a potent killing intent, ultimately crystallizing upon the captain of Jishan County in the grotesque visage of a pig. It was time to strike. A flash of white light erupted as the long knife was drawn, its momentum akin to thunder, with a resounding clash. The sound of blade against sheath coincided with the shattering of the effigy. In the blink of an eye, the luminous arc of the blade descended upon the effigy, instantaneously reducing it to countless fragments that exploded outward. A thunderous boom filled the air, dust swirling about as Wang Shouyong, with an impassive expression, slowly sheathed his blade amidst the astonished gasps of those around him. A sigh of turbid air quietly escaped his lips. Chapter 41, The 13th Blade of Kai Lang versus the Golden Light White Jade Bracelet. Brother Wang, your swordplay is magnificent, radiating an imposing aura that is truly formidable. Even this effigy, capable of withstanding a full-force strike, could not endure it. How dazzling is this blade's light? Could it be the effect of your martial technique? Brother Wang, you are indeed remarkable. If I were that effigy, I fear I would not withstand a single blow. What single blow? Merely witnessing Brother Wang draw his sword has already left my legs trembling. They chuckled in a chorus of flattery surrounding Wang Shouyong. Yet, he displayed no signs of elation, instead shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Those familiar with their own affairs understand the depth of their skills. The 13th blade of Kai Lang, when mastered, reveals the phantom of the sea's waves. Just as the captain of Jishan County once did, the might of the blade was immense. This phantom serves as evidence of whether one has attained the pinnacle of martial prowess. The proficiency of a martial technique hinges upon the comprehension of its true essence. However, at that moment, not a single strike from Wang Shouyong suggested any hint of grasping the truth of martial arts. The destruction of the effigy was purely a result of brute force, overcoming finesse with strength. The blade was swift because he wielded it swiftly. It was heavy because he swung it heavily. There was no hint of technique, only raw power. This martial art, indeed, was far more challenging than breaking through barriers. Wang Shouyong sighed, bidding farewell to the entourage that, although not particularly familiar, perpetually hovered around him, before turning and departing from the training ground. Over the past few days, he had come to realize a singular truth. Within the demon exorcism department, those who shirk their duties, content only to ingratiate themselves, far outnumbered those devoted to the path of cultivation. Many possessed mediocre aptitude for cultivation, languishing for years at the body refinement realm, yet remained oblivious to the means of advancement. In such circumstances, it was all too easy to place one's hopes for progress upon another, yearning for the proverbial one to ascend, thereby elevating all in their wake. Those who, like him, were rumored to have achieved perfection in body refinement within a day and to have rescued 12 young children from Jishan County, accumulating considerable merit, were clearly destined for imminent success. Consequently, in recent days, Wang Shouyong found himself perpetually surrounded by these sycophantic followers. Avoiding the throngs, he wound his way through the labyrinthine corridors of the demon exorcism department until he finally arrived at a modest courtyard. A wooden sign hung above the gate, inscribed in an unsteady hand with the characters for Situ, indicating the residence of the Situ siblings. I have arrived, Wang Shouyong announced without ceremony as he entered the courtyard, where he discovered the Situ siblings engaged in a conversation of indeterminate nature. Wang Shouyong, without further contemplation, sat directly across from Situ Wenfeng and lifted the teacup before him to indulge in the exquisite brew. As he savored the tea, a stirring of elemental energy surged within him, seemingly eager to circulate through his acupoints, yet it swiftly subsided into tranquility. What exceptional tea, Wang Shouyong exclaimed. Over the past few days, he had frequently visited the abode of the Situ siblings, partaking in their hospitality, and had come to appreciate their discerning tastes in food and drink. They indulged in spirit tea that aided cultivation and consumed delicacies imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Such opulence explained why they had attained the transformative realm at such a tender age. Yet, the source of these spirit teas and delicacies remained a mystery. Situ Wenfeng chuckled. As one who has perfected the body refinement stage, this spirit tea has become merely an ordinary beverage for you, while it serves as a pleasant diversion. True cultivation necessitates the use of precious medicines. He continued, moreover, a considerable quantity of these elixirs is required. The path of transformation involves the complete integration of elemental energy into one's acupoints, a process that, aside from natural cultivation, demands an ample supply of precious substances to refine and fortify the acupoints. Situ Iyun, standing nearby, waved his hand and produced a set of teacups, pouring tea while elaborating. Only in this manner can one achieve a harmonious resonance between all acupoints and the elemental energies. Wang Shouyong nodded and said, I understand. Yet what troubles me now is not how to break through, but rather, observing the hesitant demeanor of Wang Shouyong, The Situ siblings exchanged glances and raised their brows in unison, curiosity evident on their faces. "What is it?" they inquired, turning their attention towards Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong replied, "Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, I must admit that my progress in cultivation has been quite commendable. However, for some inexplicable reason, I have been unable to grasp martial techniques. Even the foundational skills of body refinement appear as insurmountable mountains to me. I wonder if you possess any insights that could aid me." Upon hearing this, the Situ siblings exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the revelation. Is it truly possible that one cannot master martial skills with practice? They contemplated further. Yet upon noticing Wang Shouyong's despondent demeanor, they hesitated to continue. "Well, it is not entirely unheard of," Situ Wenfeng remarked thoughtfully. "The aptitude for cultivation does not always correlate with martial talent. I have encountered individuals with lesser martial gifts who still manage to succeed." Though he offered this reassurance, Wang Shouyong could not shake the feeling that Situ Wenfeng was merely trying to spare his feelings. Situ Yun then spoke earnestly. "However, once you reach the transformation realm, it will be imperative to possess a martial technique that suits you. Therefore, let us propose this. Tell us which martial skill you wish to learn, and we will provide guidance. This may prove more effective than your solitary endeavors." Situ Wenfeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the practicality of her suggestion. In a rural locale such as Linshui County, it was not uncommon for someone to struggle with mastering a martial art due to limited exposure. Yet, as they hailed from the imperial capital and were well-versed in various disciplines, they might indeed be able to assist Wang Shouyong. "Very well then," Situ Wenfeng declared. "I will set up a defensive formation. Wang Shouyong, you may demonstrate your martial techniques upon me." Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow. "Will this not cause you harm?" Situ Wenfeng chuckled lightly, unfurling his fan and gently waving it. He replied with a laugh, "Do not mistake your martial skills as yet unrefined. Even if you, Shouyong, have mastered your techniques, do not forget that I have reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, while you remain merely in the body refinement realm. Previously, at the Bloodshed Mountain, we fell victim to a cunning ambush due to our momentary lapse in vigilance. Do you truly believe we are so easily trifled with?" "Ha ha," Situ Wenfeng jested. "My body refinement realm is rather exceptional." Wang Shouyong parted his lips, poised to speak, but upon witnessing the self-assured demeanor of Situ Wenfeng, he chose to remain silent. "Very well, Brother Situ, do exercise caution," he finally remarked. Without hesitation, Wang Shouyong arose and made his way to an open space within the courtyard, where the energies of heaven and earth began to flow gently within him. Grasping the hilt of his sword with one hand, he turned to face Situ Wenfeng, his blade's potential brimming with latent power, causing the air in the courtyard to grow noticeably colder. "Observe closely, both of you. This blade is named Kai Lang 13 Swords, with each strike surpassing the last in strength." Wang Shouyong inhaled slowly, his palm resting against the hilt of his sword, his mind gradually growing cold. Situ Wenfeng raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Situ Yun to step aside. Remaining seated, he lightly tapped his bracelet. At that moment, a mysterious array adorned with intricate patterns materialized beneath Situ Wenfeng's feet. Faintly, a pale blue light screen appeared about a yard in front of him. Observing this, Situ Yun shook his head. His elder brother's use of the golden light jade bracelet's array for defense was somewhat clever. Indeed, it alleviated any concerns for safety. Chapter 42. The 13 Blades of Brutality. This golden light jade bracelet was a protective trinket brought from the Situ family. While it did not contain a powerful array, it was a formidable treasure at the Qi transformation stage. Not to mention the body refinement stage, even Situ Yun himself would find it challenging to breach this formation. Thus, there was no need to worry about his elder brother. It was time to closely observe if there were any flaws in Wang Shouyong's martial techniques. Clearly, Situ Wenfeng shared the same sentiment, remaining composed as he sipped his tea, gently lifting the lid to dismiss the tea froth, savoring it quietly. "Shouyong, do proceed," Situ Wenfeng remarked with a faint smile. Upon his words, a flurry of blades erupted from Wang Shouyong's hands, filling the small courtyard with a blinding white light. The blade's radiance surged, its murderous intent palpable, exuding an overwhelming might. Yet, in the face of such brilliance, Situ Wenfeng did not even raise his gaze. Instead, he took another sip of tea, softly exclaiming, "What a delightful tea." Situ Yun rolled his eyes at his brother's display. In the blink of an eye, the first blade of light approached the pale blue screen, colliding without causing a ripple. The blade vanished silently into the luminescent barrier, leaving no trace. A faint smile appeared on Situ Wenfeng's face as he murmured, "The blade's momentum is ample. However, It is merely a faade of strength, lacking substance. As the manipulation of the heaven and earth's energy is too loose. As he spoke, the second and third blades struck the barrier in succession, both meeting at the same point. Once again, the blades seamlessly dissolved into the screen, akin to a drop of water sinking into an ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever. In contrast, the longsword in Wang Shouyong's grasp emitted a pitiful shriek, vibrating violently as if it could scarcely bear the burden, lamenting in distress. If the energy of heaven and earth were wielded correctly, the blade would be well protected and would not suffer such easily inflicted damage. Shouyong, your blade technique is excessively rigid. Situ Wenfeng commented leisurely. However, before his words could fully resonate, the fourth, fifth, and sixth blades struck the screen in rapid succession, like a flurry of lightning. Wang Shouyong's form drew closer, the long blade in his hand emanating an increasingly blinding radiance. With a sudden flourish, he unleashed his sword, slicing through the air as if it were momentarily severed into countless fragments. The seventh strike. Boom. Situ Wenfeng, taken aback, lifted his gaze, only to behold the center of the luminous barrier, where 7 consecutive strikes had landed, subtly revealing a ripple, akin to the gentle spreading of ripples on water. In that instant, Situ Wenfeng was rendered speechless, instinctively placing the teacup from his hand onto the surface. Simultaneously, the 8th strike. Boom. The 9th strike. Boom. The 10th strike. Boom. Each blow seemed weightier than the last, as Wang Shouyong's muscles bulged with effort, the long blade slicing through the dense air with ferocious intensity. Situ Wenfeng felt a surge of panic, yearning to rise, yet he sensed that such an action would betray the demeanor befitting his esteemed lineage. Clear the way for me. With a thunderous cry, Wang Shouyong's blade descended for the 11th time upon the very same spot of the luminous barrier. The force of this strike was now starkly different from the first, as if cleaving through a mountain. Boom. Crack. A fissure suddenly appeared on the barrier, resembling an inconsequential speck on glass. Yet within the blink of an eye, it expanded into a menacing web of white threads. The 12th strike. Flash. Crack, crack. The web seemed to distribute the pressure, spreading across every corner of the pale blue barrier, which, once imperceptible, now shimmered with a ghostly luminescence. Flash. Wang Shouyong gripped the long knife with fierce determination, his fingers sinking deeply into the hilt, which emitted a sound of protest under the immense pressure, akin to soft tofu. The 13th strike surged forth with a furious intensity. Break for me. How could this be possible? At that moment, Situ Wenfeng regained his senses, exclaiming in astonishment as he nearly catapulted from his chair. He retreated several steps, his magical energy surging forth as he hastily filled the numerous white cracks that had appeared. With a thunderous roar, the small courtyard was engulfed in a cloud of dust, the energies of heaven and earth swirling chaotically like a tumultuous tide. A powerful wind swept through the courtyard, and Situ Wenfeng's hair danced wildly, leaving him no time to react, his expression frozen in contemplation. Like a deer caught in headlights. From the first strike to the 13th, such overwhelming force. Cough, cough. Before long, a faint sound of coughing emerged from the dust, prompting Situ Wenfeng to wave his hand, conjuring a gentle breeze to disperse the haze. Are you all right? He called out, rushing into the cloud of dust in a state of anxiety. As the dust gradually settled, the figures of the 2 men began to materialize. The one wielding the knife appeared first, his chest heaving, clothing tattered, hair disheveled, gasping for breath and occasionally coughing. The long knife in his hand had shattered into fragments, leaving only a bare hilt gripped tightly in his grasp. His long robe was in tatters, as though it had been put through a meat grinder, the fabric hanging limply around him. Cough, cough, it truly cannot be broken. Wang Shouyong glanced at the hilt in his hand, then looked across at his opponent. Sighing in resignation, Brother Situ, your skills surpass mine. As he spoke, the dust had completely cleared, revealing Situ Wenfeng standing calmly, his expression composed. In front of him, the pale blue barrier, though riddled with cracks and appearing precarious, remained steadfast. Even the 13th strike had failed to breach this protective curtain. Upon seeing their conditions, Situ Wenfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest and saying, "You nearly scared me to death. With such a commotion, I almost thought something terrible had occurred." Situ Wenfeng replied nonchalantly, "With this golden light and white jade bracelet, what could go wrong?" Situ Wenfeng nodded in agreement, smiling. "I believed nothing would happen either. But the noise was truly overwhelming. However, it seems this defensive formation is indeed formidable. Even such a fierce strike could not penetrate it." Situ Wenfeng resumed his seat. Yet for reasons unknown, He chose not to respond to Situ Iyun's remarks. Wang Shouyong shook his head, discarding the bare knife handle onto the ground, and seated himself at the stone table. Indeed, martial arts are arduous to master. Brother Situ, you might have believed that I had grasped the 13 blades of Kai Lang, given the earlier display of my blade's might. However, every time I attempt to channel my energy according to the techniques, I find myself at an impasse, perpetually teetering on the brink of understanding, yet failing to grasp the essence of martial truth in my strikes. Situ Wenfeng's brows slightly furrowed as he replied, "That is indeed the case. Although your earlier display was formidable, the resonance with the energies of heaven and earth was scarcely perceptible. True martial arts require one to harness the energies of the cosmos, executing them through specific methodologies. Yet, in the 13 strikes just now, I did not sense the essence of martial technique." A glimmer of hope flickered across Wang Shouyong's face as he cautiously inquired, "In your esteemed opinion, Brother Situ, how might I amend my approach?" Chapter 43. In truth, he had severed the formation. Yet he had not anticipated that Situ Wenfeng would fall into a contemplative silence upon hearing his words. After what felt like an eternity, he finally responded, "I cannot say for certain. From my perspective, your swordsmanship possesses considerable merit. It is formidable, indeed. Perhaps your only recourse is to engage in diligent study and relentless practice? What of you, Ian? Do you harbor any insights? I, too, believe that Brother Wang, your sword technique is imbued with tremendous vigor and remarkable power. It is truly commendable." Situ Iyun hesitated before expressing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong remained unperturbed, recognizing that such an outcome was within the realm of reason. The Situ siblings were not renowned masters of martial arts. At their tender age of merely a few years past adolescence, their insights were likely limited. Should they seek enlightenment, they might do well to consult an elder, such as Hu Qingping, who could serve as a commendable instructor. Thus, with no answers to be found, Wang Shouyong tucked his queries away and began to engage in light conversation with the two. After a while, he took his leave, returning to his own quarters. It was only until just before his departure that he failed to notice the peculiar, almost imperceptible expression lingering on Situ Wenfeng's face. A gentle breeze stirred, and as Wang Shouyong's figure vanished from the courtyard, the atmosphere gradually settled into a serene quietude. "Brother, what occupies your thoughts?" Situ Iyun inquired softly. She had been mindful of Situ Wenfeng's unusual demeanor, which was more withdrawn than usual, as if he harbored unspoken concerns. After a brief silence, Situ Wenfeng, his expression inscrutable, tapped the golden-white jade bracelet on his wrist, leading to the manifestation of a brand-new defensive formation before him. Gazing at the pale blue curtain, he slowly articulated, "In the realm of body refinement, to achieve such a level, do you not find it astonishing, little sister?" Situ Iyun chuckled in response, yet he failed to breach this formation. "While I am indeed surprised, it does not render me utterly confounded. It was reasonable to conclude that this formation could only be disrupted by one who had perfected the transformation stage. Given Wang Shouyong's still developing martial skills and his cultivation level in body refinement, achieving such a feat was already remarkable. However, despite her reasoning, when Situ Iyun turned her gaze back to Situ Wenfeng, she noticed him wearing an unattractive, bitter smile. "Sister, do you truly believe he could not breach this formation?" Situ Iyun was taken aback. But the formation remains intact, and you are unscathed," she replied. Yet, as she spoke, she observed Situ Wenfeng raising his hand, revealing a slight tear in his sleeve, as if it had been gnawed at by some minuscule creature, a trivial yet undeniable damage. Situ Iyun's mouth fell agape as a flicker of shock ignited within her. Did Wang Shouyong inflict this? She stammered, swallowing hard, but the formation remains unbroken. Before she could finish her thought, she saw Situ Wenfeng slowly shaking his head. No, in truth, his final strike did sever the formation. A chill swept over Situ Iyun inexplicably, stirring within her an unsettling premonition. "But why?" she began, only to be met with Situ Wenfeng's measured words, "Because his blade shattered." As he spoke, Situ Iyun's gaze drifted to the ground, where lay the shattered remnants of a white blade, and she suddenly sensed an echo of sharpness lingering in the air. Whether it was a mere illusion or a reality, she could not discern. Had it not been for the final moment when his blade broke, perhaps it would have been my defensive formation lying in fragments now. He believed he had failed to breach the defensive array. However, he was mistaken. He had indeed succeeded, but the sheer force of his strike was overwhelming, and his blade, alas, was too fragile. Consequently, it shattered, and he faced defeat. In truth, it was I who had lost. Situ Iyun stood in stunned silence. Situ Wenfeng squinted, feeling as if a massive obstruction was lodged within his chest, as a rare expression of confusion flickered in his eyes. Since departing from the capital for Linshui County, everything he had known about cultivation seemed to be slowly crumbling, dismantled and reassembled piece by an obscure youth. Little sister, do you know? That blade needed only a moment longer to completely shatter the defensive array. As he spoke, an image emerged in his mind, Wang Shouyong striking down a Qi transformation realm officer within the blood-flesh cave. Beneath the chaotic scene of flesh and blood, Wang Shouyong wore an unperturbed expression, as though achieving such a level in physical cultivation was a matter of course. Just as he had felt a twinge of regret at failing to breach the defensive array, a lingering sense of helplessness enveloped him. How could there possibly be such formidable prowess in physical cultivation? The Situ siblings remained lost in thought. On another day, at the crack of dawn in the Linshui County office, a diligent clerk cautiously presented a bowl of tea while casting a furtive glance at the two individuals seated at the table. Filled with curiosity, he hurriedly retreated. Gu Yinfu, the magistrate of Linshui County, and Liao Yuanqing, the chief of the Demon Exorcism Division, were rarely seen together. What significant matter could they be discussing? Lord Liao, are you truly convinced that the three demons are hidden within Linshui County? Gu Yinfu adjusted his crooked official hat and inquired cautiously. Liao Yuanqing furrowed his brow, replying, I harbored suspicions regarding the incident in Sangzi village. Why would a mere handful of awakened demons remain concealed for nearly a month before revealing their presence? Do you not entertain similar doubts, Lord Gu? Gu Yinfu hastily retorted, we must not speak recklessly. Lord Liao, you require evidence before making such assertions, otherwise we must be wary of eavesdroppers. Rest assured, I shall only discuss this matter with you. If I hear any rumors circulating outside, I shall return to seek your counsel. Liao Yuanqing assured him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yinfu's already troubled expression appeared even more distressed. He chuckled awkwardly, Lord Liao, you jest. Yet, Liao Yuanqing coldly interjected. Lord Gu, I recognize your diligence in your duties and your adeptness in handling affairs, which surpasses my own martial capabilities. Surely, you will prevent any rumors from escaping Linshui County. Yes, Lord Liao, rest assured. Please continue. I shall remain tight-lipped. Liao Yuanqing nodded and calmly stated, in that case, I shall feel at ease. Earlier, you inquired why I am certain these three demons are within Linshui County. I have a few conjectures that you might find enlightening. Please, Lord Liao, do share. Firstly, Jishan County has colluded with malevolent forces to cleanse evil Blood Mountain, perhaps intentionally allowing over a dozen awakened demons to infiltrate Linshui County, providing cover from above and below, which ultimately led to the incident in Sangzi village, with Jishan County being the principal culprit. Secondly, if we were to delve deeper into the Sangzi village affair, what could be the motive behind Jishan County's actions? Was it merely for the sake of hundreds of lives? I speculate it may be related to the impending assessment between the two counties. In recent years, the capital has been rife with turmoil. It is said that the general tasked with subduing demons in the northwest has mysteriously vanished, originally stationed at the Naiwayuan, leaving his position vacant. The young emperor intends to appoint a new general, and with the upheaval in the capital, countless vacancies have arisen and many lives have been lost. It appears that someone from Jishan County may be intent on making their way to the capital, seizing dwindling opportunities, while I, having been demoted from the capital to Linshui County, might seize this chance to return and report back, possibly restoring my former position. This may well render me a thorn in someone else's side. With the assessment looming, this presents an opportune moment to tarnish my reputation. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed Gu? Chapter 44. The eccentric Huang Manor and the concealed demons. Gu Yinfu, listening intently, felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming as he trembled. Responding in a quavering voice, Lord Liao, your words bear some weight, but I dare not make rash assumptions. Liao Yuanqing furrowed his brow, chiding, we stand on equal footing. There is no need for such subservience. Yes, you are correct, Lord Liao, Gu Yinfu replied earnestly. Liao Yuanqing shook his head and continued, I have a third conjecture. That is, the three shape-shifting demons from evil Blood Mountain must be lurking within Linshui County, waiting for the opportune moment to wreak havoc. Gu Yinfu inquired cautiously, what moment do you consider critical? How am I to know? Perhaps it coincides with the assessment between the two counties, Liao replied. That is a possibility. Gu Yinfu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thus, I require your assistance, esteemed Gu. Initially, I dispatched several individuals to Jishan County to search for clues regarding the demon's bloodline connections, but encountered unforeseen circumstances, rendering Jishan County inaccessible. If you could keep a vigilant eye on the events unfolding in Linshui County, you might uncover some traces. Liao Yuanqing stated solemnly, if people cannot fully conceal their whereabouts. I find it hard to believe that those three shape-shifting demons could hide so effectively. Do you have any leads to offer? Esteem Gu? Clue. Where did all of this come from? Gu Yefeng was about to chuckle bitterly when a thought suddenly struck him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Liao Yuanqing noticed Gu Yanfeng's expression and raised an eyebrow. Gu Yanfeng, frowning in contemplation, slowly remarked, speaking of which, there indeed has been a peculiar incident in Linshui County recently. Inside the small room at Su Airshire, Wang Shouyong, with his eyes tightly shut, gradually opened them, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The 362 acupoints within his body seemed to open and close rhythmically, akin to the ebb and flow of breath, gradually returning to tranquility. He rose, stretched languidly, and a series of crackling sounds emanated from his joints. Beneath his feet lay an empty wooden box, which still retained a faint fragrance of precious medicine, yet there was not a trace of the elixir left. Over the past few days, aside from indulging in food and practicing martial arts, he had also consumed the precious medicine daily. With the aid of the digestive skill, he effortlessly assimilated the elixir, transforming it into the foundation of his being. The advancement in the Qi transformation realm did not seem as apparent as that of the body refinement realm. I have yet to fully step into the Qi transformation realm. Is it due to the scarcity of elixirs or the multitude of my acupoints? This fleeting thought crossed Wang Shouyong's mind before he shook his head and prepared to step outside. However, just as his hand touched the door, he suddenly sensed an impact against it, akin to someone tossing a stone of moderate size at his door. Upon pushing the door open, Wang Shouyong was met with two pairs of eyes that held a mixture of amusement and seriousness. Sun Xiaowei and Tang Xiaowei. The visitors were none other than Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, leaning against a nearby tree, idly toying with the nameplates in their hands. Upon seeing Wang Shouyong emerge, Tang Ying tossed a scroll towards him, which floated gracefully before landing precisely in his grasp. Open it and take a look. It's a task assigned by Lord Liao. Today, we are to investigate the Huang residence in Linshui County. Wang Shouyong, taken aback, unfurled the scroll and cast a cursory glance at its contents, which detailed a mission. The Huang family, a prominent merchant household in Linshui County, had established a considerable fortune over 3 generations of ventures across the land. Numerous taverns and eateries within Linshui County were under the auspices of the Huang family. Their extensive enterprises included pawnshops, gambling houses, and tailor shops, showcasing their vast wealth and diverse interests. Such a prosperous family was accustomed to frequent visitors, receiving numerous calls and invitations daily, which the Huang family graciously accepted without exception. However, an odd turn of events transpired at this juncture. A month prior, the Huang household abruptly ceased all visits, maintaining normal operations within their enterprises, yet categorically rejecting all invitations. For the past month, it seemed as though the Huang family had severed all social ties, with anyone presenting an invitation being met with the excuse that the master of the house was unwell and unable to receive guests. This matter, though seemingly trivial in the grand scheme of Linshui County, had recently piqued Liao Yuanqing's interest during a conversation with Gu Yanfu, prompting Gu Yanfu to recall the peculiar situation. If there were to be any event within Linshui County that could be deemed strange, it would undoubtedly be this one. Wang Shouyong carefully examined the scroll in his hand, and a thought flickered in his mind, recalling the 3 shape-shifting demons that had escaped from the Blood Evil Mountain. Aside from you, there are also 2 other subordinates of Captain Hu. You are required to gather at the Huang residence within half an hour. Should your figures not grace us by then, I shall report to Lord Liao that you 3 have been negligent in your duties, Sun Jiming stated flatly. As his words fell, a cold snicker echoed in the air. And when Wang Shouyong lifted his gaze once more, he found that Sun and Tang had vanished from beneath the tree, using a feather as a command token. Wang Shouyong muttered, shaking his head. He then tucked away the scroll and hastened towards the abode of the Situ siblings. Half an hour later, before the gates of the Huang residence, the trio arrived, having hurried yet cautiously. The entrance was flanked by 2 stone statues resembling lions and tigers, their fierce visages guarding the imposing 3 Shanghai gate, where the words Huang Fu loomed ominously. Despite its grandeur, there were no guards stationed at the entrance. The wide pathway could accommodate 4 or 5 carriages side by side, yet it lay eerily devoid of any signs of life. The vermilion doors and azure tiles stood in stark contrast to the desolate surroundings, a peculiar sight indeed. It feels rather strange, Situ Wenfeng remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. The two captains must have entered first. We should proceed with caution, Situ Iyun added, gently rubbing the bracelet on her wrist with her left hand. The trio knocked on the iron ring of the grand door, producing 3 resounding thuds. Before long, the door creaked open just a crack, revealing an elderly man's face. His murky eyes fixated intently on the 3. Who goes there? He asked in a hoarse voice. Dispatch of demon extermination, here to visit the Huang residence, Wang Shouyong replied, patting the insignia at his waist. Observing their attire, the old man's eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of emotion. After muttering for them to wait, he closed the door once more. Moments later, the door reopened, this time revealing a young man with an impassive expression. Please, come in. I'm Huang Shouyong. Earlier, 2 captains arrived and are currently in the main hall, being hosted by my grandfather. As they walked towards the hall, Wang Shouyong noted the sparsity of people within the Huang residence, which, despite its status as a prominent household, seemed devoid of servants or attendants bustling about. Wang Shouyong inquired, does the master family refer to Huang Qiao? Indeed, it does. Not long ago, my grandfather was afflicted by a sudden illness, leaving him frail and confined to his bed. Recently, he has begun to recover somewhat. Nevertheless, he has endured his discomfort to host you all. I beg your pardon for any shortcomings. Huang Shouyong's demeanor was frosty, his tone laced with veiled hostility. The 3 exchanged glances, each harboring the same perplexity. What could embolden this individual to speak so brazenly to the exorcism department? Ever since arriving at the Huang residence, peculiar details had unfolded, accumulating into a sense of uncanny unease within Wang Shouyong. Ahead lay the grand hall. After walking several hundred meters and navigating through the anteroom, the trio, under Huang Shouyong's guidance, arrived at the main hall. From a distance, Wang Shouyong discerned 4 individuals seated within. Among them, at the subordinate position, sat Sun Jiming and Captain Tang Ying, while the principal seat was occupied by an elderly man. His hair and beard dry and white, his visage worn and haggard. Beside the elder stood a gray-clad servant, eyes lowered and hands clasped, standing attentively. As Wang Shouyong took a few steps forward, intent on speaking, a familiar sound suddenly resonated in his ears, long absent yet unmistakably recognizable. Ding. Proximity to the keyword detected. It seemed that all the peculiarities bore an explanation. Chapter 45. The Conflict at the Huang Residence. Wang Shouyong once believed that the most valuable aspect of the panel lay in the evolution of its entries, which could bestow upon him extraordinary abilities. However, at this very moment, as he gazed at the panel that had unexpectedly appeared before him without so much as a greeting, he found himself with a renewed understanding of his capabilities. The plundered entries included natural harmony, green, breath concealment, green, master mimicry, green, cold-blooded, green, and food storage, green. Wang Shouyong and the Situ siblings stepped into the grand hall, while Sun Jiming and Tang Ying cast a fleeting glance in their direction before quickly averting their eyes. They had agreed to meet in half an hour, and indeed, they were unwilling to arrive even a quarter of an hour early. Sun Jiming chuckled. Wang Shouyong remained silent, standing aloof as he scrutinized the 2 unfamiliar figures within the room. Sun Jiming and Tang Ying could hardly be classified as demons, thus, one had to ponder the identities of the elder and his attendant. The old man exuded a faint aura, and despite the darkness that shrouded his brow, his countenance was dignified, reminiscent of a prosperous merchant who had accumulated wealth over the years. At first glance, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Huang Qiao, the master of the Huang family depicted in the scroll, revealing no discernible flaws. On the other side, the gray-clad servant, with his hands concealed within his sleeves, exhibited a humble demeanor, casting his eyes downward as he stood quietly beside Huang Qiao, presenting no apparent cause for suspicion. Both individuals appeared so utterly ordinary that, when juxtaposed with the series of terms related to disguise displayed on the panel, they aroused considerable doubt. The meanings of the phrases imitation expert and concealment were clear enough for even the most obtuse to comprehend. Wang Shouyong withdrew his gaze, only to hear Tang Ying emit a cold snort. In the past half hour, we have thoroughly inquired with the Huang family master and found no irregularities. You may take your leave. Upon hearing this, Situ Iyun furrowed her brows and remarked, half an hour, considering travel time. When did the 2 of you, esteemed commanders, arrive? How could you have conducted such a swift investigation? Are you questioning me? Situ Iyun's brow knitted as she lowered her head and replied, I dare not. Beside her Sun Jiming scoffed. So you imply that the two of us, commanders, conspire to deceive your three attendants? Situ Ian fell silent. Sun Jiming continued. We have dealt with far more incidents and vanquished countless demons than you can imagine. Do not presume that the lives of a few minor demons under your command elevate your status. This matter is concluded. The judgment comes from the commanders and is beyond the purview of your attendants. Moreover, Sun Jiming scoffed. What is there to investigate, anyway? With that, he and Tang Ying rose, casting not a glance at Huang Qiao seated at the main position, and strode directly out of the hall. At the entrance, a voice lingered in the air. I shall report the deliberate delay of the three attendants to Lord Liao. Take care of yourselves. Wang Shouyong furrowed his brows and hurriedly pursued outside the hall, positioning himself before Sun Jiming. Captain Sun, please hold on. Does Wang Qing have something to convey? Sun Jiming replied with a semblance of a smile. Wang Shouyong, with great patience, remarked, this matter is of considerable importance to Lord Liao. And I have also discerned numerous points of suspicion. It would be prudent for you, Captain Sun, to conduct a thorough investigation. Are you attempting to leverage Lord Liao against me? Sun Jiming's expression remained unyielding. Do you believe that after merely a day of physical training and accumulating merit, you will soon ascend to the rank of captain and stand equal among us? Is that your assumption? As he spoke, Sun Jiming lightly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his side. I harbor no such notions, merely get away. As the words left his lips, Sun Jiming stepped forward, his sword still sheathed, yet in an instant, he stood directly before Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong's pupils abruptly contracted, and he could only manage to shift his body backward. Boom. An immense and unparalleled force struck heavily against Wang Shouyong's chest and abdomen. The world before him swiftly inverted. And soon after, the dark brown scabbard reappeared in his line of sight, descending with great weight from above. You must remember one thing. As long as you do not attain the rank of a school lieutenant, I shall press down upon you relentlessly. Do not presume that Hu Changping can protect you at all times. Wang Shouyong lifted his gaze, and the sword sheath rapidly magnified before him, prompting him to raise his arms in defense above his head. In the next breath, an immense force surged through his arms. As if capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, the strength was several times greater than that of a ferocious, bloodthirsty mountain-boar demon. In an instant, the earth and rocks erupted, and Wang Shouyong's feet sank deep into the ground. Above his outstretched arms, the sword sheath seemed to press down lightly, almost nonchalantly. Sun Jiming appeared indifferent, his fingers gently caressing the hilt of the sword, yet within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. In a typical physical refinement realm, receiving a single strike would lead to death or severe injury, yet here, the man remained unscathed, indeed a peculiar phenomenon. Wang Shouyong raised his head, an unusual glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. What an impressive manifestation of the mystical realm, Sun, Lieutenant. With each word articulated deliberately, Wang Shouyong's muscular arms bulged, his palms gripping the scabbard tightly. His countenance swiftly turned a deep crimson, veins protruding at his temples. Unleash it. Frenzy, green when engulfed by intense rage. Your physical capabilities are dramatically heightened. Boom. A resounding roar emanated from beneath Wang Shouyong's feet, causing the blue bricks at the entrance of the hall to shatter completely. Sun Jiming's expression shifted slightly. In that fleeting moment, Sun Jiming felt as though an enraged behemoth was pressing down upon his blade, causing the weapon to tremble subtly. The next instant, Wang Shouyong's legs emerged from the rubble, forcefully planting themselves upon the earth. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand to guard against the blade while his right hand clenched into a fist, stepping forward twice and delivering a powerful, unembellished punch directed at Sun Jiming. Yet, beneath that blow, Wang Shouyong's face remained shrouded in shadow. Insolent, Tang Ying's expression grew cold, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight, transforming his hand into a blade as he surged toward Wang Shouyong with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. Wang Shouyong, indifferent to the consequences, unleashed his fists with the force of cannonballs, unabashedly exposing his back to Tang Ying, embodying a spirit of mutual destruction. Sun Jiming, with a cold smirk poised to strike, suddenly caught a glimpse of an unusual expression on Wang Shouyong's face. In an instant, a flash of insight surged through Sun Jiming's mind. Enough. With a slight twitch of his lips, he was uncertain of the steps he took, effortlessly evading Wang Shouyong's punch, and with a swift motion, he redirected the scabbard to block Tang Ying's slicing palm strike. Wang Shouyong, in a fit of rage, swung his fist with great force, causing the air to compress and produce a dull, resonant thud. In that moment, Sun Jiming and Tang Ying brushed past each other, the force upon the scabbard countering Tang Ying's palm strike inch by inch. ultimately dissipating all energy into nothingness. Sun Jiming stood to the side, grasping Tang Ying's arm, and whispered, "Do not act impulsively. This cunning lad is deliberately provoking us to strike him, intending to use it as evidence against us. Be wary of falling into his trap." Upon hearing this, Tang Ying was taken aback and turned to gaze at Wang Shouyong. In that glance, she discerned a fleeting expression of regret on Wang Shouyong's flushed face. Thoughts raced through her mind, and she quickly grasped the unsettling truth, her expression darkening. "Are you plotting against us?" Tang Ying spoke in a low voice. "Master Liao dispatched them to accompany Wang Shouyong on a mission, but they have harmed him. If they return to the Demon Extermination Division, it is they who will face dire consequences." Wang Shouyong let out a long sigh upon hearing the words, and then coldly replied, "I dare not." At that moment, Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yiyun rushed out from the hall, their eyes widening in shock at the chaos that lay before them. "Two esteemed officers, do you truly regard the extermination of demons and the law as trifles? Treating your subordinates with such severity?" Situ Wenfeng exclaimed, placing a hand on his wrist bracelet as he spoke. Sun Tang and his companion exchanged glances that revealed a flicker of murderous intent. Indeed, these three subordinates are nothing more than hounds under Hu Qingping, their lawless disposition mirroring his own. Sun Jiming remarked coldly, "However, I have no desire to engage in your ruse. Today's events will be settled in due course." With that, Sun Jiming cast a lingering, icy glance at the trio, seemingly imprinting their visages in his memory, before turning on his heel and departing. Chapter 46. Your flesh is truly unpalatable. As Sun Jiming swept away, the Situ siblings gathered around Wang Shouyong, meticulously inspecting his body for any signs of injury. After their examination, the siblings breathed a collective sigh of relief. "It is indeed you. Having endured a strike from the profound realm unscathed is remarkable. Do not take such risks in the future," Situ Wenfeng said, still shaken. Wang Shouyong may not fully comprehend the terrifying depths of the realm of perception, yet he is acutely aware of its gravity. Fortunately, that Captain Sun did not strike with earnest intent. His aim was merely to humiliate Wang Shouyong in a casual manner. Had he been earnest, Wang would have faced severe repercussions, if not death itself. Wang Shouyong nodded and remarked, "I did not anticipate that he would strike suddenly. It seems he still harbors resentment from our previous conflict." Situ Wenfeng inquired, "Have you crossed him in the past?" Wang Shouyong, however, chose not to elaborate, responding ambiguously, "I suppose so." He then turned to look into the hall, where the head of the Huanqiao family sat ensconced in the shadows. Despite the recent commotion, the head of the Huanqiao family and his gray-clad servant remained utterly motionless, seated in their place like two silent statues, devoid of speech. Outside the hall, the sun shone brightly in a place of warmth, yet within the hall, an eerie silence prevailed, as cold and still as a sepulchral tomb. Wang Shouyong lowered his gaze slightly and stepped back into the grand hall. As he brushed past the Situ siblings, his lips moved imperceptibly. "Be prepared. Be prepared." What preparation? Situ Wen was momentarily taken aback. Before he could comprehend, he saw Wang Shouyong walking into the hall, step by step, until he reached the patriarch of the Huang family. "Patriarch Huang, I apologize for the damaged tiles at the entrance." Patriarch Huang's aged visage revealed no trace of emotion. His brow was darkened, presenting a figure reminiscent of a flickering candle in its final moments, frail and feeble. He responded with a stoic expression, "It is of no consequence. I shall have someone repair it later." "Are you truly untroubled?" Wang Shouyong pressed on. "I assure you, it is of no concern," the old man reiterated. Wang Shouyong's brows furrowed further, and his voice softened gently. "Master Huang, while you may be unperturbed, the demon exorcism department will not recklessly damage the property of the common people. I kindly request that this young man by your side accompany us to assess the situation and establish compensation." Upon hearing this, Huang Qiao finally raised his aged and murky eyes, meeting Wang Shouyong's gaze in silent contemplation. After a moment, Huang Qiao's lips stirred slightly. "Must it be so?" Wang Shouyong clasped his hands and declared, "Once the compensation is settled, I shall promptly return to the demon exorcism office and send someone to deliver the payment, ensuring I do not impose any further." Huang Qiao gazed intently into Wang Shouyong's eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he finally nodded solemnly in agreement. "Akai, accompany this esteemed official to discuss the compensation amount." Upon the master's command, the gray-clad servant named Akai lifted his head, an expression of respect illuminating his otherwise dull features. "Yes, my lord," he replied, bowing slightly before proceeding cautiously alongside Wang Shouyong towards the hall's exit. As they departed, Wang Shouyong remained oblivious to the fact that behind him, The Huang patriarch had seemingly opened his mouth to speak, only to ultimately seal his lips in silence. Akai, how many years have you served the Huang family? Wang Shouyong inquired. In response, esteemed sir, I have grown up in the Huang household since childhood. I am now 35. Ah, and how old is the Huang patriarch? Esteemed sir, he is 96. No wonder he has been in poor health of late. Age does take its toll. Indeed. In just a few short strides, Wang Shouyong, wearing a cheerful demeanor, posed various questions, to which Akai answered with utmost honesty. Throughout their conversation, there was not the slightest hint of demonic influence. His tone and words conveyed a portrayal of simplicity and sincerity. After several breaths, the two arrived at the entrance of the hall when suddenly, Akai noticed Wang Shouyong's footsteps falter momentarily before returning to their previous rhythm. Esteemed sir? Wang Shouyong's smile grew even more radiant as he beckoned to the Situ siblings, saying, there is no cause for concern. Simply observe this circle. Here is damaged. There a piece as well. All combined, how much silver would it require for compensation? Upon hearing this, Akai bent down to meticulously examine the shattered azure bricks on the ground. The Situ siblings, curious, approached Wang Shouyong's side. Just as Situn was about to speak, he noticed Wang Shouyong making a gesture for silence. Subsequently, he leaned closer to the Situ siblings and whispered a few words softly into their ears. The expressions of the Situ siblings were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly composed themselves. Thus, the only sound that filled the air was the rhythm of Akai's footsteps as he paced back and forth outside the hall. After a brief moment, Akai appeared to have thoroughly assessed the extent of the damage and quietly returned to stand before the three. Have you ascertained the total cost? Wang Shouyong inquired with a smile. Reporting to you, my lord, a total of 75 pieces of azure bricks and 36 pieces of night gray bricks have been damaged. Additionally, further soil needs to be filled, along with the procurement of seedlings. In total, it would amount to approximately 300 taels of silver, Akai respectfully replied. Wang Shouyong smiled gently, resting his hand on Akai's shoulder, and softly inquired, 300 taels, what if I were to offer other items in exchange? Akai furrowed his brow in confusion and replied, what items do you refer to? With a smile, Wang Shouyong leaned closer to Akai and whispered, the distance is indeed far too close. Akai, feeling somewhat uneasy, shifted his body slightly, only to suddenly realize that the hand resting on his shoulder bore an insurmountable weight, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. It was only then that he discerned the latter part of Wang Shouyong's words, faint as a whisper, use your life to pay for it. Akai's pupils constricted in horror as he raised his head, only to be met with a blinding blue light that filled his vision. The silence array. Outside the array, he beheld the cold expression of Situ Wenfeng. In an instant, with a flash of white light, Akai was startled by a sound akin to flesh being torn apart, accompanied by an unbearable wave of pain. Ah! He cried out in anguish, his body instinctively crouching in an attempt to escape Wang Shouyong's grasp. However, after his desperate scream, he realized that he had not moved an inch. He remained firmly pinned beneath the grip of the youth. The 5 fingers of the boy silently pierced into his shoulder blade, resembling 5 sharp steel nails driven mercilessly into his flesh. Upon glancing upward, Akai saw the boy with a bloodied ear dangling from his mouth, a grotesque smile etched across his face. Your flesh is truly unpalatable. As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, chewed, and forcefully swallowed the ear. Akai clutched his now bare ear in shock, terror evident on his face. W. Wang, is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Wang Shouyong raised an eyebrow, licking his lips. Are you implying that there is a misunderstanding regarding your disguise as a demon? As these words fell from his lips, Akai was left in stunned silence. Wang Shouyong wore a smile that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown. Within the depths of his smirking gaze, Akai's initial expression of terror gradually dissipated, replaced by an icy demeanor. How did you come to this realization? Take a guess. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resounded. Chapter 47. Thank you for your hospitality. Prepare to perish. Acquired attributes: natural presence, green; breath control, green; imitation master, green; cold-blooded, green; food storage, green. Attributes acquired: natural presence, green. Natural presence, green. When you remain tranquil, your presence significantly diminishes. Wang Shouyong's fist surged through the surface of the panel, striking forcefully at the head of the towering Akai. The resounding impact reverberated throughout the silence of the mystic formation, the sensation of his fist a hard, unyielding force. The hand that had previously gripped Akai's shoulder was violently repelled by the emerald-hued carapace. In the blink of an eye, Akai's form swelled to a height that surpassed that of two men. Upon closer inspection, half of Akai's face had morphed into a visage reminiscent of a serpent or lizard, with chilling golden vertical pupils. Further scrutiny revealed that his entire body had transformed into a suit of armor adorned with blunt spikes, a lengthy tail trailing behind him, and two robust green legs forward, each claw razor-sharp. What audacity lies within one of mere body refinement? Akai's voice emerged, raspy and cold, akin to a serpent's hiss, as he looked down upon Wang Shouyong with disdain. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a tail, as thick as two men, lashed toward Wang Shouyong with tremendous force, akin to a heavy hammer aimed directly at his head. This strike, imbued with immense power, rendered Wang Shouyong's head as fragile as a mere egg beneath the assault of the spiked green whip, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Yet, at that moment, Wang Shouyong lifted his head, a calm expression adorning his face, an expression that Akai found utterly incomprehensible. Who informed you that one of body refinement cannot slay a transformed being? Boom. Once again, a sound akin to muffled thunder echoed within the silence of the mystic formation. Dust and debris erupted, as countless green bricks shattered into fragments. Wang Shouyong firmly grasped the tail, his fingers akin to steel spikes, exerting sudden force that firmly anchored him within its grip. Not only did the power he wielded vanish into the depths like a clay bowl sinking into the sea, but even the greenish-blue shell felt utterly insubstantial beneath his touch. Buffering green, your flesh is resilient, possessing an exceptional ability to absorb heavy impacts. Wang Shouyong withstood the heavy blow unscathed. Suddenly, blood gushed forth as if it were without cost, flesh torn away with brutal force. At that moment, the demon seemed to be pinned down by an insurmountable mountain, trapped in place, unable to advance or retreat. A howl of intense agony erupted from the demon's tail, igniting its rage. How dare you? I will slay you. Yet, as it lifted its head to roar in fury, a flash of white light silently appeared behind it. Situ Wenfeng, sword in hand, possessed eyes as frigid as a deep pond, and with a swift motion, his blade sliced fiercely into the demon's back. The sound of flesh parting echoed as countless wounds were inflicted, a chaotic mix of red and white flesh soaring into the air. The sword glided effortlessly through the carnage, severing piece after piece of flesh. Almost simultaneously, Situ Iyun's sword pierced upward, plunging into the demon's abdomen, unleashing a torrent of magical energy at an unimaginable velocity. In but a breath, the demon's insides were tossed into disarray. Geysers of blood erupted, the icy liquid blossoming in the air like grotesque flowers. It was only then that the demon, in a state of sheer terror, staggered backward, the silence of the sound reducing array shadowing its every move. Not a whisper escaping into the world. In that moment, it sensed the unprecedented scent of death. Every pore of its body seemed to open and close in warning. Flee. 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 The vertical pupils quivered in madness as its claws flailed wildly, attempting to drive away the ethereal Situ Wenfeng, while also trying to rend apart Situ Iyun, who stood before and beneath him. One slash, nothing but empty air. Situ Wenfeng danced like a seasoned flower amidst the storm, his form elusive, the claws merely grazing past him. A second strike, blood gushed forth once more, sharp pains surging through the demon. The long sword in Situ Iyun's hands trembled violently, and an elder's phantom emerged, extending a finger toward it. In the next instant, the claw was severed, crashing to the ground. A third attempt, finally, a tangible sensation registered in its claws. Yet, suddenly, the youth before it roared, and its mind blanked, struck as if by a heavy blow. Hell of the moon, blue, the mental assault activated. Wang Shouyong firmly thwarted the claw strike, dissipating its force in his grasp. He then embraced the claw as if it were a tree, opening his mouth wide and savagely biting down. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as he voraciously gnawed at its sinews. The demon, losing its blood and flesh, howled in agony, and a sword struck its left leg. With a resounding thud, the demon collapsed to the ground, inexplicably feeling a wave of weakness wash over its once invincible form, as if something was silently draining from within. At that moment, it resembled a tattered bag filled with fine sand, the grain slipping away with every sword thrust and every bite, leaving it powerless to resist. For the first time, an overwhelming fear blossomed within it. Was it destined to perish here today? This thought flickered in its mind. Then it beheld the beast-like youth devouring a piece of flesh, loosening his grip on its claw, raising his head to reveal a cruel, blood-stained smile. Thank you for the hospitality. Die. Boom. A fist rapidly expanded in its vision, filling its sight in the blink of an eye. No. In the next instant, the fist penetrated its skull, shattering its eyes. Red and white fluids gushing forth like a fountain from the other eye socket. Simultaneously, the swords of Situ Wenfeng and Situ Iyun struck in unison, one slicing into the demon's nape and the other into its throat. The swords intertwined, and the demon's head was severed from its body, which crashed heavily to the ground, shattering several bricks beneath it. With hair flowing, the Situ siblings gracefully swung their swords, the blood on the blades etching beautiful trails on the ground, before standing tall and sheathing their swords, akin to two elegant swordsmen. The following attributes were acquired: breath restraint, green; master imitation, green; cold-blooded, green; food storage, green. Breath restraint, green. Below the Qi transformation realm, you can conceal your own presence. Master imitation, green. You possess the ability to alter your appearance, automatically adjusting your posture to perfectly mimic another's habits. Cold-blooded, green. You are a cold-blooded creature. Injuries do not affect your combat prowess. Food storage, green. Your unique stomach structure allows you to store food for future needs. The attributes appeared on the panel, and Wang Shouyong glanced at them before dismissing the display. He held a massive head in his fist, frowned, and forcefully withdrew his hand from the eye socket, causing red and white to splatter once more across the ground. Wang Shouyong glanced at his blood-soaked body, then cast his gaze upon the untarnished garments of the Situ siblings, who had not shown the slightest sign of distress during the battle. At this moment, their brows finally furrowed. We all fought the same demons. How is it that you remain so pristine? As his words fell, he noticed a flicker at the corner of Situ Wenfeng's eye, who gestured towards his own mouth. We certainly do not possess a penchant for consuming demons. Chapter 48. Not transformation, but enlightenment. As the demon perished, Situ Wenfeng tucked a golden, jade bracelet, and the silence array instantly transformed into countless blue particles, dispersing into the air. At last, the demon was deprived of the chance to utter a sound. Situ Wenfeng remarked with a sense of relief. However, how did Brother Wang discern that he was a demon? With our keen eyesight, we failed to detect a single flaw. Situ Iyun inquired with curiosity. Wang Shouyong merely smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's just intuition." Even though he shared a close bond with the Situ siblings, it was inconceivable for him to disclose that he possessed a panel capable of detecting the presence of demons nearby. As he led Akai out of the grand hall, the only individuals within the detection range, aside from the Situ siblings, were himself and Akai. The panel remained active, rendering his identity unmistakable. At that moment, a tremulous voice finally echoed within the hall. "Three gentlemen, have you slain this demon?" The words quivered, the tone hoarse. The trio turned to see Huang Qiao, whom they believed would be overwhelmingly grateful for his deliverance. Yet instead, they were met with a visage entirely consistent with their expectations, a face etched with deep lines of fear, eyes trembling wildly from sheer terror. Though he attempted to rise, he ultimately collapsed back into his chair, powerless. Huang Qiao pointed a trembling finger at the demon on the ground, a flicker of anger surfacing upon his face. "You have killed it. It is over, utterly over." Wang Shouyong, somewhat perplexed, consoled, "Master Huang, I understand you were previously coerced by the fiends. However, as you can see now, we have eradicated the demons. There is no need for your concern." "What do you know?" Master Huang interjected, his voice laden with agitation. "Are you aware that there is more than one demon within the Huang residence? If the other two demons discover this, we shall all perish." Situ Wenfeng furrowed his brow and advanced a step, intending to speak, when suddenly the sound of a porcelain bowl shattering echoed through the air. The three turned to see the young man who had previously guided them inside, now standing amidst a spilled bowl of thick tea on the floor. "Great Master!" Huang Xingting, disregarding the expressions of the three, sprinted towards Huang Qiao. "Great Master, are you unharmed? How did this demon meet its demise?" Huang Xingting knelt on the ground, his countenance brimming with emotion. "Xingting, quickly hide. Do not concern yourself with me, while those two great demons remain unaware. Find refuge in the underground passage and do not emerge." "I will not. What worth is there in living alone?" Tears streamed down Huang Xingting's face as he knelt before Huang Qiao, resolutely clinging to his leg despite Huang Qiao's attempts to shove him away. "You are driving me to madness." "Foolish, foolish," Huang Qiao exclaimed, striking his thigh in frustration. Meanwhile, the trio of Wang Shouyong exchanged glances, witnessing this theatrical scene unfold. Situ Wenfeng stepped into the hall, chuckling, "Master Huang, why such pessimism? You have just witnessed us eliminate this demon. Even if two remain, I am confident they shall meet the same fate at our hands. Therefore, you need not lament. Simply await the return of the two demons and observe as we vanquish them." Situ Wenfeng had hoped his words would provide solace to Huang Qiao and Huang Xingting. However, to his astonishment, Huang Xingting sprang to his feet, raising his fist in an attempt to strike him. The blow was feeble. Situ Wenfeng effortlessly sidestepped, grasping Huang Xingting's fist. "What are you doing?" Yet Huang Xingting's face was contorted with rage, tears streaming down his cheeks. "It is your fault. We only needed to offer 10 more lives to the demons, and they would have departed. Now, we are all doomed." Situ Wenfeng's expression darkened as he processed Huang Xingting's words. "What did you say? You conspired with the demons? No wonder the Huang family has been so sparse along our journey, and why the Huang residence stands desolate. It appears you have been scheming." At that moment, a flurry of unsettling realizations surged through Situ Wenfeng's mind, connecting the dots of the anomalies he had observed along the way, igniting a fire of fury within him. Wang Shouyong's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside Situ Wenfeng, restraining his hand that was about to draw the sword. "Do not act impulsively. Let us first hear what they have to say." Huang Chao's face remained ashen, murmuring to himself, "It is futile. It is futile. We are all destined to perish." "Master Huang, what on earth is happening?" Wang Shouyong inquired directly. "We can slay that demon with ease, so why do you still harbor such fear? The other 2 demons are merely in the transformation stage as well." At these words, Huang Chao's body trembled, and he slowly raised his head, his complexion wan and bleak. "Who told you they are merely in transformation?" The 3 were taken aback, a sudden conjecture stirring in their minds. "Do you mean to say they are the Gaoyuan realm?" "Demons of the Gaoyuan realm. They are not simply in transformation. From the moment you set foot in the Huang residence, they have been aware of your presence. Once they deal with the other 2 captains, it will be your turn. We are all doomed." "What did you say?" Situ Yun's pupils constricted as he stepped forward and seized Huang Chao by the collar. Huang Chao forced a grim smile. Falling silent. "Why did you not disclose such crucial information earlier? Now we must return to the Demon Exorcism Division for assistance. Nonsense. Ever since you entered the Huang residence, your movements have been controlled solely by the demons. If those 2 Gaoyuan captains were still here, they might have ensured our survival." "You." Huang Xingting gritted his teeth, halting his words. Situ Wenfeng was momentarily taken aback, and in an instant, he vanished from his position. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the Great Hall, his expression grim. Indeed, it seemed that an illusionary spell enveloped the Huang residence, without guidance. An ordinary person would be utterly lost in finding the way out. As his words fell, an uneasy silence descended upon the gathering. Wang Shouyong inhaled slowly, feeling the blood within him grow increasingly cold after several exchanges of dialogue. He had initially believed that the ambush against the demon would be a clever ruse. But now he found himself caught like a turtle in a jar. What fate awaited Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, who had been released by that demon? On the street, Sun Jiming and Tang Ying walked slowly towards the demon exorcism office, blades in hand. "Wang Shouyong is truly audacious to dare strike against us. Brother Sun. When the next opportunity arises, Brother Sun." Tang Ying's mocking tone faltered as he noticed that Sun Jiming was lost in thought, seemingly preoccupied with something. Upon hearing his name, Sun Jiming returned to reality. "What were you pondering just now, Brother Sun?" Sun Jiming furrowed his brow, hesitating before replying. "I was contemplating why Wang Shouyong obstructed us. What else could it be? Is it not merely discomfort at our casual approach to our duties? No. I have a nagging feeling that he may have detected some suspicious detail." Tang Ying fell silent at this remark, taking a moment to carefully choose his words. "Then why did you not inquire further?" "Naturally, it was because I too found Wang Shouyong distasteful and wanted to take him down a notch, not anticipating such a fierce temperament from him." Tang Ying shook his head. "That is why I suggested we find an opportune moment, a secluded corner, to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, a fleeting smile graced Sun Jiming's face as he momentarily cast aside his earlier doubts. Just as he was about to speak again, his peripheral vision caught something, causing him to halt in his tracks. Tang Ying, too, paused, directing his gaze towards a narrow alley ahead. There stood a stunning woman, her attire scant and revealing a generous expanse of porcelain skin. Blushing as she stood at the alley's entrance, her hands fidgeting beneath her skirt. Upon noticing the 2 men, she appeared flustered, hastily pulling her clothing up and retreating into the alley. In that instant, by some inexplicable impulse, Sun Jiming and Tang Ying exchanged glances. Subsequently, they loosened their collars and changed their course towards the deserted alley. Chapter 49. Indeed, the delicacies are exquisite. Within the alley, the woman scampered forward, her delicate steps betraying her panic. Had anyone been nearby, they would have followed her dainty embroidered shoes upwards, tracing along her slender waist to behold her alabaster skin and the blushing, enchanting visage. Her beautiful face was framed by large, round eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, her white embroidered shoes stumbled, and with a startled cry, the disheveled maiden fell forward. "Ah, be careful," as her words faded. A gentle breeze swept past the young woman, and her faltering body was securely embraced by a pair of strong hands, her slender waist resting within the steady and powerful arms. In that fleeting moment, her eyes, wide and bewildered like those of a fawn, locked onto Tang Ying's narrowed yet solemn gaze. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Sun Jiming's outstretched hand, belatedly aware, swept through the young woman's lustrous black hair, grasping at nothing but air. Thump, thump. Within a single breath upon meeting those eyes, Tang Ying's heart suddenly raced twice. "My dear girl," the young woman, her eyes brimming with tears and glistening with fragrant perspiration, had a few strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. Even as she clutched her garment tightly against her chest with one hand, a few glimpses of springtime beauty inadvertently emerged. A waft of delicate fragrance drifted into Tang Ying's nostrils, and as he glanced down, the infinite allure before him momentarily rendered him entranced. Thus, he softly inquired, "My lady, why do you run with such urgency?" Almost in a whisper, the young woman leaned closer to Tang Ying's ear, her voice pleading. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, sending a wave of intense tingling sensations cascading through Tang Ying's body, nearly weakening his limbs. "Rest assured, my lady. Whatever troubles you face, speak freely, and I shall resolve them for you with utmost care." Tang Ying tightened his hold, bringing their bodies nearly together, akin to two intimate lovers in a tender embrace, enveloped in a soft warmth. However, the woman appeared momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, rendered speechless, save for a gentle, lingering utterance of "my lord." With her words hanging in the air, Sun Jiming furrowed his brow slightly, a faint floral scent wafting to his nostrils, familiar yet elusive, as if he could not recall its origin. Instinctively, Sun Jiming reached towards Tang Ying, softly advising, "Brother Tang, please. Slow down, my lord." Suddenly, the woman lifted her face, her cheeks still flushed with embarrassment, yet her expression transformed into one of poignant sorrow. She leaned closer to Tang Ying, and with a gentle release, a cascade of beauty intertwined with the pristine white scenery enveloped them in an embrace. As their bodies turned, they deftly evaded Sun Jiming's outstretched hand, spinning toward the adjacent wall, where her garments gracefully fell away. The woman opened her arms, her eyes glistening with emotion, tenderly caressing the pale golden patterns on Tang Ying's uniform while inching closer. All of this transpired within the span of mere breaths, so swift that even Sun Jiming had yet to comprehend. In a moment of confusion, as the two slipped away to the side, a crimson bloom silently descended from above, akin to raindrops. A soft sound, reminiscent of droplets falling into a pond, echoed in Sun Jiming's ears as if a single drop had struck the ground. Bewildered, he raised his head and touched his face, feeling a warm dampness. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a vivid red stain on his fingertip. Insignificant, yet glaringly conspicuous. Blood. But from whence did it come? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned sharply to Tang Ying, as well as to the woman who was tightly embraced by him. Yet, all he perceived was the woman's enigmatic expression, a blend of laughter and tears, her flushed face nestled against Tang Ying's neck, while a satisfied smile graced her lips. "Master," she called out for the 5th time. Releasing her hold, she extended her long tongue to languidly lick the crimson edge of her lips, still holding Tang Ying closely, before finally addressing Sun Jiming in a hushed tone, truly delightful. With a sound akin to a rough object being extracted from flesh, a dull tearing noise resonated. In an instant, a fountain of blood surged skyward. The woman swayed slightly, her hand delicately withdrawing from Tang Ying's abdomen, pulling forth a blood-soaked heart. With a gentle push, Tang Ying collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. The heart was brought to her lips, where her red mouth parted to reveal countless sharp teeth, and she bit down on the pulsating flesh. With a soft gulp, half of the heart was consumed. Sun Jiming's pupils constricted, and he vanished from sight in that moment. A blade of light shot through the alley, as if cleaving the very air. Which fiend dares to ambush us, seeking death? The speed of the blade was such that the woman had barely swallowed a piece of the heart before it reached her. "Ah, such a sharp blade," she exclaimed. The young woman stumbled in her astonishment, akin to a child attempting to articulate her first words, her voice muffled and indistinct. Yet, despite her unclear speech, her movements were as swift and decisive as those of a seasoned warrior. She extended a delicate hand, her fingertip gently flicking, causing her knuckles to strike against the blade's gleam. Clang! The blade resonated with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a mighty bell. In an instant, the knife's radiance shattered into a cascade of fragmented starlight, scattering in all directions, causing earth and stone to splinter. Amidst the celestial glow, a hand suddenly reached forth, advancing straight towards Sun Jiming. Delicious. You too, let me partake. As Sun Jiming retreated, his pupils constricted in alarm. He beheld the scenery rushing past him in reverse, while a pale hand relentlessly pursued his throat. How dare you? Sun Jiming could only manage a furious shout, his eyes aflame, before he swung his long knife forward once more. This strike was executed without reservation. His entire essence of power flowed in accordance with arcane pathways, materializing a phantom of a white tiger that roared forth. Martial technique, the 10 directions tiger slash. Not to my liking, Big Stone, you go. The woman's hand encountered the roaring phantom, seemingly facing some vexation, and abruptly recoiled. Simultaneously, a clumsy voice stammered forth. However, this utterance sent chills through Sun Jiming, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, every hair on his body standing on end. Another one. In the next heartbeat, a rigid hand silently grazed the back of Sun Jiming's head. You are about to perish. As the words fell, Sun Jiming felt as though his skull had exploded. A myriad of golden stars and white flashes erupting before his eyes, his vision descending into chaos. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a wave of cold washed over him. This was the sensation of two profound perceptions. Chapter 50, The Reasons Behind the Actions of Demons and Monsters Elsewhere. At the Huang residence, in front of a side chamber on the west side, a group followed the head of the Huang family, Huang Chao. Arriving at the base of a grand tree, Huang Chao approached the door of the side chamber and pressed a particular brick, triggering a resounding rumble from beneath. As a deep, musty passage slowly emerged 5 paces to the left of the tree. Huang Chao's complexion turned pale as he cast a sorrowful glance back at the 20 or so individuals behind him, with the youthful Huang Shouyong at the forefront. How could it be that such a vast Huang family was reduced to so few? Huang Chao felt a deep sense of unease, bitterness lingering in his mouth. Just moments ago, 3 officials from the Demon Extermination Bureau had slain the shape-shifting demon, and while others found themselves at a loss, he had proposed the final, desperate measure, an uncertain last resort. Within the Huang family, he alone was privy to a hidden passage, originally established as a sanctuary for a future day when the Huang family might face calamity. Now, it had become their sole means of refuge against the demonic threat. Thus, Huang Chao summoned Huang Shouyong to gather the remaining members of the Huang family, totaling 25 souls, including themselves. He intended to lead these 25 into the underground passage. Whether they could evade the demon scrutiny was left to fate. As Huang Chao silently counted the number of people, Situ Wenfeng scoffed coldly, his countenance grim and his lips sealed. Ever since learning of the Huang family's tribute to the demons, he had maintained this demeanor. However, Situ Yun whispered to her brother, suggesting that, under such circumstances, this might be their only means of survival. Situ Wenfeng, with a downward gaze, replied icily, I would rather be devoured by demons than bow before them, let alone barter the lives of others for my own survival. This is nothing short of shameful and despicable. Situ Ian opened her mouth to respond but ultimately fell silent. They hailed from the pristine capital, where animosity towards demons ran deep, a desire to eradicate them at all costs. Yet, in places like Linshui County, frequently besieged by demons, the populace adhered to the instinct for survival. In the face of such malevolence, all they could do was strive to endure. Were they mistaken? Perhaps. Yet, they were mere mortals, lacking the courage possessed by cultivators to confront demons head-on. With a silent sigh, Situ Ian turned to Wang Shouyong, intending to inquire about something. But she suddenly noticed the contemplative expression on his face. A thought crossed her mind, and she asked, Brother Wang, what occupies your thoughts? Nothing much, he replied. I just feel that something is amiss. What do you mean by that? She probed, curious about his concern. Wang Shouyong pondered for a moment and slowly remarked, I cannot shake the feeling that those 3 monsters emerged from the Blood Evil Mountain and have taken refuge within the Huang family. Why must they be so brazen in their actions? Why not adopt a more discreet approach? Situ Wenfeng, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and replied, A monster is simply a monster. There is no particular style in their conduct. When hunger strikes, they feast without a second thought. However, the demon disguised as a servant exhibited remarkable cunning, demonstrating an ability to surveil Huang Chao and master the art of disguise, having even deceived 2 young lieutenants. Pausing for a moment, Wang Shouyong found himself increasingly perplexed by certain intricacies. This was evidently not the work of dim-witted beasts. They concealed themselves with great care, yet brazenly devoured the innocent. Perhaps, akin to the lieutenants colluding with the demons of Blood Evil Mountain. There was a motive behind the actions of these 3 fiends, Perhaps a shadow of certain individuals loomed in the background. At this juncture, Wang Shouyong suddenly halted. A vivid scene from the Cavern of Blood, Evil Mountain flashing through his mind. The Insha pool was perilously close to overflowing with resentment. Why not wait a few more days? Surely, a moment's delay would not matter, echoed in his thoughts. As the sycophantic expression of the young lieutenant seemed to materialize before him, a bolt of realization struck him. The Insha pool. After vanquishing the demon and battling the formidable lieutenant, they had been too preoccupied to manage the aftermath. Hastily rescuing 12 children and fleeing in fear of encountering that highly skilled lieutenant at the foot of Blood Evil Mountain. In their haste, they had overlooked the Insha pool. The resentment from the children had filled the Insha, originally meant to be offered to the swine demon, which he had slain. Yet, the Insha pool remained intact. It could serve as a means for the demons to cultivate their powers. With this revelation, Wang Shouyong lifted his head and hastened towards Huang Qiao, blocking his path as he was about to enter the underground passage. Huang family head, hold on. I have some inquiries I wish to pose and hope you will respond truthfully. Huang Qiao, taken aback, replied, please, young master, go ahead. Wang Shouyong inquired. Do you recall how those clansmen, who were sent to be devoured by the demons, were delivered into their hands? Upon hearing the term clansmen, a look of guilt crossed Huang Qiao's face as he responded. It was sent by Xing Tong. What was the frequency? How many at a time? Approximately once every 6 or 7 days, sometimes more, sometimes less, around 11 or 12 individuals. Oh? Upon hearing this number, Wang Shouyong lowered his gaze and pressed his lips together, turning to Huang Xingtong. He asked, did you personally deliver those clansmen to the demon's lair? Upon hearing this, an expression of anger appeared on Huang Xingtong's face as he exclaimed loudly, yes, and so what? You, the Demon Extermination Department, should have eradicated the demons. It is your dereliction of duty. Now that we have suffered from this demonic calamity, do you expect me to bear the blame? Wang Shouyong furrowed his brows and cast a cold glance at Huang Xingting. He harbored no fondness for this young man. Although he had indeed been held captive by the malevolent forces, he still contemplated yielding in the face of adversity when they vanquished that shape-shifting demon. Before him flickered the candle of hope, yet he seemed intent on extinguishing it with his own breath, merely wishing to await a belated demise in the shadows. Such a person, in a previous life, would undoubtedly have been a treacherous lackey or spy. Wang Shouyong, with an expression of indifference, continued to inquire. It suffices that it was you who delivered it. I wish to ask, did you witness with your own eyes these 3 fiends devouring your kin? Huang Xingting, believing that Wang Shouyong was about to hold him accountable, felt his face flush with indignation, and, with a stiffened neck, clamped his lips shut. Seeing this, Wang Shouyong stepped forward, his figure swiftly arriving before Huang Xingting. With his fingers splayed wide, he firmly grasped Huang Xingting's neck. In the next instant, he forcefully slammed him to the ground, producing a dull thud. Xingting, Huang Qiao's complexion turned pale as he attempted to advance, only to find the Situ siblings frowning before him, their swords drawn, barring the way of anyone who sought to approach. Step forward, and you shall meet your demise. Situ Wenfeng stated coolly. The sharpness of their swords deterred the crowd. Though the Situ siblings were unaware of Wang Shouyong's intentions, they had shared the trials of life and death together. Thus, Wang Shouyong was evidently more trustworthy than the Huang family, who were, in a sense, colluding with demons. Wang Shouyong maintained a firm grip on Huang Xingting's neck, rendering him akin to a dying rooster, flailing helplessly, his face flushed. He spoke with an indifferent tone. You may choose not to answer my inquiries, but I would not hesitate to offer you as sustenance to the demons, after all, in your eyes. That does not equate to collusion with them. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic finally surfaced in Huang Xingting's eyes as he struggled to utter, I will speak. Wang Shouyong released his grip, rising to his feet and casting a frigid gaze upon Huang Xingting, who lay on the ground, coughing incessantly. I have never witnessed the fiends devouring humans. Those monstrosities compel me to periodically send my kin to the 3rd guest room on the eastern side. And by the following day, they vanish without a trace. Fear flickered in Huang Xingting's eyes as he trembled and uttered, if that is not being consumed, then what is it? Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong replied with a hint of indifference, I never claimed I wasn't consumed. With that, he turned and walked away. Situ Qiwenfeng and Situ Yun exchanged glances, each perceiving a measure of bewilderment in the other's eyes. However, before they could voice their inquiries, Wang Shouyong's voice wafted towards them from a distance. You are to escort the Huang family into the underground passage. I have certain matters to verify. With his words dissipating into the air, Wang Shouyong's figure vanished from their sight. Chapter 51. The demonic Buddha statue. The malevolent energy transforms into vitality. The ability to vanquish demons of the transformation realm with one's physical prowess is an extraordinary achievement for an ordinary individual. Even the prodigious Situ siblings, hailing from the capital, would find such a feat astonishing. Yet, for Wang Shouyong, having unlocked all 362 acupoints and endowed with abilities through special attributes, engaging in cross-realm combat is merely a fundamental skill. Nevertheless, even he would not possess the audacity to believe that he could effortlessly slay demons of the perception realm using merely his physical cultivation. Earlier, in front of the Taoist temple, he had discerned that even within the perception realm, disparities existed. Hu Qimping could easily overpower Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, rendering them utterly submissive. This illustrates not only the differences in martial prowess but also in innate talent. He might manage to survive a reckless confrontation, ambushing a solitary female corpse of the perception realm, but such occurrences are not the norm. He could ambush one unsuspecting entity. Yet the prospect of successfully ambushing a second remains implausible. Even the least formidable among the perception realm, Sun Jiming, could effortlessly subdue him with a mere strike, leaving him gasping for breath. Should those two demons of the perception realm eliminate Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, what kind of monstrosity would he then confront? Thus, the events of today present an almost insurmountable predicament for Wang Shouyong in the physical cultivation realm. Therefore, it is imperative to attain the state of transformed vitality. Wang Shouyong murmured softly to himself. As his words faded, he paused, arriving at the third guest room on the eastern side. It was only upon reaching this threshold that the tension etched on his face began to dissipate, and he exhaled deeply, feeling as though a colossal weight had gradually lifted from his heart. Standing before the door, he sensed an unprecedented thrill coursing through him, permeating every pore, every inch of his skin, as if something within the room was beckoning to him. This overwhelming allure emanated from his 362 acupoints, each one akin to parched earth yearning for the nourishing rain from within. His intuition proved correct. The malevolent energy sought by the demonic practitioners was also the catalyst for his own monstrous breakthrough. The panel displayed glowing entries for the Yin Sha body, green, and the Nanin body, purple. As he pushed the door open, Wang Shouyong was momentarily entranced. A brilliant white light flashed before his eyes, followed by a slight dizziness that made him feel unsteady on his feet. Upon regaining his vision, he discovered that the surroundings were not the antiquated furnishings of the room, no rustic tables, chairs, or beds, but rather an expansive realm. The infinite sky was painted a deep crimson, and beneath him lay soft earth shimmering with a dark red glow, as if steeped in an endless pool of blood. The desolate wilderness surrounding him was devoid of trees or any sign of life, enveloped in an almost suffocating silence. Wang Shouyong discerned that in all directions, approximately 500 meters around, there existed a delicate membrane, seemingly binding this expanse of land in an unyielding embrace. The membrane resembled a hemispherical glass dome, enveloping the territory within a radius of 500 meters. At the heart of this land, a distance of over 10 zhang ahead of Wang Shouyong, stood towering wooden frameworks, each one piercing the heavens. Upon each framework rested the lifeless remains of long-deceased bodies. Wang Shouyong stepped forward, advancing slowly, one deliberate step at a time, gliding past countless lifeless bodies. His countenance bore no discernible emotion, yet a growing agitation stirred within his chest. Each corpse, with eyes wide open, expressed a spectrum of emotions: fear, anger, or a vacant stare. Yet, not a single body lay with closed eyes. After traversing an indeterminate number of corpses, Wang Shouyong finally reached the end of the road. Wang Shouyong, with an expressionless visage, lifted his gaze to behold a magnificent statue of Buddha perched upon a high pedestal, its legs gracefully crossed, fingers delicately plucking a flower, and a faint smile adorning its serene countenance as it overlooked the wooden frames below. Turning his head, he noticed that each wooden frame was oriented towards the visage of the Buddha. Unaccountably, Wang Shouyong was reminded of the sycophantic officer's face within the malevolent blood evil cave. That revoltingly nauseating smile gradually merging with the Buddha's countenance. Though the features bore no resemblance, the repugnant expression was strikingly similar. The ominous pool, nearly brimming with vengeful energy, led him to ponder the intentions of the three demons. Were they merely there to satiate your hunger? Wang Shouyong fixed his gaze upon the Buddha's face and softly inquired. As his words faded into the stillness, an oppressive silence enveloped him. The statue, being but an inanimate object, could not respond. Thus, Wang Shouyong chuckled self-deprecatingly and settled himself cross-legged before the statue, gently placing his palm upon the cold surface of the Buddha, closing his eyes. Almost immediately upon shutting his eyes, he perceived that every pore within him seemed to resonate with jubilant signals. An immense and unparalleled energy erupting from the center of his palm. This energy was both frigid and tempestuous, yet upon encountering his meridians, it transformed into an astonishingly gentle force, surging vigorously towards every pore in his body. The gi point pulsated slightly, seemingly resisting this energy that did not belong to the natural order. However, this force was overwhelmingly vast and unyielding. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire gi point to capacity. Pop! Wang Shouyong seemed to hear a faint sound by his ear. In an instant, he became aware of an entirely new world, akin to a blind person removing their sunglasses and once again beholding an extraordinarily vibrant realm. Everything he saw and heard was remarkably clear and fresh. Though all appeared the same, everything felt utterly transformed. The heavens and the earth became more congenial. Even within this unique space, Wang Shouyong could discern the faint presence of the essence of the universe. Raising his hand, he experienced an entirely new perception. It felt as if, by merely summoning his mystical energy, he could ascend into the sky. This was the essence of transformation. Wang Shouyong suppressed the impulse to indulge, taking a deep breath before closing his eyes once more. The surging energy continued its relentless advance, cascading into the second acupoint, followed closely by the third, fourth, and fifth. With an unstoppable momentum akin to a fierce tide, this profoundly dark and malevolent energy coursed through his body, unprecedentedly transforming every fiber of his flesh and fortifying every inch of his bones. Flesh tore, bones roared, and his constitution was being reconstructed. Stronger, stronger, stronger. The acupoints surged in rapid succession, filling him to the brim. His body felt akin to parched earth absorbing a nourishing deluge, swiftly forming a broad riverbed, which gradually filled with water. The minuscule essence of heaven and earth seemed paltry in comparison to the overwhelming onslaught of this dark energy, akin to a mere trickle, soon washed away and ultimately vanished in the blink of an eye. The torrents flowed, connecting the arid lands into an expansive tapestry. On the panel, another entry shone brightly. Unstoppable momentum, green ignore the bottleneck before the realm of perception. Within him, a transformation unfolded at a speed unfathomable to ordinary minds, intricately refining every strand of hair. While the metamorphosis of the 72 acupoints is the culmination for typical practitioners, for him, it was merely around 1/5 of the journey. Such a transformation is beyond the comprehension of those who cultivate through the essence of heaven and earth. No one could fathom what manner of creature a practitioner, akin to a demon breaking through the essence transformation with dark energy across 362 acupoints, would become, except for Wang Shouyong himself. As time ticked away, the surging energy continued to rush forth, accompanied by a multitude of distracting thoughts. In Wang Shouyong's ears, it seemed as though countless wails of despair, grievances, and suffering resonated around him. At this moment, he felt as if he were ensconced in a hellish realm, confronted by the malignant thoughts of the myriad souls before him. Chapter 52, Transmutation to the Intermediate Stage, once again merging entries. Save me, save me. I do not wish to perish. Why must it be me? Cursed be this fate. It hurts so much, let me die. Father, mother, I am so afraid. Wang Shouyong seemed to hear the mournful wails of the Huang family echoing from beyond the grave. These sounds intertwined in his mind, chaotic yet strikingly vivid. A series of unfamiliar faces emerged, contorted and grotesque, their anguish palpable as if they sought to rend Wang Shouyong's flesh from his bones. Their gaping mouths, dripping with blood, cried out in despair, devouring one another. A macabre mixture of saliva and blood cascading down. Numerous hands rested upon Wang Shouyong's body, as though grasping desperately for a final lifeline, attempting to tear strips of flesh from his very being. A Buddha statue loomed above, its smiling visage hovering close to Wang Shouyong's face, eyes narrowed in mirth. Yet from its mouth emerged two intestines. With a delicate tug of its flower-holding fingers, it revealed that the other end was bound to Wang Shouyong himself. Wang Shouyong, in a state of disorientation, seemingly opened his eyes, only to perceive the world as though it were collapsing. The statue of the Buddha wore a subtle smile, its eyes engaged in contemplation, while its features appeared distorted and fragmented. In this haze, he felt as if he were ascending, gazing downwards to witness his corporeal form being torn asunder by countless hands, reduced to scattered fragments of flesh and blood. The members of the Huang family, clad in tattered garments, prostrated themselves on the ground, ravenously feasting. Yet, amidst this chaotic array of thoughts, Wang Shouyong remained strikingly composed and lucid. He was acutely aware that he was on the brink of transcendence, confronting innumerable malevolent thoughts. It was time to open his eyes. Wang Shouyong whispered softly. He then summoned the panel. Boom. The panel materialized, casting a soft blue glow upon his visage, while the entire world seemed to shatter like broken glass, disintegrating into countless fragments. The disordered Buddha statues crumbled, innumerable hands splintered, intestines ruptured, and the faces of the Huang clan disintegrated. Heaven and earth themselves fractured. Wang Shouyong opened his eyes, still seated before the statue of the Buddha, his palms gently resting upon its surface, enveloped in a profound tranquility. Behind him stood hundreds of towering wooden frames, while above, the sky was adorned with swirling crimson clouds. Beneath him lay a dark red, luminescent ground, and before him loomed that repugnant statue. Before his gaze, a panel materialized quietly, akin to a fiercely loyal yet taciturn soldier. The only distinction was that the energy emanating from the Buddha had entirely dissipated, leaving his palms cold and devoid of any sensation. Wang Shouyong raised his head and beheld the visage of the Buddha, marred by a multitude of cracks, the smile at its corners shattered, leaving it devoid of expression. He gently clenched his fist, taking a moment to absorb the sensation, then a faint smile tugged at his lips. Is this what it means to transform energy? His internal channels were nearly filled to capacity, suggesting that he had reached the intermediate stage of energy transformation, yet it seemed as though nothing had fundamentally changed. With that thought, Wang Shouyong rose to his feet. In the next instant, a resounding roar emanated from the ground, causing him to look down in astonishment. There, where his foot had landed, a deep pit had formed, with earth and stones erupting around him. As his foot sank directly into the soil, he extracted his leg. Bracing himself against the Buddha statue, and with a vigorous pull, another thunderous sound reverberated above him. Wang Shouyong turned in astonishment, only to find the solid statue of the Buddha's legs crushed into a mass. The statue suddenly collapsed towards him. Instinctively, Wang raised his hands to shield his head. In the next moment, the statue erupted as if struck by some colossal beast, unleashing a thunderous roar that surged skyward. Boom! The statue collided violently with the distant membrane, shattering into countless fragments. Wang Shouyong gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his expression one of bewilderment. Was the chasm between the intermediate stage of qi transformation and the perfected state of body refinement truly so profound? Was the disparity between ordinary qi transformation and commonplace sensory enlightenment not akin to the difference between heaven and earth? For reasons unknown, the confidence that should have surged with his newfound strength following the breakthrough now felt increasingly insubstantial. Given these circumstances, Wang Shouyong cautiously took a seat, hesitatingly opening the panel. A soft azure glow materialized before him, cascading words unfurling across the surface. Heavenly star of misfortune, purple your fate is marked by ominous portents. Yin and yang of infinity, purple you, possessing a body of 9 yin, simultaneously harbor a heart of utmost yang. Fallen earth, purple deep within your flesh and blood lies a force akin to that of a fallen celestial body. Wang Shouyong finally took the time to inventory his collection of attributes, deciding to fortify his strength in anticipation of the impending battle. A swift glance allowed him to tally the various colored attributes and their origins. He possessed 5 purple attributes, all sourced from the female corpse of the Taoist temple. There were 4 blue attributes, all acquired through the process of upgrading and synthesizing during his skirmishes with that same female corpse. The green attributes numbered an impressive 12. Derived from previous upgrades, the evil Blood Mountain Pig Demon, and the attribute from Huangze Kai. Among these attributes, Wang Shouyong's gaze was drawn first to the very first one, causing his brow to twitch involuntarily. Celestial star of misfortune, purple your fate bears the mark of great calamity. This is a fatal destiny, and misfortune shall envelop all that is around you. Those closest to you are most susceptible to its backlash. Upon careful examination of this attribute, he gradually began to perceive that the peculiar incidents he had encountered while executing tasks in recent days might indeed be attributed to this very attribute. The celestial star of misfortune felt akin to an unfortunate passive skill, one that, regardless of his attempts to evade it, always manifested quietly yet logically within the tapestry of his life. Should he choose to merge it away? Wang Shouyong hesitated. Only 5 entries of the same color could merge. Yet apart from the celestial star of misfortune, the remaining 4 purple entries were exceedingly beneficial. The yin-yang limit granted him the innate ability to cultivate solar spells. And given his inherently weak martial talent, he could not forsake such a gift. Though he had yet to experiment with Earthfall, the impending battles promised to be perilous. and possessing a means of self-preservation would be invaluable. The 9 body spoke for itself, having synergized with the green Sha body to cultivate his current transformation abilities. The Spectre of the Underworld offered an unexpected advantage, capable of briefly extricating the enemy's spirit, and when paired with the blue Howling Moon, it maximized his mental assaults. After some contemplation, Wang Shouyong could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. He would have to wait until later, acquiring more purple entries before contemplating their fusion. With merely 4 blue entries, each one was of utmost importance. The entries were wholly insufficient, and upon returning to the Exorcism Bureau, he must devise a way to access the second level of the demon prison, where nearly all the shape-shifting demons were confined. Wang Shouyong shook his head, casting aside the thoughts of returning, and redirected his focus towards his available entries. The choice before him was now remarkably simple. He maneuvered the panel, revealing his current entries: purple, entry 5, blue, entry 4, green, entry 12. Should he opt to synthesize green, entry 10? The entries to be synthesized included steel-like bones, green, buffering, green, gluttony, green, lechery, green, frenzy, green, food storage, green, breath restraint, green, cold-blooded, green, natural formation, green, and unstoppable force, green. Should he select random synthesis to enhance his entries? Chapter 53. He must have escaped. Wang Shouyong understood the necessity of sacrifice in the pursuit of strength. Steel-like bones had once proven invaluable, granting him an almost indestructible physique beneath the transformation realm. Yet, for him now, it held little significance. Upon entering the transformation realm, he felt remarkable and astonishing changes within his body. His bones had grown stronger, his flesh nearly reconstituted, and every inch of his meridians craved the gifts of Sha energy, with the remaining half of his acupoints yearning for nourishment. It could be said that the difference between the transformation realm and the preceding stage was as vast as heaven and earth. Steel-like bones was merely the norm for the transformation stage. As for gluttony, lechery, and frenzy, after careful consideration, he chose to dissolve these entries. Each could enhance bodily functions during states of hunger, abstinence, or extreme anger. However, since stepping into the transformation realm, his movements had increasingly harnessed the enigmatic Sha energy rather than mere brute strength. While there might be some enhancement, acquiring a superior blue entry could prove more beneficial. Unstoppable force had aided him in bypassing bottlenecks before entering the perception realm, yet he was now at the mid-stage of transformation, where breaking through was no longer a concern. He simply needed to amass substantial Sha energy to attain perfection in transformation, rendering this entry's utility almost negligible. Wang Shouyong shook his head, and with a mere thought, he selected 5 entries. Please choose the synthesis direction. Enhance the entries to generate random ones. Enhanced entry, buffer, green. Enhancement in progress. Ding. Enhancement successful. And a new entry is acquired. Buffer, blue. The green light that originally belonged to the buffer dissipated, and after the successful enhancement, the light surrounding the buffer gradually transformed into a radiant blue. Clenching his fist, Wang Shouyong could not discern any physical changes within himself. Yet an overwhelming sense of reassurance began to swell within him. Continue the enhancement. Wang Shouyong turned his gaze towards the remaining 5 attributes: gluttony, green, lust, green, frenzy, green, cold-blooded, green, and unstoppable force, green. Please select the synthesis direction. Enhance attributes to generate random attributes. Wang Shouyong hesitated for a moment, his thoughts gradually shifting towards the option of generating random entries. This choice had never been selected before, as his cautious nature favored known alterations. However, given that any enhancement to his current attributes would have a negligible impact on his strength, it seemed more prudent to embrace the unpredictability of random changes rather than tread the safe path. Taking a deep breath, Wang Shouyong confirmed his intent. On the interface for random generation, a statement emerged, and soon 5 strands of green light began to intertwine, coiling around each other like a vortex in slow rotation. With each breath, the speed of the green light intensified, becoming increasingly frantic, until the 5 beams of light coalesced into a singular halo. Gradually, a hint of blue emerged within the halo, reminiscent of new life gestating within swaddling, the blue luminescence growing ever more radiant, ultimately consuming all traces of green fluorescence. A blurred inscription began to materialize within the blue halo. Ding. Enhancement successful. New entry acquired. Rather be a jade fragment, blue. Rather be a jade fragment. Blue bloodshed is your nature. The greater your injuries, the more substantial your strength will grow, and you shall become ever more valiant in battle. Consequently, the interface displayed significantly fewer entries, appearing much more streamlined. There were 5 purple entries: Heavenly Calamity Lone Star, Yin-Yang Boundless, Falling Earth, Body of 9/8. 6 blue entries: Power of the 100 Bears, Howling Moon, Bloodthirst, Food Assimilation, Buffer, Rather Be a Jade Fragment. 2 green entries: Body of Yin Calamity, Imitating Masters. In a dimly lit underground chamber, the head of the Huang family sat slumped in a corner, his complexion ashen, surrounded by family members bearing sorrowful expressions. Among the few who still drew breath were those most closely related by blood to the Huang lineage, while the rest of their extended kin had perished at the hands of demons. In the oppressive silence, even with kinfolk nearby, no one seemed inclined to speak. The atmosphere was thick with unvoiced fears, many silently wishing for concealment to evade the demons' probing. In another corner, the worried siblings, Situ, exchanged glances. Situ Iyun whispered, "What could Brother Wang be doing? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Situwen fell silent for a moment, but hesitantly replied, "I do not know. Yet I feel he must have some strategy in mind. I can only hope he returns soon, otherwise, when the demons come back." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud shout erupted nearby. What nonsense strategy? The two turned to see Wang Shouyong, his expression rife with bitterness. He must have found a way out and escaped, leaving us behind. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to him. Nonsense. Brother Wang is not that kind of person. We, the Demon Extermination Division, do not harbor cowards. Situ Iyun's face darkened as he stepped forward, gripping his sword at his side, voice cold. Cowards? Wang Shouyong sneered. I have just realized why those 2 officers of the Perception Department left in such haste. They must have sensed the aura of the Perception demons and abandoned you, fleeing for their lives. While you remain here defending the Demon Extermination Department, you are oblivious to the fact that you have become bait for them. Shouyong, do not speak recklessly, Huang Chao admonished, his face pale as he whispered. Moreover, if you shout so loudly, what if the demons are drawn to us? Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong lowered his voice considerably but continued, your companion must have discovered a way to escape the Huang residence, yet he fears being captured by the perception demons. Thus, he intentionally left us here to divert the demons' attention while he escapes alone. Otherwise, how do you explain a distinguished officer of the Perception Department failing to see through the transformation of the demons? Clearly, he is cautious not to alert them and pretends not to notice. Meanwhile, your companion, whose thoughts are simple and impulsive, only knows how to kill recklessly. Upon recognizing the demon's disguise, he sought to strike them down, unwittingly walking into their trap. What do you say to that? At these words, whispers filled the underground space. Many began to find the actions of Wang Shouyong, who had suppressed Huang Shouyong and asked him peculiar questions, rather strange. Situ Wenfeng's expression darkened, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, his fist struck Huang Shouyong's face. Bang! Ah! Huang Shouyong cried out in pain, stumbling back several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Situ Wenfeng coldly remarked, this punch serves as a lesson for your reckless words. Do not think I hesitate to kill you. If it weren't for the fear that your blood would attract the demons, I could have slain you on the spot. Chapter 54. Officer, you want to silence me. Yet why not think of a way to lead us to safety? Your companion must have fled. Rather than waiting here for death, why not devise an escape plan? Indeed. I noticed that officer's odd behavior and hurried departure. Perhaps he truly found a way out. Are we really to wait here to die? What if the demons discover us? They are formidable perception demons. They will surely find us. Remaining here is tantamount to awaiting our doom. I do not wish to die. In times of peril, human hearts waver, and Huang Shouyong's few words caused a change in the expressions of the crowd, prompting a cacophony of anxious voices. When faced with dire circumstances, one often yearns for an unknown path, believing that at the end of that untraveled road lies the glimmer of hope they have long desired. The Siddha siblings exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of murderous intent in the other's eyes, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords at their sides. Just then, a frail and aged voice rang out. Silence, all of you. In the corner, Huang Chao, with great difficulty and the support of a young man beside him, managed to rise to his feet, his aged visage brimming with indignation. Do you believe we are relying on anyone's protection now? How shameless. I have wandered through life for so long. How could such a foolish group emerge from my lineage? The demons are soon to arrive, yet you waver in your resolve. Foolishness. If you think you can discover a way out of this Huang residence, then go ahead, leave. With a heavy thud, Huang Chao's cane struck the ground. Those who wish to depart should not delay. Go forth on your own. His commanding gaze swept across the room, and everyone averted their eyes, their gazes shifting in discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Huang Qiao slowly advanced with his frail steps until he stood before Huang Xingting, at which point a dull thud resounded. The cane struck forcefully against Huang Xingting's head. You wish to leave? Then why do you remain here? Go. Leave. Huang Xingting, his face pale with terror, scrambled to evade the barrage of strikes from the cane. Grandfather, please, do not call me grandfather. I shall ask you once more, will you leave? Huang Xingting's eyes darted. Covering his face, he muttered in a low voice, I will not leave. Louder. I will not leave, grandfather. Then silence yourself. Who permitted you to speak of such baseless rumors? At this, Huang Xingting's face flushed, but he finally fell silent, not uttering another word. Huang Qiao turned away, methodically surveying the remaining survivors of the Huang family, and spoke solemnly. Retreating into the tunnels is my decision. Anyone dissatisfied may leave. But should you step outside and be found by the demons, even if your insides are hollowed out and your flesh devoured, remember to keep your lips sealed and do not disclose our location. If you can abide by this, then feel free to depart. I merely caution you, those two demons, having gone far, should be returning soon. As his words lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the spacious chamber. Only the heavy breaths of the gathered crowd could be heard. Observing this, Huang Qiao struck the ground once more with his cane and slowly approached the Sidhu siblings. Kneeling before them, the siblings, noticing his gesture, promptly released their grip on their swords and supported the elderly man's arms on either side. His trembling hands discreetly grasped their arms, subtly distancing them from their blades. There is no need for such formality, head of the Huang family. Yet shame washed over Huang Qiao's face as he continuously apologized. I am truly sorry. It is we who have entangled you in this predicament. You are still so young, with promising futures ahead. What you say, head of the Huang family, is unnecessary. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is indeed the duty of the Demon Extermination Division. Moreover, Situ Wanfeng paused to add, the creature's earlier conjecture held some merit. Perhaps our companion has indeed discovered a means of escape. As these words were spoken, even the countenance of Huang Qiao revealed a look of astonishment. Situ Wenfeng's face broke into a faint smile, and then he added with unwavering conviction, it is merely that you are unaware of this individual. Even if he discovers a way to escape, he will undoubtedly return to seek us. Upon hearing this, Situ Yun also managed to muster a semblance of a smile and stated, indeed, if he finds a way out, he will surely return. And we must hasten to inform the Demon Extermination Office. He will remain behind to protect you. That is the kind of person he is. He fears not death. For human life holds greater significance for him than anything else. With their resolute tones, Huang Qiao inexplicably perceived an unwavering trust reflected in their eyes. In a moment of dazed contemplation, he quietly inquired, is it truly so? The Situ siblings exchanged a glance, affirming in unison, of course, it is true. Situ Wenfeng continued. Moreover, we have established a magical array here that can conceal our presence. Perhaps this formation can obscure the perception of the demons. That is reassuring, indeed, Huang Qiao trembled. Gradually turning to face the others, taking a deep breath. You have all heard. I choose to trust the two young messengers from the Demon Extermination Office. Are you willing to remain with me in this underground passage to hide? As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the tunnel. Yet, as Huang Qiao's gaze swept over the crowd, he noticed that some individuals no longer shied away from his stare, although fear still lingered. A few mustered the courage to meet his eyes. A glimmer of hope began to surface in some of their expressions. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. Indeed, venturing out now is far too perilous. Let us hide together. What if the demons truly do not discover us? And those two sergeants might have already slain the demons. Perhaps the Demon Extermination Office is en route, or it could be the sergeants arriving before the demons. The murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. In an instant, the doubts, fears, and panics that had permeated the basement began to dissipate, and the faces of the people bore a hesitant yet hopeful smile. At that moment, the Huang family finally united, preparing to face the heavy darkness together while anticipating the dawn that would follow. The Situ siblings also relaxed completely, exhaling the burdens that had weighed upon their hearts. Perhaps it was indeed possible that Wang Shouyong had found a way out. However, just then, a voice, reminiscent of a child learning to speak, unexpectedly rang out above them. Ah, the sergeant is dead. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted in the ears of all present, akin to the very collapse of the heavens and the earth. The sunlight suddenly illuminated their surroundings, accompanied by a howling wind. Bewildered, everyone lifted their gazes, beholding a woman clad in a verdant gown, tilting her head as she floated in the air, curiously surveying the crowd while gently nibbling on her fingers. In her other hand, she held a massive chunk of earth, a piece infinitely larger than her own form. Raised above her head, beside her hovered a demon, its limbs and features composed of stone, silently clutching a sword of unknown fate. Chapter 55. The Appearance of the Demons. Despair approaches. Beneath the sunlight, dust swirled in the air, and fragments of earth tumbled down like rain. Everyone gazed upward, their faces blank. Despair quietly crept upon their countenances the instant the two demons made their presence known, swiftly eroding the already anxious hearts of the crowd at an unimaginable pace. No one had foreseen that the demons would manifest so abruptly, so shockingly, and without a whisper, right before their eyes. It was as if they had simply lifted the lid of a box out of curiosity, revealing the earth itself. In the previous moment, a flicker of hope still lingered in their minds. In this moment, however, the final layer of protection was ripped away, leaving them utterly exposed before the enigmatic demons. The stark transition from hope to despair rendered them momentarily paralyzed. They knew only one thing. Their fate was sealed. Everything was lost. The woman in the verdant gown delicately placed the large segment of earth onto the ground not far away, forming a massive hillock. Yet her actions stirred not a whisper of dust. Should one focus closely at that moment, they would observe countless delicate tendrils gently retracting from her hands, resembling myriad filaments of blossoming flowers. Only upon completing this task did she redirect her gaze toward the crowd, tilting her head inquisitively. "Where is the last one?" As her words fell, they were met with a blinding flash of sword light, soaring upward from below. The flower demon's brow did not furrow even slightly. Her expression remained serene. She merely extended two fingers with a graceful slowness, and as the sword light approached, she gently pinched downwards. Two fingers grasped the sword light, akin to pinching a delicate insect. In her hand, the sharp sword glow shattered like fragile glass, dispersing into countless twinkling stars. Along with it, the dark long sword in Situ Winfeng's grasp also disintegrated. Blood spewed from Situ Winfeng's mouth as his form plummeted from the air, akin to a meteor crashing to the ground. Yet, simultaneously, a second ray of sword light surged forth, this time emerging behind the flower demon. Situ Iyun wielded a keen long sword, with the essence of heaven and earth swirling and erupting around it. In the next instant, the nearly overflowing essence of the cosmos seemed to find an outlet, wildly converging into a point, fiercely piercing toward the back of the flower demoness head. However, just as the sword light was about to strike her, a gray-black hand materialized before it, serving as a shield that obstructed the space behind the flower demon. "Be careful. Big stone, don't break it. They are all precious nutrients." Before the stone demon could respond, the sword light collided with the hand, mirroring the previous incident. It was crushed into countless specks of light. Situ Iyun's vision darkened, only to then hear a coarse voice reply, "I understand." In the next moment, another hand appeared within Situ Iyun's sight, two hands entwining to swiftly seize her torso. "Caught you." Blood spilled from Situ Iyun's mouth as she lifted her head to behold a pitch-black stone. It seemed to bear a vague human face, devoid of emotion, staring intently at her, akin to gazing upon a lamb destined for slaughter. Strangely, Situ Iyun perceived a hint of disappointment emanating from the stone. "Just a transformation. Let her go?" A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the Huang residence. Almost immediately, the sky darkened for a moment. As the stone demon and the flower demon sensed something amiss, instinctively raising their heads to gaze at the heavens. There, high above them, hung Situ Winfeng, who had been knocked down by the flower demon, his face contorted with rage, grasping a broken sword, the chaotic essence of heaven and earth brewing in an instant. Had there been someone adept in the art of divination nearby, they would surely witness countless strands of cosmic energy being irresistibly drawn toward the broken sword in his hand. "Ah, that sword is perilous." The flower spirit's countenance remained serene, yet her words spoke of peril, delivered in an eerily calm tone. With the next breath, a gentle breeze suddenly swept past the two spirits. This zephyr caressed their forms delicately, gliding from the front to the back. As they gazed down, they were belatedly aware of the shimmering sword light. This strike did not belong to mere vapor, just as the thought flickered in their minds. The sword light softly penetrated their bodies, akin to the earlier breeze. The flower spirit raised her palm, only for it to shatter, cascading downwards. As she looked down, her garments fluttered to the ground, accompanied by flesh and blood, petals of red, pink, and white forming a surreal rain of crimson in the air, descending in a haunting spectacle. Meanwhile, The stone spirit had just lifted its head when it found itself severed at the neck. Following that, the dark, reflective stones from its body plummeted like rain. The two spirits' forms resembled decaying trees shedding withered branches and leaves as fragments from their bodies fell away. The stone spirit's hand involuntarily loosened, and C2 Ian swiftly darted, appearing like a wisp of smoke beside C2 Wenfeng in midair. Elder brother. C2 Ian caught the descending C2 Wenfeng, noticing his face devoid of color, frighteningly pale, with blood gushing from all 7 orifices. With a sudden gasp, C2 Wenfeng spewed forth a torrent of blood, yet his expression was one of exhilaration. I struck true. This sword represents the utmost pinnacle of his mastery at the consummate stage of chi transformation. Should any person from the capital witness this stroke, they would undoubtedly exclaim the name of Situ. It is universally recognized as the swordplay of Situ, the right general of the nation, and concurrently, the most formidable sword technique of the Situ clan, accessible only to those who have attained the realm beyond the mystical perception. Should such an individual exist who learned this technique prior to achieving mystical perception, it would not only attest to their prodigious talent, but would also necessitate a substantial sacrifice. The mystical perception entails an understanding of the profound mysteries of the universe. To forcibly comprehend the mystical sword technique at the stage of chi transformation is already an arduous endeavor, yet he managed to unleash it. The essence of heaven and earth surged like a raging torrent, violently invading the narrow streambed of chi transformation. After executing the strike, Situ Wenfeng's meridians lay in ruin. However, he had no other recourse. When confronted by the monstrosities of mystical perception, he was afforded only 2 chances. One sword for confrontation, the other for survival. Fortunately, he wagered correctly as the second sword decisively struck down both demons. In the mere span of a breath, it felt as though all of Situ Wenfeng's strength evaporated, and the broken sword slipped from his grasp, falling helplessly from the heights, leaving him utterly weakened in the hands of Situ Ion. Moments later, the 2 demons plummeted from the air, collapsing lifelessly upon the ground. Situ Ion gazed at the fallen fiends, caught between fury and trepidation, her body quaking, while her wrist was grasped by the feeble hand of Situ Wenfeng. With this sword's success, you are now safe. Remember to escort the 2 demons to the exorcist, he uttered, his voice frail yet imbued with an undeniable pride. Upon hearing this, a heavy stone seemed to lift from Situ Ian's heart. But noticing her brother's frail condition sparked a flicker of concern within her. Hastily, she retrieved a small porcelain vial, preparing to administer the healing elixir to him. Elder brother, open your mouth. Before she could finish, she noticed a slender hand had taken the vial from her grasp. Stiffening, she followed the hand to see the bewildered eyes of the flower demon blinking before her. This sword can be wielded once more. Shall we give it another try? In an instant, an icy chill coursed through Situ Ion, ascending from her feet along her spine to the nape of her neck, causing her hair to stand on end. As for Situ Wenfeng, he was equally astonished, his mouth agape, the coldness piercing through his throat as if it were reaching for his very heart. How is this possible? He gasped, spewing forth another mouthful of blood. Situ Ion had no time for further contemplation. She swiftly struck the golden white jade bracelet, summoning the spectral image of an elder to materialize in the air. Strike. The elder's lips parted slightly, seemingly uttering this command, as he pointed forward, wielding his hand as a sword, unleashing a deluge of sword energy that swept through the essence of heaven and earth like a torrential downpour. This sword was not as formidable as the last. The flower demon stumbled forth, and in the next instant, a torrential rain of swords pierced her corporeal form, penetrating her limbs and bones, causing her fractured body to scatter amidst the deluge of blades. Situ Ion, with his sword ablaze, unleashed a cascade of strikes, conjuring a faint, ethereal phoenix that soared into the air, the clangor of the swords resonating like a phoenix's cry, assailing the flower demon. Confounded by the flower demon's seemingly undamaged presence before them, Situ Ion realized that only through a desperate struggle could she hope to seize a sliver of survival. The downpour of swords continued unabated for a full 10 breaths. After this duration, the elder in the sky withdrew his fingers, and his apparition, along with that of the phoenix, gradually faded into the swirling dust. On the ground, the flower demon lay shattered, resembling a lifeless husk. Yet, to Situ Ion's despair, mere moments later, that familiar, stuttering voice rang out behind her. You truly are weak. Startled, Situ Ion turned to see the flower demon, unscathed and hovering above, looking down with eyes filled with disappointment. A wave of dizziness washed over Situ Ion. What was happening? In the next moment, a familiar sensation returned. A pair of colossal stone hands grasped her, But unlike before, this time the stone demon seized both her and Situ Wenfeng, lifting them effortlessly. Even more bizarre was that as the stone demon's hands made contact with her body, her inner power dissipated rapidly, as if snow met the blazing sun, ultimately vanishing without a trace. "Where's the other?" The stone demon's coarse voice inquired, bringing both individuals before its gaze, its obsidian eyes fixated upon them. The Situ siblings appeared ashen, for what lay before them surpassed the realm of their comprehension. To the onlooking Huang clan members below, the scene was one of utter despair. Though they could not grasp the intricate complexities of the battle, they understood that the two who had transformed were now ensnared by the demon, and a mere squeeze from the stone demon could extinguish their lives with ease. Their fate seemed sealed. "Forget it, great stone. Let us proceed to the human treasure realm." The flower demon descended to the ground, surveying the gathered Huang clan members. Satisfied that their numbers were intact, she nodded and pressed her hand to the earth. "Soon, the demon extermination team will arrive. We must hurry." As her words echoed, a resounding noise reverberated throughout the Huang estate. And amidst the horrified and despondent expressions of the clan, the very ground beneath them began to rupture. An expanse of land, spanning over 10 meters, was forcibly split apart by countless branches and blossoms, cleaving a complete section of earth. "Help! Don't kill me! Where are they taking us?" The Huang family members cried out in terror, yet the flower demon remained indifferent, lifting an entire expanse of land above its head and swiftly traversing most of the Huang residents. It was only at this moment that the Huang family comprehended how the flower demon had uprooted the entire subterranean dome. The scene mirrored the present, as despair enveloped the hearts of every member of the Huang clan. Huang Xingting wept bitterly, while Huang Qiao collapsed to the ground, resigned to his fate. Two captains were present. One lay unconscious, teetering between life and death, while the other had vanished, likely devoured by the demon. As for the two attendants from the demon exorcism department, their efforts were rendered futile against the demon, akin to mere children playing, posing no real threat. Another attendant was nowhere to be found. With hope extinguished, their only option was to await death, with no path left to pursue. Just as despair gripped them, the ground trembled once more, and the flower demon, still bearing the land, finally reached its destination. As the crowd looked up, they were astounded to find themselves before the eastern side of the Huang residence, right at the entrance of the side room. On the ground, Huang Xingting's tear-streaked face froze in shock, as a youthful visage flashed in his mind. He recalled sending his kin to the third guest room on the east side. A conversation he had shared with Wang Shouyong. Many recognized the location, and in that fleeting moment, whether weeping or trembling with fear, their expressions momentarily dulled with disbelief. However, the flower demon paid no heed to the feelings of these insignificant beings. With a graceful motion, it set the land down, a satisfied smile gracing its delicate features. "Become my sustenance," it declared, extending its arms as if to embrace, unfurling numerous floral tendrils that ensnared each member of the Huang family, including the siblings of Situ in the stone demon's grasp, and the unconscious Sun Jiming, all suspended behind it. "Big Stone, open the door," the flower demon instructed with a playful tone. The stone demon complied, expertly pushing open the door, revealing a pitch-black magical formation that shrouded the interior of the side room, obscuring all visibility. Without a hint of caution, the stone demon stepped into the darkness, its form instantly consumed. A flash of white light flickered, and it vanished completely. Upon witnessing this, the flower demon intended to follow the stone demon into the room. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resounded, and the stone demon was ejected from the room like a cannonball barely a breath after entering. A tempest of debris was unleashed as it hurtled past the flower demon. Countless stones shattered and flew, sending plumes of dust into the air. The flower demon turned in astonishment to see the stone demon piercing through the swirling dust, leaving behind a long trail, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud after rolling several times. A gaping wound had erupted upon its chest, with countless web-like traces extending from the gash throughout its entire torso. A fist-shaped imprint, as if carved by knife and axe, was deeply etched into its chest. Looking up, the stone creature's typically serene expression was now filled with astonishment and shock, clearly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. In front of the chamber, an instant silence enveloped the scene. On the flower stamen, the expressions of the onlookers froze in despair. The siblings, Situ, raised their faces, their breaths momentarily halted. A bold speculation quietly emerged in their minds, one so incredulous and absurd that merely contemplating the person about to step out of the chamber sent their hearts racing and their mouths dry. Is it possible? Situ inquired, swallowing hard and murmuring to himself. Yet, the next moment, a faint voice accompanied by the sound of footsteps slowly resonated from within the chamber. Didn't your mother tell you to remember to knock before entering a room? From the darkness, a tall, slender figure gradually emerged. A youthful face raised an eyebrow, followed by a smile at the corners of the lips. Or perhaps, the stone has no parents? Chapter 57. Reflections of Illusions, the Incomplete Demon. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Shouyong realized he had misspoken. After all, he too was an orphan, devoid of mother and father in this world. Had he inadvertently insulted himself? A self-deprecating smile crossed his face as he turned to gaze at the flower demon, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his heart. It shouldn't be this way. According to the records of the Demon Extermination Bureau, the 3 shape-shifting demons hidden in Lin County were the Blood Bowl demon, the Stone demon, and the Illusion Lizard demon. Where did this flower demon come from? At that moment, the flower demon's gaze finally met Wang Shouyong's. Her emotions chillingly cold, yet a hint of confusion emerged within her. Are you a shapeshifter? Why can't I detect the scent of transformation? However, her question was met with the rapid enlargement of a fist before her. Boom. Wang Shouyong's form vanished from the spot. The bricks and earth beneath his feet exploded, creating a deep pit in the ground. In the next instant, a thunderous punch surged towards the flower demon. Are you a demon? Why did you strike at me? In that fleeting moment, a flicker of disturbance finally appeared on the flower demon's delicate features, for she sensed an overwhelmingly potent aura of malevolence enveloping that fist. Enough with the trivial chatter. Wang Shouyong's gaze was icy and piercing as he unleashed a devastating punch. With a resounding thud, his fist pierced through the flower demon's form as though it were effortlessly puncturing a water-filled balloon, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood in an instant. Wang Shouyong's arm pierced through the chest and abdomen of the flower demon, sinking deeply within. Immediately after, a vast cavity erupted in the demon's torso, through which, amidst the torrential blood rain, Wang could even glimpse the stone demon behind, struggling to rise. This exhilarating punch had shattered the flower demon's form into countless fragments. Blood streamed from its 7 orifices as it lowered its head, expressionless, to regard the enormous void in its chest, eyes filled with profound confusion. Was this the essence of transformation, the realm? With a single strike, the blossoms behind the demon seemed to lose all support, wilting helplessly, and those bound by the petals tumbled heavily to the ground, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. He had slain this enigmatic fiend with but a single blow? The members of the Huang family were left in shock. However, the Situ siblings, witnessing this spectacle, displayed no trace of joy. Rather, anxiety creased their features. Be careful, one warned, but before the words could fully escape her lips, a hand emerged from behind Wang Shouyong, reaching for the nape of his neck. In that fleeting moment, Wang caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, an aroma that had lingered around him since earlier, reminiscent of blossoms blooming along a riverbank in early spring. In the next breath, a chilling awareness surged at the back of his head. Danger! Wang Shouyong barely had the time to tilt his head when a hand forcefully pressed down on his shoulder. Boom! Wang Shouyong's body was suddenly propelled backward like a ruptured sack, shattering countless bricks and tiles of houses, unleashing a tempest of chaos. With a single strike, it was as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. Yet, the flower demon, who had stealthily appeared behind Wang Shouyong and successfully launched her ambush, did not display any signs of triumph. Instead, she blinked in confusion, raising her palm to inspect it. Although her strike had landed, she inexplicably sensed an invisible force emanating from within his body, counteracting and mitigating her own power. The full force of her attack seemed to have diminished by half. To onlookers, it appeared as though she had delivered a formidable blow, yet none were aware that its efficacy had been significantly reduced. Unbeknownst to her, amidst the swirling dust, only Wang Shouyong could perceive a faint blue inscription shimmering on a panel visible solely to him. Cushioning. Blue, your flesh is resilient, possessing an extraordinary capacity to absorb heavy impacts. Wang Shouyong grimaced, rubbing his shoulder as he slowly rose from the depths of the pit. His body swayed, clearly indicating the immense damage inflicted upon him by the blow. Such a casual strike from the flower demon had rendered him utterly disheveled, a state that would typically instill despair in any individual. Yet, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Wang Shouyong unsteadily stood up. As he lifted his head, a peculiar smile spread across his face, one that left everyone utterly bewildered. Is this truly the extent of your power? Wang Shouyong's eyes sparkled with brilliance as the inscriptions on the panel reflected in his pupils. The hazy perception that had enveloped him moments ago suddenly cleared. Detected entries nearby, plunderable entries, illusory flowers and moonlight, purple, absorption, purple, photosynthesis, purple, weeping willows in the wind, purple, deficiency, purple. Illusory flowers and moonlight, purple. This can establish a target. When receiving fatal damage from this target, an illusion will be triggered to absorb the damage. A companion can be designated to activate the water moon illusion to mitigate the damage significantly. Absorption, purple living beings serve as your sustenance, allowing you to draw nourishment to enhance your own strength. Photosynthesis, purple under the sun, you can sustain your existence without the need for food. Weeping willows in the wind, purple. Your constitution is frail, necessitating the extensive absorption of nourishment. Deficiency, purple. You lack one of the six senses. Your realm is incomplete and requires rectification of this shortcoming. Wang Shouyong's gaze was firmly fixed upon the ethereal illusion before him. No wonder the flower demon had not flinched from the lethal blow earlier, nor was it surprising that, despite his palpable strike that should have vanquished her, she appeared unscathed. This formidable enchantment ignited a spark of fervor in Wang Shouyong's eyes, compelling him to involuntarily lick his lips. Be cautious, Shouyong. Her illusions are potent. Do not fall prey to her trickery. C2 Wanfeng weakly called out. Wang Shouyong nodded with a smile, remaining silent as his gaze gradually shifted toward the flower demon. Your time of demise has arrived. As his words echoed, Wang Shouyong propelled himself forward like a cannonball, vanishing from his original position in an instant. The next moment, he soared into the air, appearing directly above the flower demon. His fist descended like a battering ram, unleashing a torrent of sinister energy that plummeted toward the flower demon's forehead. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though a malevolent creature, steeped in infamy, emerged from the very fabric of the world, roaring fiercely as it dove down. Countless malicious thoughts and dark energies surged forth, manifesting as wailing faces of agony, all converging upon the flower demon. Whether you are human or demon, you shall all become my sustenance. The flower demon lifted her gaze, a murderous intent igniting within her. Dozens of flower stamens rose behind her, resembling sharp spikes, directly confronting Wang Shouyong, and instantly, an aura of sinister energy enveloped the arena. In a daze, the onlookers felt as if they were witnessing two great demons locked in a fierce battle, the overwhelming presence of dark energy suffocating them to the brink of breathlessness. However, just as the two masses of dark red energy were about to collide, one of them suddenly vanished, followed by a thunderous roar. Die! The howl of the moon unleashed. Instantly, the energy emanating from the voice resonated, leaving the flower demon momentarily dazed, her mind blank and her pupils lost in a trance. Wang Shouyong descended from the heavens, feigning a strike, yet his sinister aura retracted entirely as he forcefully embraced the flower demon, akin to a pair of star-crossed lovers locked in a fervent embrace. The face of the scholar was twisted in a grimace, while the maiden's eyes were devoid of life. The scholar opened his mouth and savagely bit into the maiden's neck. In Chapter 58, Blood Battle with the Dual Demons, the Earth S descent triggered. In an instant, the flower demon regained clarity, her countenance reflecting disbelief, quickly followed by the sharp pain radiating from her neck. With a ripping sound, juices splattered, and a fragrant floral essence surged forth. To her astonishment, the aroma that filled the air was not the foul stench of blood and flesh, but a rich floral perfume. Get away! Accompanied by the flower demon's shrill cries. Her palm struck fiercely against Wang Shouyong's chest, dozens of flower stamens whipping towards his head, chest, and abdomen like long whips. A resounding explosion echoed in that fleeting moment, as Wang Shouyong, with his mouth full of floral-scented blood, revealed a savage grin. Gulp. The flesh was swallowed. In the next moment, the flower stamens relentlessly lashed at his body, creating a series of afterimages in the air. Blood and flesh soared, the rich floral fragrance mingling with the metallic tang of blood, erupting into the atmosphere. Brother Wang, Shouyong, Situ Yun, and Situ Wenfeng lay prostrate on the ground, their eyes wide with anguish. Yet, their bodies felt hollow, devoid of any spiritual energy, their limbs numb, leaving them powerless to intervene as they watched this brutal scene unfold. Countless drops of blood rained down. The Huang family members' expressions turned to despair and confusion, their eyes dimming as they witnessed the horror. The head of the Huang family sighed deeply, turning away in sorrow, unable to bear the sight. However, as dozens of flower stamens fell, the flower demon suddenly sensed something amiss. An inexplicable emptiness surged within her, as if something vital had been lost from her being, leaving her feeling hollow. The flower stamens continued to strike against the scholar's body, an unreal sensation permeating the air, peculiar and uncanny. The flower demon raised her head, locking eyes with Wang Shouyong's faint smile above. In the next moment, a hand silently reached from behind, resting on her neck, while the other gently caressed her alabaster skin. Trailing downwards, the flower demon felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, goosebumps erupting across her body, a chilling sensation flooding her veins. She yearned to turn, but the cold touch pressed firmly against her back, a breath laced with coolness whispering near her ear. Ever since I met you, my fortune seems to have improved remarkably. The man spoke softly, as if sharing sweet nothings in an intimate whisper. On the panel, characters emerged, acquired entry, illusory flowers and flowing water, purple. A frigid hand ascended to the flower spirit's chest, its fingers sharp as daggers, ruthlessly piercing her snow-white skin, parting flesh to delve into her heart, until the entire palm was engulfed within. In that fleeting moment, the flower spirit seemed to catch a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Raising her gaze, she saw that the place where the flower stamen had struck was now utterly devoid of presence. The attack had missed its mark, and dozens of long whips flailed aimlessly in the air, searching for the enemy's trace. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions bewildered as they beheld this sudden reversal of fortune. An unprecedented pain surged from the flower spirit's chest, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, her face contorted in agony. Great stone! The flower spirit cried out in torment. In the next instant, the stone spirit appeared behind Wang Shouyong, its visage twisted in fury. Massive hands enveloped in a sinister aura crashing down with tremendous force, though the stone spirit bore the marks of a near-fatal blow upon its chest. This strike was a desperate, life-or-death maneuver, its power akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. Die for me. A guttural roar reverberated through the Huang residence. Wang Shouyong did not glance back, his eyes betraying a frenzied glint. Absorbed in his own actions, he relentlessly stirred his palm within the body of the flower demon. At last, just as the stone demon was about to strike him, it seemed he grasped something vital. His hand withdrew from the flower demon, slick with viscous substance. Flesh tore as the flower demon plummeted from the sky in agony, and the fragrance of blossoms intensified in the air. In the next breath, the stone demon's hands descended mercilessly, slamming into Wang Shouyong's waist with unrestrained force, as if swatting a mere mosquito, completely ensnaring him in its grip. A primal roar erupted from the stone demon, brimming with fury. Wang Shouyong spat blood, his face contorted in a grimace as he cast a fierce glance towards the stone demon. The moment of respite had mitigated the demon's strike by nearly half. As his injuries worsened, it felt as though something was burgeoning within his very flesh, an uncontrollable fervor for battle surging forth from the depths of his mind. His blood roaring and tumultuously churning. Better to be shattered like jade. A bloodbath. A bloodbath. A bloodbath. A brand new force seemed to surge forth from the void, infusing every inch of Wang Shouyong's flesh and bone. The already formidable essence of his body, tempered by the realm of martial arts, combined with this newfound power, rendered him overwhelmingly potent, as if the very heavens and earth were about to split apart. Wang Shouyong's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he let out a low growl. The stone demon felt as though a colossal dragon writhed between his palms, the overwhelming force he typically wielded faltering before this mighty creature. Die! The stone demon roared in rage, unleashing the full extent of the sinister energy that belonged to the mystic demons. A frantic, malevolent aura surged forth. In an instant, the ground trembled within 100-foot radius, and countless stones soared into the air, adhering to the stone demon's hands, swiftly enveloping Wang Shouyong and forming a massive orb of rock. Thud! Thud! The stones collided with the floating orb, continuously compressing and filling the crevices, increasing in density, spinning as if creating a celestial body in the void. Blood flowed forth, seeping from the compacted stones, rendering the scene grotesquely bloody. The members of the Huang family gazed up at the gigantic floating boulder, their hopes dissipating like water splashed upon the stones, washed away by the crimson tide. Had he perished? The flower demon, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Struggling to rise from the ground, she weakly reached out toward the nearest Huang family member, her vitality waning, in desperate need of sustenance to mend her wounds. As for that individual, he no longer posed a threat. Yet, in the next heartbeat, everyone present seemed to hear a deep, resounding sound. Thump! It resonated like a heartbeat, akin to the thunder of drums, nearly deafening. Thump! The heartbeat intensified, reverberating through the stones, causing the stone demon's arms to tremble in horror, his visage contorted in disbelief. Impossible! The stone demon howled in shock. At that moment, fissures appeared upon the massive stone, revealing a chilling aura within. Crack! The stone was riddled with cracks, and suddenly, a hand burst forth from the rubble, shattering the stones around it. Almost immediately, this hand grasped the stone demon's arm with unwavering strength. The crowd heard the stone demon's ear-splitting shriek, reverberating through the air, only to witness the floating asteroid explode into fragments in an instant, alongside the shattering of the surroundings. The disembodied arm of the stone demon floated in the air. The onlookers were rendered speechless. The stone demon's breath halted, as it perceived a formidable entity of equal caliber slowly opening its eyes before it. The gaze of a flower demon, belonging to the Huang clan, narrowed in alarm, just as it witnessed the earth and stone erupting, revealing Wang Shouyong amidst the cascading boulders. That figure appeared exceedingly frail, drenched in blood, to the extent that it seemed on the verge of death at any moment. Yet, an unprecedented aura of danger emanated from him, a formidable pressure wafting forth from his presence. A panel emerged, displaying the entry associated with the Earth's demise, glowing with a rich violet hue. Chapter 59. Spare me. I am willing to do anything. As blood dripped, Wang Shouyong lifted his hands. In his left hand, he clutched a stone, while in his right, he held a crystalline core radiating a verdant glow and exuding a fragrant floral scent. Everyone beheld the young figure trembling as he forced the two objects into his mouth. Amidst a torrent of blood, he crushed them thoroughly and swallowed the remnants. Raising his head, he weakly beckoned to the flower demon and the stone demon with a gesture. Acquired entries: gravitational pull of the boulders, purple; photosynthesis, purple; gravitational pull of the boulders, purple allows control over stone objects within a certain range. Come forth to meet your demise. As the words fell, both the flower demon on the ground and the stone demon in the air felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over them, a chilling terror surging through their bodies in an instant. The voice was unmistakable, though he merely exuded an aura of vaporous energy. An overwhelming sense of impending doom abruptly enveloped them. Wang Shouyong's gaze was slightly elevated, and a faint aura emerged around him, the amalgamation of earthfall, rather broken than dull. And Mirror Flower, Watermoon, had transformed him into a formidable entity, a creature of both offense and defense, rendering him unaware of his own immense power at that moment. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the flower demon, startled, looked down to witness the earth beneath her swiftly fracturing. Numerous gray-black stones surged from all directions, converging beneath her feet to form a barely sufficient platform. In quick succession, countless stones gathered, rapidly encircling the flower demon's limbs, creating a series of locks. Great stone! What are you doing? The flower demon shrieked. Yet, as she lifted her gaze, she was met with a scene that defied comprehension. There stood Wang Shouyong, effortlessly grasping the head of the great stone with one hand. The great stone trembled violently, desperately attempting to pry open Wang Shouyong's fingers with its remaining hand, straining as if every inch of its body were engaged in a struggle. However, that hand, imbued with the essence of transformation, remained almost entirely unyielding. With each firm grasp of Wang Shouyong, the massive stone's body tightened incrementally. With one hand, Wang Shouyong subtly gestured towards her, as if under his control. Countless stones formed shackles that bound her. In a daze, the flower demon's mind was flooded with countless images, as if a lightning bolt had struck through her thoughts. It is you. Suddenly, the flower demon exclaimed in disbelief, her delicate face etched with panic and fear. She had unraveled everything. How could this be? How could this be? She could scarcely believe that such a person existed in the world, one capable of stripping away the powers of demons for their own use. A notion unheard of and utterly absurd. After this person had taken a bite of her flesh, she lost her illusory grasp on her own perceptual realm. He then consumed a piece of stone, gaining control over it. This was clearly devoid of reason. It was only at this moment that the flower demon truly felt an unprecedented terror deep within her. This icy dread enveloped her entire being, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, in her current state, devoid of her core, she felt as if she had lost her very foundation, rendered utterly feeble. The stones that she could effortlessly shatter with a flick of her hand had now become the chains that bound her, under the weight of an irresistible force. The two demons were slowly drawn before Wang Shouyong. At this moment, a panel materialized, and Wang Shouyong weakly raised his gaze towards the flower demon. Possible plundered traits: absorb, purple; weeping willow in the wind, purple; deficiency, purple. In the blink of an eye, he turned his attention to the stone demon. Possible plundered traits: as solid as a rock, purple; heart of stone, purple; child of heaven and earth, purple; deficiency, purple. As solid as a rock, purple. Your entire being is as stable as a rock, with no apparent vulnerabilities. Heart of stone, Purple daily cultivation has forged your steady heart, granting immunity to mental attacks. Child of heaven and earth, purple, you are the favored child of the universe. All your cultivation comes naturally. Deficiency, purple, you lack one of the six senses. Your realm is incomplete and requires restoration. Why is it that both are missing one of the six senses? Wang Shouyong, frail and gasping, furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. As his words echoed, both the flower demon and the stone demon trembled, their pupils constricting in fear. Yet, Wang Shouyong had no intention of waiting for their response. Such inquiries would yield no answers. Although he found himself possessing unprecedented strength, he was simultaneously in a state of extreme vulnerability, teetering between vitality and the brink of death. If he did not act swiftly, it was likely he would perish before vanquishing the two demons. He glanced down, and countless stones coalesced into a barrier, obscuring the view from the Huang family and the Situ siblings. Subsequently, he gently summoned the flower demon to his side, disregarding her delicate, Lindayu-like visage, and sank his teeth into her neck with fervor. The flower demon shrieked in terror, powerless to resist. Bite after bite, he consumed her essence, absorbing the attributes. Absorb, purple. Weak willow in the wind, purple, fragmented, purple. In an instant, the fragrance of blossoms filled the air. As the flesh and blood were ingested, Wang Shouyong felt a surge of refreshing energy coursing through him, mending his broken form. On his interface, the notifications for bloodlust and digestion flickered with blue light. Simultaneously, he sensed the force of earthfall within him receding like a tide. This signified his imminent exit from the state of near death. After a brief moment of surprise, Wang Shouyong hastily seized the stone demon, tearing chunks of stone from its body and consuming them. "Ah, I will kill you," the stone demon roared frantically, feeling many of its vital energies slipping away. Attributes absorbed, as solid as rock, purple, heart of stone, purple, creatures of heaven and earth, purple, fragmented, purple. As he swallowed the last piece of stone, the invigorating energy within him surged even more vigorously, rapidly restoring his battered veins and flesh. Likewise, the force of earthfall continued to ebb. Sensing the grip on its head loosening, the stone demon paused in confusion, then swung its arm in a desperate attempt to retaliate against the youth before it. However, Wang Shouyong merely lifted an eyebrow, and an immense pulling force emanated from his hand. Instantly, the stone demon felt its life force draining at an unprecedented rate, flowing like water through its arm into the boy's body. What are you doing? Let me go." The stone demon cried out in terror, its arm feebly striking against Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong maintained a serene expression, remaining oblivious to the struggles of the stone demon. He felt a surge of vitality rapidly welling up within him. Although his injuries persisted, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration filled his senses, evoking a delightful salivation. Such a sensation. Wang Shouyong indulged in the moment, closing his eyes in bliss, while his other hand encircled the waist of the flower spirit. "Absorb!" The flower spirit screamed, trembling violently, desperately attempting to resist, yet her body was ensnared by the heavy stone shackles that rendered her nearly immobile. A surge of vitality blossomed within her, and as Wang Shouyong focused inwardly, he discovered a vortex slowly rising from his lower abdomen. Two powerful currents of life force were drawn into the whirlpool, cascading through his limbs and saturating every corner of his being. Absorb, absorb, and absorb again. Time became an indistinct blur. Eventually, the stone spirit in his left hand fell silent, its vitality diminishing from mighty rivers to mere trickles, before ultimately fading into wisps, vanishing entirely. After an unmeasured interval, he heard the flower spirit's soft, pleading voice, reminiscent of the gentle tones of Wu dialect. "Master, spare me. I am willing to do anything. Just let me go. I beg you." Her continuous entreaties, whispered softly, eventually succumbed to an eerie stillness. The life force from his right hand was completely consumed. With a resounding thud, the two demon corpses plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and creating two profound craters. Chapter 60. The genius not belonging to the capital. Wang Shouyong opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through his body. The essence of life is your sustenance. You may draw upon this nourishment to fortify yourself. Wang Shouyong found it challenging to articulate the sensations coursing through him. Unlike the profound enhancement of his abilities or the burgeoning strength derived from his cultivation, this felt more akin to an invigorating transformation at the very core of his being, imbuing every fiber of his existence with newfound vitality. His cells seemed to pulsate and breathe rhythmically, as if engaged in a dance of life. His thoughts became sharper, with a single idea giving rise to a multitude of insights. He sensed a fullness within himself. Although there was no tangible change in his cultivation level, he harbored an unwavering belief that his future endeavors in this journey would be imbued with greater assurance. Yet, a fleeting glance at the panel revealed its imperfections, purple, too, causing the corners of his brow to twitch. A single flaw in the 6 elements represented one deficiency, and 2 flaws indicated a loss of 2 elements. Should this continue? He feared he might find himself bereft of the essential foundations. Shaking his head, Wang Shouyong momentarily set aside the myriad thoughts racing through his mind and closed the panel. The 2 demonic entities had contributed 10 purple attributes, and when time allowed, he would need to meticulously deliberate over which attributes to merge, including the unsuitable heavenly calamity Lone Star. After this undertaking, misfortune would no longer shadow him incessantly. However, the most pressing concern remained the group of Huang family members on the ground, along with the fate of Sun Jiming, whose whereabouts were uncertain. With a wave of his hand, the stone wall that had obstructed their view rumbled dramatically, scattering debris in all directions. The Huang family members, filled with trepidation, cautiously raised their heads and, bathing in sunlight, beheld Wang Shouyong floating serenely in the air. A collective sound of swallowed breaths echoed through the crowd. They gazed at him in bewilderment, clearly wanting to voice something, perhaps words of celebration, expressions of awe, or queries. Yet, overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts, none could muster a sound, even hesitating to confirm their safety for fear that some lurking demon might emerge to seize Wang Shouyong by the throat. Extinguishing their flickering hopes once more, Wang Shouyong cast a glance at the crowd on the ground, their faces smeared with dust, gradually merging with the expressions of the villagers from Sangzi village on that fateful day, filled with anxiety and confusion. Observing the myriad of fearful faces, he took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Today, the Demon Extermination Office investigates the Huang residence. 3 demons, 1 shapeshifter, and 2 of the sensory profound have been entirely vanquished. Completely vanquished. Vanquished." His resolute voice echoed within the Huang residence, and as the onlookers gazed upon the youthful visage suspended in the air, tears cascaded down their cheeks, leaving them momentarily entranced. "Thank you, Demon Extermination Office." Huang Qiao trembled as he rose to his feet, bowing deeply to Wang Shouyong, his eyes already streaming with age's sorrowful tears. Beside him, Huang Xingting supported him, pale-faced, his mouth moving silently, as if a lump lodged in his throat hindered his speech. After regaining his composure, Huang Qiao delivered a sharp slap to Huang Xingting's face, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. His aged fingers continued to point at Huang Xingting's forehead, followed by another heavy slap. Huang Xingting remained silent, his cheeks swollen, collapsing heavily to the ground, and subsequently, he repeatedly knocked his forehead against the earth, as if wishing to bury his previous sharp and caustic words deep within. It was not until Huang Qiao's heartfelt gratitude resonated that the Huang family seemed to awaken from a stupor, large tears streaming down their faces. And the air was filled with raucous cries of despair. Amidst their wailing, they fervently shouted, "Thank you, Demon Extermination Office." Their foreheads struck the ground, some even drawing blood, as they sought to expel the lingering fears of the recent past with every resolute knock. Witnessing this scene, the Situ siblings finally exhaled in relief, exchanging glances and smiling in unison. Situ Yun's eyes glistened with tears, yet a smile of unprecedented ease graced her face. Situ Wanfeng, however, shook his head slightly and murmured, "I once believed that mastering body refinement and slaying shapeshifters was his pinnacle of talent. Little did I expect that in a single day, he would ascend to the realm of chi transformation and even slay 2 of the sensory profound. This is truly..." As he spoke, Situ Wanfeng felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Whether it stemmed from surviving a calamity or witnessing this miraculous performance, something lodged in his throat. All the notions of renowned talents in the capital, the fabled sword of sensory profound, and the demons themselves seemed insignificant beneath his fists. The barriers between realms faded. With a mere reach, he shattered them. The chasm between chi transformation and sensory profound was but a step, and he found himself standing directly opposite the sensory profound. He had once thought those ahead of him left behind an unattainable silhouette. How could such a remarkable individual exist in this world? Struggling to rise, Situ Wenfeng sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing up at the figure gradually descending from the heavens. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of summons surged within him. He blurted out, "Shouyong, come with us to Kyoto. Only in Kyoto can you truly showcase your talents." In that moment, Situ Wenfeng beheld the extraordinary genius landing gently before him, casting a look of disdain as if regarding a fool. "Have you lost your mind due to the demons? The priority now is undoubtedly to return to the Demon Exorcism Office." Situ Wenfeng was taken aback, about to utter a response when Wang Shouyong delivered a heavy pat to the back of his head. Stop babbling nonsense. There are many matters to attend to regarding the Huang residence. As he spoke, Wang Shouyong began to enumerate on his fingers. Your injuries require rest and treatment. The casualties at the Huang residence need to be accounted for, and certainly, there are those who must bear the blame, such as the head of the Huang family and Huang Xingting. This chamber also harbors a secret realm created by demons, and it seems there are numerous secrets to uncover. Moreover, we have yet to locate the shape-shifting blood cow demon mentioned in the records. At this point, Wang Shouyong paused, as if recalling something, narrowing his eyes at a certain unconscious Lieutenant Sun on the ground. And this good for nothing. Who knows what transpired after he left the Huang residence? Where has Tangin gone? After this incident, it would be imperative to have Lord Liao dismiss him from his position. Shaking his head, Wang Shouyong concluded, in any case, this matter is shrouded in mystery. We must return and report to Lord Liao first. Observing Wang Shouyong's earnest demeanor as he meticulously sorted through the affairs at hand, it seemed he had not considered that Situ Wenfeng's achievement of the transformation strike was a profoundly astonishing feat. Slowly, Situ Wenfeng regained his composure, lowering his head and smiling self-deprecatingly. Indeed, he remained himself. Just then, he noticed Wang Shouyong turning away, illuminated by the golden sunlight, his hair billowing in the rays, as if casting a gentle glow upon his silhouette. A faint voice drifted into his ears. As for Kyoto, we shall go there eventually. Chapter 61. The Merit Exchange at the Good Deed Hall Demon Exorcism Office, Good Deed Hall. At the end of each month, the hall was always bustling with more figures than at other times, with personnel adorned with insignias etched with several golden lines. The reason for this was that many officers, weary of the repeated hassle of exchanging merits, typically chose to report their accomplishments collectively at month's end. As the end of January approached, familiar faces once again filled the Good Deed Hall. Officer Fong, how have you been? How many merits have you accumulated this month? Have you reached the first class yet? Not quite. But Officer Yang, you seem to be in high spirits. Your merits must be considerable, right? Not at all. I merely managed to gather enough merits this time to finally exchange for some techniques. Kong, how many merits do you have now? Amidst the light-hearted banter within the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, the atmosphere was notably jovial, regardless of whether one was a diligent or indolent officer. As the month drew to a close, the prospect of redeeming merits invariably uplifted spirits. The officers, handling the merit-related affairs with a languid demeanor, accepted volumes of registers and storage bags, meticulously cataloging their contents before securing the corpses of the demons and dispatching them to the warehouse. After a brief flourish of writing, they recorded the merits of all present. Once inscribed in the register, the officers were free to claim their rewards. One by one, the officers stepped forth, presenting their monthly merits for documentation. Next, called the languid officer of the hall. As one of the officers approached, a sudden, acrid scent of blood wafted in from outside the hall, faint yet unmistakably pungent, causing a ripple of unease to sweep through the gathering. An oppressive aura, palpable and chilling, crept closer from the entrance. With the sound of approaching footsteps, a figure emerged into the hall, clad in the uniform of a demon-slaying officer. The nameplate at his waist bore the character Dong, intricately etched with 7 gleaming golden lines. His attire was tattered, caked with dust and blood, and his boots were nearly entirely stained a dark crimson. As one's gaze traveled upward, it met a face marked by fatigue, bristling with stubble, and eyes bloodshot yet brimming with an almost uncontrollable intent to kill. Upon sighting this officer, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the hall. It was Dong Qishan, returned at last. Whispers circulated that he had been pursuing a cunning demon for 3 months, relentlessly tracking it through treacherous terrain. Surely, if he had returned, it was with evidence of his conquest. The crowd speculated that his merits today would be unparalleled. Admiration shone on the faces of those present. The sheer magnitude of his solitary pursuit, spanning over 1,000 miles, was a testament to the extraordinary efforts he had expended, efforts that transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The sight of Dong Qishan, grimy and disheveled, adorned in his blood-stained uniform, spoke volumes of the perils he had faced along the way. Thus, as he stepped into the hall, not a word escaped his lips, yet an unspoken authority emanated from him, compelling the assembly to part and grant him passage. Confirm the merits, he intoned. Dong Qishan spoke in a hoarse voice. He then placed a storage bag on the table, standing tall and resolute. The officer of the Good Deed Hall swallowed hard, reaching out to take the bag and opening it. Instantly, a foul stench of blood wafted from within. causing the onlookers to change their expressions, covering their mouths and noses, brows furrowed in disgust. "Is this?" the officer of the good deed hall stammered, taken aback. "Is it one or two fully realized Qian-level demons?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, a grotesque mass, towering like a person, fell from the hall. Its flesh a bloody pulp, nearly resembling a form of meat paste, and due to the passage of time, it even emanated a faint odor of decay. As this gruesome mess hit the ground, it splattered blood everywhere. Dong Qishan, appearing fatigued, remarked, "Just one. In my pursuit over the past 3 months. My frustration led me to be a bit ruthless, but it is undoubtedly Qian level." The officer swallowed again, along with his fellow officers, all of them mirroring his reaction. He retrieved a half-human height measuring rod from beneath the table and leaned closer to the corpse. Suddenly, the rod shone with golden light, the markings upon it glowing crimson as they rapidly ascended, illuminating the entire good deed hall. The rod, shimmering with golden light, was nearly 3/4 full, indicating that this demon was not only Qian level, but had committed numerous heinous acts. Such a creature could be deemed worthy of top-tier merit. An uproar ensued among the gathered crowd upon hearing this. This rod, known as the scale of good and evil, could assess the realm of demons during their lifetime as well as their malevolent deeds. The initial stage of wisdom would emit green light. The transformation stage would emit red light, and the Qian level stage would shine with golden light. If a demon had not committed evil in life, the blood energy would not manifest. If they had committed numerous atrocities, the blood energy would exceed half, and if they were utterly wicked, it would be full. Currently, the rod was nearly 3/4 full, signifying that this demon was not only Qian level, but had also caused a significant amount of bloodshed in its lifetime. Such demons were invariably cunning and troublesome, making them difficult for ordinary people to track down, let alone pursue to their demise. The Demon Extermination Division had not witnessed such achievements in a long time. Truly, one could not underestimate Officer Dong. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, marveling at the extraordinary abilities of Captain Dong. I recall that he had merely reached the realm of the profound, yet he was capable of achieving such greatness. The onlookers showered him with praise, and for a moment, flattery echoed throughout the hall. However, Dong Qishan bore an expression of fatigue upon his stubbled face. He waved his hand, prepared to speak, but suddenly his nose twitched, and he turned to glance outside the Hall of Merit. At that very moment, many of the officers within the hall caught a whiff of an unusual scent. It resembled the fragrance of flowers, yet also bore a metallic tang, as if the two were mingled in a pungent aroma. This scent was so overpowering that it spread throughout the Hall of Merit in mere breaths. As heavy footsteps approached from outside, the odor became almost unbearable. Numerous individuals turned their heads in astonishment towards the entrance. Faintly, a sinister aura akin to the stench of fresh blood seemed to draw near, its damp and chilling essence causing several officers to instinctively place their hands upon their blades. Could it be demons? Moments later, 3 weary figures stepped into the Hall of Merit, each appearing no older than 16 or 17, yet exuding an air of formidable presence. The foremost individual was clad in tattered garments, blood-soaked from head to toe. His fists were caked with dried blood, and his face was marred by crimson stains. His gaze, though faint, carried an unmistakable weariness. Strangely, when those hollow eyes swept across the room, many of the less experienced officers felt a shiver run through them, their blood seemingly congealing within their veins, as if they had been targeted by a powerful demon. Chapter 62. I don't mind giving you a beating on whose behalf the atmosphere turned frigid the instant these 3 entered the Hall of Merit. It was not merely their youthful appearance that chilled the air, but rather the icy intensity of the foremost individual's gaze. Soon, however, some began to notice the insignias upon their attire, causing brows to furrow involuntarily. Personal attendants of an officer? Which commander's entourage had arrived, seeking to exchange merits at the month's end? As the words fell, a semblance of sound finally emerged within the Hall of Virtuous Deeds. A few hushed chuckles quietly shattered the cold, damp atmosphere. Within the exorcism department, numerous tales abound regarding the Hall of Virtuous Deeds, accompanied by an array of rules, many of which, though unspoken, have nearly become laws in their own right. For instance, external officials of the martial ranks, particularly those of the rank of personal attendant, never venture to the hall at the month's end to exchange their merits. Even the most task-laden personal attendants of the lieutenant rank often find that throughout the year, their recorded merits are scant, consisting of trivial matters that, even when accumulated over a month, amount to nothing more than the most meager accomplishments. The lion's share of commendations is invariably claimed by the lieutenants, leaving the merits of the personal attendants as mere scraps, hardly worth mentioning. Under such circumstances, it has become a tacit understanding that few personal attendants would choose to register their merits at the month's end, when the lieutenants congregate. Over time, this has evolved into an unspoken norm within the exorcism department. Situating himself behind Wang Shouyong, Situ Wenfeng keenly detected the smirks upon the lips of certain lieutenants, their eyes glimmering with a mocking disdain, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. What were they laughing at? Wang Shouyong cast a glance at the crowd and noticed a path that seemed to have been cleared in the center. He stepped forward and proceeded along it. Uncertain of what lay ahead, he thought to himself that they only needed to exchange their merits. Just as he intended to approach the exchange area, however, a sudden force arose from nowhere, obstructing his steps beneath him after just 2 or 3 strides. Wang Shouyong lifted his head and beheld a military officer clad in dark attire slowly emerging from the crowd. A cheerful smile adorning his face as he positioned himself before them. "What brings you to this place?" he inquired. Wang Shouyong raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course. It is to register our achievements. Is there anything amiss?" As his words fell, a wave of laughter erupted around him, and upon glancing up, he observed numerous officers displaying peculiar expressions, as if they had just heard an amusing jest. Strangely, some officers scrutinized the trio's appearances, seemingly recalling something. Their lips pursed in contemplation. Wang Shouyong surveyed his surroundings, observing that an increasing number of military officers had positioned themselves before him, effectively closing off the pathway that had once been clear. While there was nothing inherently wrong with this, it was rather presumptuous to stride forward to register one's merits while we were still queuing, as if disregarding our presence altogether, remarked the officer in dark attire with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong exchanged a glance with the young officer, his furrowed brow relaxing as he nodded in understanding. "I see. My apologies for the intrusion. I was unaware that you were queuing," he remarked. With that, he turned and began to make his way towards the rear of the crowd. The siblings, C2, promptly followed suit, trailing behind Wang Shouyong as they headed to the end of the line. However, just at that moment, Wang Shouyong heard the young officer in dark attire speak again. The subordinates under who, the officer, indeed seemed to share his ignorance of etiquette. His voice was light yet laced with derision. As the words fell, Wang Shouyong halted in his tracks. Noticing this, the dark-clad officer raised an eyebrow and sneered, "What? Am I mistaken?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong slowly turned back, a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor entirely mocking gracing his lips. He finally grasped the situation. In this world, there exists a certain unexpected malice that can confront one in ways utterly unforeseen. It is disarming yet profoundly repugnant. Looking around, he observed that some officers displayed expressions of realization, while others seemed to have already recognized their identities, crossing their arms as they awaited the unfolding drama. The human condition presents myriad faces, yet some forms of malevolence can be discerned at a mere glance. Wang Shouyong gazed at the dark-clad lieutenant and spoke softly. "If you claim that we have jumped the queue, I could comprehend that. After all, it is customary to wait in line. However, why suddenly involve Lieutenant Hu? Does he hold a grudge against you?" The lieutenant, with a cold smile, responded, "What nonsense you speak. I bear no ill will towards Lieutenant Hu. It is merely that he has not imparted the rules of the demon exorcism department to you, and I am willing to enlighten you on them. Nonetheless, should you wish to crawl past me, I dare say no one shall impede your passage." As he spoke, he chuckled while stepping forward, a palpable aura of pressure emanating from him, subtly revealing his formidable presence. Wang Shouyong gazed at him quietly, the smile on his face gradually fading away. Suddenly, he lost the desire to stand in line. With this thought, Wang Shouyong naturally took a step toward the registration office. A dense aura of bloodlust surged forth, seemingly erupting within the Hall of Good Deeds. In a daze, the onlookers perceived a ferocious beast awakening. The next moment, a thunderous crash resonated from Wang Shouyong's position, swiftly reaching the front of the dark-clad lieutenant. His shoulder collided violently with that of the lieutenant. Caught off guard, the lieutenant briefly lost his composure before regaining his senses. Seeking death? A glint of cold light flashed in the lieutenant's eyes. It was already inappropriate for the Demon Exorcism Division to act against colleagues openly. Now that Wang Shouyong had come to him, it was precisely what he desired. Thus, he summoned his internal energy, standing firm and stepping forward with a sneer, channeling a fraction of his strength to thrust his shoulder forward forcefully. "Get out of my way." A fierce shout rang out as the two collided, a gust of wind sweeping through the entire Hall of Good Deeds. A figure, akin to a cannonball, was sent crashing backward. The surrounding lieutenants squinted their eyes, and upon focusing, were instantly struck with disbelief. The figure that had been hurled backward was none other than the dark-clad lieutenant himself. With a resounding crash, he slammed into the magical formation within the hall, which erupted with a deafening roar, sending countless ripples emanating from it. Puffed. The lieutenant coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. What had just occurred? In that fleeting moment, it felt as if he had been struck by a colossal mountain. The overwhelming force surpassing his limits, leaving his mind blank and causing him to feel dizzy. Almost without any resistance, he was sent flying by this avalanche-like strength. In an instant, the victor and the vanquished were determined. The lieutenant slowly slid down from the magical formation, crashing heavily to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the Hall of Good Deeds, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd, dumbfounded, gradually shifted their gaze toward the tattered figure of the Chi transformation attendant, who appeared unfazed, slightly adjusting his disheveled attire. Had he not been on the receiving end of the lieutenant's blows, he would have taken pleasure in delivering a few strikes on the lieutenant's behalf today. Chapter 63. Speak loudly. What achievements? As Wang Shouyong's words echoed within the Hall of Shouyong, an utter silence enveloped the space. Some individuals parted their lips slightly, seemingly on the verge of articulating a thought, yet an inexplicable sense of astonishment rendered them mute, their lips moving without uttering a single word. At that moment, countless officers felt their hearts stirred, akin to tumultuous waves surging within. What had they witnessed? A mere attendant at the transformation realm had engaged in combat with an officer of the profound perception realm, and with a single strike, had secured victory. Such an extraordinary occurrence transcended the bounds of their decades of cultivation, shattering their established beliefs. Thus, the officers found themselves at a loss for words. Helplessly watching as the attendant, accompanied by two companions, steadily advanced past them towards the registration desk. Wang Shouyong maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the astonished gazes surrounding him, and simply stated, "Register the merits." As his words fell, the officer in charge of the merit registration at the Shouyong Hall could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, Wang Shouyong sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, he met the eyes of Dong Qishan. Both pairs of eyes reflected a serene weariness. And after a brief moment of mutual recognition, Wang Shouyong averted his gaze. He was unaware of this individual's identity, but he understood that his immediate priority was to register his merits and then return to report to Liao Yuanqing regarding the affairs of the Huang residence. Seeing the officer at the Shouyong Hall lost in thought, Sita Chiefeng produced a storage bag and placed it upon the table with a flourish. "Thank you for your efforts," he said with a respectful gesture. Only then did the officer regain his senses, jolted back to reality. Glancing at the storage bag, he inexplicably sensed that something beyond his comprehension was about to unfold. Trembling, he carefully opened the bag. Unlike Dong Qishan's storage bag, which had been steeped in a sanguine aura, this gray bag released a nearly overwhelming floral fragrance upon being opened. With a clatter, the bag was upended, revealing a heap of scattered stones and a flamboyant flower with gnarled branches before the astonished crowd. Many officers silently gathered around, craning their necks in curiosity to behold the extraordinary contents of the bag. However, upon seeing it, a wave of bewilderment washed over them. Stones? Flowers? The officers exchanged puzzled glances. Among the crowd, someone murmured, "What does this mean? Can ordinary flora and fauna now be exchanged for merits?" "Not so," another replied. "These stones are glossy and seem to contain spiritual energy, and this flower, too, radiates a divine light. It must be some sort of spiritual stone or treasured blossom. Yet, even if it were such a precious flower, could it truly be exchanged at the Shouyong Hall?" Whispers filled the air, and peculiar glances were cast towards the trio, with some even emitting faint, derisive laughter. "This is the Shouyong Hall. It is not a place for just any stray cat or dog," one officer declared loudly. With that remark, the hall erupted in a chorus of mocking laughter. Wang Shouyong, however, remained unperturbed, ignoring the laughter surrounding him as if it held no significance. The military officer responsible for registrations at the Shouyong Hall was taken aback and cautiously articulated, "This young brother, you may be newly appointed to the Demon Exorcism Division and unfamiliar with the functions of each hall. This place is known as Shouyong Hall, designated solely for the merits of demon slaying." "I understand. Thank you for your efforts in registering," Wang Shouyong calmly interjected. Sima Wenfeng, standing behind, added, "We have matters to report to Lord Liao, so please expedite the registration." The military officer at Shouyong Hall, feeling helpless, responded, "Do you not comprehend? This is the place for registering demons. Ordinary treasures cannot be registered or exchanged for merits here. Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow and replied, I acknowledge your diligence, yet this is not a precious medicinal stone, but rather the remains of 2 stone demons and flower spirits. Just proceed with your registration. As his words fell, a momentary silence enveloped the Good Deeds Hall, but it was swiftly shattered by a chorus of laughter. Do they truly consider us foolish? This spirit stone and precious flower exhibit no signs of life, devoid of any ethereal glow or divine essence. How could they possibly be the remains of demons? Furthermore, it is well known that each demon's corpse retains the sinister aura of their countless misdeeds in life, not to mention the lingering resonance of their vitality and the remnants of their formidable presence. These stone flowers and plants merely provoke laughter. The hall echoed with waves of derision, the cacophony piercing sharply into the ears of the three. Wang Shouyong remained expressionless, while Situ Wenfeng and Situ Yun wore flushed faces, glaring furiously at the crowd. This is indeed a demon, something we have witnessed with our own eyes. How can it be false? Situ Yun declared loudly. Upon hearing his words, the officers could hardly conceal their disdain, their laughter growing even more raucous and piercing. Observing the scene, an officer from the Good and Evil Hall chuckled as he produced a measuring tool, addressing the three. You claim this is a demon's corpse. Yet you are unaware that I possess a measuring rod to verify your assertion. If it truly is a demon's body, it shall emit a radiant glow, and we shall know at once. Situ Wenfeng frowned and retorted, then why the delay? Proceed with the verification. Do you think we would fabricate anything else? The officer from the Good and Evil Hall, growing somewhat impatient, shook his head and replied, I fear that if no radiance emerges, you shall be left with nothing but embarrassment. Go ahead and verify. Situ Wenfeng snapped through gritted teeth. At this, the officer merely shook his head with a cold smirk, saying no more as he approached the pile of stones with the measuring rod in hand. Just as he began to speak, the mocking expressions of the officers suddenly froze. A brilliant golden light, akin to the setting sun, illuminated every face, silencing all noise around them. The Good and Evil Hall fell into a profound silence once more. The measuring tool revealed a surge of crimson energy that rapidly ascended, starting from 0 and overflowing past the halfway mark, then 3/4, finally halting just shy of 4/5. The intertwining of gold and red captured the gaze of every officer, rendering them breathless and entranced. After what felt like an eternity, an officer from the Good and Evil Hall murmured in a daze, perceiving the mysterious initial realm, evil abounds. This qualifies as an exceptional merit. Witnessing this, Situ Wenfeng scoffed loudly. Speak up. What merit are you referring to? Exceptional merit, indeed. Boom. A clamor erupted within the Good and Evil Hall, perceiving the mysterious merit. Is this true? Exceptional merit could be exchanged directly for a volume of the perceiving the mysterious techniques. They were under Officer Who's command. Could it be that officer who had slain the demon and allowed them to collect the reward? Impossible. Officer who had been absent from the demon subduing division recently. And it was said that these individuals had been taken by Officers Sun Jiming and Tang Ying. Could it be Officer Sun? Speculations and discussions buzzed incessantly. Hearing this, Situ Yun narrowed his eyes and proclaimed loudly, Wang Shouyong, a close aide in the demon subduing division, personally slayed 2 demons of the perceiving the mysterious realm, with no one else involved. What did you say? The officer from the Good and Evil Hall exclaimed in astonishment. There is another of the perceiving the mysterious? Chapter 64. Truly a monster. The words of Situ Yun fell like a thunderclap into the water, instantly creating a myriad of splashes. Before Situ Yun could respond, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment as they gazed at the giant flower, towering to the height of a person, on the ground. The school lieutenant of the Goodness and Evil Hall incredulously brought the scale of virtue and vice closer to the flower, his fingers trembling. In that fleeting moment, a more intense golden light erupted, and a scarlet blood aura surged up the scale, swiftly clawing its way to 5/6 of the measure. Once again, a profound sense of the extraordinary. Once again, a heart steeped in malevolence. Moreover, an outstanding achievement of the first rank. The onlookers were left utterly speechless. 2 profound senses. Both first-rank achievements, all originating from this diminutive attendant of transformation. If there was but one might attribute it to a fortunate encounter with a dying extraordinary being, perhaps through stealth or some other means. But 2 extraordinary beings? The crowd recalled Situ Yun's earlier exclamation. Is the registration complete? Wang Shouyong inquired calmly. Yes. It is registered, The school lieutenant of the Goodness and Evil Hall replied, still in a daze. Wang Shouyong offered a slight bow, his expression remaining serene as he turned and strode toward the entrance of the Shanggong Hall, disregarding the crowd behind him. The Situ siblings followed closely in his wake, stepping into the sunlight, their shadows trailing behind like two devoted pilgrims. It was only at this moment that the onlookers became aware of the faint, inexplicable scent of blood, which began to dissipate slowly after Wang Shouyong's departure. The three figures gradually faded from view outside the Shanggong Hall, leaving the interior shrouded in silence. After an indeterminate interval, a sergeant broke the stillness. Was it not he who achieved body refinement just a few days ago? How is it that he has now regressed? His words sent a chill through the assembly, lowering the atmosphere even further. Meanwhile, in the Bureau of Exorcism Affairs, Hu Changping descended from the air and pushed open the grand doors, drawing the attention of Liao Yuanqing, who lifted his head from a stack of documents. You have returned. What news? Hu Changping casually performed a greeting but offered no response, instead tossing a jade slip onto the table with a thud. Liao Yuanqing picked up the jade slip and, sensing Hu Changping's dismal mood, began to piece together the implications. So it is as I suspected? Unbinding the slip's cord, he channeled his energy, and vivid images materialized before them. Desolate mountains and wild vegetation appeared, seemingly normal. The evil blood mountain left no trace, indicating that a skilled practitioner had meticulously handled the aftermath. Even a divination technique could discern no clues. In Jishan County, a scene of revelry unfolded, showing no signs of demonic disturbance. The evidence was too ordinary. To an outsider, it would hardly raise suspicion. Liao Yuanqing sighed. It is as expected. I anticipated such an outcome. My decision to send you to investigate was merely a precaution. Now that nothing has been found, I am not overly disappointed. I am not as magnanimous as you, sir, Hu Changping replied, shaking his head. Liao Yuanqing rose and approached the window, gazing at a piece of calligraphy hanging beside him. Lost in thought, after a brief silence, he murmured, since my arrival in Linshui County, my state of mind has become increasingly tranquil. Reflecting on my previous bureaucratic life, I recognize my past recklessness and excess. In hindsight, one sometimes must wield authority to restore peace to the realm. Hu Changping frowned slightly at these words. Liao Yuanqing turned, meeting Hu Changping's gaze with calm intensity, and gently advised, therefore, when you go to the capital, be sure not to emulate my impulsive and straightforward nature. One must exercise a degree of forbearance in their actions. In doing so, when returning to address matters of corruption, it will be much easier. Your counsel is rather profound. What relevance does it hold to the affairs of Jishan County? Hu Changping inquired. Naturally, it is pertinent, Liao Yuanqing replied, gazing out the window. In recent days, I have been preoccupied with troubling thoughts. Since the incident at Evil Blood Mountain, the lack of any response from Jishan County leads me to suspect that the situation may be more complex than mere collusion with demons. After a brief pause, Liao Yuanqing's brow furrowed silently. Yet, I found myself perplexed by their intentions. If no traces remain within Linshui County, the true essence of the matter may well sink into oblivion, utterly unfathomable. In retrospect, dispatching that young man alongside the two offspring of the Situ family to the Bloodshed Mountain may have inadvertently alarmed the serpent, thus diverting attention from certain underlying issues. Hu Changping observed Liao Yuanqing's contemplative visage, and with his typically straightforward disposition, he too was unable to grasp the source of Liao Yuanqing's unease. Consequently, he shook his head. I do not comprehend such matters. I only know that when Master Liao commands me to slay demons, I am ever ready to do so. Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanqing offered a wry smile and shifted the topic. Speaking of which, the three of your companions have been dispatched to investigate a peculiar incident within Linshui County. Considering the time elapsed, they ought to be returning shortly. Oh, Hu Changping inquired. Just the three of them? Certainly not. I have sent Sun Jiming and Tang Ying to lead their investigation. Hu Changping's brow furrowed momentarily, and he was about to voice a thought when he suddenly turned his gaze toward the door. Liao Yuanqing appeared to sense something amiss as well, his expression momentarily startled. Channeling his magical energy, he gestured, and the door to the affairs hall swung open. There stood three figures outside, with Wang Shouyong at the forefront, his blood-stained hand suspended in the air, seemingly poised to knock. Liao Yuanqing and Hu Changping exchanged glances, each perceiving a glimmer of astonishment in the other's eyes. What has transpired? Liao Yuanqing exclaimed instinctively. At this moment, Wang Shouyong was half covered in blood, his garments in tatters, and his fist bore the remnants of dried blood. presenting a sight of utter desolation. It was no wonder that Liao Yuanqing could not restrain his inquiries. However, Hu Changping narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wang Shouyong, and before the latter could respond, he abruptly spoke. Have you attained the stage of qi transformation? Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments later, a series of commands echoed from the affairs hall, summoning numerous lieutenants to the Huang residence, while others hastened to the medical hall, where they beheld the half-alive Sun Jiming lying on the bed. Thus, a seismic wave rapidly spread through the demon extermination department at an unimaginable pace. Yet, within the affairs hall of the department, an unprecedented atmosphere enveloped the space. A chorus of hoarse voices resonated throughout the hall, laden with incredulous astonishment. How did you reach qi transformation? Just a moment ago, you were merely refining your body. What? Of those 3 demons, 2 possess the profound sense? How could qi transformation possibly slay those with profound sense? Try your hand against me, if you dare. This is unheard of. You cannot possibly be deceiving me. Hiss. You have yet to master any martial arts, yet you engaged in combat with demons? Is this truly qi transformation? Pray tell, is this what you call qi transformation? In this vast world, such phenomena are beyond comprehension. It is the first time in my life I have encountered such a concept of qi transformation. A barrage of questions ensued after Wang Shouyong meticulously recounted the sequence of events at the Huang residence. Liao Yuanqing stood aghast, while Hu Qingping, although silent, observed Wang Shouyong with eyes that glimmered with a peculiar light. The Siddha siblings occasionally interjected with details, recounting their experiences from capture to rescue from an onlooker's perspective, rendering the narrative increasingly vivid, yet dreamlike. Such a violation of common sense left Liao Yuanqing with a sense of having his lifelong cultivation beliefs upended. How could there exist a qi transformation capable of slaying those with profound sense, and to do so with 2 strikes? Certainly, there are prodigies who break through realms swiftly, yet they must adhere to some semblance of logic. Who among them leaps directly from the initial stage of qi transformation to the intermediate stage? Moreover, one cannot possess no understanding of martial arts and yet wield fists like mountains and palms like crashing waves. Rather than a genius of cultivation, it is more accurate to call him a monster, Liao Yuanqing murmured to himself. Chapter 65. Chaos amongst the people in the treasure realm, unable to find the array? After a considerable duration of over half an hour, Liao Yuanqing finally managed to gather his astonished emotions and cast aside all that contradicted his understanding. He finally calmed his mind, gazing at Wang Shouyong's serene yet unnaturally youthful visage. He forced himself to regain composure and inquired. You mentioned earlier that the demons have forged a secret realm, sending everyone within the Huang residence inside for refinement? After listening intently for a considerable time, Liao Yuanqing grasped the crux of the matter. It was indeed the demons who referred to that secret realm as the human treasure realm. C2 Wenfeng, with a furrowed brow, struggled to recall the specifics of this realm. Liao Yuanqing exchanged a glance with Hu Qingping, both harboring a foreboding sense of dread. The demons call it the human treasure realm, C2 Iyun interjected. What did you say? Liao Yuanqing's eyes narrowed, his astonishment so profound that an aura of energy enveloped him, scattering the documents on the table. Immediately, he slammed the table and proclaimed, "Hurry to the Huang residence." As his words echoed, Liao Yuanqing bolted from the office, a formidable force lifting the 3 of them into the air. They were momentarily stunned by the rapid scenery passing by, realizing that even Hu Qingping was swept along, soaring through the sky. Sir Liao, what is this human treasure realm? And why the sudden upheaval? C2 Wenfeng inquired. We shall discuss it at the Huang residence. If it is indeed the human treasure realm, we may be facing a grave situation, Liao Yuanqing replied solemnly. Silence enveloped them as they traveled. The speed of the Jinchuan realm was unparalleled. The journey that had taken them half an hour earlier was now completed in mere moments, and they swiftly descended before the Huang residence. Sir Liao. A captain recognized Liao Yuanqing and approached to pay his respects. The entrance of the Huang residence was bustling with captains coming and going, some leading Huang family members inquiring about various matters, a stark contrast to the morning stillness. A member of the Huang family recognized Wang Shouyong and bowed repeatedly, much to the astonishment of the nearby captains. However, neither Wang Shouyong nor Liao Yuanqing had the inclination to acknowledge their greetings. Instead, they proceeded through the grand entrance of the Huang residence, guided by Wang Shouyong, towards the eastern wing. Soon, they arrived at the eastern wing, which was already crowded with captains wielding long blades, guarding the entrance. Liao Yuanqing's gaze was piercing as one of the captains stepped forward. Sir Liao, We have entered this secret realm and discovered over 300 corpses of Huang family members. However, the documentation is incomplete, and we do not know how many more are missing. Let us enter and take a look, Liao Yuanqing decisively commanded. Thus, they stepped into the wing. And in an instant of white light, the 5 of them found themselves upon dark red soil, their complexions cast in an eerie hue by the crimson sky. Even in this realm, captains were diligently searching and accounting for items. It truly is the human treasure realm. Liao Yuanqing's voice trembled, his fist clenched tightly. Sir, what is the nature of this human treasure realm? C2 Wenfeng asked from the side. The so-called human treasure realm is a place where the lives of mortals are used to nourish the beliefs of demons, feeding on resentment, drinking in malevolence, utilizing flesh and blood as vessels, and offering souls as sacrifices. When cultivated to perfection, it can hatch countless demon resentments and transform living beings into demons. As Liao Yuanqing paused, his tone grew grave. 5 centuries ago, a formidable demon emerged, forging the realm of human treasures. Wherever it traversed, cities fell to ruin, and countless lives were extinguished. With the power of that realm, the demon slaughtered mortals to bolster its own cultivation, simultaneously enlightening other demons and forcibly awakening millions of souls, imbuing them with malevolent resentments. That cataclysm, which wreaked havoc upon humanity, cost the human race a century's worth of fortune. We had thought the method for forging the realm of human treasures had been lost to time, yet it has resurfaced. This is a cataclysmic event. Once Liao Yuanqing finished speaking, Wang Shouyong and the others suddenly grasped the urgency of their visit to the Huang residence. It became clear that the flower demon's creation of the realm of human treasures bore such dire consequences. I am now certain that dark forces are at play behind Jixin County, Liao Yuanqing declared with resolute conviction, his words laced with lethal intent. Hearing this, Hu Chongping's gaze sharpened, his hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his sword. In Linshui County, which fell under their jurisdiction, an incomplete realm of human treasures was already suspected. How much greater the impending darkness must be in Jixin County. Is there a method to destroy this realm of human treasures? Wang Shouyong inquired. Indeed, there is, Liao Yuanqing replied. Each focal point of the realm possesses an object of suppression. One need only destroy that object. However, it is nearly impossible to damage the focal point without being at the Jinshuan level. Why is that? Why ask so many questions? Without entering the realm of perception, one cannot comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. Once one enters the realm of perception, understanding the Tao becomes akin to a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. Only those above the Jinshuan realm, supplemented by certain special means, can hope to disrupt the focal point. Then, esteemed sir, do you possess any means? Situ Wenfeng interjected. Liao Yuanqing, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly and hesitated. Perhaps there is a way. We must first attempt it. With that, he led the group forward. As they walked, he elaborated, though I am of the Jinshuan realm, martial prowess in the art of killing is not my forte. Thus, I can only try my best. The immediate priority is to locate the focal point of this realm of human treasures. If I cannot destroy it, we may have to seal this place and report to the capital, requesting assistance to dismantle it. However, the longer we delay, the more perilous the situation becomes. As long as the focal point remains intact, I shall find no peace. The group nodded in understanding. Situ Wenfeng then inquired, what characteristics does the focal point possess? If it is buried deep underground, will we not need to dig 3 feet into the earth? Liao Yuanqing shook his head, not at all. The focal point is quite easy to locate. One need only find the object within the realm of human treasures that exudes the most concentrated malevolence. Even if it is buried deep underground, it cannot conceal that dark aura. Pausing briefly, a flicker of doubt crossed Liao Yuanqing's eyes as he continued. Yet, for some unknown reason, since entering this realm of human treasures, I have not detected any particularly potent sources of malevolence. Hu Chongping chimed in. Could it be that they are concealed using demonic methods? Unlikely, Liao Yuanqing responded. I also employed the art of foresight earlier. If a demon had laid a concealment technique, it would be impossible for it to remain hidden so cleverly beneath my very nose. How peculiar, indeed. Hu Chongping nodded, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yet, as several individuals engaged in animated discourse, they failed to notice that at this moment, Wang Shouyong was tightly pursing his lips, his expression somewhat uneasy. The most potent manifestation of malevolent energy within the realm of human treasures, was it not that very statue of Buddha? Upon entering the realm of human treasures and traversing its path, the malevolent resentment of the deceased members of the Huang family had coalesced around that statue. According to Liao Yuanqing, that statue served as the focal point of the formation. Wang Shouyong originally gazed ahead, but now averted his eyes with a hint of trepidation. If it were indeed a statue of Buddha, then the sinister energy within had already been absorbed by him. Surely, it would not lead to any unforeseen consequences. It ought not to, for as Master Liao had stated, only those beyond the Xian level could unravel the array's core. It could not be so easily breached by one such as myself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a young officer rushed towards them from a distance, hastily coming to a halt before the 5 individuals. Master Liao, we have discovered something peculiar. It appears rather strange. The group exchanged glances, and Liao Yuanqing decisively declared, "Let us proceed to investigate." Under the guidance of the officer, the 5 moved swiftly, arriving promptly before the curious object. In its presence, the other 4 fixed their gazes intently, while Wang Shouyong quietly shifted his focus elsewhere. Chapter 66. The core of the array. Where is the sinister energy? Before them stood a massive statue of Buddha, half buried in the dark red soil, with a visage partially obscured, revealing only a smiling mouth and a single eye, while the rest of its limbs were marred by cracks. Strangely, scattered around were fragments that appeared to have fallen from the statue itself. Upon witnessing the statue, Liao Yuanqing's expression shifted dramatically. Surely, this object is the core of the array. How could I have been so blind as to overlook any sinister energy? Hu Changping reiterated his point. Could it be that a demon has employed a concealment technique? Liao Yuanqing nodded gravely, stating, "That demon must surely have a master of equal or greater strength than myself who has laid this concealment." Situ Wenfeng took a deep breath, weightily remarking, "Indeed, it is the core of the array, with half its face exposed and half buried. It looks exceptionally ominous." Situ Iyun felt a chill run through her limbs. The cracks adorning the statue elicited an inexplicable shiver within her, prompting her to inquire, "Master Liao, do you have a method to destroy it?" Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanqing hesitated before nodding. "We can only attempt it. You should all keep your distance. If the sinister energy is indeed sealed within, its destruction may harm you." At his words, the group retreated, with Wang Shouyong being pulled back by Hu Qingping, moving several dozen paces away. "Perhaps there is no longer any sinister energy within?" Wang Shouyong murmured softly. Unexpectedly, Hu Qingping's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, "Do you understand this more than Master Liao? Just watch and protect yourself. You are merely in the transformation realm." Wang Shouyong, feeling helpless, nodded and awkwardly averted his gaze. Once everyone had taken their positions, Hu Qingping slashed his long blade, inscribing a mystical formation before them, effectively severing the connection between them and the Buddha statue. Observing this, Liao Yuanqing did not hesitate. He stepped forward and placed his palm atop the head of the statue, feeling the faint chill emanating from the cracks upon its surface. In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, as if they were facing a formidable adversary. In the next instant, despite the barrier of the formation, the gathered individuals sensed a fierce gust of wind sweeping from Liao Yuanqing and the statue, followed by an overwhelming pressure that descended upon the entire realm of human treasures. The mere presence of this oppressive force shattered large chunks of earth and stone into countless fragments, reducing them to mere dust. Within the realm, dozens of officers looked up in astonishment, their spirits shaken. Had the esteemed Liao taken action? What was transpiring? Some pondered in confusion. This was indeed a manifestation of the overwhelming might of Zhenchuan. Those closest to Liao Yuanqing, including Wang Shouyong, were utterly astounded, their minds reeling. They had not anticipated that the usually affable and upright Liao Yuanqing could exude such a terrifying aura even before unleashing his full power. The thought of the cataclysmic scene that would ensue if he were to exert himself completely was unfathomable, particularly for Wang Shouyong, who had personally battled against the enigmatic demons. He was rendered speechless. If the 2 demons had merely grazed the threshold of the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, then Liao Yuanqing's movements now were suffused with the very essence of those mysteries. Under such overwhelming momentum, could it be that Liao Yuanqing could crush those 2 enigmatic demons with a mere palm? In the distance, Liao Yuanqing slowly opened his eyes, his entire essence surging forth like a mighty tide from his palm. "Break the formation," he bellowed. In the next moment, the already cracked Buddha statue was as if gripped by a colossal hand, rapidly twisting into a contorted mass, its body forged from an unknown material, entwined like a twisted pastry. A resounding explosion erupted. Boom! The statue shattered into innumerable fragments, which were swept away by the fierce winds, scattering throughout the realm of human treasures. Liao Yuanqing retreated sharply, as if facing a dire threat. Hu Chengping narrowed his eyes, a flash of white light glimmering at his waist as he drew his long blade. Wang Shouyong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. After a few moments, the realm of human treasure fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the sporadic sound of the shattered Buddha statue. After a considerable while, the statue ceased to collapse, completely disintegrating into fragments, while dust quietly lingered in the air. Within the human treasure realm, the officers stood as still as statues. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until movement gradually resumed, with several officers approaching from a distance, their footsteps crunching on the crushed earth, producing a creaking sound. Lord Liao's commanding presence was truly formidable. Lord Liao, in the prime of his vigor, was indeed extraordinary. The officers gathered around, eager to flatter him. However, they soon noticed that Liao Yuanqing's previously furrowed brow now appeared even more tightly knotted, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. It was strange. Why was there no trace of malevolent energy? It was only then that Hu Chengping regained his composure and led Wang Shouyong and the others back to Liao Yuanqing's side. My lord, did we succeed? Liao Yuanqing's eyes reflected a deeper confusion as he murmured, "It seems so, but where has the malevolent energy gone? I have never witnessed this human treasure realm. Could it be that the records are flawed, lacking mention of an erased core?" Upon witnessing Liao Yuanqing's visage, which bore the weight of doubt and despair, Wang Shouyong felt a twinge of compassion. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, "Perhaps this critical juncture has long since been compromised?" To his surprise, Liao Yuanqing shook his head and asserted, "Impossible. In Linshui County, who besides myself possesses such capabilities?" He then posed the question, "How does Lord Liao account for the absence of malevolent energy?" Wang Shouyong patiently remarked, "Perhaps the demons did not have the opportunity to cultivate the essence of this formation with their malevolent energy, and the realm of the human treasure remains unformed." Upon hearing this conjecture, Liao Yuanqing finally managed to nod in agreement. This was the only possibility left. "You have entered before. Did you witness anything similar to what we observe now?" Wang Shouyong licked his parched lips and replied, "Indeed, even at that time, I discerned no malevolent presence." Thus it was settled. Perhaps the realm of human treasures is inherently such, for nurturing the heart of a sinister formation is an exceedingly arduous task, and its incompletion is only to be expected. As these words fell from his lips, a wave of relief washed over the assembly, particularly Wang Shouyong, who felt a weight lift from his heart. The fact that he could cultivate through the essence of malevolent energy was a secret that must remain concealed. Not only would it attract the deeper scrutiny of those behind Jishan County, but the mere existence of such a phenomenon was utterly astonishing in itself. Throughout the annals of human history, no individual has ever harnessed malevolent energy to awaken and transform their essence. He stood alone in this regard. He understood the principle that a man may bear the burden of a precious gem, and even if he did not fall into the hands of others, should demons seize upon this knowledge, they would likely extract the secret from him before bringing about his demise to eliminate any future threats. Thus, whether this realm of human treasures in Linshui County possesses a heart of formation shall remain an eternal enigma. However, Wang Shouyong contemplated anew. If there existed a realm of treasures within Linshui County, could it not be presumed that Jishan County harbored similar wonders? The nexus of Jishan County was likely infused with malevolent sentiments far exceeding those found here. With this thought, Wang Shouyong felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 67. Re-entering the demon prison, preparing for a bounty of entries. For Wang Shouyong at this juncture, the most pressing concern for his cultivation was not the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, but rather the sinister aura conducive to the training of demons. Thus, his mind swiftly turned to the potential abundance of malevolent energies lurking within Jishan County. However, even if Jishan County possessed sufficient sinister energies to facilitate his ascension, they would not be as readily available as refuse discarded on a street corner. Consequently, he reflected on the entry panel intricately tied to his own strength. Presently, he held 2 accolades of demon merit, and it seemed plausible that exchanging these merits for an opportunity to enter the demon prison would not prove overly difficult. Therefore, once the affairs concerning the Huang family were fully resolved and the realm of treasures sealed, he returned to the demon extermination office, changed into a fresh set of attire, and seated himself once more in the office's transaction hall to present his proposal. "You wish to enter the demon prison?" Liao Yuanqing was taken aback upon hearing Wang Shouyong's request. "Moreover, you intend to exchange your newly acquired demon merits for this opportunity?" Wang Shouyong replied earnestly, "Lord Liao, it has been quite some time since I last tasted the flesh and blood of demons, and I find myself rather nostalgic." Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanqing could not help but burst into laughter, saying, Surely you do not believe that I am so foolish as to be swayed by your fanciful tales. Wang Shouyong scratched his head, intending to offer an explanation when he heard Liao Yuanqing's response. As for entering the demon prison, there is no need for your too meager achievements in the arcane arts. I shall simply grant you a note. You may proceed on your own. At this moment, it was Wang Shouyong's turn to be dumbfounded. Is it truly permissible? If I say it is, then it certainly is. Do you presume to question the authority of the one standing before you? Liao Yuanqing retorted, speechless. Wang Shouyong hastily replied, Indeed, indeed. The note bearing the seal of the exorcism department is, of course, valid within the premises of the exorcism department. As soon as he finished speaking, he observed Liao Yuanqing's swift and elegant calligraphy as he tore off a sheet of rice paper, affixed the official seal, neatly folded it, and handed it to Wang Shouyong. With this note in hand, they would be granted passage to the demon prison. Wang Shouyong took the note, unfolded it, and discovered that it merely contained 2 words, release. Wang Shouyong, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure, intended to depart from the affairs hall upon receiving the note. Yet, just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice resonate behind him, uttering a profound statement. While it is permissible to cultivate through the blood and flesh of demons, the malevolent aura that envelopes you cannot escape the discerning eye. Remember to visit the Hall of Techniques afterward to exchange for the concealment method, which can help mask your presence. Wang Shouyong was momentarily taken aback, his heart stirred by a wave of emotion as he turned to bow respectfully. Thank you, Lord Liao. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze and blinked. Since you are already aware, that young man wishes to sample the demon-subduing stone of yours. Liao Yuanqing's expression darkened, his magical aura swirling ominously. Leave. With the doors flung open, Wang Shouyong was ushered out of the office. Truly petty, he thought, shaking his head in resignation. Clutching the note, he wasted no time and made his way to the entrance of the demon prison. Coincidentally, he encountered Li Gui at the gate. Lord Wang, what brings you here? Li Gui was taken aback, a peculiar expression crossing his face, clearly haunted by unwelcome memories. I am merely here for a casual stroll, Wang Shouyong replied nonchalantly. Approaching the entrance of the demon prison. Stop. This is the demon prison. Entry is not permitted without cause. The 2 guards stationed at the door, unfamiliar with Wang Shouyong's visage, raised their spears to block his path. As Li Gui was about to explain that this was the esteemed Wang, a favored attendant, he noticed Wang Shouyong extending a note. The guards exchanged glances and reached for the note. Upon reading its contents, their eyes widened in astonishment. In Lord Liao's own handwriting, Li Gui was stunned, watching as the once arrogant guards hastily withdrew their spears. Please, come in, they insisted in unison. Thank you. Wang Shouyong replied, carefully tucking the note into his pocket, nodding his gratitude. The note did not specify an expiration date, so it could potentially be utilized again in the future. Li Gui, do attend to your matters. I must enter to tend to some affairs. Of course, Li Gui. Upon observing Wang Shouyong's expression, inexplicably felt a surge of hunger arise within him, particularly alarmed by the sight of Wang Shouyong licking his lips. As the words left his mouth, Wang Shouyong's figure gradually faded at the entrance of the demon prison, leaving Li Gui shivering in the wind. Upon entering the demon prison, a familiar foul odor assailed his senses, yet Wang Shouyong remained unfazed, striding forward with purpose. As he passed each cell, he cast his gaze within. The first cell, the second, the third. However, after traversing the first floor, he withdrew his gaze in disappointment. Despite the passage of days, the demons on the first floor had shown no sign of renewal. Most had vanished, presumably drained of their secrets and executed, while the few remaining were demons long stripped of their entries. It was understandable, with the commendable security in Linchuan County. Where could one find such a plethora of demons to capture? Encounters with demons often resulted in immediate extermination, with corpses exchanged for merit. Leaving a live capture was a rare stroke of fortune. Particularly concerning was the leech that had contributed significantly, which, astonishingly, had yet to be executed. Upon seeing Wang Shouyong, it exhibited a look of terror, cowering into the corner of its cell. Yet, Wang Shouyong had completely lost interest in these demons, now devoid of any culinary value, merely glancing before moving on. Thus, he arrived at the entrance to the second level. The staircase was deep and shadowy. The second level was sealed by a magical formation. Wang Shouyong attempted to activate it with his badge, but to no avail. At that moment, he recalled Li Gui's words from his first visit to the demon prison. The next level was obstructed by a magical formation that required an officer's command to pass through. Slapping his forehead, Wang Shouyong retraced his steps to the entrance of the demon prison and summoned the officer. I apologize for the inconvenience. But could you kindly open the magical formation for me? I shall return shortly, Wang Shouyong politely requested. Not at all. How could I find it bothersome when you are attending to Lord Liao's matters? The officer replied with evident courtesy, clearly influenced by Lord Liao's note. Not daring to express any dissatisfaction, the officer produced his own badge and gently touched the magical formation, which dissolved as if ice had met the blazing sun. Very well. This magical formation can only remain open for 1 hour. Should you require an extension, simply call for me again, he said. Thank you for your assistance. Wang Shouyong replied with a bow. You're welcome, the officer responded. Wang Shouyong nodded and had just taken 2 steps towards the staircase leading to the second underground level when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. By the way, my dear brother, is there a magical barrier on the 3rd underground level? Would one require the officer's command to gain passage? The officer was taken aback for a moment, then responded with surprise, indeed, there is such a barrier. However, the 3rd underground level serves as the confinement area for the enigmatic demon spirits. Even though the malevolent aura has been sealed, their corporeal forms cannot be obstructed by mere transformation. Are you truly intent on proceeding? Wang Shouyong, without further ado, produced the note from Liao Yuanqing. Much obliged. Chapter 68. The 3rd layer of the demon prison, a golden inscription. Release. The handwriting was majestic, exuding an imposing aura. Observing this, the captain could only smile wryly and shake his head, leading Wang Shouyong downward until they reached the entrance of the 3rd layer. Without a glance at the abyss-like depths of the 3rd layer, he touched the array with his waist token, thereby dispelling the formation. The dispelling of the 3rd layer's formation was swift, taking merely half an hour. Remember, regardless of whether you have completed your task within that half hour, you must return quickly. The captain admonished earnestly. The profound demons are not to be underestimated. Unlike their shape-shifting counterparts, they possess both intellect and formidable realms, akin to ancient fiends. Half an hour is ample time for them to accomplish much. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shouyong became earnest, nodding in acknowledgement. I shall heed your counsel. Observing the seriousness etched on Wang Shouyong's face, the school officer exhaled in relief, gesturing with his hand as he offered a few more reminders before departing from the demon prison. Once the officer had left, Wang Shouyong finally accessed the panel. His heart began to race, beating rapidly in sync with the cascade of characters that refreshed on the panel like a waterfall. Ding. Proximity to entry detected. Ding. Proximity to entry detected. Ding. Proximity to entry detected. Potential plunderable entries. Blue. Entries 80. 80 blue entries. Wang Shouyong resembled a young man accustomed to poverty, suddenly confronted with a room brimming with gold and silver treasures. In an instant, his mouth watered, and he could not help but lick his lips. He had struck it rich. The 2nd level of the demon prison housed a total of 16 shape-shifting demons. Wang Shouyong strode purposefully into the first cell and unlocked the door. Inside lay a severely battered female fox demon, who, upon seeing Wang Shouyong's entrance, weakly lifted her eyes for a moment before lowering them again. I will not speak. What do you intend to do with me in Qingqiu Mountain? The anguished scream of disbelief echoed within the confines of the cell. Let me go. No. What are you doing? You can't. Ah. The other demons in the nearby cells, upon hearing the fox demon's heart-wrenching cries, couldn't help but cast their gazes towards the source of the commotion. Yet, separated by walls, they remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the fox demon's cell. Merely hearing her piercing screams sent shivers down their spines. Could it be that new tortures had been introduced to the extermination department's repertoire? The thought that even a fox demon could not contain her cries was chilling. The demons trembled in fear, and moments later, they beheld a figure leisurely walking down the corridor, taking his time to wipe his lips with a handkerchief. The scent of fox is quite strong, he remarked. At these words, the demon's pupils constricted. They then witnessed the young, tall silhouette slowly turn his head towards the second cell, licking his lips. He is not human, the demons murmured, a chill enveloping them. Do not worry, I am pressed for time. It will soon be your turn. With a swift motion, the sounds of desperate shrieks and pleas for mercy began to emanate from the cell, as if the demons were enduring the most heinous of tortures. Heaven have mercy. These demons, who have always regarded mortals as mere snacks, could never have imagined a day would come when they would be hunted like livestock, torn apart and consumed. The law of survival of the fittest had always been the unyielding truth among demons. But when did humans acquire the right to devour demons? Such a brutal method of consumption shattered the collective understanding of this group of demons. Thus, within this short span of 15 minutes, the demon prison was engulfed by an indescribable terror, plunging its inhabitants into the deepest fear they had experienced since their capture. Time became an enigma, and finally, from the last cell on the underground level, a final wail pierced the silence. "I beg you, Wang Shouyong slowly emerged from his cell, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He savored the moment, closing his eyes in delight. Within him, a vortex surged, larger than it had been during the conflict at Huang Mansion. Simultaneously, a refreshing energy coursed through his veins, saturating every inch of his flesh, mending the hidden injuries and ailments throughout his body. All the fatigue and injuries sustained from the battle at Huang Mansion dissipated rapidly under the influence of this invigorating energy. Bloodthirst and digestion, one enhancing his recovery speed through the consumption of flesh and blood, the other accelerating his digestive abilities. This nearly perfect combination transformed the flesh of the demons into his reservoir of vitality. But that was not the end. During the process of devouring the flesh, Wang Shouyong had drained each demon to the brink of existence. Mere consumption of meat was insufficient. He craved blood and marrow. Every shape-shifting demon had been wrung dry of its final essence. Thus, all remnants of the aftermath from the Huang Mansion affair were eradicated, and his vitality surged beyond measure. Wang Shouyong felt as though a blazing fire was igniting and bubbling within his chest and abdomen, particularly intensified by the multitude of entries displayed on the panel, prompting him to exhale a fervent breath. This sensation was exhilarating. Without delay, he rubbed his empty stomach and proceeded towards the third underground level. Although there was half an hour of open time, Wang Shouyong could never suppress the thirst within, often resolving everything in a matter of moments. The tunnel was deep and winding, and as he ventured further, the chilling atmosphere enveloped him, growing increasingly dense and oppressive. By the time he felt the solid ground beneath his feet, it seemed as if a weight equal to his own body was pressing down upon his shoulders. Cold and heavy like dew. His garments felt dampened by the pervasive chill of the third underground level. Yet, the discomfort of moisture that would be unbearable for an ordinary person could not hinder the fervent spirit of Wang Shouyong, who possessed the Nine body. He lifted his gaze to the surroundings, contrasting the oppressive darkness of the second level, and discerned faint movements within 5 cells. Despite the presence of 16 shape-shifting demons on the second level, only 5 were discernible here, each embodying a sense of mystery. Wang Shouyong shook his head. It was not so much disappointment as an acknowledgement of the inevitable. When it comes to the malevolent spirits that plague the mortal realm, which one does not wreak havoc upon a county? To confine 5 such malevolent beings within the small confines of Linshui County was, in itself, a remarkable feat. As he opened the interface, Wang Shouyong instinctively cast a glance, yet this fleeting glance caused him to freeze momentarily in the darkness, his breath caught in his throat. In the next instant, his body began to tremble slowly, as if the most famished person had just laid eyes upon the most delectable feast. His eyes suddenly shone with a terrifying brightness in the dark. "Child, come here quickly. I have something to discuss with you." A frail, aged voice resonated from the innermost cell of the darkness, resembling a kindly elder inviting a younger kin to reminisce, imbued with warmth and familiarity. Wang Shouyong swallowed hard, his voice trembling. I am coming. Do not rush me. I am on my way." Gulp. On a faint azure panel visible only to him, several lines of text emerged. Ding. An entry has been detected nearby. Plunderable entries. Purple. Entry 19. Gold. Entry 1. Chapter 69. The Dice of the Divine. Gold. The colors of entries are known to include the following: white, green, blue, purple, gold. The only golden entry he had ever encountered was the demon-suppressing stone held by Lord Liao. The illusory god Gold remained fresh in his memory. However, now, in the depths of the demon prison on the third underground level, he had finally laid eyes upon the second golden entry he would ever see in his lifetime. According to the guard at the entrance, the third underground level was inhabited solely by the Shim-perception demons, making the emergence of a golden entry virtually impossible. The reason behind this anomaly was still unclear to Wang Shouyong, yet he understood that this was the most prestigious entry within his reach. Thus, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, his breath quickening, unable to resist the urge to step towards the innermost cell of the third level. However, just as he was about to take that step, a sudden thought struck him, causing him to shudder. He hastily summoned his panel once more and directed his gaze towards the topmost purple entry. Heavenly Calamity, Lonely Star, purple. I must first dissolve this item. Wang Shouyong thought to himself. After all, the series of tragic events that had transpired since acquiring this entry had already served as ample warning. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise that allowed the golden entry to slip through his fingers, he would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of his life. Would you like to choose synthesis? The following entries will be synthesized: Heavenly Calamity, Lonely Star, Photosynthesis, Weakened Willow, Fragment 2. Please select the synthesis direction. Strengthen entries to generate random entries. This time, Wang Shouyong did not opt to enhance the existing entries. After all, when any individual possesses 5 worthless purple entries simultaneously, no one would choose to retain any of them. Heavenly Calamity, Lonely Star, worthless. Photosynthesis, requiring no sustenance and sunlight, is a mere trifle for those who have achieved mastery, utterly useless. Weakened Willow, which weakens the physique, equates to a negative enhancement, a bane. The 2 deficiencies rendered him the first man in history to possess 6 missing elements. This marked the inception of my first golden entry. Let us see how my fortune unfolds now that the fateful solitary star is no longer present, Wang Shouyong murmured, as he focused his thoughts on the option to generate a random entry. As the words materialized, the panel began to whirl, a purple luminescence coalescing into a radiant orb, rotating around its core. Gradually, the violet glow intensified, merging together until it took on a shadowy hue. Then, a streak of golden light emerged quietly amidst the inky darkness. In but a few breaths, the golden radiance expanded, steadily consuming the dark mass. Ultimately, the resplendent golden light, akin to the dawn, ascended gently upon the panel, revealing a line of text that gradually emerged within the golden glow. Wang Shouyong squinted his eyes, focusing intently on the written words. The divine dice, gold. When confronted with significant decisions, you may seek divine guidance by casting the dice, which will lead you towards the correct path. Divine dice? Wang Shouyong paused for a moment, and at the end of this entry, he beheld a vividly red die, slowly rotating. The die was approximately the size of a fist, with 6 faces, each inscribed with white characters. The inscriptions read: superior luck, good fortune, moderate fortune, average, misfortune, and severe misfortune. Anyone not a fool could discern the meaning of each face. This entry was unlike the others that Wang Shouyong possessed, which were designed to enhance oneself. Rather, it resembled an oracle for gauging fortune and misfortune. Thus, it dawned upon him that before making a choice, he could utilize this entry to discern the most prudent option. Wang Shouyong licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement within. The die of the celestial star of solitude was indeed a worthy acquisition. Just then, a frail voice echoed once more within the confines of the cell. Why do you linger, young one? I merely wish for someone to converse with. Why do you hesitate? Wang Shouyong lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his face. Elder, do not rush. Allow me to cast the dice first. What? Wang Shouyong chose to disregard the old demon within and, with a mere thought, summoned the die that hovered gently before him. I now intend to delve into the final cell of the 3rd level of the demon prison. How does this choice resonate? After a moment of silent contemplation, Wang Shouyong cast the die. The crimson cube spun wildly across the surface, its 6 faces gradually becoming obscured as if enveloped in a shroud of mist. After a brief moment, the die slowly came to a halt, and the fog dissipated. As clarity returned, it became evident that all 6 faces bore the same inscription: neutral. Wang Shouyong was taken aback. It was unexpectedly not a superior auspicious omen. This suggested that perhaps his journey would be fraught with surprise, yet devoid of peril. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted his perspective and began to ponder inwardly. I intend to delve into the first cell of the 3rd tier of the demon prison. How does this choice fare? Casting the die, a swirl of mist accompanied its rotation, and it gradually settled. Supreme auspiciousness. Upon seeing these 3 characters, an expression of astonishment emerged on Wang Shouyong's face. This indicated that, in comparison to venturing into the last cell, choosing to explore the first cell was entirely advantageous. Free from danger. Conversely, one could also consider that the final cell might not be as sweet as he had envisioned. With his decision made, Wang Shouyong strode decisively towards the first cell. However, as if sensing his approach, the voice from the innermost cell suddenly faltered, becoming inexplicably agitated. What troubles you, young one? Why do you not come to me? I am willing to share the greatest secret of my life with you. Would you care to listen? Years of confinement have rendered me thoroughly weary. I am truly ready to speak. If you harbor doubts, you may bring a few officers with you. I am aware of your cautious nature in the transformation realm, but I am now sealed, devoid of demonic power and incapable of resistance. Why should you be apprehensive? Even if you feel too weak to approach alone, inviting 2 officers to accompany you would suffice, my young friend." Upon hearing those words, Wang Shouyong halted. Standing at the entrance of the first cell, he cast a fleeting glance at the ailing ox demon within. Furrowing his brow as he gazed towards the darkest recess of the prison, he uttered a few words. "Silence. Your turn will come soon enough. What is the rush?" The elder's voice momentarily faltered, and though he appeared somewhat perturbed, he ultimately refrained from speaking further. Wang Shouyong strode into the first cell, the chilling atmosphere enveloping him in an oddly comforting embrace. Within the confines of the cell, the bull demon, upon witnessing his entrance, exhibited a faintly sinister smirk on its weary visage. In the next instant, a tempestuous force surged forth, violently propelling Wang Shouyong towards the bull demon. The creature gaped, its savage maw lined with sharp fangs, akin to a vacuum, voraciously attempting to inhale everything within the cell. Who is this audacious little wretch? He deserves to be devoured by me, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the bull demon launched its assault, yet Wang Shouyong remained utterly unperturbed. Thus far, the panel had never faltered. It proclaimed excellent fortune, and indeed it was so, with no alternative possible. Consequently, Wang Shouyong did not resist the bull demon's tornado-like suction, but instead took 2 or 3 steps forward, delivering a powerful punch directly into the demon's gaping mouth. Ha ha ha. The little brat seeks death. The bull demon bellowed maniacally, drool dripping from its fangs, seemingly eager for a feast. However, the next moment, a resounding crash reverberated throughout the underground cell, akin to the very heavens collapsing. The other demons in nearby cells instinctively raised their heads, feeling the tremors. Moo. The bull demon's anguished cries echoed, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn apart. Many demons twitched their nostrils, catching the pungent scent of blood wafting from the first cell. Sizzle. A torrent of fresh blood cascaded from the first cell as the bull demon, incredulous, howled and retreated, its chains scraping heavily against the ground, leaving marks as dust fell from the stone walls. A substantial portion of flesh had been shredded from its shoulder. Wang Shouyong stood there, holding a sizable chunk of bloodied flesh, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the bull demon on the ground. In truth, "I'm not fond of beef," he declared, leisurely tearing off a smaller piece of meat, consuming it as one might enjoy a noodle dish, chewing casually before swallowing. Yet, among the demons, the flavor of beef is quite palatable, so consider yourself fortunate. You are the only one amidst this multitude of demons to witness me smiling as I swallow this morsel." As his words faded, Wang Shouyong closed his eyes in enjoyment, a faint smile gracing his lips. Behind that smile emerged the panel, revealing acquired trait, King of Stamina, purple, King of Stamina, purple in matters of endurance. You may now be deemed a sovereign. The consumption of demon energy is halved. The entry is rather straightforward, yet it lacks substance. After all, he is but a mortal, wielding either the energies of heaven and earth or the sinister forces of the underworld. The power of demons belongs to a realm he is yet to explore. However, as a potential component for synthesis, even the most trivial and insipid entries will ultimately become part of his foundation. In the shadows, the perceptive Xianin bull demon observed Wang Shouyong's faint smile, a chill of primal fear creeping over it for the first time. He was more monstrous than the demons themselves. Without hesitation, Wang Shouyong discarded the piece of meat in his hand and slowly approached the bull demon. The demon retreated in frenzy, howling in desperation. Yet it could not halt Wang Shouyong's advance. Finally, cornered against the wall, Wang Shouyong pinned the bull demon down, his gaze sweeping over its form until it settled upon the flesh and blood of its spine. His fingers, sharp as steel needles, pierced through the bull demon's spine, tearing away flesh while simultaneously siphoning its essence. The tingling sensation nearly coaxed a moan of pleasure from Wang Shouyong. To prolong this delightful feeling, he half closed his eyes, one hand absorbing the essence while the other stuffed the flesh into his mouth. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, 4 bites, 5 bites. Under the influence of his absorption, even the blood and flesh in his mouth lost their repulsive taste. The vitality within him surged as if ignited by gasoline, expanding rapidly. Previously, the demons he had absorbed on the second level merely transformed, yet the life force of the perceptive Xianin demon was exponentially greater than that of mere transformation. At that moment, the interface emerged, revealing the successful plundered entries: Bull's Drink, purple; Unceasing Source, purple; Earth-Shattering Tread, purple; Long Distance, purple. Moments later, Wang Shouyong released the bull demon, which could barely muster a howl. and tore away a piece of its hide to meticulously wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth. Glancing at the entries on the panel, he exited the cell and proceeded to the second one. Meanwhile, several demons on the third underground level had transformed into frightened creatures, trembling at the sight of Wang Shouyong stepping out of the cell. "What do you intend to do, old man?" They could not fathom why a human would consume demons, nor could they comprehend how a mere transformation could emit an aura that even they feared. Why did this practitioner appear more demonic than the demons themselves? To the second cell, then the third. The process of digestion continued to activate. The flesh consumed felt as if it had been cast into molten magma, swiftly transforming into pools of spiritual liquid, which were then absorbed into his flesh and bones, rendering him radiant and invigorated, his physique growing ever stronger. Each bite not only yielded new entries, but also fortified his foundation, solidifying it with the combination of absorption and bloodlust. The entries plundered: Overlord, purple; Spirit Perception, purple; Bloodthirsty Fangs, purple, continuously refreshed on the panel. As Wang Shouyong stepped out of the third cell, his aura had transformed dramatically compared to when he first entered the underground third level. The demons in the prison could not fathom the profound changes that had occurred within this cultivator. Only Wang Shouyong, gazing at the panel displaying a total of 15 purple entries, nodded in satisfaction. Upon entering the fourth cell, he encountered a motionless rat demon lying on the ground, its flesh plump and devoid of any visible injuries, yet it emitted not a sound. Upon entering the cell, he noticed that although there were 5 demons, there were only 19 purple entries and 1 golden entry. Excluding the ancient demon in the innermost cell, it was evident that one of the demons had encountered a mishap. "What a pity," Wang Shouyong sighed. "Ah, young one, it seems your heart is still compassionate, feeling regret for a mere ancient demon." Came the laughter of the old demon from the innermost cell. As Wang Shouyong drew nearer, the demon's spirit seemed to lift, its laughter growing more exuberant. It was not the life of the demon that he lamented. Wang Shouyong shook his head, then stepped out of the fourth cell with a smirk, pausing to add, "I merely regret that this exquisite flesh did not find its way into my stomach." The malevolent aura surged, and Wang Shouyong's hair appeared to dance in the air, his gaze exuding an indescribable wickedness. "Are you human or demon?" The old demon's voice trembled with uncertainty. Wang Shouyong remained silent, his thoughts subtly shifting as the dice on the panel once again became enveloped in mist. "It is now my choice. I shall prepare for battle." Taking the initiative upon entering the cell to subdue the old demon, the dice spun, revealing the outcome, a most auspicious result. The moment he beheld the answer, a relaxed smile finally graced Wang Shouyong's face. In his ear, the voice of the old demon resounded. "Young one, come closer and lend me your ear." Wang Shouyong, no longer hesitating, felt an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy coursing through him, akin to a tumultuous tide. The veins and acupoints within his body roared and surged, imparting a sensation of exhilarating fervor as if his very blood were boiling. Every fiber of his being seemed to yearn for release. With a resolute step, he crossed the threshold into the third cell. Raising his gaze, he beheld a bat towering 3 men high, its wings unfurled, and its mouth agape, gazing intently at him. The uninvited guest in its domain. The creature's mouth hung open, its jet-black eyes chillingly devoid of warmth, as though it were staring at a corpse. Yet, in the next moment, the old demon suddenly found himself in a daze. In the blink of an eye, his body appeared to levitate in midair. Lowering his head, he could only see the reflections of himself and that young adversary locked in mutual gaze. Wang Shouyong lifted his gaze, a semblance of a smile dancing upon his lips as he locked eyes with the creature, akin to a colossal fist crashing down upon his chest and abdomen. Boom. In Chapter 71, Hush, the old demon's last gift, flesh and blood splattered within the innermost cell of the third level of the demon prison. The bat demon, taken aback, looked down only to discover a gaping wound in his chest, where flesh and blood were a grotesque amalgam, yet still tethered enough to reveal the writhing innards within. In the next moment, a silent scream escaped his lips. "Silence!" Wang Shouyong bellowed, interrupting the bat demon's shriek. For a fleeting instant, the bat demon was momentarily lost in thought. This time, Wang Shouyong hesitated no longer. He surged forward, placing a single palm upon the bat demon's neck, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. Absorb. In an instant, an unending torrent of vitality surged into Wang Shouyong's being, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam, gushing forth like a spring. Remarkably, this influx of life force surpassed that of all the demons combined within the third level, causing Wang Shouyong to nearly close his eyes in bliss. What sorcery is this? The bat demon howled in terror, as if struck a heavy blow. It attempted to lunge forward, seeking to bite Wang Shouyong's arm, which was perilously close, yet found itself utterly immobilized by the grip around its neck. It yearned to flap its wings, but chains had pierced its leathery appendages, threading through 9 gaping holes, binding its limbs firmly to the ground and walls. Under the weight of the chains, the sinister energy coursing through its body could scarcely be summoned. It could not fathom why this mere lieutenant of the Qi transformation realm would launch an attack upon entering the cell without a word. Nor could it comprehend the underlying principle behind its sudden loss of strength and means upon capture. All it knew was that if this continued, its lifespan would dwindle to not in the span of a mere incense stick. Thus, it shrieked in desperation, "Spare me. I had words to share with you." "Do you not wish to listen?" Wang Shouyong remained silent. Under the influence of the absorption, the entire process of acquiring vitality resembled ascending to a certain pinnacle, bestowing upon him unparalleled joy. One might ask, who among us would choose to abruptly halt when poised at the apex of a roller coaster? Wang Shouyong, devoid of such whims, relentlessly siphoned the life from the bat demon, his grip tightening around its neck. His steel-like hands seemed poised to sever the demon's spine at any moment, spiraling further into an uncontrollable frenzy. "Spare me, young one. I possess a great secret regarding longevity that I shall bestow upon you. Once you grasp this secret, the path to eternal life shall be within your reach." The bat demon cried out, its voice gradually fading. This utterance finally roused Wang Shouyong from his indulgent trance. "Do you realize?" he replied. "I have already heard that very phrase." The bat demon writhed in a desperate struggle, perplexed by Wang Shouyong's words. Wang Shouyong did not utter a falsehood. He had indeed heard that phrase once before, during his acquisition of the entry momentum like a raging tide. The pitiful leech had likewise lamented, struggling to reveal a secret that would lead him directly to enlightenment. Now, this aged bat demon proclaimed that it possessed a secret capable of guiding him onto the path of immortality. Since you assert such a claim, I shall graciously accept your offer. At that moment, the bat demon, on the brink of death, finally sensed that the hand gripping its neck had ceased to emanate that heart-pounding aura, and it felt as though its life force was no longer ebbing away. A flicker of joy crossed the demon's visage, mingled with a glint of coldness in its eyes, yet it feigned happiness. "Very well, draw near, and I shall whisper this secret to you." The bat demon coaxed, its voice dwindling to a mere murmur, promising that this secret would ensure you rise above others. Henceforth, within the demon exorcism department, you would no longer be a beleaguered subordinate. You would ascend to greatness, your talents no longer mundane, a unique gift from the heavens, unparalleled in the world. Those who once looked down upon you would now gaze up in reverence, and the woman you desire would never again find solace in another's embrace. The bat demon's voice grew increasingly subdued, as if imbued with a captivating magic, drawing one into its depths. Were an ordinary person present, they might gradually succumb to the allure of those words, leaning in to hear the grand visions the old demon painted. However, Wang Shouyong was no ordinary individual. With a furrowed brow, he easily discerned the malevolent aura saturating the air, while his own dark essence shimmered upon his panel. Such excessive prattle, Wang Shouyong remarked with a smile. In the next heartbeat, his right hand plunged into the gaping wound in the bat demon's chest, and as the demon stood in shock, he savagely tore off a large chunk of flesh and consumed it. The motion was executed with the precision of one who had practiced it 1,000 times. In the blink of an eye, he swallowed the foul, sanguine morsel. Why? The bat demon's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as excruciating pain radiated from its innards. "Why were you not swayed by my words?" Wang Shouyong spoke with a mouthful, tearing off another strip of flesh to devour. "I shall not disclose that to you. Remain blissfully ignorant as I feast upon your flesh and blood, and then bid me farewell." With a gulp, the flesh settled in his belly, and he felt invigorated, stronger than before. Acquired entry, heart manipulation, purple, heart manipulation, purple. You are a born master of persuasion. Your words can bewilder the mind. Acquired entry, silence speaks louder than words, purple, silence speaks louder than words. Purple. Your voice is both your perception and your weapon, though its power may be modest. It is sufficiently covert. Wang Shouyong merely cast a fleeting glance at the panel before tearing off 2 more pieces of flesh and stuffing them into his mouth. He had acquired the following attributes: Day Lurker, purple, and Night Assassin, purple. Day Lurker, purple. You detest the sunlight of day under its rays. All your abilities become feeble and ineffective. Night Assassin, purple. You are the sovereign of the night. As dusk descends, the dark energy is amplified twofold. Thus, Wang Shouyong had obtained all the purple attributes from the bad elder demon. Within the confines of the cell, anguished wails and incredulous roars reverberated. What have you done? Return it to me. The bad elder demon's eyes, bloody from every orifice, reflected not only agony but also profound resentment and terror. Amidst these cries, a flicker of emotion finally stirred on Wang Shouyong's otherwise impassive face. He grasped the bad elder demon by the neck, inclining slightly to whisper softly in its ear, "Hush." His voice was long and muted, and in that instant, it seemed as though a hazy dream descended upon them. Suddenly, the bad elder demon appeared immobilized by some unseen force, its body growing rigid. The dark energy surged violently within the cell, akin to a tempest, nearly taking on a tangible form. "Do not rush. You still have one final gift to bestow upon me," Wang Shouyong said with a smile, as if conversing with a close friend. "Yes, one final gift," the old demon struggled to repeat in a hushed tone. Murmuring softly, the demon ceased its struggles, seemingly oblivious to the pain coursing through its body. It slightly arched its chest, unabashedly revealing the gaping wound on its torso to Wang Shouyong. Thick, viscous blood trickled down, spreading across the floor of the cell and forming a mirror-like reflection. Wang Shouyong delicately extracted a small piece of the bad elder's heart and, with a gentle flick of his tongue, rolled it up and swallowed it. Ding. Acquired entry, Eternal Longevity, Gold. Chapter 72. Inventory of Entries, Comprehensive Enhancement. Eternal Longevity, Gold. A secret of immortality lies within your bloodline, allowing you to extend your lifespan by harnessing the souls of others. The words on the panel appeared as if carved by a chisel, clearly etched into Wang Shouyong's vision. At the very moment the inscription manifested, the bad elder seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly regaining consciousness, its once dazed eyes sharpening in focus. In the next instant, it felt an unprecedented and overwhelming emptiness deep within its being, a void that threatened to hollow out its very essence. "What have you done?" The bad elder gazed downward, as if through the abyss, glimpsing its own fragmented form. It trembled, its voice quivering as it posed once more this unanswerable question. "What do you suppose?" Wang Shouyong opened his arms, resembling a farewell, smiling as he retreated step by step from the cell. Upon exiting, a heart-wrenching and despairing wail erupted from the bat demon behind him, a sound so agonizing it seemed to tear the very fabric of existence, driving one to the brink of madness. "I will kill you. I will kill you. Don't go. Beast, I will slay you and reclaim what is mine." Upon returning to the second underground level, Wang Shouyong turned to see a mystical array slowly closing, the bat demon's voice, accompanied by a chilling and damp aura, completely severed from existence. As he passed by cell after cell, the creatures within recoiled fearfully at the sight of Wang Shouyong, each figure representing a hollowed-out shell, drained of meaning in every conceivable way. Wang Shouyong paid them no heed, instead making his way step by step out of the underground level 2. The formation sealed once more, and Wang Shouyong ascended the stairs, swiftly returning to the entrance. A flash of white light enveloped him as the blinding sunlight struck his face, causing him to involuntarily squint. A youthful voice resonated beside him. "Have you accomplished your task?" Wang Shouyong turned his head and beheld the lieutenant who had previously escorted him to the prison. Although it had only been half an hour prior, it felt as though an entire era had passed. "Indeed," Wang Shouyong replied. The lieutenant scrutinized Wang Shouyong from head to toe, and with a sigh of relief, he remarked, "It is a relief to see you unharmed. Despite the endorsement from Lord Liao himself, I could never fully ease my concerns about you being alone down there. Now that you have emerged, I can finally set my mind at ease." Wang Shouyong maintained a calm demeanor, performing a courteous bow and expressing gratitude for the concern shown. Upon returning to the ground, he seemed to revert to his gentle, refined persona. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he departed from the demon prison. As he watched Wang Shouyong's figure vanish around the corner, the frown of the young officer persisted, unyielding. It was not until another officer patted him on the back that he snapped back to reality. "What's troubling you?" "Nothing much," the young officer replied instinctively, but then hesitated, adding, "Do you not sense that he seems somewhat different from when he entered?" The other officer, taken aback by his words, laughed derisively. "Nonsense. If entering the demon prison for even half an hour could change a person, would we not be transforming daily?" At the sound of his colleague's ridicule, the young officer felt his cheeks flush, and his doubts began to dissipate. He shook his head, casting aside the dissonance in his thoughts. "Forget it. I must be speaking whimsically, just a jest, merely a jest." Upon returning to his modest abode, Wang Shouyong closed the door behind him and finally exhaled deeply as he sat on the edge of his bed. The journey had made him acutely aware of the lethal potency of daylight. In the past, sunlight had merely felt warm upon his skin, yet now, he found himself instinctively retreating into the shadows, perceiving the light as glaring and irritable. With no time to spare, Wang Shouyong re-entered his room, ensuring he would not be disturbed, and sat on the bed to reopen the interface. Possessing the following entries: Eternal Longevity, Gold; Divine Dice, Gold; Yin and Yang, Limitless, Purple; Earthfall, Purple; Better to be Shattered than Whole, Blue. As the surroundings fell into quietude, Wang Shouyong conducted a thorough inventory of the various colored entries on the interface after his visit to the demon prison. Gold entries, 2. Purple entries, 29. Blue entries, 86. Green entries, 2. Wang Shouyong cast a glance at the 2 remaining green Yin Sha bodies and the imitation master displayed on the panel, finding them strikingly unappealing. Having attained a degree of affluence, he had developed a certain disdain for green attributes. Shaking his head, he dismissed the fleeting thoughts of novelty and old preferences that lingered in his mind. With renewed determination, he rolled up his sleeves and meticulously examined the panel once more, ready to initiate the synthesis. Would you like to proceed with synthesis? He pondered, contemplating the direction of the synthesis, enhancing attributes to generate random attributes. He chose to enhance the following attributes: Bear Strength, Blue; Howling Moon, Blue; Nutritional Supplement, Blue; Cotton Candy, Blue; and Rather Shattered Than Yield, Blue. Among these, Nutritional Supplement, Blue, and Cotton Candy, Blue, were commendable attributes he had acquired within the demon prison. The function of Nutritional Supplement, Blue, was akin to that of Bloodthirst, Blue, combined with Digest, Blue, embodying the benefits of both. It allowed him to devour flesh to nourish himself while possessing formidable digestive capabilities. Faced with 2 adversaries, this attribute proved more potent than any singular enhancement. Cotton Candy, Blue, on the other hand, replaced the attribute of Buffer, Blue, significantly enhancing his resilience against blows. It transformed him from a mere punching bag into a master of countering and redirecting attacks. Even if an opponent managed to breach his defenses, they would still confront the illusions of his mirror-like shield. The emergence of this attribute undoubtedly transmuted him from a creature of both offense and defense into a formidable entity of unparalleled defensive prowess. In this evolution, he was poised to bid farewell to the Bloodthirst, Digest, and Buffer attributes that had accompanied him for so long, as they would finally recede into the annals of his history, becoming part of his foundational strength. As for the other blue attributes, he perused them briefly, noting that none stood out particularly. Most were enhancements to physical form and senses, useful, indeed, but far less impactful than the immediate benefits derived from strengthening his existing attributes. The path to becoming stronger is invariably fraught with choices and sacrifices. With a surge of determination, Wang Shouyong chose to undergo enhancement despite the pain. Through the process of fortification, he successfully acquired new attributes: the strength of a dragon, Purple; Howling Moon, Purple; Nutritional Supplement, Purple; Cotton Candy, Purple; and Rather Be Shattered Than Yield, Purple. This endeavor consumed 20 blue attributes, elevating all 5 existing blue attributes to purple, resulting in a significant enhancement of his original capabilities. The most pronounced improvement was in the strength of the 100 bears, which had evolved from the initial strength of 9 bulls to the current strength of a dragon, an increase by leaps and bounds. Clenching his fist, under the influence of the attribute enhancements, Wang Shouyong could almost feel the overwhelming explosive power coursing through him, giving him the illusion that with a mere snap of his fingers, he could obliterate this small abode. Yet, it was still insufficient. Wang Shouyong opened his eyes, steeling his resolve. If the purple represented the power of a dragon, what might the golden signify? Chapter 73, An Unexpected Arrival of a Youth from the Capital. Strengthen the attributes. Wang Shouyong's eyes were slightly reddened. Although his spirit was utterly exhausted, he was simultaneously filled with a profound sense of exhilaration. Perhaps it was the excitement, or perhaps other reasons, but he felt as though his blood was gradually simmering. Strengthen the following term: the power of a dragon, Purple. Wang Shouyong cast a fleeting glance at the panel, and suddenly his eyes fell upon 2 additional entries, which he promptly included in the enhancement list. The entries to be enhanced were Force of the Dragon, Purple; Essence of Heaven and Earth, Purple; and Night Kill, Purple. The Essence of Heaven and Earth entry was acquired from a stone demon, with a mere sentence as its description: "You are the cherished child of the heavens." All cultivation comes naturally. In anticipation of a smooth path for his future cultivation, Wang Shouyong deftly added this entry to his enhancement list, filled with a sense of expectation. He focused his thoughts and selected the enhancement option. To his astonishment, the enhancement was successful, yielding new entries. Power of the Wandering Dragon, gold. Sacred Spirits of Heaven and Earth, gold, and Night Kill, gold. However, in that very moment of acquiring the new entries, an unexpected calamity befell him. A wave of immense agony surged through his body, causing him to instinctively curl up. The sensation struck with such suddenness that he was utterly unprepared. As his veins bulged and his internal organs shifted violently, with a gasp, he succumbed to the pain. Wang Shouyong suddenly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, as if the flesh and blood within him were in tumultuous reorganization. The pain was excruciating. No amount of suffering could adequately describe the torment he felt at that moment. He envisioned a scenario where someone meticulously peeled away his skin inch by inch, then systematically tore his flesh along the lines of his muscles, while grinding his bones down with a blade. It was akin to enduring an unprecedented form of torture. Yet, amidst this agony, he found himself unable to emit even a single cry. Every fiber of his being seemed to be undergoing a peculiar transformation, including his throat. What was happening? He did not know. He was simply paralyzed by pain, as if every hair and shred of flesh were being subjected to relentless torment. Blood seeped from his neck, breaking through the surface of his skin, coalescing into crimson droplets upon his body. A pungent, almost suffocating scent of blood filled the small room. However, what Wang Shouyong failed to notice was that within the droplets of blood oozing from his body, a faint glimmer of golden light flickered. On the interface, the entries pertaining to eternal longevity, Nining body, and Insha body were simultaneously pulsating with a subtle radiance. Minutes turned into half an hour, and then an hour. After an indeterminate passage of time, Wang Shouyong suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The world before him blurred, and he tumbled from the bed to the ground. His foot barely grazed the foot of the bed, yet the entire structure collapsed into countless fragments. With a gentle touch upon the earth, he left an imprint as deep as a palm. However, at that moment, Wang Shouyong was utterly disoriented, unable to discern direction, let alone the difference between heaven and earth. His pupils had become unfocused, and his eyelids felt as heavy as the primordial chaos before Panga split the heavens. The Nining body, purple, and daytime dormancy, purple, entries flickered once more. This indicated that the two entries had engendered a peculiar reaction. Had Wang Shouyong been fully conscious at this moment, he would have realized that both entries shared a common trait, interweaving to produce an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Nining body, purple, you are a rare Nining body. During the day, you will suffer from weakness. Daytime dormancy, purple, you are averse to the sunlight of day. Under its rays, all your abilities are rendered feeble. The 2 days of debilitating afflictions nearly reduced his resistance to its nadir. Moreover, following the conclusion of the solitary confrontation against the dual demons at the Huang Manor, he scarcely enjoyed a moment's respite, tirelessly transitioning from reporting to Lord Liao to subsequently infiltrating the demon prison to seize demonic attributes. This series of events kept his mind perpetually taut, devoid of any semblance of relaxation. Ironically, he had also augmented his attributes, his physical form multiplying in strength manifold. This intricate chain of reactions resulted in a rather peculiar state for him, with his spirit rendered utterly fatigued and feeble, while his body surpassed the limits of an ordinary cultivator. Outside the window, the golden sunlight languidly bathed the entire lodging area, enveloping the modest dwelling of Su Ershi, as dust particles danced through the air like ephemeral mayflies, casting a constellation of twinkling light. Wang Shouyong gazed upon the tumultuous scene, where fine particles of dust transformed in his eyes into an infinite array of twinkling stars. The agony coursing through his body reached a zenith, yet suddenly, he felt an unexpected release of tension. Perhaps it would be better to succumb to death. With this final thought lingering in his mind, Wang Shouyong slipped into a profound slumber. Thus, he descended into the deepest sleep he had ever experienced since arriving in this world. The golden light gradually dimmed, while the cool moonlight, veiled behind the crimson clouds of sunset, entwined itself with the boundless depths of night as it spread its tendrils across the earthly realm. The surroundings were eerily silent, with the faint whispers of insects engaging in soft conversation. The dreamscape unfolded endlessly as the stars danced across the heavens. In his dreams, he completely forgot the trivialities of demons, relinquished the inexplicable urgency that had weighed upon his heart, and cast aside all ties to this world. Wang Shouyong experienced an unprecedented sense of ethereal tranquility, a state where thoughts and contemplations faded into oblivion. Since his arrival in this world, the burdens of exhaustion had transformed into an invisible wisp of smoke, dissipating into the endless realms of dreams. Dreams possess an extraordinary power throughout history. Countless formidable beings have attained enlightenment within their dreamscape, where the interplay of reality and illusion gives rise to innumerable manifestations. Silence. In the distance, a village sprawled upon the hillsides, with its structures rising and falling in harmony with the terrain. A young boy, burdened with a knapsack, trudged along a muddy path, his feet sinking unevenly into the mire. Recent heavy rains had left him caked in filth, with mud obscuring even his face. His knapsack appeared as if it had been scavenged from a refuse heap, rendering him akin to a small beggar. Yet, within his eyes resided an undeniable resilience and maturity that belied his disheveled appearance, even as he seemed to converse with the air in a fit of madness. The brilliance of his eyes, akin to black gemstones, could not be concealed. A few days ago, swayed by your persuasion, I nearly lost all my acquired cultivation by following the path you gleaned from your dreams. Henceforth, I shall not trust you even a fraction. The boy truly does not recognize the kindness extended towards him. As I have said, the world of dreams is exceedingly captivating, and the path is hidden within those dreams. Silence. Suddenly, the boy halted, a ring hanging from his chest vibrating and glimmering faintly. My cultivation method is not to be comprehended by one of ordinary wisdom. Since you cannot grasp it, it seems you have a long journey ahead of you. No need to continue. We have arrived at Linshui County. The boy lifted his gaze to see a stone tablet standing before him, inscribed with the characters Linshui. Chapter 74. The young beggar Ing Banqing strolled along the path through the fields, while nearby laboring farmers cast curious glances but refrained from conversation. Beggars are common. Yet a young boy like this, exuding an air that transcends the mundane, is a rarity. His natural disposition was as striking as a firefly in the night. Now that we have reached Linshui County, the journey ahead will be considerably easier, Ing Banqing murmured softly. After such a long time, it is about time. Had you traversed this path with the cultivation of the Qi transforming realm, you would not have had to endure such hardship or travel for so many days. Indeed, had you followed my guidance, you could have entered the profound understanding realm in one leap, reaching Linshui County from the capital in just a couple of days. Before Ing Banqing, the figure of an elderly man with a head of white hair materialized. Strangely, the surrounding villagers appeared oblivious to the old man's presence, offering no reaction whatsoever. Ing Banqing, however, had grown accustomed to this peculiar phenomenon. He understood that only he could perceive the visage of this seemingly amiable elder, whose demeanor was rather eccentric. 3 years prior, a ring left by his mother had suddenly emitted a golden light, and since that moment, the old man had manifested before him. The elder claimed that he had been separated from his corporeal form for too long and could only inhabit spiritual objects. He also asserted that he had once been a person of significant stature, yet could recall nothing of his past life. Occasionally, he would glean fragments of memories from his dreams, though it remained uncertain whether these were mere illusions or genuine recollections. Nevertheless, Ing Banqing had indeed practiced the esoteric techniques imparted by the elder through his dreams. Some proved effective, while others were convoluted and misguided. Just recently, had he not been cautious during his cultivation, he might have faced a catastrophic outburst of spiritual energy, culminating in the loss of all his acquired abilities. Thus, Ing Banqing regarded the elder's words with skepticism, merely responding with a nod and softly uttering, "I understand. You are correct." The elder, witnessing Ing Banqing's reaction, sighed in exasperation. Alas, a decayed wood cannot be carved. At that moment, an individual suddenly emerged from the furrows of the field, disregarding the villagers' attempts to block him, and abruptly intercepted Ing Banqing, thrusting an object into his hand with reckless abandon. Startled, Ing Banqing glanced down to discover a steam bun smeared with dark fingerprints. Raising his gaze, he scrutinized the individual before him. It was a woman, her hair disheveled and her demeanor frenzied, her clothing in a state of disarray comparable to his own. A foolish grin adorned her face, and drool dripped from her lips. Her gaze fixed upon him as though he were her own child. "Eat, eat." The woman giggled vacantly. Instinctively, Ing Banqing recoiled a step, furrowing his brow as he warily scrutinized her. "Fear not, this individual possesses no spiritual power. She is merely an ordinary mortal," the elder commented as he drifted around the woman. Just then, another figure rushed out from the field, repeatedly apologizing to Ing Banqing. "I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon," he implored. After offering his apologies, he turned to the woman and gently admonished, "Mengyu, how could you be so foolish again? Look closely. This is not your son." "Nonsense. He is. My son is just this big," Mengyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with fervor. Alas, Mingyu. As for your son, just do not disturb others. I wish to give my son a steamed bun, yet you all attempt to deter me. He may very well be famished. He adores the buns I prepare. What do you know, my son? At this point, the woman suddenly faltered, her expression vacant, as if struggling to recall something. The clamor grew louder, and several villagers approached, hastily pulling Mingyu away, whispering words of comfort. Some appeared to recollect something. Pursing their lips tightly, their eyes suddenly filled with sorrow. At that moment, the middle-aged man who held Mingyu sighed and explained to Immortality, I apologize. A while ago, our village suffered a calamity. Her child was taken by a demon to be devoured. Since then, she has been in this state. I am truly sorry. Upon hearing this, Immortality exhaled in relief, waving his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. The middle-aged man scrutinized Immortality and suddenly inquired, You do not seem to be a local. Where are you headed? To the exorcism office in Linshui County. Do you know the way? Immortality replied. As his words settled in, an air of silence enveloped the surroundings, with many villagers casting curious glances his way. Ah, that direction is known. There are signs to guide you along the way, the man indicated. Following his gesture, Immortality spotted a narrow path marked by a signpost, which bore a haphazardly inscribed direction. Thank you. Not wishing to linger with these peculiar villagers, Immortality expressed his gratitude and prepared to depart. Since entering this village, he had not encountered danger, yet an inexplicable aura pervaded the atmosphere. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. At that moment, a voice called from behind, Wait. Immortality turned around to see an elderly man hurrying towards him, clutching several paper-wrapped flatbreads, which he promptly thrust into Immortality's hands. Immortality stared in astonishment at the old man and then at the middle-aged man, bemused. Is this also a result of the demonic calamity? Before the middle-aged man could respond, the old man, panting, interjected, The people of this village are merely mad or foolish, except for this old man. Seeing you alone and knowing the journey to the exorcism office is long, I worried you might go hungry, so I brought you some flatbreads for the road. Immortality frowned, sensing the oddity intensifying within him. He spoke, Good sir, I have no connection with you. I am merely a passerby. As his words faded, he noticed the old man offering an awkward smile. To be honest, I do have a request. After a brief pause, the old man continued, Previously, in our Sangzi village, there was a child of similar age to yours who went to the exorcism office, yet we have received no news for quite some time. I would like to ask you to inquire about him at the exorcism office. If he is faring well at the demon extermination office, he should send a message to the village, or perhaps a letter would suffice. It would put our minds at ease. Why don't you go yourselves? Immortality blurted out, but the old man fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he murmured, The demon extermination office slays demons and banishes evil, which is indeed a noble endeavor, yet fraught with peril that could easily cost one's life. He is alone and in pursuit of achievements. He may find himself in dangerous predicaments. Perhaps he does not wish to seek us out, but rather fears doing so. I truly do not wish to hear any moral tidings. As he spoke, the old man lowered his gaze and sighed. Therefore, I implore you to check on him. If he is still alive, convey a message. If not, then let it be as though I have never spoken. Very well, should he still be among the living, I shall find a way to relay your words. Immortality nodded, casually placing a flatbread into his satchel. What is his name? Dogwa. Understood. Chapter 75. Infiltrating the demon extermination office with medical expertise inside the bustling tavern of Linshui County, patrons engaged in lively discourse. Word had it that recently, individuals from the medical hall had visited but were at a loss, unsure of the affliction. Are you referring to the notice posted by the Huang family a few days ago? In my opinion, ordinary mortals lack the capability to treat the ailments of cultivators. The Huang family is merely grasping at straws in their desperation. Indeed. But the afflicted individual was none other than the envoy from the demon extermination office who rescued the Huang family. It was only then that the head of the Huang family plastered notices everywhere and even summoned several esteemed medical practitioners from neighboring counties. And what was the outcome? Naturally, it proved futile. Those esteemed practitioners, who once entered the demon extermination office with great pomp, left in utter disarray, claiming it was reasonable that they could not ascertain the ailments of cultivators. To make matters worse, one esteemed practitioner named Li Huichun not only failed to identify any affliction but also insisted with conviction that the individual had no illness whatsoever, merely in a deep slumber. Ha ha ha! In the bustling eatery, many patrons chuckled at the remark. Immortality, seated at a nearby square table, set down his teacup, deep in thought. He had arrived at Chaqing Street, the very destination of his journey, the Exorcism Bureau. Upon reaching his goal, he refrained from immediate action. Instead, he took an entire night to recuperate, restoring his spirit and energy, and refreshed himself with a change of clothes before venturing to the place known for its information. Cautiously gathering intelligence. After a considerable time had passed, he indeed gleaned some valuable insights. A few days prior, the Huang residence had been besieged by demons, resulting in one of the Exorcism Bureau's practitioners, skilled in the Qi transformation stage, slaying the creatures, only to fall into a deep coma upon returning. Now, 3 days had elapsed, and despite the Bureau's extensive medical efforts, the root of the ailment remained elusive. The Huang family, in their desperation, had resorted to posting notices at their entrance and had even offered a handsome reward for renowned medical experts from outside the county. Yet, days passed with no change in circumstances. This information proved indeed useful. Banqing toyed with the teacup in his hand. According to the intelligence provided by the Sidhu family, he needed to devise a way to infiltrate the Exorcism Bureau and, if the opportunity arose, position himself close to the Sidhu siblings. Should another chance present itself, he aimed to eliminate the attendant by their side. With complete mastery in Qi transformation, slaying a practitioner at the refinement stage would be as effortless as killing a chicken. He merely needed to seize the opportunity when the attendant was alone, contingent upon gaining entry to the Bureau. Before arriving in Linshui County, he had considered joining the Exorcism Bureau as a rogue practitioner, but now it appeared he had a superior plan. "Old Fong, do you possess medical knowledge?" he inquired. "Medical knowledge? You jest," came the reply. "Don't know?" Banqing pressed. "Of course, I do. It's merely rudimentary skills. Moreover, I've witnessed every ailment a practitioner can suffer throughout my life." "Very well." Banqing set down his teacup and rose, departing the eatery. He inquired for directions along the way and swiftly arrived at the Huang residence, as described by the diners. Before him stood the vermilion gate and azure tiles, flanked by a white wall adorned with numerous inscriptions. With a mere glance, Banqing tore down a notice, instantly attracting the attention of passers-by. "What are you doing?" a loud voice called out. The newly appointed guard scowled and rushed over, brandishing his spear. "I am a physician from Huangya County," he declared. "Was it not said that there exists an inexplicable affliction? Take me to treat the patient." "You?" The guard scrutinized Banqing, almost ready to strike with his spear. The youth looked young, yet his confidence was audacious. Before the guard could finish his retort, an inexplicable pressure suddenly descended from above, enveloping him. The surrounding onlookers remained oblivious, as if entirely unaware of the unfolding situation. The guard, startled, looked up only to find Banqing regarding him with a half-smile. Qi transformation. The guard trembled, his spear slipping from his grasp. Banqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Do you believe me now?" I trust you. I shall lead you there at once." The guardian pledged. It was no jest, such youth in a realm of transformation, even with modest medical skills, surely hailed from a distinguished lineage and possessed some means of support. Perhaps he could indeed remedy that peculiar ailment, thereby alleviating the burden that weighed on the head of the Huang family. The guardian guided the way, and the two entered the Huang residence, where they soon found themselves in the parlor, encountering an elderly gentleman, frail and pallid, as if recovering from a serious illness. He coughed gently while bowing in greeting. Such a young physician, yet exuding confidence. His medical prowess must be extraordinary. "I hail from the Apothecary Valley of Huangya County. Recently, a friend spoke of the strange affliction in Linshui County, and with a handsome reward at stake, I happened to pass through this area. If the head of the Huang family places his trust in me, I shall follow your lead." "There's no rush," Huang Qiao coughed lightly, skillfully concealing a flicker of skepticism in his eyes. The youth, indeed, appeared too young, perhaps only 17 or 18, barely matching the stature of Wang Shouyong. How could he possibly be trusted? "What is your name, esteemed physician?" Banqing. "Young Dr. Huang Qiao coughed again, inquiring, "I am aware of your commendable skills. Might you first examine this old man? My health has been deteriorating, yet I remain unaware of the source of my ailment, which troubles me greatly." Banqing narrowed his eyes slightly, instantly grasping Huang Qiao's intention. Indeed, there was a perplexing condition awaiting resolution within the Bureau of Exorcism. Yet not just anyone could simply post a notice and gain entry. One must possess genuine ability. In the blink of an eye, Banqing's lips began to move. "Elder Fong, what say you?" Suddenly, the ring on Banqing's chest trembled subtly, its movement concealed beneath his garments. The figure of Elder Fong gradually materialized in the air, swirling around the head of the Huang family for several circles, casting a few glances before emitting a soft exclamation of surprise. Curious. Upon hearing Elder Fong's voice, Ing Banqing's expression darkened. Should he fail to discern the source of the ailment, not only would he be barred from joining the Bureau of Exorcism, but he might not even be permitted to step through its doors. Given Elder Fong's reaction, could it be that he, too, was unable to uncover the truth? Had his earlier claims of medical prowess been mere bravado? Anxious yet composed, Ing Banqing rose leisurely, approached Huang Qiao, and feigned tranquility as he gently placed his fingers on Huang Qiao's wrist, closing his eyes slightly, resembling a true physician. Young Dr. Ing, what is your assessment? Ing Banqing furrowed his brow, his voice scarcely above a whisper. Elder Fong, what do you perceive? In the air, Elder Fong clicked his tongue in astonishment, emitting curious sounds. This individual exhibits weakened organs. The internal spiritual fire burns fervently, and although his meridians show signs of aging, this is not surprising. Observing his countenance, the light in his eyes is dim, flickering like a wavering candle. His lifespan appears to be short. His lips are ashen, and his flesh seems hollow. There seems to be a flaw in his fate. This is not a natural disaster, but rather a calamity wrought by man. Although Ing Banqing struggled to comprehend fully, he meticulously recorded everything that Elder Fong had conveyed. Chapter 76. Danger, he is a great demon. Master Huang, Ing Banqing recited Elder Fong's words, shaking his head. Huang Qiao appeared momentarily stunned by his response. Did I articulate it correctly? Ing Banqing raised an eyebrow and softly remarked. I have heard that there were demons lingering in the Huang residence. It stands to reason that the deficiencies in your vitality stem from having your essence siphoned by these malevolent beings. Am I correct? Huang Qiao nodded, finally convinced of Ing Banqing's expertise, and let out a sigh of relief. What must I do to replenish this lost essence so that I do not fall victim to the demon's machinations? At that moment, Elder Fong interjected with a smile. This matter is quite simple. You shall impart to him the health-preserving technique I revealed to you in a dream a fortnight ago. It will naturally extend your life. Upon hearing this, Ing Banqing's lips twitched in response. After a considerable pause, he finally shook his head at Master Huang, stating, there is no hope. Huang Qiao's face turned ashen. However, after delivering what seemed like a sentence from the depths of hell, Ing Banqing shifted his tone. While an ordinary physician might arrive at such a conclusion, I do possess a method that Master Huang could try. What method? Huang Qiao inquired urgently, akin to a drowning man grasping at a final straw. To his surprise, Ing Banqing withdrew, smiling as he said, You shall have to wait until we return from the demon extermination office to learn more. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiao recalled that there were two unconscious officials lying in the office, Sun Jimin and Wang Shouyong. The former might not require treatment, but the latter must be healed. Thus, Huang Qiao promptly rose and summoned his servants. You all go ahead. I shall personally escort this young physician to the demon extermination office. Prepare the carriage. An hour later, the carriage arrived leisurely at the entrance of the demon extermination office. After presenting his intentions, Huang Qiao successfully brought Ing Banqing inside. In recent days, Huang Qiao had sent physicians daily for treatment, and the demon extermination office had not obstructed them. On the contrary, under the stewardship of the Situ siblings, the physicians brought by Huang Qiao could traverse the office with ease. Yet, despite their enthusiastic arrival each day, every physician eventually departed burdened with worries, never to return the following day. The medical hall of the demon extermination office found itself powerless, as both Sun Jimin and Wang Shouyong had been placed in the same ward for treatment. However, unexpectedly, before Ing Banqing could truly enter the office, a loud shout rang out. Be careful, young man. Startled, Ing Banqing instinctively halted, his vital energy surging within him. Yet, as he glanced around, even Huang Qiao appeared momentarily frozen. Unable to detect anything amiss, Ing Banqing furrowed his brow and whispered, What is the matter? Elder Fong's visage was marked by terror as he gazed toward a certain direction within the demon exorcism division, his eyes gleaming with a divine light. His expression one of horror. That direction you must absolutely avoid. Speak clearly, a startled Ing Banqing murmured, furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, Huang Qiao, witnessing Ing Banqing's distant gaze, felt a weight lift from his heart and hastily interjected. That direction is precisely where the medical hall is located. Patients have been receiving treatment there these past few days. Upon hearing this, Ing Banqing was slightly taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion. The solemn voice of Elder Fong echoed in his ears. there lies a formidable demon, nearly at the peak of its power. What did you say? Banshee exclaimed in astonishment. I said, that is the medical hall, Huan Xiao clarified. I am aware. Banshee interrupted, his footsteps quickening as he distanced himself from Huan Xiao, continuing in a hushed tone, do not be mistaken. How could a powerful demon exist within the demon exorcism division? This is a prison for demons. No, the demon prison should be located in the southwestern direction, where indeed many demonic auras can be sensed, but the great demon I speak of is right within the so-called medical hall. Its vitality is so vigorous. It surpasses anything I have encountered in this life. No, even in my previous life, had its aura not been faint, I would have truly believed this demon to be of the Jinshuan realm. In short, this place is exceedingly dangerous. You must not approach. Banshee stood in shock. Since donning the ring, he had adhered to Elder Fong's guidance, unknowingly evading countless dangers, and it was thanks to Elder Fong that he embarked on the path of cultivation. In just 3 short years of rigorous training, he had transformed from an ordinary mortal into a perfected practitioner of Qi. Although the techniques Elder Fong provided often came with peril, his insights and judgments were frequently accurate. So, does this imply that within the demon exorcism division there truly lurks a formidable demon, unnoticed by all? The aura of its fate radiates with golden light. Its foundation akin to a coiled dragon, and its sinister energy is so pure it is beyond measure. Such a great demon, and yet it has gone undetected. There must be an immense conspiracy at play. Young man, you must not approach. Such a promising foundation should not become fodder for demons. Upon hearing this, Banshing's expression grew grave. I still cannot believe that a demon could be concealed within the demon exorcism division without anyone noticing. This is simply impossible. In any case, do not go there. I would never lead you astray. Leave this place at once. Banshing frowned. To consider leaving the demon exorcism division so soon? Thus, he declared, regardless, I must take a look. Perhaps your eyes are deceiving you. It is not unheard of for such instances to occur. Elder Fong huffed in indignation, floating in agitation midair. Very well, do as you wish. Elder Fong exclaimed loudly, if you seek death, who can stop you? With that, Elder Fong angrily retreated back into the ring, falling silent. At that moment, Huan Xiao finally rushed to Banshing's side, breathless, and asked, Young Doctoring, what is the matter? It's nothing, let us depart. Banshing shook his head, feeling a sense of vigilance arise within him. He resolved that should he witness anything peculiar or indeed discover something amiss, it would be prudent to leave at once. After all, safeguarding one's life is of paramount importance. With this thought, the two of them continued their journey, circumventing numerous areas until they arrived directly at the medical hall. Inside the medical hall, a few physicians with troubled expressions came and went, shaking their heads and sighing in despair. Some captains occasionally passed by, curiously peering inside, only to shake their heads and depart. The scene within the medical hall had remained unchanged for days. The only constants were the devoted siblings, Situ and the 2 beds occupied by Sun Jiming and Wang Shouyong. Upon entering the medical hall, the Situ siblings raised their heads, their faces etched with worry, only to lower them in disappointment upon seeing the figure of Huang Qiao. Ever since their return from the Huang residence, they had hoped all matters were resolved. However, the following day, when they sought Wang Shouyong, they found him unconscious on the floor. It was unclear what had transpired. He had been brought to the medical hall, yet no ailments could be identified. Even more puzzling was the absence of Duan Hongying, who had yet to arrive, and no one from the family in the capital had come, as if everything conspired against them, and matters continued to go awry. What weighed heavily on their hearts was the individual lying on the bed. Shouyong, if you do not awaken soon, we shall have to take you to the capital. Situ Wenfeng sighed deeply. Just then, he suddenly sensed something, turning his head to see a youth with shining, raven-black eyes fixated intently on the figure on the bed. To outsiders, it appeared as though Banshing was entranced, his gaze piercing yet silent. However, he alone felt the ring upon his chest growing hot, as an elderly figure was compelled to emerge in a rush. You're burning me alive. How did this ring truly end up here? There as clearly the voice of Elder Fong shifted from exasperation to fear and then to astonishment, expressing 3 distinct emotions within the span of a single sentence. Had Wang Shouyong been awake, he might have remarked on the old man's dramatic shifts in demeanor. Alas, he remained ensconced in a deep slumber, while Elder Fong's figure flitted about the medical hall, astonished as if witnessing an unprecedented spectacle. How is this possible? He exclaimed. Situ Wenfeng, naturally unaware of Elder Fong's exclamations, merely observed Banshing, who was brought in by Huang Qiao, standing there in stunned silence. and thus felt a twinge of curiosity. Who is this young man? Situ Wenfeng inquired, casting a puzzled glance towards the fatigued Huang Qiao. Huang Qiao explained, "This is young physician Ing from the Physician Valley. He has come to investigate a perplexing ailment. Perhaps he may possess a solution." "Oh." Situ Wenfeng nodded slightly at Ing Banqing and responded casually. In recent days, every time Huang Qiao brought a renowned medical expert, he would lavish praise. However, each expert seemed utterly helpless. Not only could they not diagnose Wang Shouyong's condition, but even Sun Jiming, who stood nearby, remained an enigma. Over time, Situ Wenfeng ceased to harbor any expectations regarding the individuals Huang Qiao introduced. Instead, he contemplated the idea of taking Wang Shouyong back to the capital. Moreover, the latest person Huang Qiao presented was a youth nearly their own age. At such a tender age, how could he possibly be an adept in medical arts? Thus, Situ Wenfeng averted his gaze and shook his head. Situ Yiyun sighed and vacated his position, saying, "Physicianing. Why not give it a try?" From the perspective of a practitioner, it is evident that Brother Wang possesses a robust vitality, yet an aura of weakness seems to linger. Strangely, there has been no improvement in recent days. Ing Banqing remained silent, his lips moving as he took a few steps forward to grasp Wang Shouyong's wrist. This was the secret technique of sound transmission taught by Elder Fong, a mode of communication that was exceptionally discreet. Elder Fong. He is the person I am here to resolve. Ing Banqing's fingers subtly twitched, his internal energy discreetly converging at his fingertips, and then he remarked, "If I were to quietly sever his life force using the Lingshu method, I could return to the capital tomorrow." As his words fell, Elder Fong unexpectedly exclaimed, "No." "Why?" Ing Banqing furrowed his brow. "Because, my dear boy, let us discuss this matter at a more opportune time. In short, do not act hastily against him at this moment. Should you choose to intervene, it must be done gradually. Furthermore, Situ Tianyuan may not be a virtuous individual. What he asks of you may not be entirely benevolent." Ing Banqing's eyes gently closed, presenting a facade of earnest diagnosis to the onlookers, yet his lips continued to tremble ever so slightly. "Very well. I shall concoct a reason to withdraw. Knowing his appearance, I shall surely find an opportunity when he is alone." There is no need to depart just yet." Ing Banqing was taken aback. "Why?" "Because the ailment he suffers from is rather straightforward. If you wish to join the demon exorcism department, this is an opportune moment." Upon hearing this, Ing Banqing could not help but open his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Situ Wenfeng, noticing Ing Banqing's awakened eyes, assumed a conclusion had been reached and inquired, "Physicianing, what is the verdict?" Ing Banqing nodded vaguely, responding, "Well, Elder Fong, please instruct me." Elder Fong materialized, scrutinizing Wang Shouyong's appearance upon the bed, seemingly able to peer through his flesh to discern the underlying issues. This man's condition is not so much an ailment, in essence. It is quite simple. He is merely asleep. Ing Banqing, initially intending to relay Elder Fong's words as usual, found himself unable to contain his reaction upon hearing such a declaration. "Physicianing, what do you discern?" "Wait, allow me a moment to contemplate." Ing Banqing, reluctantly and with a heavy heart, closed his eyes once more to buy time. "Old Fong, please clarify your words. What do you mean by asleep?" "It cannot be that simple. The truth is undeniable," the old man replied with unwavering confidence. "My eyesight has never faltered. This person is indeed asleep. However, the chaotic pulse and the overwhelming energy within his body may have misled many physicians." "Nonsense. If he were merely asleep, he would surely awaken with our manipulations. Is there anyone who can sleep so profoundly?" "Patience," the old man responded. "I merely stated he is asleep. I did not claim he is without ailment. His essence is indeed in deep slumber." Old Fong continued. "This individual possesses a vigorous life force, yet the 8 fundamental principles, yin, yang, external, internal, cold, heat, deficiency, and excess, are all in disarray. Although he appears to be suffering from bitter cold energies, the internal heat is difficult to release. His profound slumber is a result of significant bodily changes. The yin and sha energy within is suppressing the liver, heart, and spleen, leading to this temporary state of unconsciousness." Ing Banqing, overwhelmed by Old Fong's complex explanations, felt as though he was lost in a fog of confusion, understanding little, yet grasping the essence. However, he quickly seized upon the crux of the matter and inquired, "How can we awaken him?" "Stab him with a knife." "What?" Ing Banqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Situ Wenfeng furrowed his brow and asked, "Physicianing, after taking the pulse for so long, have you discerned anything?" Ing Banqing's brow twitched, and he forced himself to respond, "Well, there are indeed some clues." Yet Situ Wenfeng immediately saw through Ing Banqing's stubbornness and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "There is no need for pretense, physician Ing. If you cannot discern anything, it is not uncommon. Even esteemed physicians have come and found nothing. You need not worry about your reputation." Upon hearing this, Ing Banqing realized he could no longer feign ignorance. He recounted old Feng's observations. This individual is brimming with life energy, the principles of yin and yang, external and internal. Cold and heat, deficiency and excess are all in turmoil, leading to his deep sleep. This is not an illness, and it is understandable that many physicians fail to see it. The three individuals within the medical hall widened their eyes in astonishment, their gazes finally focusing earnestly on the seemingly unremarkable young man. "Is there truly a clue?" Huan Chao exclaimed excitedly. Situ Wenfeng and Situ Iyun exchanged glances, both rising in unison. As if eager to speak, Ing Banqing steadied himself and, seizing the moment of their astonishment, hurriedly sought guidance from old Feng. "Teach me, old Feng. Did I not say? Simply find someone to stab him. You may choose the location. A swift thrust will rouse him. However, remember, this person is extremely dangerous. It is best to have someone of at least consummate skill to perform the task, lest there be peril." Chapter 78, A Thunderous Palm, Hu Xiaowei is sent flying. At that moment, Situ Wenfeng stepped forward, urgently grasping Ing Banqing's sleeve, and asked, "Physician, how shall we awaken him? Do you have a plan in mind?" After a brief pause, Ing Banqing steeled himself and reluctantly stated, "There is indeed a way, but it depends on whether you trust me. If we can trust you, then naturally we do. As long as the medicinal herbs are available in Linshui County, we can procure them. If not, we can seek them out." Ing Banqing fell silent once more, and after a considerable time, he finally uttered a few words. "Then you must find a knife and seek out a seasoned officer of complete mastery in the realm of perception." Situ Wenfeng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring, "What purpose does the knife and the officer serve?" "To stab him," came the reply. The atmosphere in the medical hall grew oddly tense. Not only were the three individuals who had been lingering by Wang Shouyong's side left speechless, but even the physicians tending to other matters could not help but glance over. Everyone was astonished by Ing Banqing's words. There is a method, yet it entails stabbing him? Strangely enough, although the crowd found it ludicrous, a part of them felt it might also be quite reasonable. A peculiar illness, a provocative treatment, perhaps it could indeed work? Ing Banqing was acutely aware of the absurdity of his suggestion, yet finding himself in a predicament, he steadied his mind and began to explain. "I understand that it is difficult for you to accept at first, but the situation is as follows. He has merely sunk into an extremely deep slumber. His body filled to the brim with dark and malevolent energy, which has rendered him unable to awaken. All you need to do is find a seasoned officer of complete mastery and perception, stab him, and he will be roused." The mention of a seasoned officer of complete mastery brought to Situ Wenfeng and Situ Iyun's minds the image of a stern-faced officer, poised like a sword. However, was it truly necessary to stab Wang Shouyong? They exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of impulsive curiosity in the other's eyes. If this could indeed awaken Wang Shouyong, perhaps it was worth a try. After all, they had ample healing elixirs. It could hardly result in death. Thus, after a prolonged silence filled with contemplation, Situ Wenfeng finally broke the stillness. "Is it impossible for us to do it ourselves? It is inadvisable. It is best to have a seasoned officer, or it may be perilous." While Ing Banqing was unsure of the dangers that might arise, he felt it prudent to echo Feng Lao's words. He then observed as Situ Wenfeng hesitated before speaking. Then, wait a moment. He subsequently exited the medical hall. After a brief interval, Situ Wenfeng returned, this time accompanied by an officer whose gaze was sharp and whose bearing was as formidable as a sword. "Why must I be the one to stab him?" Hu Chengping inquired, perplexed as they walked. "I do not know. The physician suggested it," was the response. Thus, the two entered the medical hall. Hu Chengping first directed his gaze towards Ing Banqing, who instantly felt as if a ferocious beast had fixed its stare upon him, rendering him rigid and causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. This sensation was nearly spine-chilling, prompting Ing Banqing to instinctively summon his power for self-protection. However, Hu Chengping merely cast a fleeting glance at him before redirecting his attention to Wang Shouyong, who lay upon the bed. In recent days, Hu Chengping had visited Wang Shouyong, but as a mere warrior skilled in combat, healing was not within his expertise. Nonetheless, upon observing Wang Shouyong's physical condition, he deemed it not particularly dire. The man was robust and vigorous, exhibiting only a chilling body temperature without any significant ailments. Hence, he did not share the same level of concern as the Situ siblings. He would eventually awaken. Yet now, having been summoned, he was informed that a knife must be plunged into him to elicit consciousness. Upon hearing Situ Wenfeng's words, Hu Qinping silently unsheathed the long knife at his side. Let us see. Hu Qinping was always decisive. Once he resolved upon a course of action, he undertook it without hesitation. Approaching the bedside, he raised the long knife high above his head. Halt. The crowd turned to seeing Banqing retreating to the medical hall's entrance, seeking refuge beside a tree. You all step outside, leaving only the captain to tend to him. The onlookers were taken aback, with many physicians shaking their heads in disbelief, their faces etched with anger. You insolent boy, I've tolerated your nonsensical prattle for long enough. And now you utter such bizarre words? I shall not leave. Is there truly any danger? You, let it be. Do as you wish. Banqing contemplated arguing but, upon reflection, deemed these individuals irrelevant to him. Thus he shook his head and refrained from further debate. Observing this, the Situ siblings silently exited the medical hall, dragging Huang Xiao along with them. Noticing the departure of several individuals, while no one else emerged from within, Banqing shook his head and called out to Hu Qinping, who still held the long knife aloft. Captain, proceed, but be cautious, merely pierce his abdomen. Upon hearing this, Hu Qinping's gaze turned icy, and he no longer hesitated. With a blade that was neither too light nor too heavy, he thrust downward. The cold blade glimmered, its reflection appearing sharp and fierce. In the fleeting moment, it seemed poised to pierce Wang Shouyong's lower abdomen. Yet, at that instant, Wang Shouyong on the bed suddenly reacted, his fingers twitching slightly before he abruptly opened his eyes. Confusion filled his gaze, the knife's reflection appearing exceedingly sharp and frigid within his sight. He raised his hand, his fingers gently curling, and propelled them towards the blade's gleam aimed at his abdomen. Swoosh! A sharp shriek reverberated across a radius of 100 feet. In a fleeting moment, the gleam of blades fragmented into countless shards, their scintillating brilliance exploding like a celestial event, reminiscent of a starry sky in turmoil. The occupants of the medical hall scarcely had time to react before they were besieged by a multitude of star-like points, each imbued with an overwhelming aura of dread, as if formidable warriors wielding blades were advancing upon them with malevolent intent. Be careful, someone cried out, instinctively activating a defensive array to shield against the onslaught of blade light. Yet, in an instant, the array shattered with a thunderous crash. On the bed, Wang Shouyong remained oblivious, his gaze clouded in confusion, until he reached out and grasped the shattered blade of Hu Qinping. As Hu Qinping met Wang Shouyong's gaze, he noted the absence of emotion in his eyes, as if he were caught in a dream, unable to discern between reality and illusion. Thus, he pressed down with determined force. Continue the thrust. The power of the sensory realm was indeed terrifying, regardless of the peculiar techniques or martial prowess. The sheer physicality surpassed that of the Qi transformation realm by an astounding magnitude. With confidence, Hu Qinping drove his blade downward. However, what transpired next was utterly unforeseen. The blade was seized single-handedly by Wang Shouyong, refusing to yield even an inch. Hu Qinping looked up in astonishment, his pupils reflecting Wang Shouyong's graceful hand. A crack echoed in the air as he glanced down to find the long sword in his grasp distorted like a crumpled tin can. Hu Qinping began to speak, but was interrupted as Wang Shouyong extended his other hand, seemingly in a daze, and unleashed a palm strike towards him. In that instant, Hu Qinping was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril, every hair on his body standing on end, a visceral instinct of danger surging through him. There was no trace of magical energy, only a chilling, oppressive aura. It was as if a great demon of the sensory realm was bearing down upon him with all its might. In that fleeting moment, Hu Qinping managed to channel his energy into his forearms, relinquishing the long sword and crossing his arms before him. The next second, a thunderous explosion erupted, the shockwave from the medical hall obliterating countless stones and bricks. The ground trembled beneath the force, and the hall disintegrated in an instant, like a bomb detonating within its confines. The ceiling was violently torn away, and the walls crumbled into dust and debris. In a heartbeat, the shockwave reversed, akin to a natural disaster, upheaving the ground and sending various objects soaring into the air. Simultaneously, a figure shot forth from the swirling clouds of dust, ascending towards the boundless sky. Outside the medical hall, onlookers hastily summoned defensive arrays while gazing up at the disheveled silhouette aloft. Their gazes were sharp, their forms poised like blades. The shattered sword, the bent blade. Chapter 79. Setting aside the facts, could it be that lieutenant who was not in the wrong? The figure of captain who soared through the air, creating an image of immense impact that etched itself deeply into the eyes of every onlooker. A shrill cry pierced the air, prompting some to instinctively cover their ears, only to find that the sound clung to them like an uninvited guest. Others, bewildered, looked up, only to have blood flow from their ears. A mere gasp sent crimson gushing forth. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a figure gradually rose from the ground. Unsteady and deliberate, resembling an infant taking its first steps or a marionette struggling to acclimate to its own body. The surroundings lay in utter disarray. The place where the medical hall once stood had transformed into a desolate ruin, with countless particles of dust and stone burying all remnants of normalcy. Coughs echoed, and anguished cries filled the air. Inside the medical hall, the physicians and captains who had disregarded earlier warnings now lay sprawled on the ground, akin to mere mortals, helplessly gazing at the figure that slowly regained its footing. The piercing cry continued to resonate in their ears until a voice broke through, silencing the tumult. What has transpired? They wondered aloud, lifting their heads to see the figure amidst the dust, raising both hands and gently pressing downwards. Suddenly, the clouds of dirt and debris seemed to obey an unseen command, freezing in midair. In the next instant, as the figure's palms descended, the dust cascaded to the ground in a manner reminiscent of rain, but it fell silently, without a single splash. With a singular motion, the chaos of dust dissipated completely, leaving only a staggering silhouette glancing around in confusion. Shouyong, called out Situ Wenfeng from a distance. The figure turned, surprise etched upon its features. Wenfeng, what has happened to you all? The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. What had indeed befallen them? The instigator appeared as innocuous as a passerby, while the others bore the marks of victims, smeared with dust and despair. Situ Wenfeng opened his mouth to explain. Yet the enormity of the situation left him at a loss, unsure of where to begin. Just as he gathered his thoughts, a sharp wail cut through the air once more. The crowd looked up, witnessing a chilling gleam of a blade descending from above. Its commanding presence sent shivers down their spines. In the air, Hu Qinping advanced step by step, exuding an overwhelming aura, as the wind swirled ominously around him. Brandishing a new long knife, its point aimed menacingly at the youth. Who dares to wreak havoc within the exorcist's domain? On the ground, Wang Shouyong lifted his gaze, and the glimmer of the blade loomed before him, its overwhelming aura surpassing even that fateful strike aimed at Tang Ying and Sun Jiming before the temple gate. This strike seemed to harbor some arcane essence, as if the very air around them had solidified, pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, for reasons unknown, even as the cold light of the blade reflected in his pupils and strands of hair were severed before it, Wang Shouyong felt no trace of fear. Faced with this once admired blade, he clumsily extended his palm once more. He then spread his fingers forward and gently grasped the light of the blade, as delicately as one might hold a withered leaf that had fallen from the sky, or as if emulating the Buddha plucking a flower. At that moment, a calm voice broke the tension. Hu Xiaowei, it is I. As the words fell, the blade light, under Wang Shouyong's hand, crumbled effortlessly like tofu. The light shattered in two, with the remaining fragments sweeping past Wang Shouyong's side, stirring a fierce wind that lifted the corners of his garment before crashing heavily to the ground. The earth trembled, and the ground along both sides of Wang Shouyong was cleaved, creating two deep, dark ravines. The land within 100 zhang quivered as if shaken, and the very soil of the medical hall seemed to sink several inches. Wang Shouyong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the cold figure in the sky, poised to unleash a full-force strike. He slowly uttered 5 words, Hu Xiaowei, spare me. As his voice echoed, an unprecedented silence enveloped the scene. Everyone appeared momentarily dazed, as if they had heard words that were utterly contradictory and absurd. What? Situ Wenfeng blurted out. No one answered him. They too felt that such a submissive declaration should not have escaped the lips of one so formidable, leaving them momentarily disoriented. In the air, Hu Qinping hesitated, his blade pausing as he looked down to see Wang Shouyong's clear gaze and the slight curl of his lips. Wang Shouyong opened his pair of pitch-black, luminous eyes and blinked. It was reminiscent of the time when, at the entrance of the small house on the 23rd day of the 12th month, he playfully chided Hu Xiaowei, saying not to smile, as it was unbecoming. His demeanor was casual yet poised. In response, Hu Qinping gazed at Wang Shouyong for a moment, then shook his head, falling into a contemplative silence as he sheathed his sword. Next time such an event occurs, awaken earlier. The Demon Exorcism Department does not possess many medical halls for you to wreak havoc upon. Understood. I shall heed your counsel. As his words settled and the dust came to rest, Hu Qinping gradually descended from the heights, his gaze sweeping across the medical hall, only to be struck by a sudden stillness in his eyes. for he astonishingly discovered that the hall had lost a whole brick, and not a single person stood unscathed. Dozens within the hall wailed in agony, each bearing injuries to varying degrees. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Shouyong couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly as he rushed forward to rescue those trapped beneath the debris in the medical hall. With remarkable ease, he hurled aside large stones and bricks, liberating everyone from their perilous entrapment. Fortunately, all had only sustained injuries and had not lost their lives. Embarrassed, Wang Shouyong offered a sheepish smile. "You." Someone glared at him fiercely, but upon meeting his innocent gaze, their fury inexplicably subsided. The calamity they had suffered was not directly attributable to Wang Shouyong. He had merely been unconscious, inadvertently provoked by the methods of healing, which resulted in his astonishing display of strength. However, the magnitude of his power had far exceeded their expectations. Who could have anticipated that a mere practitioner at the Qi transformation realm could unleash such ferocity, akin to a ferocious beast unleashed? The oppressive aura emanating from him was overwhelming. Apart from Hu Qingping, who had reached the pinnacle of the perception realm, none had the means to resist such an onslaught. Yet, even Hu Qingping, the so-called demon star, had been affected. As this realization dawned upon the crowd, their gazes instinctively shifted towards him. An unusual tension enveloped the atmosphere. Hu Qingping, noticing their scrutiny, remained unperturbed and maintained his cold demeanor, though his grip on the hilt of his long knife tightened slightly. "This place has been utterly devastated. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this disaster?" Hu Qingping's inquiry elicited a sense of guilt within Wang Shouyong, prompting him to lower his head. "I understand. But setting aside the facts, could it be that you, Hu Captain, bear no responsibility in this matter?" Chapter 80. Passing the buck. Who shall compensate? Hu Qingping raised an eyebrow, retorting coldly, "What fault lies with me? I certainly should not have been stabbed while I was still in the realm of dreams, encountering delightful visions. Your sudden attack not only disrupted my slumber but compelled me to retaliate, resulting in your own being cast aside. All right, Hu Captain. Please refrain from regarding me with such disdain. I shall not bring up the incident of your being thrown, if that is your wish." Wang Shouyong replied with a forced grin. "Nevertheless, had you not stabbed me, this predicament would not have arisen." As his words hung in the air, he anticipated a chorus of incredulous gazes from the onlookers. To his surprise, the attention of everyone present, including the injured within the medical hall and those who had taken refuge outside, such as the Sidu siblings and the head of the Huanqiao family, suddenly converged upon one individual, Ing Banqing. They had not forgotten that it was Ing Banqing who had proposed this absurd method of treatment, which had precipitated such chaos. "Old Fong, save me." However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of Elder Fong. The ring was scorching hot, yet Elder Fong had withdrawn into it, remaining utterly silent. In an instant, Ing Banqing felt a dozen searing gazes upon him, observing the severely damaged medical hall. Even the usually unperturbed Ing Banqing found himself somewhat flustered. "I merely heard of the peculiar ailments in this place and followed the master of the Huanqiao family here to provide treatment. Surely, such a vast demon exorcism department would not hold a kind-hearted physician accountable for the destruction of this medical hall." As he spoke, Ing Banqing steeled himself, deliberately emphasizing the name of the Huanqiao family, and took a few measured steps to stand beside Master Huang, placing his hand heavily upon the latter's shoulder. "Do you not agree with my assertion, Master Huang?" The crowd turned their attention to Huanqiao. A large black pot seemed to descend from the heavens, and Huanqiao felt as though the sky was about to collapse. This was the very embodiment of the phrase "a good deed gone awry." Startled, he immediately sought to distance himself from the responsibility. Yet, at that moment, Ing Banqing unexpectedly began to gently massage Master Huang's shoulders, softly saying, "By the way, upon our return, I shall need to teach you a method to strengthen your body." "Indeed. It is I who sought out renowned physicians to bring the esteemed young physician here." Master Huang spoke with resolute conviction, his tone firm as iron. The crowd gazed at him in a daze. "But my sincere intentions, after all, are to express my gratitude to Lord Wang. Were it not for Lord Wang, I would have perished at the hands of demons. Thus here, I must once again thank Lord Wang on behalf of the Huang family. Thank you, Lord Wang, for your timely rescue." Master Huang bowed deeply. Truly, he exemplified the astute merchant who traverses the land. Upon hearing Ing Banqing's veiled threat, he did not hesitate for a moment and promptly accepted the burden of blame. However, words were indeed the vital tools that Master Huang wielded to build his vast enterprise. The implications within his speech were a strategic retreat meant to advance, possessing a depth of skill beyond the ordinary. Thus, This heavy black pot was deftly and casually redirected back onto Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong was utterly bewildered. How did it come back to me after all this time? If I had known, I would have refrained from rescuing you, old Master Huang. Wang Shouyong expressed his dissatisfaction. Just at that moment, as old Master Huang hesitated, Hu Chengping's lips curled slightly, interrupting the farce. Enough. The compensation for the medical hall will be deducted from your merits. Over the past few days, you have been provided with countless rare treasures. It is only fitting that you bear the cost. All of this will be calculated, and later, you will accompany me to seek accountability from Lord Liao. Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong, with a touch of discomfort, inquired about the extent of merit needed for the damages to the medical hall. Surely, a few merits from vanquishing shape-shifting demons would suffice. Oh, then that is no concern. Wang Shouyong sighed in relief and nodded promptly. He still had ample merit from 2 profound demons. At worst, he could sacrifice one to offset the costs. Fortunately, even the property of the Exorcism Bureau was not exorbitantly priced. Otherwise, at such a tender age, Wang Shouyong would be burdened with a mortgage, making it difficult to sever ties with the Bureau, which would indeed be quite alarming. Hu Chengping, equally speechless, observed the resolution of the matter and shook his head, continuing. As for those injured in the medical hall, some individuals' eyes sparkled, seemingly struck by a notion. If such injuries could be exchanged for merit compensation, it appeared quite advantageous. It is crucial to note that most personnel in the medical hall are clerical officers, who inherently dislike violence and seldom have opportunities to slay demons. They can only accumulate merit through the act of saving lives. However, these officers often gather in groups, and not only are injuries infrequent, but even when they do occur, the competition for merit is fierce, leaving little to share among them. In such circumstances, it is hardly surprising that they might seek to exploit the situation for merit. Yet, as Hu Chengping was about to articulate his thoughts, Ing Banqing interjected, I had already cautioned earlier that this method of treatment is exceedingly perilous. They disregarded my warning and even mocked me with scornful remarks. Now, having suffered such consequences, they have only themselves to blame. Ing Banqing vividly recalled the differing attitudes exhibited by these individuals when he first proposed the treatment method. Upon hearing this, Hu Chengping glanced at Ing Banqing and continued, Indeed, I share your sentiments. The injuries sustained by those in the medical hall stem from their own incompetence and refusal to heed counsel. They must bear the consequences. Moreover, after all this time, they have failed to even diagnose the ailments, resulting in a complete lack of merit. Therefore, there is no need for you to compensate them. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shouyong was momentarily taken aback. The members of the medical hall were equally astonished, quickly escalating to a state of furious indignation. Absurd. Hu Chengping. On what grounds do you decide whether we owe compensation? We shall seek Lord Liao. You are not the head of the demon exorcism department. What authority do you possess? Do not presume that just because this individual is one of your subordinates, you can arbitrarily assign blame. I assert that you are not exempt from this matter either. This is utterly infuriating, a calamity without cause. The voices within the medical hall erupted in protest, with some individuals so enraged that they attempted to rise, only to collapse back to the ground due to their grievous injuries. Whether you seek Lord Liao is for you to decide. I am not your parent. Hu Chengping said coldly, his demeanor unyielding. Meanwhile, Wang Shouyong stared blankly at Hu Chengping, a realization dawning upon him. At last, I understand why your relationships are so strained. Lieutenant Hu, he remarked with a smirk. Is this inappropriate? Hu Chengping raised an eyebrow. Quite the contrary, it is perfectly appropriate, Wang Shouyong replied with a grin. Lieutenant Hu handles matters with fairness. I am thoroughly satisfied. Despite Hu Chengping's stern words, his earlier cold demeanor, and the demand for compensation for the medical hall's losses, he had elevated the matter only to delicately set it aside, ultimately absorbing the animosity himself, much like his previous stance of defending against criticism at the temple gate. Enough. This matter is resolved. You shall accompany me to find Lord Liao, as this situation bears significant consequences. Now that you have awakened, we cannot afford to delay any further. Is there work to be done right after waking up? Wang Shouyong was momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to speak, when he caught a penetrating glance from Hu Chengping. A shiver ran down his spine, and he suddenly recalled an urgent matter. This was disastrous. The method of concealing one's presence that Liao Yuanqing had mentioned had yet to be redeemed. His earlier actions had been executed in a state of utter ignorance, with his entire being exuding a palpable aura of sinister energy, completely unmasked. It was not only Hu Chengping who had noticed. It was likely that everyone in the medical hall had witnessed it firsthand. Fortunately, the commotion had been considerable, and amidst the banter and blame shifting, People had subconsciously overlooked this detail. Otherwise, the secrets he harbored would have been laid bare in an instant. In that moment, Wang Shouyong felt that Hu Qingping was not only cold on the surface but also warm-hearted, exhibiting a meticulousness that rivaled even those with exceptionally perceptive minds. "Let us depart," Hu Qingping said, withdrawing his gaze with a calm demeanor. In the next breath, he floated away amidst the anguished shouts of the crowd. Wang Shouyong, no longer hesitating, immediately soared into the air, nodding to the Sidhu's siblings and saying, "I shall return to seek you." With those words spoken, he too flew towards the direction of the affairs hall. Chapter 81. Liao Yuanqing's inquiry during these past few days of slumber. Wang Shouyong was not entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Otherwise, he would not have awakened upon encountering danger. However, the external manipulation and treatment he received transformed into mere material for his dreams. As he was lifted, in his dream, he metamorphosed into a divine dragon, soaring freely amidst the clouds. When someone offered him a precious elixir in the dream, it became celestial dew descending from the heavens, and he swiftly transformed into a young beast gazing upward, longing for the sweet rain. The noisy whispers in his ears turned into countless sacred sounds, as if the masses were calling out to him. Moreover, Situ Iyun's soft murmurings became an intimate secret, which is best left unspoken. In summary, within the dream, he appeared to embody a wondrous life form, traversing a vast world where the essence of the heavens and the earth was 100-fold richer than today, ever-changing and full of wonder. This realm was replete with divine dew raining down, towering flora, ethereal creatures fluttering about, and every mountain and stream was a treasure trove. It was a land of unparalleled abundance, alluring beyond measure. Yet, as dreams are but ephemeral, upon awakening, Wang Shouyong was disheartened to confront the stark reality. The world he returned to was one of thin, murky essence, occasionally haunted by unanchored malevolent energies. It was indeed a chaotic era rife with demons and turmoil. One cannot help but remark that emerging from the dream was akin to plummeting from the heavens to the mortal realm, a profound sense of disparity overwhelming him. Nevertheless, the dream was not without merit. Beyond providing Wang Shouyong with splendid fantasies, it also alleviated his deep-seated fatigue, bestowing him with a newfound mastery over his corporeal form. Upon awakening, Wang Shouyong discovered an extraordinary occurrence. His newly acquired attribute, Dragon's Power, gleamed vibrantly on the panel. Yet he felt no lingering awkwardness in his movements that typically accompanied such an acquisition. If a block of tofu were placed in his hand, he could effortlessly grip it and set it down with care. Furthermore, with sheer brute strength alone, he had managed to send Hu Qingping flying. This newfound control was remarkable. In addition, after a profound slumber, he sensed an inexplicable energy surging within him. His physical form remained unchanged, yet he felt a transformation in his constitution, as if this mysterious energy was subtly guiding him toward becoming an extraordinary being. This energy could not be released nor distinctly perceived, yet it pulsated with vitality, enduring and profound. Opening the panel, the attribute longevity also shimmered with golden light. Longevity, gold, a secret of eternal life, lies hidden within your bloodline, allowing you to extend your lifespan through the souls of others. Perhaps this was the secret concealed within his lineage, Wang Shouyong mused. Lost in thought, he followed Hu Qingping as they descended, taking a few strides into the spacious affairs hall. Inside, Lord Liao was perpetually engrossed in unending official duties, seemingly unaware of how his time was consumed. It was only when the two approached that he finally lifted his gaze. Awake? Liao Yuanqing inquired, momentarily halting his riding in astonishment. Yes, Wang Shouyong replied with a nod. Hu Qingping, ever decisive, wasted no time. Once their exchange concluded, he meticulously recounted the events that had transpired in the medical hall. Upon hearing that their altercation had resulted in the destruction of the medical hall, Liao Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. So it was you who caused that commotion, and you utterly demolished the medical hall? Liao Yuanqing gasped, taken aback. Although he had been focused on his tasks, he had indeed heard a tremendous uproar, initially believing it to be from the martial arts arena, never anticipating it was such a significant incident involving the medical hall. No wonder there were numerous guards outside shouting in alarm. It was all due to this matter. Indeed. But this fellow has 2 accolades for dealing with the mysterious demons, Hu Qingping remarked, recounting his previous statements to Liao Yuanqing without omission. After a moment of shock, Liao Yuanqing nodded thoughtfully, saying, "That is of little consequence. Later, we shall take this lad to the merit hall to deduct his accolades, and the medical hall will be repaired in due course." However, Liao Yuanqing's expression grew serious, and taking a deep breath, he continued, "You mentioned that during your fight, this lad sent you flying. Is that truly the case?" Absolutely true, Hu Chumping replied, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Shouyong. That strike was as if a formidable demon had unleashed its wrath, malevolent and fierce. I was momentarily caught off guard, which led to my being sent flying. Wang Shouyong, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, if you were adequately prepared, how much distance would remain between us? Hu Chumping's gaze turned frosty, and with a furrowed brow, he replied, naturally, it would be akin to the flickering of a spark against the brilliance of the full moon. Should I be prepared? You would no longer pose a threat to me. Is that truly the case? Wang Shouyong asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Hu Chumping raised an eyebrow. If you are skeptical, we can venture outdoors shortly. Before he could finish, Liao Yuanqing, finally regaining his composure, interjected, enough of this contest of wills. What significance does it hold? He scrutinized Wang Shouyong from head to toe and remarked, when I initially recruited you into the exorcism division, I could never have anticipated your remarkable growth. From tempering your body to refining your essence, and now, achieving a consummate mastery akin to that of Colonel Hu. Enough, Chumping. You need not regard me in such a manner. I shall refrain from further comment. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that your pace of cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. Whenever something transcends the ordinary, I cannot help but ponder the underlying reasons, delving deeper into the enigma. As Liao Yuanqing reflected, his expression suddenly deepened with contemplation. The more one thinks, the more certain questions elude clarity. He fixed his gaze on Wang Shouyong. Therefore, dear Wang, could you enlighten me regarding the sinister aura that envelopes you? Is it the secret to your rapid advancement and cultivation? How could a practitioner harbor such malevolent energy? If you command this sinister aura, are you truly human, or something that even the demon-subduing stone cannot detect? Should others uncover this, how could I persuade them of your inherent goodness, that you would not wreak havoc upon the world? Especially when you have engaged your peers, how can others trust you? Might you, Wang, provide clarity on these matters? With each question posed, the atmosphere within the office grew increasingly somber. Wang Shouyong retracted his cheerful demeanor and fixed a serious gaze upon Liao Yuanqing. Turning his head, he encountered the solemn countenance of Hu Chumping. He then replied, I harbor an unwavering enmity towards demons. Upon encountering them, I shall slay them without hesitation. Are these matters of significance? Naturally, they are. Liao Yuanqing spoke slowly. A century ago, a being of malevolence emerged, possessing meridians and acupoints unlike those of ordinary individuals, endowed with an extraordinary talent. He bizarrely cultivated demonic arts within a human form. His actions, whether influenced by the malevolent arts or innate savagery, were marked by extreme brutality. He wrought countless calamities, leaving devastation in his wake that surpassed even that of demons. Ultimately, countless heroes rose in succession to vanquish this malevolent being, yet all paid a harrowing price. Since then, the Tianqi dynasty enacted a decree. Any who practice demonic arts shall have their meridians severed. Those who practice such arts and cause harm shall face execution without mercy. Tell me, are these matters of significance? Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong fell into a profound silence. Liao Yuanqing and Hu Chumping's gazes were sharp as blades, piercing through him as though they aimed to carve two gashes named truth upon his very being. Chapter 82. The Imperial Envoy Approaches. The examination of the two counties is about to commence. Wang Shouyong had anticipated that the ominous energy surrounding him might be discovered, potentially leading to severe consequences. However, he never imagined that this matter would escalate to a point where he had to confront it so swiftly. Yet, from Liao Yuanqing's tone, he sensed an unusual emotional undercurrent. After a moment of silence, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and admitted, I am at a loss for how to respond. Liao Yuanqing furrowed his brow and coldly replied, if one day in the future you are questioned by others, would you wish to respond in the same manner? Upon hearing these words, Wang Shouyong became even more resolute in his thoughts and bowed deeply, pleading, please, esteemed Liao, guide me. Liao Yuanqing did not intend to interrogate him. He sought no answers, but rather wished to impress upon him the significance of this matter. Shaking his head, he remarked, I have already imparted my teachings to you. Yet I have not seen you apply the method of concealing the mysterious energy. Wang Shouyong could only feel a pang of shame as he admitted, in the midst of my busyness, I simply forgot. Liao Yuanqing let out a cold snort and remarked, it is not that you forgot, but rather that you assumed I would let this matter slide so easily, believing it trivial. Yet you have failed to consider how alarming this situation appears to others, particularly since I have received word that the Imperial Inspector will soon arrive to oversee the evaluations of our two counties. As he spoke, Liao Yuanqing extended his hand, and a piece of forged gold fabric fell into Wang Shouyong's grasp. A quick glance revealed the glaring inscription of Imperial Inspector emblazoned upon it. The arrival of the Imperial Inspector, coupled with the presence of a lieutenant within the Demon Exorcism Department of Linshui County, who had previously attacked a colleague, raises serious concerns. How should I conduct myself in this predicament? And what course of action should Lieutenant Hu take? Do not presume that the Imperial Inspector will overlook the ominous aura that surrounds you as Hu does. Should he become aware, he will surely execute you. At that moment, your demise would be inevitable. Liao Yuanqing's words weighed heavily, exposing a harsh reality that Wang Shouyong had previously disregarded. Indeed, the world is not populated solely by virtuous individuals. Within the Demon Exorcism Department of Linshui County alone, there exist despicable characters like Sun Jiming and Tang Ying, while in the neighboring Jishan County's department, there are those who conspire with malevolent beings. Gazing outward, one can only wonder how many wretched souls and sordid affairs lie hidden. Having surrounded himself with individuals like Liao Yuanqing and Hu Qingping, Wang Shouyong had subconsciously overlooked certain lurking dangers, naively assuming that certain matters would not escalate into significant problems. Now, with the Imperial Inspector approaching, this situation has become one that demands immediate resolution. With a furrowed brow, he pondered deeply. And a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. I know what must be done. Liao Yuanqing, sensing a weight lift from his heart, nodded in approval. At last, he was willing to heed counsel, recognizing his mistakes. What greater virtue is there? You have a plan? Pray, share it with me. Simply withdraw from the Demon Exorcism Department. Wang Shouyong suggested. Even if the Imperial Inspector possesses great powers, he cannot scrutinize the entirety of Linshui County. Once he departs, utter nonsense. Liao Yuanqing nearly spat blood at these words. After all the admonitions, this impudent youth arrived at such a conclusion. How absurd. Do you think the Demon Exorcism Department is a place you can enter and exit at will? I forbid you to leave, and Lieutenant Hu will certainly do the same. The very notion that the esteemed Demon Exorcism Department would act with such tyrannical disregard was shocking to Wang Shouyong. Surely this was the most prudent course of action. If he could not confront it, could he not at least evade it? Why could he not just hide away? Then, as if struck by a realization, he inquired, moreover, what does this have to do with Lieutenant Hu? It was only then that Hu Qingping, who had been listening intently, furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, saying, Do you believe the evaluations of the two counties concern merely the inspection of public order and the exorcism of demons? Every Imperial Inspector carries with them a mandate containing 100 directives, detailing an extensive list of matters to be inspected. Regarding the position of the captain, there exists a criterion for selection to enter the capital, which necessitates undergoing an assessment along with one's trusted subordinates. This evaluation serves two purposes. Firstly, to gauge the captain's command and leadership abilities, and secondly, to assess their prowess in vanquishing demons and monsters. Failing to meet the standards in either aspect precludes entry into the capital. 3 years ago, I found myself at the pinnacle of my cultivation, merely awaiting my opportunity to enter the capital, yet I missed that golden chance and did not gain entry. Now, with the alignment of favorable circumstances at my disposal, I am resolutely determined to reach the capital. At this point, Hu Qingping's expression hardened, and with gritted teeth, he declared, Now you understand. Does your departure bear any significance to me? Wang Shouyong was taken aback. No wonder he always felt that both Liao Yuanqing and Hu Qingping treated him with excessive kindness. He had thought it was due to his remarkable talent that garnered such special attention, only to discover that there was an underlying consideration at play. Fortunately, he had previously found Hu Qingping's kindness somewhat effeminate, but now it seemed he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Both his mouth and his backside were relieved. Thus, Wang Shouyong patted his chest and exhaled, saying, Very well, since you have shown me favor, I shall remain within the Demon Exorcism Division to practice that mysterious technique. The gathering of Xian. Let us hope it can deceive the Imperial Envoy for now. But will it truly be effective? Nonsense. Liao Yuanqing, for reasons unknown, felt his patience wearing thin in the presence of this young man. His already explosive temperament was now even more readily ignited. With the Imperial Envoy's arrival less than a month away, you are forbidden to go anywhere during this time. Stay with Hu Shaowei and master the gathering of Xian to perfection. You must reach a level where even I cannot discern your malevolent aura, Liao Yuanqing stated sternly. You must understand that this matter is not a trivial one. Do you comprehend? Wang Shouyong set aside his jesting demeanor and responded earnestly, I understand. And I shall devote myself to diligent study. Upon witnessing Wang's earnest commitment, Liao Yuanqing felt a sense of relief wash over him, and his tone softened considerably. Your innate talent is formidable, With dedicated practice, achieving mastery within a month should pose no challenge. If that is the case, I can rest easy. Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong opened his mouth, eager to refute the notion of possessing any innate talent for martial arts or cultivation techniques. However, gazing at Liao Yuanqing's expression, which had finally softened, he found himself unable to voice his denial. Perhaps it was best to first attempt to explore the matter further. Subsequently, Liao Yuanqing shifted the topic and inquired, "Does your previous fainting spell have any connection to the secrets of your cultivation?" Wang Shouyong hesitated for a moment before responding. "It does indeed relate to the matter at hand. Is it detrimental to one's health? Not at all. On the contrary, it is exceedingly beneficial. Perhaps it is a case of being unprepared for nourishment, which has led to this prolonged slumber. But let us not dwell on such matters. I shall refrain from further inquiries. As long as it poses no harm to your body, remember that the path of cultivation should not be rushed. You are among the most gifted individuals I have encountered in this realm of practice, so there is no need for haste. Take your time and proceed gently. One cannot deny that when Liao Yuanqing is composed, he possesses a certain charm. His words evoke a familiar sense of being cared for by an elder at home. Thus, Wang Shouyong nodded and replied, "Indeed, I shall remember that. Now, why not hasten to change to the Lianchuan method?" Wang Shouyong, feeling as if he were perched upon a bed of nails, did not hesitate for long. He was eager to depart. With a respectful gesture, he declared, "I take my leave." With that, he swiftly exited the affairs hall, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Liao Yuanqing shook his head, unable to suppress a chuckle as he muttered, "This rascal." Just as he was about to articulate further, a thought struck him. "Ah, indeed. There was another matter that piqued my interest. You mentioned earlier that it was a physician who resolutely proposed a treatment method that ultimately roused Shouyong from his stupor." Chapter 83. The Synthesis of Mediocre Entries, the Practice of Subtle Gathering Techniques. Upon returning to the medical hall, Wang Shouyong discovered, to his dismay, that the figures of the Situ siblings had vanished. Only the physicians of the hall remained, struggling to rise from the ground, accompanied by the inquisitive officers who had gathered around. Shaking his head, Wang Shouyong resolved to proceed to the residence of the Situ siblings in search of them. However, just as he took a couple of steps, a youthful voice called out from behind, "Hold on." Wang Shouyong turned around and beheld the composed visage of the young physician. "Oh, what is it?" he inquired, perplexed. "If it pertains to remuneration, you should seek Master Huang, or obtain your reward through him at the Demon Exorcism Office." "I did not come for a reward," Imbanqing replied, his expression peculiar as he scrutinized Wang Shouyong from head to toe before continuing. "Then what is your purpose?" Wang questioned. With unwavering demeanor, Imbanqing stated, "I wish to request of you, Lord Wang, to fulfill a modest desire of mine, which I consider to be a form of compensation for the healing." "Healing," Wang echoed. Wang Shouyong harbored silent resentment, though unbeknownst to others. He was acutely aware of it and felt no need for provocation. In due time, he would naturally awaken from this slumber. His prior condition resembled a character in a game, momentarily stalled while loading its avatar. All that was required was the restoration of the network for the character to fully materialize. The panel had transformed his physique, reshaping his constitution and endowing him with an entirely new body, one that concealed the secrets of immortality. How could such a metamorphosis come without consequence? His slumber was merely the most inconsequential aspect of the price he had paid. Thus, the notion of healing held little significance for Wang Shouyong. Wang Shouyong pondered for a moment, ultimately refraining from speaking the truth. With a sense of resignation, he said, "Please, do share your thoughts, within my modest capabilities. I may consider assisting you. I wish to join the Demon Extermination Division, and I request you, Lord Wang, to recommend me to the esteemed chief." "You aspire to join the Demon Extermination Division?" Wang Shouyong was taken aback. "Alas, you have sought the wrong individual. I am merely a humble attendant to a lowly officer. What merit do I possess to recommend another for the division? Furthermore, I am entirely unaware of any assessment criteria they might have. Why not give it a try? My lord, my medical skills are extraordinary, and at such a tender age, I have attained consummate mastery. Why would the Demon Extermination Division turn away a talent like me? I have already mentioned that I am of little consequence. Whether you gain entry to the Demon Extermination Division is beyond my influence. However, I could facilitate an introduction for you to meet Lord Liao. Beyond that, I am unable to assist further." Just then, another attendant approached, interrupting any further discourse from Imbanqing. The attendant halted before them and announced, "Dr. Ing, please wait. Lord Liao wishes to see you." "Me?" Imbanqing was genuinely taken aback. Since arriving in Lin County, he had not accomplished anything noteworthy. How could he have attracted the attention of the chief of the Demon Extermination Division? If anything, he had merely proposed a method of treatment that awakened the dormant Wang Shouyong. Reflecting on this, Qing could not help but cast a curious glance at Wang Shouyong, who observed him with keen interest. Had he truly done enough to warrant a personal audience with the chief of the Demon Extermination Division? Who exactly was this individual? Upon witnessing this, Wang Shouyong chuckled. You see, gold will shine wherever it is, requiring no introduction from me. You shall meet Lord Liao in due course. Go now. There are certain opportunities where taking shortcuts proves futile. Ultimately, one must rely on their own efforts to seize them. Wang Shouyong, with a weighty sincerity, gently patted Qing's shoulder, as if imparting wisdom to a junior tempted by the allure of cunning shortcuts. Subsequently, he turned and departed, leaving behind the astonished gaze of the latter. As night fell, the moon ascended above the willow treetops. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Shouyong settled cross-legged on the newly acquired bed provided by the Demon Exorcism Department and finally found the time to reopen the panel. After having experienced an exceptionally lengthy dream, reopening the panel felt like an event from a distant past. Similarly, upon witnessing the shimmering golden inscriptions on the panel, a long-forgotten thrill surged within him. He licked his lips, feeling a flutter of excitement. He had not forgotten that before his unconsciousness, he had left behind 61 blue entries uncombined. After a careful count, along with the remaining 4 worthless purple entries, theoretically, he could still synthesize 3 brand new golden entries. Should he synthesize them? Gazing at the multitude of entries on the panel, Wang Shouyong felt an urge bubbling within him. Ultimately, however, he chose to enhance the Nine body. The materials selected were 3 purple entries obtained from the remaining demons in the 3rd layer of the demon prison, along with the day slumber acquired from the old bat demon, perfectly totaling 4 entries, which he added to the enhancement list alongside the Nine body. Upon selecting the enhancement entry, Nine body, purple, the notification chimed, indicating successful enhancement, and he received a new entry, Nine body, gold. In that fleeting moment, as the original entry vanished, Wang Shouyong sensed a certain substance within him swiftly dissipating, ultimately disappearing without a trace. In its place, an inexplicable sense of clarity and vigor emerged. Upon examining the panel, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the entry regarding the Nine body had undergone a transformation. Nine body, gold. You are a rare embodiment of the Nine body, capable of cultivating through the energy of heaven and earth. At night, you shall receive a double enhancement. The latter part of the previous purple entry, which stated that during the day, you would be affected by weakness, had completely vanished. This entry had entirely transitioned from a state of mixed advantages and disadvantages to a purely beneficial one. Moreover, the day slumber that had caused him considerable distress during the day had also disappeared. Feeling the surge of immense power coursing through him, Wang Shouyong felt confident that if Hu Qingping stood before him at this moment, he might very well regard him with a degree of caution. Looking once more at the panel, Wang Shouyong was tempted to continue enhancing or randomly synthesizing, but ultimately, he restrained his impulsive fingers. While going all in was indeed exhilarating, should an unforeseen circumstance arise that required materials for synthesis, those seemingly trivial entries could become the sole avenue for breakthrough. He had not forgotten that. Back at the entrance of the Taoist temple, had he not desperately consumed a vast amount of materials for synthesis, he might have perished at the hands of that female corpse long ago. A man who cannot even temper his impulses cannot truly be deemed capable. Wang Shouyong reluctantly closed the panel, then, as if to divert his attention, retrieved a tome of mystical arts from his bosom. The yellowed cover bore the elegantly inscribed characters, Lianxian Fa. Upon returning from the affairs hall, he had sought out Elder Shang at the martial arts pavilion to exchange for this technique, unexpectedly depleting half of his remaining merits in the realm of sensing demons. The other half of his merits was exchanged for a brand new box of precious medicinal herbs, now stacked in the corner of his modest chamber. However, those herbs could be consumed at a later time. The practice of Lianxian Fa required immediate attention. According to Liao Yuanqing, the imperial envoy was soon to arrive in the 2 counties, though the specific date remained unknown. He had at most a month to prepare, during which he would join Hu Qingping in the assessment. Should he fail to master this technique of concealing his presence by then, he might be left with no choice but to flee to the Demon Elimination Bureau. As for his innate talent in cultivating martial arts, with a grave expression, Wang Shouyong opened the ancient tome. Chapter 84, In Search of Demons. 100,000 years ago, divine dew descended from the heavens. awakening the intellect of demons and enabling mortals to embark on the path of cultivation. However, the demons possessed formidable senses, and any attempt by humanity to confront them resulted in inevitable demise, while escape was rendered impossible, leading to the complete loss of their territories. From the desolate lands, a great power emerged, comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth and creating myriad paths of enlightenment. Thus, humanity thrived. Among these myriad methods, there existed 35 distinct techniques, one of which was known for its remarkable ability to conceal one's presence, aptly named the concealment of mysteries technique. Wang Shouyong felt a sense of bewilderment. This technique was astonishingly powerful. It traced its origins back to events from 100,000 years ago, evidently a method handed down from ancient times. He straightened his posture, prepared to delve deeper, when his gaze fell upon a line of small characters inscribed beneath the 3 words Lian Xin Fa. It read, "The technique has been lost. I, lacking in talent, can only attempt to emulate it." Wang Shouyong rolled his eyes, realizing that it was merely a counterfeit. He opened the book and immersed himself in its teachings. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had encountered few martial arts techniques. Yet he grasped a fundamental truth. Every method in existence possesses its own rhythm of energy flow, with precise regulations dictating when and how the energy traverses specific acupoints. Only by adhering to the recorded principles can one effectively harness the techniques. What follows is a protracted period of diligent practice, allowing the practitioner to internalize the method until it becomes second nature. Only then can one claim to have mastered the art. A prodigy like Sidu Wenfeng, with an extraordinary sensitivity to martial arts, might achieve mastery in a remarkably short span. As for Wang Shouyong, after this period of trial, he had long recognized that his talents did not classify him as a true genius. Even calling him mediocre would be an overstatement. Thus, as he continued to read, he held no expectations. He merely hoped that he was not so foolish as to be confined to cultivating techniques related solely to the extremes of yin and yang. However, as his gaze descended to the first line of the technique, he sensed an unusual shift the moment the words registered in his mind. Something had changed. With each word he absorbed and comprehended, his internal energy began to stabilize. Suddenly, a multitude of vibrant entities surged in the space around him, playfully swirling and dancing. Unconsciously, he released the sinister energy within him, allowing it to flow freely through his meridians and acupoints. Within his body, the sinister energy transformed into a docile lamb, shedding its former ferocity and beginning to navigate its course in accordance with a predetermined path. As the sinister energy coursed through him, it gradually stitched together a harmonious circuit, intertwining rhythmically, at times swift and at times slow, yet always maintaining a sense of order. Wang Shouyong, in a state of bewilderment, raised his palm, only to suddenly lose awareness of its exact location. Lowering his gaze, he gradually sensed the disappearance of his feet as well. Next came the right hand, his torso, head, and hair. Each component of his body seemed to be drawn into an extraordinary state by these beings, harmonious and stable, as if Wang Shouyong, an anomaly, were being assimilated into their ranks. In his perception, he had entirely vanished, his physical form still visible to the naked eye, yet his presence nearly imperceptible. He felt akin to a stone, a tree, a flower. He was nature, and nature was him. All the sinister energy he emitted was, in this state of harmonious resonance, completely concealed. What was happening? Wang Shouyong found himself in a daze. His martial aptitude had always been clumsy and unremarkable. Yet how was it that he had so effortlessly entered this realm, having merely read the entirety of the martial arts scripture in a brief quarter of an hour? He hadn't even perused it a second time, yet had already perfected the art of breath control. How was this possible? Could it be that he had consistently underestimated his own martial capabilities? Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled something. He opened the panel. With a glance, his gaze settled on a particular entry, and he silently muttered to himself, as expected, "Heaven and earth as Holy Spirit, Gold, you are the favored child of the universe, and all cultivation comes to you naturally." What could this mean? Was it a case of unintentional success? A faint smile appeared at the corners of Wang Shouyong's lips. Ever since he lost the celestial solitary star, life had consistently bestowed upon him small surprises in such places. Perhaps it was the resonance with the profound essence of the ancient techniques from 100,000 years ago, or perhaps his own cultivation aptitude had indeed undergone a transformation. Regardless, Wang Shouyong achieved mastery of this subtle art of restraint in less than a quarter of an hour. There was no need for a month. Upon meeting Lord Liao tomorrow, he might very well astonish him. A smile could not help but play upon Wang Shouyong's lips, just as he indulged in his reveries. A sudden knock resounded from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. Open the door. Wang Shouyong thus interrupted his cultivation, rose to his feet, and opened the door, only to be met by a familiar, icy visage. Hu Qingping, his voice devoid of any inflection, inquired, "Have you exchanged for the Xian gathering method as mentioned by Lord Liao?" "Indeed, I have, and I am currently contemplating it," Wang Shouyong replied. "Excellent. Then accompany me tomorrow to vanquish the demons. We must rise early, for the fiends shall flee." Wang Shouyong was taken aback and inquired, "I am indeed capable. But is it not said that one must diligently practice the art of refining the mysterious? I am not versed in such matters. My only expertise lies in vanquishing demons. Since Lord Liao has permitted you to train alongside me, he must be aware of this and would not have made an error." Wang Shouyong furrowed his brow and inquired, "What connection exists between the slaying of demons and the art of gathering the mysterious?" After a moment of contemplation, Hu Qingping responded, "As one engages in the act of slaying, the technique shall naturally be acquired. This has been my method of cultivation all along. Tomorrow, I shall seal 80% of your magical power and cast you among the demons. If you are able to master the art of gathering the mysterious, you shall be free from peril." Wang Shouyong's brow twitched slightly. Indeed, what ingenious ideas could Hu Qingping possibly possess? He was merely a brutish warrior. Fortunately, he had already mastered the art of Xian suppression. Otherwise, by tomorrow, he would have been nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter before the demons. With this thought in mind, Wang Shouyong prepared to reveal that he had successfully cultivated the Xian suppression technique. However, before he could utter a word, Hu Qingping completed his sentence. "If the first doesn't work, I will find you a second. If that fails, a third. We will surely succeed." Upon hearing this, Wang Shouyong silently swallowed the words he was about to speak. Such a fortunate turn of events. He had been troubled by a lack of materials for fusion, hesitant to proceed. Yet Hu Qingping had presented him with such a generous gift. Strangely, Wang Shouyong felt a wave of gratitude. "Captain Hu, I shall express my thanks in my heart, and I shall not elaborate further. When the time comes for the assessment between the two counties, I will certainly go through fire and water for you, ensuring your swift rise to prominence in the capital. Tomorrow, I implore you, Captain Hu, to seek out more demons. I wish to expedite my mastery of the Xian suppression technique." Hu Qingping regarded Wang Shouyong earnestly, nodding in agreement. "Certainly, not just tomorrow, but also the day after and the days to come. Your unwavering determination reassures me. For those who practice, the most crucial aspect is the courage to persist in solitude. I have not misjudged you. Therefore, rest early." With that, Hu Qingping turned to leave, but not before glancing back to remind him once more, "Remember to rise early tomorrow. The journey is long, and do not succumb to slumber." As his voice faded, he vanished into the night, leaving Wang Shouyong moved by the evening sentiments. Chapter 85. Hu Qingping. The following day, as dawn broke gently, Wang Shouyong in the courtyard held a toothbrush crafted from the bristles of a wild boar demon. And as he lowered his head to rinse his mouth, he unexpectedly found 2 pairs of feet suddenly appearing before him. Poof! Wang Shouyong could not restrain himself from spitting out the water he had just rinsed his mouth with. Lifting his head, he beheld a youthful visage, with a twitching mouth, who greeted him with gritted teeth. "My Lord Wang, we meet again. Is it truly you?" Wang Shouyong was taken aback. The young man before him was none other than Physician Ing, who was of a similar age. He had not anticipated encountering him again today. Initially, he assumed that the young physician's desire for him to recommend joining the demon extermination office was merely a whimsical notion. Yet, it turned out that the opportunity had indeed been seized. Thus, it could be said, Wang Shouyong wiped his mouth clean and stood up, casting a curious glance at the corpse-like face of Hu Qingping beside him. From this day forth, there is no need to address him as Lord Wang. You are colleagues and may forego such formalities. He turned to the other individual. You should introduce yourselves. He is the physician who treated you yesterday, Shin Banqing. I requested his services after a conversation with Lord Liao. Why? Wang Shouyong inquired with intrigue. The journey ahead is long and fraught with uncertainty. Should you encounter danger, it is prudent to have a familiar physician by your side, as you may not reach the exorcism department in time. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shouyong could not help but furrow his brow. Was today's trial truly fraught with such peril? Ing Banqing observed Wang Shouyong's languid demeanor and, in silent exasperation, shook off the spittle Wang had carelessly expelled. Fortunately, the uniform issued by the Demon Exorcism Department was crafted from a unique fabric that repelled water. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to deliver a sound thrashing to this companion who was merely in the early stages of transformation. However, recalling the words spoken by Elder Fong yesterday, he forced a congenial smile. Rest assured, Lord Hu, as long as my brother Wang draws breath, I shall ensure that breath continues until we return to the demon exorcism department. Very well, Hu Qingping nodded, his hands quietly resting on the shoulders of both individuals. In that case, let us set forth. Stand ready. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Wang Shouyong felt an overwhelming force descend upon his shoulders. Far more potent than their previous encounters at the medical hall, nearly causing him to change color. In the next instant, a whistling sound pierced the air, and in the blink of an eye, the demon exorcism department appeared no larger than a clenched fist beneath him. The scenery around him whirled past at such an astonishing speed that it left him dazed and bewildered. This was the velocity of perception. In that moment, the pride Wang Shouyong had harbored over the past 2 days was utterly swept away. Indeed, Hu Qingping's assertion that, given preparation, he would not be able to inflict even a scratch upon him was no exaggeration. Although Wang Shouyong possessed numerous skills, if his adversary wielded such speed, all his intricate techniques would be rendered futile, let alone hope to extract even a morsel from his opponent. Thus, a newfound seriousness crept into Wang Shouyong's gaze. A cultivation method that could command such earnestness from who would undoubtedly not be trivial, should he continue to harbor thoughts of taking advantage. He might very well suffer a grave misfortune. As Wang Shouyong remained lost in thought, Immortality squinted his eyes, scrutinizing him intently. Elder Fang, is he truly as extraordinary as you have described? I cannot be mistaken. This individual possesses a remarkable bloodline, with a vitality that far surpasses that of ordinary beings. My hope of being reborn, of reconstructing my corporeal form, lies with him. Speak not of rebirth, Elder Fang. You are clearly still tethered to this world. Your spirit not yet dissipated, and far from the brink of death. Elder Fang shook his head, replying, I have lost all memory, with only fleeting moments of clarity. I can neither eat nor drink, nor can I walk. I merely exist through the support of spiritual objects. Is this not akin to being dead? Very well. After departing from the medical hall yesterday, Elder Fang elucidated why he had refrained from allowing Immortality to take advantage of the situation. According to Elder Fang, this minor attendant of the transformation realm seemed to harbor an extraordinarily formidable vitality within him. If one were to liken a regular person's vitality to a flickering flame, then this individual's life force resembled a roaring furnace, belching forth tongues of fire. Such vitality, regardless of whether it resided in a human or a demon, was indeed awe-inspiring. It was akin to extracting the life essence of several dragon-like creatures and compressing it into Wang Shouyong's being, thus explaining Elder Fang's astonishment and pallor. This person undoubtedly harbored some unspeakable secret. Elder Fang believed that this secret had the potential to facilitate his resurrection. Immortality diverted his gaze after a moment. Suddenly recalling an earlier matter, he inquired, You have yet to explain why my ring suddenly became so hot yesterday. Could it be related to this individual? I cannot fathom it, Elder Fang replied. In truth, the ring has become unbearably scorching, and I cannot linger within it for long, requiring me to emerge for fresh air periodically. Might this also be connected to the extraordinary vitality within this person? I do not know. Upon hearing this response, Immortality let out a barely perceptible sigh. When his mother entrusted him with this ring, she had uttered no words, merely instructing him to keep it close, and then departed from this world. For the past decade, he had worn it daily. And aside from the occasional emergence of an old man from within, the ring had shown no other remarkable changes. Now, for the first time in 10 years, the ring had stirred, prompting a sense of unease within him. Could it be that this Elder Fang was the secret his mother had concealed for so long? Casting a peculiar glance at Elder Fang, who flitted about Wang Shouyong, Immortality shook his head. Very well, some secrets ultimately remain unanswered. Let them unfold as they may. After an hour had elapsed, the scenery around the three began to gradually slow. Ultimately, in Hu Qingping's cold voice, the 3 humans and 1 spirit descended to the ground. We have arrived. Wang Shouyong's eyes were bloodshot and slightly moist, a result of the chaotic energies of the heavens and earth above, coupled with the absence of any protection against the fierce winds. As he gazed around, he realized he stood before a marsh, the ground beneath him exceedingly soft, surrounded by dark, twisted trees with gnarled branches, where the occasional crow perched ominously amidst the gloom. Above the marsh, a thick fog enveloped the air, creating what appeared to be a natural barrier that divided the world before him, with the murky mist stretching endlessly, obscuring all that lay within. As he reached out with his senses into the fog, it felt as though they were severed, leaving him unable to discern anything clearly. Where's this place? Wang Shouyong inquired, rubbing his eyes. This place is known as the Little Chaotic Abyss, situated at the junction of Linshui County and Wita County. It is a realm teeming with demons, characterized by its rugged terrain and pervasive fog, allowing only the demons to traverse freely, making it an ideal locale for cultivation and testing one's mettle. However, for ordinary practitioners, once they enter, the malevolent energies corrupt their inner yang channels, leaving them with barely a fraction of their former strength, thus rendering it quite perilous. Is there truly such a place? Wang Shouyong was astonished. During his time at the Demon Exorcism Department, he had perceived a sense of harmony and tranquility, with no significant events occurring. He never imagined that chaos could exist so close by, in the neighboring county. Linshui County remained relatively peaceful. Most of the demons that strayed from this place had ventured to Wita County. Linshui County was too small and impoverished, lacking in resources, rendering it unworthy of even the demons' attention. Wang Shouyong felt a sense of embarrassment. He was already aware of the inconspicuous nature of Linshui County, yet he never anticipated it to be deemed so insignificant that it was regarded as a last resort even in the eyes of demons. Very well. There are still questions to be addressed, but those can wait until 3 days hence. For now, allow me to escort you to meet the demons. Wang Shouyong nodded, intending to respond, when he suddenly realized something amiss. Were they to take him to meet the demons? Shouldn't they be capturing the demons to present to him? He looked up in astonishment, only to see Hu Qingping gently placing his palm against his abdomen. As Hu Qingping's magical powers dwindled to almost nothing, his expression took on a somewhat contemptible demeanor. Steady yourself, remember to flee once you land, he murmured. Before Wang Shouyong could react, Hu Qingping seized his collar and yanked him forcefully backward, causing his breath to catch. Before the swamp, a sudden gust of wind arose, stirring the muddy surface into ripples. With a firm stomp, Hu Qingping shattered the ground beneath him, and his arm whipped forward like a long whip, propelling Wang Shouyong ahead with such velocity that, at the moment of release, a shockwave erupted. Boom! The echo of Hu Qingping's voice faded into the distance. Chapter 86. The Maiden and the Tiger. In a valley within the Shaowan Abyss, towering peaks and lush vegetation surrounded a languid black tiger, which seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, rising slightly and squinting toward the endless mist above. From afar, faint voices echoed, and a pungent aura of malevolence wafted into its nostrils. It sniffed, and a sense of foreboding began to emerge from deep within its heart. Sister, this place is a minor demon-infested area, which the locals seem to refer to as the Shaowan Abyss. The Shaowan Abyss? I wonder what the origin of that name is. Could there be a larger one abyss as well? It must be a derivative of the Naihui Abyss, the true territory of demons. This location merely serves as a natural gathering spot for them, shielded by the terrain. Thus, the name Shaowan Abyss seems fitting. Regardless of that, it is rumored within the sect that a flower of duality blooms here, which could serve as a path to enlightenment. If I were to obtain this treasure, it would make this journey worthwhile. Ah, senior sister, the voice seemed poised to utter something but abruptly ceased, taking on a tone tinged with playful intrigue. Amidst the swirling mist, the silhouettes of two figures gradually came into view. One was a young woman, approximately 23 or 24 years of age, clad in a flowing white dress, standing gracefully in midair with her hands clasped behind her back. A mystical seal circled around her, enshrouded in delicate veils, exuding an ethereal aura. Beside her floated a younger girl, her features more youthful, with nothing around her except for the soft sword she held, which danced in her grasp as if animated by an inexplicable force. Remarkably, both shared a crimson mark between their brows, lending them an air of resemblance, almost akin to that of sisters. Both bore faint smiles, their lips curving upward, yet they fell silent. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past them. From the depths of the mist, a shadowy claw surged forth, stealthily lunging towards their backs. The sharp, crimson-tipped nails glinted ominously, seemingly unstoppable, as if anything in their path would be torn asunder. It was revealed to be a large black cat, playfully mimicking human-like antics. The youthful girl stuck out her tongue, and in that fleeting moment, she turned to her senior sister with a grin, exclaiming, "Please, senior sister, hold back for now. I have recently acquired a new sword technique and am eager to put it to the test." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the sword in her hand transformed into a shimmering arc, launching forth to weave an intricate net in the air. In that fleeting moment, an uncountable number of delicate strikes were unleashed. The radiant white light swiftly shattered the surrounding mist within a radius of 5 paces as a fierce gale swept through, revealing the master of the Black Claws. A black tiger soared through the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yet its outstretched claws appeared entirely unaffected, darting unabated through the sword net, continuing their relentless assault towards the maiden. Turning to face the threat, The young woman smiled charmingly. The tiger's menacing and avaricious visage reflected in her eyes. Rather than succumbing to fear, she sheathed her sword and slowly extended a finger towards the claws that were now mere inches from her. In an instant, the black paw pierced through the shroud of mist, coming to rest before her. With a gentle touch, her delicate fingertip made contact with one of its claws. At that moment, a glimmer of starlight flickered. In the next heartbeat, the tiger's fearsome countenance froze, drool cascading from its maw, bursting forth in the air. Alongside the droplet, a torrential rain of blood erupted. As if mirroring that droplet of saliva, the flesh upon its claws seemed to lose all support. Detaching from bone with the slightest nudge of the maiden's finger, disintegrating into myriad fragments. Piece by piece, drop by drop, it fell from its resilient skeleton, cascading towards the ground, towards the valley below. Thus, an endless rain of blood began to descend, the pungent scent of iron filling the air in an instant. The black tiger's eyes widened, its pupils reflecting the maiden's exquisite visage, her skin like jade, her charming smile, her cascading black hair, and her two pristine tiger fangs. In its ears, the final words of its existence echoed. "Senior sister, do you find this sword technique commendable?" Its world, along with the countless fragments of flesh, succumbed completely to an abyss of darkness. Unbeknownst to the tiger, after its body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, the slightly older woman furrowed her brow in slight disdain, averted her gaze. To merely learn the techniques of warriors without delving into the profound mysteries of the Tao. Master will surely admonish you. The maiden replied with a smile. Then I shall ensure she does not see. The voices of the two conversing individuals gradually faded into the distance as the mist reassembled, shrouding their figures and enveloping the area in a profound silence. A quarter of an hour later, dozens of demons cautiously approached, meticulously sniffing the air laden with the scent of blood, before discovering scattered remnants of flesh, which they devoured ravenously. The tumultuous realm of the Little Disorder Abyss would not find tranquility merely due to the absence of a few demons. The demise of this black tiger signified the complete absence of a sovereign in this valley. Countless lowly demons, driven solely by instinctual ferocity, would, over the expanse of time, eventually select a new leader until one could firmly establish dominion over the territory. Yet, just as these demons consumed the last morsels of flesh and licked the ground clean of the lingering, malevolent blood, a sudden howl pierced through the air above. Accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, there was the violent rustling of garments in the atmosphere, followed by a cry filled with sorrow and indignation. When I return to Jinshuan, I shall avenge this wrong. With that declaration, a figure plummeted heavily into the valley. Boom. The earth trembled as stones cascaded, and vegetation was sent flying. In this desolate expanse, a deep crater was formed. The demons lifted their heads, transforming from their previous state of concealment into expressions of fierce, gluttonous anticipation. They sensed the presence of food. As the mist congealed, the demons stealthily encircled the staggering, disheveled figure from all directions, appearing from above like a swarm of ants drawn to sweetness. That figure was none other than Wang Shouyong, ruthlessly cast aside by Hu Chengping. Wang Shouyong clambered out of the edge of a deep pit, his visage smeared with dirt, his long hair disheveled, and his garments somewhat tattered. Spitting out the clods of earth from his mouth, he grimaced and began to curse while immediately assessing his physical condition. The sinister energy within him had been nearly sealed off by some means employed by Hu Chengping, rendering a staggering 90% of it inaccessible. Even the ability to elevate himself into the air felt burdensome. In such a state, only his robust physique remained unaffected. Strangely, the scant remnants of the sinister energy within him surged with vitality in this valley, darting through the over 300 acupoints in his body, frolicking through his meridians as if a small fish had plunged into crystal-clear waters. He inhaled deeply, as though he could sense a multitude of familiar essences emerging from the fog. It was only upon experiencing this abundance of energy that a genuine smile graced his countenance. Chapter 87. The stench could be sensed from 800 meters away according to Hu Chengping. The malevolent energy within this small chaotic abyss would gradually erode the magical power of ordinary practitioners, significantly suppressing their former abilities. However, Wang Shouyong was no ordinary practitioner. He cultivated sinister energy himself. It felt as though every pore in his body opened wide, and the 10% of sinister energy within him surged with life. Wang Shouyong experienced an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, and the humiliation of being casually tossed aside by Hu Chengping vanished in an instant. Truly, Hu the captain had found a remarkable location. Wang Shouyong, sensing something amiss, gazed into the dense fog before him, as heavy as the depths of the ocean, and licked his lips. Within the mist, a pair of lantern-sized lights gradually illuminated, accompanied by the rustling sounds emerging from all directions. Wang Shouyong, with his keen senses still intact, effortlessly discerned the source of the sounds, a multitude of demons, panting and swallowing greedily. The surrounding foliage, lush and vibrant, succumbed to the crushing weight of these creatures. Just ahead of him, behind a towering tree, a figure gradually emerged from the mist, revealing itself. Was it a person? How fortunate! I am a humble citizen of Weha County, accidentally wandering into this perilous realm. Please, assist me in escaping this place. The figure, gaunt and resembling a scholarly youth, bore a large book-laden trunk. Upon spotting Wang Shouyong, a look of delight crossed his face, and he waved his hand before hastening towards him. A radiant smile blossomed on Wang Shouyong's face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. You are a citizen of Weha County? Indeed, I am. A few days ago, I inadvertently stumbled into the little chaos abyss. Please, rescue me. The scholar's countenance was fraught with anxiety, accompanied by a rustling sound that emanated from behind him, as if some entity were pursuing him. Yet, the thicket nearly engulfed his legs, forcing him to navigate through the underbrush with great difficulty. His palms were drenched in blood, his visage marred by scratches from branches, and his garments were soiled beyond description, his hair disheveled, presenting a woeful sight. How could you have wandered into the little chaos abyss? Wang Shouyong extended his arms, his palms openly directed towards the scholar, as he moved forward and gently inquired. I know not how it happened. I awoke to find this place was not Weha County. You must know the way out, do you not? Please, help me. I wish to escape. As he spoke, their distance diminished from an initial 10 zhang to a mere 3 or 5. At this proximity, Wang Shouyong could easily discern the scholar's mounting panic. Conversely, the scholar could also perceive Wang Shouyong's composed demeanor, despite his own disheveled appearance. In mere moments, the scholar would reach Wang Shouyong, yet his anxiety became increasingly palpable. However, at that moment, Wang Shouyong abruptly halted, a smile gracing his lips. Do you know something? The scholar paused, his steps hastening as he eagerly extended his bloodied hand towards Wang Shouyong, exclaiming, What is it? The stench emanating from you, came the soft reply. Suddenly, the youthful figure vanished from sight, and in the next instant, with a flourish of his garments, he materialized beside the scholar, gently caressing his face as if to sweep away the grime. His head leaned in close to the scholar's. Only then did the latter hear the rest of the sentence softly whispered in his ear. I could smell it from 800 meters away. At that moment, the scholar's vertical pupils constricted sharply. With a sharp sound, 2 fingers pierced into the scholar's eye sockets like steel needles, blood suddenly erupting forth. The scholar had no time to react. Accompanied by the intense pain at his eyes, they were violently wrenched from their sockets, blood vessels severed, plunging his vision into darkness. Ah! The scholar screamed as he rose, revealing the lower part of his body cloaked in grass, which astonishingly ended in a serpentine tail. I will kill you. A whooshing sound echoed as Wang Shouyong tossed the scholar's eyes into his mouth, akin to swallowing candy, chewing not a single morsel before swallowing them whole. The bitter taste spread across his palate, and as the serpent's tail lashed out at him, Wang Shouyong merely flicked his tongue and extended his hand, using it as a blade to strike at the tail. Such trivial sustenance warrants no further discourse. With a sharp sound, the encounter unfolded. Blood splattered as a severed tail soared high into the air. With a decisive step, Wang Shouyong soared into the air amidst a cascade of shattered earth and stones, seizing the severed tail in his grasp. As he clutched the tail in his mouth, his feet struck with precision against the scholar's head upon his descent. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and before the serpent demon could even revert to its original form, it was forcefully slammed against the ground by the tremendous force of his kick. The impact resonated like an earthquake, creating yet another deep crater in the earth. The interior a gruesome tableau of mangled flesh and blood. Wang Shouyong's garments fluttered gracefully as he descended, swiftly devouring 4 mouthfuls of flesh and blood, which he swallowed whole. The acquired blue attributes include earth malevolence, molting, steel helm, hibernation, and digestion. Wang Shouyong was slightly taken aback. He recalled that he had obtained a green attribute from the shape-shifting demon of Evil Blood Mountain. Could it be that even among those of the same transformation realm, the color of their attributes varied? Or perhaps the demons of the Little Chaos Abyss were of superior quality? As Wang Shouyong pondered, he ambled leisurely to the edge of the deep pit. With a few strides, he slipped down, arriving before the serpent demon, who lay on the brink of consciousness. He extended his palm towards it. The serpent demon's eyes were hollow, its visage still bearing the remnants of its earlier ferocity. Yet, at that moment, It comprehended that it had provoked a formidable opponent, and amidst its savagery, a flicker of fear emerged. "Spare me, I have never consumed a human. Rest assured." "It will be over swiftly," Wang Shouyong replied, his icy palm resting upon the demon's head. A purple inscription on his interface began to radiate light. "Absorb." A faint trickle of life force flowed into Wang Shouyong's being, prompting him to blissfully squint his eyes. However, within a mere few breaths, this vitality began to wane, ultimately vanishing entirely. The serpent demon had completely ceased to breathe. "Once, the vast sea could not be compared to mere water," Wang Shouyong lamented. Ever since he had absorbed the essence from the stone and flower demons, he had not encountered such abundant life force again. Even the ancient demons imprisoned within the confines of the monster jail, worn down by years of captivity, offered little vitality. In these times, the shape-shifting demons were becoming increasingly insufficient sources for his needs. Wang Shouyong heaved a sigh, tilting his head in resignation. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the menacing stares of a dozen demons, their heads emerging from the edge of a deep pit, drool cascading into the abyss below. The air was thick with an unprecedented greed as their eyes glimmered in the dense mist, fixated upon the youth ensconced within the depths. For reasons unbeknownst to them, an overwhelming hunger surged within their bellies, a hunger so intense it elicited salivation and a tingling sensation upon their tongues. Devour him, consume him. The singular thought consumed the minds of these demons at that moment. Dark, malevolent energy coalesced, and the crimson aura surrounding each demon appeared almost tangible. Wang Shouyong gazed at them with a faint smile and softly inquired, "Would you like to eat?" No demons responded to him, yet a whirlwind of dark, sinister energy suddenly surged forth as one by one, the demons descended upon him, their gaping maws wide open in a grotesque display. Wang Shouyong narrowed his eyes, bracing himself to confront the relentless onslaught of the shape-shifting demons. Just then, a soft gasp resonated from above. "Oh, it appears there are others present here." As the words fell, a net woven from radiant light descended from the heavens, and a delicate sword gracefully twirled within the deep pit before returning to the hands of a young girl, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age. Within the pit, as Wang Shouyong had just raised his fist, an unsettling realization struck him. Countless drops of crimson rain began to pour from the sky. The demons lunging towards him suddenly ceased to exist, their life forces abruptly extinguished. It was as if a rain of flesh had begun to fall from the air.